Chapter 1. Good morning, Jarvis. The weather is nice today, sunny and bright. Good morning, Master Viko, it's a clear day with a temperature of 28°C, a southeast wind blowing, suitable for outdoor activities. In a tech-filled luxurious villa on the Malibu coast, a mixed-race teenager with black hair and black eyes, while ruffling his messy hair, greeted the intelligent butler inside the villa. It was a habit he developed since childhood. At that time, he was just over a year old and could already sporadically utter a few simple words, although it would certainly sound vague and incomprehensible to adults. He still remembered Edwin Jarvis, the kind gentleman who took care of him back then. Every day, Edwin would hold him in his arms and say, "Good morning, Master Viko." He would then carefully feed him, take him out to play, and bathe and change his diapers. And every time, he would respond, "Good morning, Jarvis." As he grew older, his speech became clearer, and the habit was formed. Later, when the old butler passed away, his unreliable father, in memory of the loyal gentleman who had served 3 generations, named the newly invented intelligent butler after him. The habit continued, although the recipient changed. By now, you should understand the identity of this young man. Yes, he is none other than the famous, Tony Stark's illegitimate child. The young man's name is Viko Stark, 14 years old this year, standing at 1.72 meters tall. He is a mixed-blood child with half Chinese heritage. His mother is a Chinese-American journalist named Lilina, working for a New York television station. During an interview with Tony Stark, she was deceived by his charm and some indescribable things happened. And that's how Viko Stark quietly came into existence. Because no protective measures were taken, by the time she realized she was pregnant, it was already 2 months later. Although she was an independent woman born in the West and decided to give birth to and raise the child, her East Asian family upbringing led her to keep this unmarried pregnancy a secret and not inform her parents. So she quit her job, came up with an excuse via email for all her parents and friends, left New York City, and eventually gave birth to this child, naming him Viko Lee. Since she successfully gave birth to the child, the next step was to find a new job and obtain a stable income in this new city. Then, she would find an appropriate time to confess this matter to her parents. Lilina had already planned how to live her life from now on. But fate had other plans. Just as Viko passed the doctor's examination with everything being normal and Lilina was preparing to leave the hospital after recovering, a phone call from a friend delivered a devastating blow. Both of her parents had passed away. According to her friend, they got caught in a conflict between a group of unidentified individuals and suffered serious injuries. Although they were later taken to the hospital by a bald black man with an orange cat, they ultimately couldn't be saved and died. The tremendous shock plunged Lilina, who had just given birth, from the peak of joy in receiving a child into the abyss of losing her parents. Coupled with the hormonal imbalances after childbirth, she sank into postpartum depression. It's important to note that this was still 1996, and even in the scientifically advanced and medically progressive United States, awareness and understanding of depression, especially postpartum depression, were far from sufficient. Patients felt ashamed to speak out about their depression, and those around them couldn't comprehend the pain and struggles involved. Once trapped in the vortex of severe depression, it was like a duck in a drought, destined to perish. Eventually, Viko's mother, Lilina, was unable to overcome the torment of her mental illness. After entrusting her 1-year-old son Viko to a friend, she chose to quietly end her own life and permanently depart from this world. After being brought to Stark Industries by his mother's friend, young Viko experienced some difficulties before finally being safely handed over to Tony Stark. After DNA testing confirmed that Viko was indeed his biological son, Tony was willing to fulfill his parental responsibilities and changed his name to Viko Stark. However, growing up without a father's love, coupled with Tony's youthful and self-centered nature, he was unwilling to let the unexpected appearance of a son change his lifestyle. After handing him over to the old butler, Edwin Jarvis, for care, Viko rarely saw Tony throughout the year. And it was in this environment of lacking parental care and attention that Viko gradually grew up. In fact, such an environment was more in line with Viko's preference. After all, he had the psychological age of an adult. If someone were to constantly lecture him and impose various household rules, he would feel uncomfortable. Yes, Viko's psychological age was already that of an adult. If you're wondering why, it's because he was a reincarnator. In his past life, Viko had the same name, but he was a legitimate Chinese person from Earth. As an orphan, he grew up in a state welfare institution. Perhaps due to the environment, Viko had a calm and gentle personality, and he was very mature. Although he wasn't a genius with exceptional intelligence. Through hard work, he eventually gained admission to S.H.I.E.L.D University, one of China's top institutions, and even received a national scholarship. It could be said that Viko had overcome the shackles of fate and was about to embark on a brilliant new life. However, things didn't go as planned. Full of excitement, Viko boarded the train to the capital, looking forward to his new university life. But after falling asleep in the compartment, he woke up to find himself transformed into a baby. What on earth is going on here? Viko, now being held in the arms of an unfamiliar Asian woman, exclaimed with immense sorrow. Chapter 2. Viko, who was held in Lilina's arms, didn't have the chance to properly vent his inner sorrow or take a good look at his new surroundings. His mind was quickly occupied by an overwhelming influx of information, leaving him in a state of confusion and daze. Of course, to others, this was just how a newborn baby would typically appear. Viko spent his first year in this chaotic state, absorbing and assimilating the massive flow of information. Meanwhile, his biological mother, Lilina, overwhelmed by pain, entrusted him to a friend and prepared to end her own life. At this time, Viko was unaware that his mother was about to depart from him forever. With the absorption of the overwhelming information flow, not only did Viko cast aside the uneasiness of his inexplicable rebirth, but he also completely forgot his curiosity about the new world. He was astonished by the astonishing content within the information flow he had assimilated. According to the beginning of the information flow, he learned the reason for his rebirth. A celestial scion. Due to being mischievous, tampered with Viko's fate while his parents were not paying attention, causing him to suddenly die on the journey to the capital. To make up for his negligence, the celestial being randomly sent Viko's soul into a world with a similar historical and cultural background, allowing him to retain memories of his previous life through reincarnation. As compensation, random memories of individuals with great fortunes from various realms were extracted and injected into his brain. After accepting this segment of memory information, Viko's karmic ties with the celestial being were completely severed. From then on, he became a resident of this world, and the celestial being erased any information related to itself from his memory. According to the description given by the celestial being, receiving this information flow would not only enhance Viko's brain development, intelligence, and memory capacity but also further improve them as his body matured and his brain underwent secondary development. The reason Viko was so surprised after receiving this information flow was not because of the brain's development process through absorption and assimilation, but because the content he obtained told him that he knew this person. The individual with great fortunes. In other words, he knew the person's identity. Hiro Hamada. Perhaps many people wouldn't recognize this name, but when it comes to the protagonist of the Disney-Marvel joint production animated film, Big Hero 6, everyone should know who it is. He was precisely the main character from Big Hero 6. The animated film Viko had seen in his previous life. He was the one who invented the magnetic robot, transformed his personal healthcare companion Baymax into a combat robot, and, together with the other members of the Big Hero 6, developed numerous high-tech weapons and equipment. He was the mechanical prodigy with a genius mind, Hiro Hamada. In this year, Viko not only digested and assimilated all of Hiro's memories but also learned the profound knowledge of mechanics within them. More importantly, he learned Hiro's way of learning and thinking as a genius. With this, coupled with his highly developed brain, in the future, no matter whether it was learning new knowledge or encountering new challenges, Viko could overcome them one by one through his diligent and persevering personality. Originally, in his previous world, Viko was an orphan with no ties or attachments. Now, with this rebirth, he gained another 10+ years of life. Moreover, regardless of his current background, he had already acquired knowledge and abilities that were sufficient to change his future. Therefore, he quickly accepted the fact that he had traversed and been reborn. If he hadn't met the man who would come next, this carefree and happy time of accepting reality would have lasted a little longer. Because he couldn't even dream that his biological father would be none other than the famous Tony Stark. Dear God, no matter how random you are, please don't choose such a terrifying Marvel world. Although Viko complained a bit when he first learned this fact, as the saying goes, life is like, well, since he couldn't resist, he could only enjoy it calmly. After realizing this, after all, there were still 23 years until the moment of the snap that wiped out half of the universe, and Viko began his childhood peacefully. Viko's childhood can be said to have been quite happy. In his infancy, he had the company of the butler, Edwin Jarvis, which was warm and fulfilling. As a teenager, every day was spent practicing advanced mechanical techniques from his mind, and it brought a great sense of accomplishment. Occasionally, he would flip through the books and design drafts left by his grandfather Howard Stark and father Tony Stark, gaining a lot of new knowledge and verifying it with the knowledge in his mind, gaining a lot. Although he lost his mother and ended up with an unreliable father, he never experienced the greatness of parental love even though he was reborn. But these were all minor flaws that couldn't hide the bright side. He was already accustomed to it in his previous life. Most things in life don't go as planned. So how could there not be regrets? Not to mention that Viko's life, aside from these things, can be said to be very satisfactory. 13 years passed in such a plain manner, and the time came to April 2010. As usual, after greeting Jarvis, Viko walked into the kitchen, opened the refrigerator, took out a box of cereal and a bottle of milk, and prepared to solve his breakfast. At this moment, the voice of the intelligent butler Jarvis reminded. Master Viko, considering that you didn't go to bed until nearly 2 o'clock last night, I suggest you not consume frozen food directly taken from the refrigerator. It should be heated in the milk warmer before consumption. Thank you for your concern, Jarvis. I'll follow your advice. Viko, who was about to mix the milk and cereal, stopped and followed Jarvis's suggestion, putting the milk into the milk warmer. As you know, Jarvis, I'm at a critical stage in developing Baymax. Once I complete its medical chip, Baymax will bridge the healthcare resource gap worldwide, allowing economically and culturally underdeveloped countries and regions to enjoy top-notch medical diagnostics. I wish you success soon, Master Viko. Thank you, Jarvis. Viko's recent project is to recreate the adorable and lovable personal healthcare companion Baymax from his memories. Although Baymax was not invented by Hiro Hamada, restoring Baymax itself is not difficult, as all the key points can be found in Hiro's memories. The most crucial aspect is the medical chip, which requires highly complex programming logic and underlying data support to accurately assess the emotions of people from different regions and ethnicities, as well as accurately diagnose each patient's illnesses. The difficulty of writing the necessary code and data support is extremely high. Viko has now completed the production of the chip. And last night he performed the final verification and debugging. The progress of the verification on his high-performance computer in his room has reached 45. That means if everything goes smoothly, Viko will be able to successfully recreate Baymax in this world by this evening. Chapter 3. In the evening, as the sun set, the long coastline of Malibu Beach was adorned with a layer of red veil. After leaving the company, Tony returned home alone, which was a rare occurrence. Getting out of the car, Tony's driver and bodyguard, Happy, drove the car to the underground garage, while Tony headed to the front door of the villa. Welcome back, sir. Without using a key or needing to actively undergo biometric recognition, the smart butler Jarvis had already opened the gate on its own. Just as Tony entered the door, he noticed a red suitcase in the living room that clearly didn't belong to the villa's decor. The suitcase was about 20 inches in size and had a long power cord connected to the wall socket. Jarvis, what is this? Seeing the suspicious item in his home that he had never seen before, Tony immediately asked Jarvis. Sir, this is the recent research achievement by Master Viko. Oh. What new thing has this kid come up with again? Where is he? Where did he go? Master Viko stayed up until around 2 in the morning yesterday and has been working on perfecting his new design all day today. He is currently resting in bed. I see. After asking out of a sense of paternal responsibility, Tony didn't inquire further. In fact, his childhood was very similar to Viko's. Growing up without his father's presence, he immersed himself in exploring mechanical knowledge from an early age. So now, even though he had become a father himself, he didn't know how to fulfill his paternal responsibilities or how to show his fatherly love. Combined with his fascination with a fast-paced lifestyle, Tony could be considered a completely unfit father, though he himself was unaware of this fact. What he cared about most at the moment was the red suitcase in front of him. Although father and son didn't communicate much on a daily basis, showcasing their latest research achievements to each other had become their most tacit way of communication. Tony approached this seemingly useless new invention out of curiosity and couldn't help but reach out and touch it. With just this touch, the metallic red suitcase began to change. A circular LED light in the middle emitted a soft yellow glow, and the lid on the top of the suitcase opened. Hiss, hiss, hiss. With the supply of gas from the air pump inside the suitcase, the large white fabric inside the case rapidly inflated, eventually transforming into a chubby inflatable robot. This huge white inflatable robot had rounded lines, a single expression, a large belly, and 2 small short legs, resembling an oversized cotton candy. Then, to Tony's astonished gaze, this adorable and soft-looking creature wobbled its way in front of him, raising its chubby right hand and beckoning. Hello, I'm Baymax, your personal healthcare companion. I have detected that you need medical care. Shall we begin the diagnosis now? Upon hearing Baymax's question, Tony could only nod in a daze. The idea of an inflatable intelligent robot was brilliant, and if Viko were here right now, even with his acerbic tongue, he would not be able to resist praising this genius idea. With its pure white appearance and approachable design, this medical robot had already scored 59 out of 100 in Tony's eyes. The remaining 41 points would depend on whether its diagnostic methods were convenient and the accuracy of the diagnosis results. Your health assistant, Baymax, will now diagnose you. I will scan you. Scan complete. Wow, hyperspectral lenses, not a bad idea. That gives it a passing score of 60%, so, what are the results? Analysis complete. Baymax projected the information it had scanned from Tony onto its large white belly using its internal projection device and compared it with its own database, as well as analyzed it using its microcomputer. Master, according to my diagnosis, you are in a severely subhealthy state with mild shoulder and neck issues. Additionally, based on traditional Chinese medicine theory, your symptoms are consistent with kidney deficiency. I suggest you engage in appropriate physical exercise and complement it with wolfberry tea for treatment. 0 points, 0 points, 0 points. After hearing the 2 words from Baymax, its score in Tony's mind completely dropped to 0. I'm the 8-pronged Night Slayer. How dare you say I have kidney deficiency? This is a misdiagnosis. Master, based on your description, Baymax diagnosed this as kidney deficiency caused by excessive indulgence. I suggest you control your frequency of sexual activities and engage in more outdoor activities beneficial to your physical and mental health. That's ridiculous. Baymax's response infuriated Tony, and his angry roar woke up Viko, who was resting in the room. What's going on, Dad? Why are you back so early, without any women by your side? Do you have kidney deficiency? Nonsense, nonsense. How could I have kidney deficiency? I'm perfectly healthy. I came home early because I have to showcase Stark Industries' latest weapons for the military tomorrow morning. Your invention is no good. The diagnosis results are completely inaccurate. How is that possible? Tony's face-saving words immediately snapped Viko out of his drowsiness. You're just being stubborn because you want to save face. Watch me demonstrate it to you. After saying that, Viko ran into the room and took out a roll of adhesive tape. He stood beside Tony and pulled out a strip of tape, saying, "Watch this." He stuck the tape to Tony's hairy arm and quickly ripped it off. Ouch! The stimulation of the hair being pulled made Tony cry out. What's the matter? That hurt. Viko didn't say anything but looked at the large white robot in front of him, waiting for something. Master, I noticed that you signaled pain, indicating that you need medical care. Please indicate your level of pain on a scale of 1 to 10. At this moment, a new image was projected onto the belly of the large white robot, displaying different levels of pain using emoji expressions. Is it physical or psychological pain? Tony, in order to maintain his reputation as a playboy, decided to give this guy a hard time. Now I will scan you. Tony refused to cooperate, and the large white robot activated its hyperspectral lens again. Scan complete. You have a mild superficial abrasion on your forearm. I recommend using an antibacterial spray. What are the specific ingredients in the spray? Tony now resembled a passenger on a plane looking for trouble, causing mischief in every possible way. The main ingredient is bacteriocin. Unfortunately, I'm allergic to that. According to the analysis, you are not allergic to bacteriocin, but you have a mild allergy to crayfish. Alright, you got that right. After demonstrating this, Tony also understood the capabilities of the large white robot and reluctantly extended his arm. The chubby right hand of the large white robot extended a finger, and a hiss sound came out as the built-in bacteriocin spray was ejected, evenly covering the damaged skin on Tony's forearm. It seems you put a lot of effort into programming this guy. Of course, I had Jarvis help me collect over 10,000 medical measures, and I've incorporated all of them. Viko pressed a button on the chest of the large white robot, and a green medical chip popped out. With this, Baymax can be called a healthcare assistant. Tony nodded and patted the belly of the large white robot, saying, "Polyvinyl alcohol fiber, huh? Yes, I wanted to design something harmless and friendly. It looks like a walking marshmallow, unintentionally offensive. I'm a robot, I can't be offended." This time, Tony was truly charmed by it. He leaned closer to the head of the large white robot and took a look. Why use hyperspectral lenses instead of holographic scanning devices? To reduce costs, this version of Baymax was designed according to Viko II strategies, limiting the costs of materials and equipment, but I will give it a major upgrade later, with nano-resin skin and holographic scanning and projection devices. What about the framework? Is it made of titanium alloy? No, it's carbon fiber. That makes sense, it's lighter. Oh. Looking through the polyvinyl alcohol fiber skin of the large white robot, Tony saw the mechanical parts that impressed him. The super braking system, you actually made it. It's nothing, after all, the theoretical research has already confirmed its feasibility. I just adjusted a few parameters for practical use. How about its carrying capacity? Tony asked excitedly. Baymax is equipped with a miniaturized version of the super braking system, and it can currently lift objects weighing about 500 kilograms. Well done, kid, I'll offer 300 million, and I want to see the design parameters of Baymax in my inbox tonight. 900 million, and it's limited to the mechanical data only. Deal. After understanding the mechanical technology used in it, Tony now looked at Baymax in front of him as if it were a shining diamond. You did a great job, here's a lollipop for you. At this moment, Baymax appropriately took out a lollipop and handed it to Tony. That's nice, Tony rolled his eyes and accepted it. I can't enter sleep mode until I receive a satisfactory evaluation of my service. Alright then, I'm satisfied with your service. Receiving a satisfactory evaluation, Baymax walked back to the red suitcase with a swaying motion and stepped inside. Hiss, hiss, hiss. With the sound of air being released, the body of Baymax deflated, the lid of the suitcase closed, and it once again turned into an inconspicuous red suitcase. It can help many people. Indeed, it can also earn a lot of money for Stark Industries. The evil capitalist. Your food, clothing, and shelter are all provided by this evil capitalist, you brat. By the way, what energy source does it use? Graphene batteries. Tony looked bewilderedly at Viko beside him, clearly puzzled by the term he mentioned. Chapter 4. For Tony's lack of knowledge about graphene, Viko wasn't surprised. When Viko initially designed Baymax, considering the issues of battery life and charging, he didn't follow the original design and use lithium batteries with a supercapacitor charger. Instead, he considered using graphene batteries, which are stable in nature, charge quickly, and have powerful energy storage capabilities. But after searching the internet, scientific journals, and magazines, Viko discovered that scientists in this world hadn't even discovered the potential of graphene, this incredible super material. Since there were no ready-made materials to use, he had to do it himself, self-sufficiently. So Viko started with the preparation of graphene, spending more than half a year step by step, and finally manufactured his ideal graphene battery. Now that Tony doesn't know about graphene, Viko won't miss this opportunity to show off in front of him. Graphene is a two-dimensional carbon nanomaterial composed of carbon atoms with sp2 hybridized orbitals, forming a hexagonal honeycomb lattice. I continuously peeled off graphite using the micromechanical exfoliation method and discovered this nanomaterial consisting of only one layer of carbon atoms. Graphene has excellent optical, electrical, and mechanical properties. Due to its unique internal structure, it possesses excellent conductivity and optical performance. I utilized the characteristics of lithium ions shuttling rapidly and extensively between the graphene surface and the electrode to develop a new energy battery, which is the graphene battery currently used in Baymax. The energy storage capacity of a graphene battery is 10 times that of an equivalent lithium battery, and its charging speed is 1,000 times faster than traditional batteries. Moreover, graphene also has excellent strength, making it the strongest material among all known materials and suitable as a new type of protective material in the military field. Its outstanding optical properties can also be used to manufacture laser weapons. It can be said that graphene is an almost omnipotent and miraculous material. After listening to Viko's explanation of graphene, Tony stood frozen in place. Who am I, where do I come from, and where am I going? Tony Stark at this moment was completely stunned by Viko's stunning performance. I'm Tony Stark, and I'm calling you a little genius. I never expected your research to progress to such a level, it completely subverts my understanding of nanomaterials. Of course, after all, when you and a certain unnamed lady were romping in bed, I was immersed in the ocean of knowledge. Viko's frank revikos made Tony feel extremely embarrassed, so he changed the subject. So, when you accepted the offer just now, you specifically mentioned that it only includes the mechanical data. The reason lies here, right? The graphene battery and graphene material data are not considered part of the mechanical data but rather material-related data. And you called me the evil capitalist, but I think you're the one who's being secretive. Name your price, I want to buy this technology. $5 billion US. So cheap. Tony couldn't believe it. It's a licensing fee, and it's for 1 year. He truly is my own son, deal. By the way, what would you like to have for dinner, you little brat? How about a cheeseburger? Jarvis, order food. Understood, sir. The next morning, Tony intended to rest well to prepare for today's new weapon presentation. However, he ended up staying up all night, reading through the expensive technical documents he bought from his own son, Viko. This kid really inherited the high IQ of our Stark family. The contents of these documents have benefited me greatly. Good morning, sir, Miss Potts is waiting for you in the living room. I know, I'll wash my face and change clothes, then I'll go. What about that brat Viko? Is he awake? Master Viko said he wanted to develop a chip for a kung fu master, turning Baymax into his personal bodyguard. He stayed up again until 2 a.m. and hasn't woken up yet. Wake him up. This kid, I couldn't even sleep well, and he dares to oversleep, absolutely unacceptable. In this way, Viko, who was still discussing life with Zhou Gong, a reference to the Chinese concept of the god of dreams, reluctantly woke up early due to his unreliable old man's wounded ego. Good morning, Jarvis. Good morning, Master Viko. Good morning, little Viko. Suddenly, a melodious female voice interrupted, causing Viko, who was about to go to the wash basin to freshen up, to pause. He turned his head and saw a slender blonde lady dressed in a women's suit. Pepper, sister. What are you doing here? Did that beastly old man of mine finally reach out his wicked claws to you? Why are you talking nonsense? I'm here to remind Mr. Stark of his schedule today. Since I have to stay behind to take care of company affairs and couldn't go to Afghanistan with him, I need to brief him on the schedule and prevent him from oversleeping and missing the agreed time with the military. And how many times have I told you? You should call me Aunt. I'm almost 30 years old. How can anyone still call me sister? I don't care, Pepper, Aunt, you're still young and beautiful, calling you sister is only appropriate. Wait a minute, Viko seemed to remember something, his eyes widened suddenly, and he asked in astonishment. Did you mention Afghanistan just now? Yes, what's wrong? So Tony is going to Afghanistan for a new weapon demonstration. That's right. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. I forgot that it's already April 2010, I've been so busy. Fortunately, when I was researching graphene materials, I prepared that thing in advance. I hope it can be of some use. Chapter 5. Pepper, wait for me for a moment, don't let the stinky old man leave before I come out. Knowing that his father is about to depart for Afghanistan, where the life-changing event happened, Viko instructed Pepper and then turned back to his room. Wait, Viko, what are you going to do? Bang! Really, both father and son are so unreliable. Hurry up. I can only delay it for a while. Although helpless, Pepper still shouted into the room, assuring Viko that she agreed to his request. Got it, I'll be quick. Hearing the response accompanied by tinkling sounds from Viko's room, Pepper knew very well that the genius syndrome had struck again. In fact, Viko was also helpless. Even though he was a time traveler, he couldn't tell others about future events. Otherwise, his unreliable father would consider him insane and send him for treatment. He could only take detours and provide his father with life-saving items to prevent unintended consequences. He didn't want Tony to end up as the invincible Eastern unbeatable instead of becoming Iron Man. Shaking her head, Pepper decided not to inquire about what Viko was doing and instead asked about Tony's preparations. Jarvis, is Tony ready? Sir, he is changing clothes, you can proceed to the dining room and enjoy the breakfast prepared by the chef. Thank you, Jarvis, but I have already had my meal, I'll wait for him in the dining room, we have a tight schedule today, and when he has breakfast, I can brief him on the matters. Saying that, Pepper stood up from the sofa and prepared to walk to the dining room in the villa. However, she accidentally bumped her toe against the corner of the coffee table. Ouch, that hurts, she inhaled sharply, suppressing the urge to cry out. But as she squatted down and saw her slightly swollen and reddened toe, tears welled up in her eyes. Suddenly, a strange sound caught her attention. Pepper looked up and saw an open suitcase not far away. In the middle of the suitcase, a white object was inflating rapidly, soon turning into a plump fellow. Master, your personal health assistant Baymax noticed that you mentioned a need for medical care, please rate your pain level on a scale of 1 to 10. Looking at the inflatable robot that appeared harmless and natural, Pepper had no defenses and instinctively replied, but I'm not sure what level it has reached. Now Baymax will scan you. The big black eyes of Baymax emitted a blue glow after opening the hyperspectral lens. The light swept over Pepper and quickly disappeared. Scan complete, according to the analysis, your left big toe is swollen and painful due to external trauma. Without any fractures, it is determined as a soft tissue contusion. It is recommended to use chloroethane rapid pain relief spray. Okay, alright, Pepper was stunned by Baymax's performance and nodded, agreeing to the treatment plan it provided. S.H.I.E.L.D. Baymax bent its short legs and clumsily squatted in front of Pepper, then extended a finger and sprayed the pain relief spray on the affected area. It doesn't hurt anymore, amazing. Rapid pain relief spray is just the current treatment plan. To speed up recovery, please remember to apply hot compresses tonight and use anti-inflammatory medication to reduce inflammation and swelling. Okay, thank you, Baymax. Please provide feedback on Baymax's service. Baymax cannot enter sleep mode until you express satisfaction. Extremely satisfied, you can rest now. Receiving a satisfactory evaluation, Baymax wobbled back to its charging box, waiting for its master's next summons. So, personal health assistant, it's pretty good, isn't it? Tony, who had appeared in the living room without anyone noticing, looked at Pepper with a proud expression. Baymax is really great. How did you come up with this genius idea of having a personal health assistant? Excited by the healing experience Baymax provided, Pepper asked Tony with enthusiasm. Well, Tony's face became awkward. Actually, it wasn't my idea, Baymax is Viko's invention. That makes sense. With your brain, how could you design such an adorable and silly robot like Baymax? It seems like Viko will surpass you as a father in no time. You have to step up your game. Pepper didn't spare Tony any face and inserted a knife into him, making his already awkward expression even worse. To save face, Tony immediately changed the subject. He said, if you like it, I'll have the brat make another one for you. He wouldn't dare disobey his father's command, hee. Humph, with the relationship between Viko and me, I can handle it without your intervention. Alright, let's stop chatting and get back to business. Your schedule for the next few days is packed. First, Pepper, being Tony's most trusted secretary, quickly shifted her attention to work tasks. Alright, these are the arrangements we discussed with the military. I've sent a copy of the schedule to your email. After briefing Tony on her own work, Pepper didn't forget about Viko's request. She glanced at the time and instead of mentioning their departure, she said, I told you yesterday that the upcoming days would be busy, and I wanted you to go home early and rest. I didn't expect you to be up this late. Although Pepper didn't see it with her own eyes, based on her years of understanding Tony, combined with his exhausted complexion and dark circles, she believed she was close to the truth. Hearing the emphasis in Pepper's words and her disdainful expression, Tony immediately explained with an innocent look. You misunderstood me. I did go straight home after work last night. It was that brat, you know, the technology he used on Baymax was just fascinating. I spent the whole night reading related materials, and that's why I'm not feeling well. Is that so? Pepper was somewhat skeptical. It's true. If you don't believe me, ask Viko. Alright, let's assume what you said is true. Seeing Tony using their son as a shield, Pepper reluctantly believed his explanation. What do you mean, let's assume? Tony wanted to explain further, but he was interrupted by Viko, who suddenly opened the door and came out of his room. Dad, come over here and see what I've prepared for you. Viko, excitedly dragging a set of silver-gray suit, waved and called Tony. What strange thing have you come up with now? Curious, Tony, accompanied by Pepper, walked to the entrance of Viko's room. What do you mean by strange? You're just jealous that I have more talent than you. This suit is made with graphene nanomaterials and carbon fiber framework. Plus, I just finished programming the Kung Fu Master chip last night. After wearing it, not only will it protect your torso from heat and cold weapons, but it will also instantly turn you into a martial arts expert. Yes, this suit was specially made by Viko for Tony's trip to Afghanistan, inspired by a movie he had watched in his previous life, The Tuxedo, starring Jackie Chan. However, for convenience and style, Viko didn't completely replicate the design from the movie. Instead, he created a slim-fit fashionable suit. Due to time constraints actually, Viko was too engrossed in his ocean of knowledge and forgot to keep track of time. Viko couldn't achieve the variety of abilities of the magical tuxedo from the movie. He could only temporarily install the Kung Fu Master chip that was originally meant for Baymax on the suit. But Viko believed that with this suit, Tony would be able to escape unscathed during the attack in Afghanistan, at least without having a large lump on his chest. You're overthinking it. With so many soldiers from the military protecting me, how could I possibly be in danger? This trip is perfectly safe, so don't worry. But since it's your thoughtfulness, I'll give it a try. After all, it looks pretty good. Even though Tony felt moved inside, he couldn't express it directly due to his tsundere nature. He hadn't learned how to express himself properly yet. However, deep in his heart, Tony made a decision. After this trip, he would make an effort to repair the relationship between him and his son, making up for his past negligence. Chapter 6. Afghanistan, Bagram Air Base. General, hello. Hello, Mr. Stark, the general shook Tony's outstretched hand and said. I'm looking forward to your weapon demonstration today. Thank you. In a desolate testing ground, Tony wore the silver-gray slim-fit suit tailored for him by Viko. He wore a pair of tea-colored gold-framed sunglasses and gave a serious speech before the weapon demonstration. Fear or respect, which is better? In my opinion, both are excessive, aren't they? Therefore, I humbly present the flagship product of Stark Industries, the Freedom Series, a missile system that incorporates our patented impact technology. People often say the best weapon is the one that doesn't need to be used, but I respectfully disagree. I prefer weapons that you only need to use once. My father did it this way, my country did it this way, and so far, it has been very successful. Find an excuse, launch this thing, and I guarantee you the bad guys won't want to crawl out of their holes again. As soon as he finished speaking, Tony waved his hand to the artillery battery, signaling to launch the missile. Whoosh! As a missile swiftly ascended, heading towards the predetermined targets in the range behind Tony, it suddenly disintegrated and split into dozens of smaller missiles when it approached the target. For reference, this is our Jericho missile. Along with Tony's words, a violent shockwave erupted after delivering a devastating blow to the target several kilometers away. The strong airflow even blew off the hats of the soldiers present. The demonstration was incredibly successful, and the objective of this trip had been achieved. Tony approached a large metal crate and took out pre-prepared glasses and champagne. For every deal over $500 million, I'll give one of these as a gift, here's to peace. Tony raised his glass in a toast and drank it all in one go. At this moment, the triumphant Tony was unaware that a conspiracy against him was brewing in the shadows. With the deal sealed, an excited Tony chose not to board the specially prepared armored vehicle but instead got into a regular military car, finding it as a bit of amusement on the otherwise boring journey. His good friend Colonel Rhodes didn't persuade him otherwise and let Tony indulge in his quirks. I'll be right behind you to protect you, I'll meet you at the base. Alright, see you at the base, brave soldiers, let's head to our destination. Inside the car, feeling the engine roar as the military vehicle raced across the sandy terrain, the bumpy road tested the limits of the tires and suspension. Tony felt his blood boiling with excitement and passion. Hey, young man, do you have a girlfriend? Tony suddenly asked a young soldier, fully armed and with a handsome appearance, sitting beside him. Not yet, sir. The young man, evidently not a seasoned soldier who had been in the military for years, straightened his posture and replied loudly. Alright, relax, buddy, I'm just having a chat with you guys, and I'm not your commanding officer. After all, the journey is long and boring, we have to find some amusement for ourselves. As he spoke, Tony unbuttoned his suit jacket and took off his tie from around his neck. It's really hot in the desert. Mr. Stark, a soldier mustered up the courage and probed. I heard that you've been in bed with the cover girl from last year's Maxim magazine for all 12 months, is that true? This seasoned soldier was clearly more experienced than the young man earlier, bringing up a topic that everyone was interested in. Well, that's... Boom! Before the soldiers could hear the answer they were eagerly anticipating, a shell landed in the middle of the convoy, interrupting the words Tony was about to speak. The vehicle was overturned by the blast, and the soldiers inside the car were all knocked unconscious to varying degrees of injury. Only Tony, who was protected in the middle, miraculously escaped unharmed. Struggling to climb out of the wreckage, Tony looked at the scene before him and quickly took out his phone to call for help. But before he could make the call, a missile landed next to him. Boom! Another explosion hit, sending Tony flying. Thanks to the protection of the graphene suit, his torso was not harmed by the blast however. Due to his previous carelessness in unbuttoning his jacket, the explosion's shockwave couldn't protect his heart. Tony's chest was struck by shrapnel, and his life hung by a thread. Before losing consciousness, he saw a clear emblem imprinted on the remnants of the missile that attacked him. When Tony woke up again, the environment around him had undergone a drastic change. The surroundings appeared to be a dim and dry cave, and he found himself lying on a folding iron bed. Turning his head, he saw an unfamiliar man, using the faint light to trim his beard. Feeling something unusual in his chest, Tony struggled to lift his head and look down at his chest, where he discovered a peculiar device. 2 wires extended from it and connected to a battery beside the bed. Without any hesitation, Tony reached out to remove the strange device. If I were you, I wouldn't do that, the unfamiliar man spoke up, stopping Tony's action. What have you done to me? After managing to calm the turmoil in his heart, Tony calmly posed his question to the stranger. What have I done? I saved your life, I managed to remove some shrapnel, but due to their small size and the limitations of this place, there are still some remnants, they could travel with your blood and potentially reach your heart at any moment. Seeing Tony's questioning expression, he picked up a small glass bottle from the nearby table and showed it to Tony. Do you want to take a look? I have a souvenir here, take a look. Taking the small bottle, Tony saw the tiny fragments through the faint light. The stranger continued speaking, I have seen many people in our village with this kind of injury, we call them savers, because a week later, the shrapnel enters vital organs. What about this? What is it? That's an electromagnet powered by a car battery, it prevents the shrapnel from reaching your heart. Now Tony regretted not buttoning up that damn button on his suit properly. Did you see the suit I was wearing? He asked. Well, it's on that table over there, but don't expect to find anything, if it was left here, it means everything on it has already been scavenged, the man replied. No, the suit itself is important, it was a gift from my son. Thinking about Viko and Pepper's saddened expressions upon hearing the news of his attack from thousands of miles away, Tony felt a sense of guilt for not cherishing the important people around him. Chapter 7. We actually met at the Berlin Tech Conference. I don't remember. Of course, you wouldn't remember. If I were as drunk as you were, I would have passed out long ago, let alone giving a speech about integrated circuits. Where are we? Tony asked the question he most wanted to know at the moment. Quick, get up, get up. Before answering Tony's question, sensing someone approaching outside the cave, he immediately urged Tony to stand up. Do as I do, quickly raise your hands. Tony hadn't figured out the situation yet, so he just followed along. But when he saw the weapon held by the incoming terrorist, he couldn't stay calm anymore. Those are guns I created, how did they get their hands on them? Do you understand what I'm saying? Follow along with me. Walking ahead, the person who seemed like the leader of the terrorists saw Tony, who had already woken up. He spoke rapidly in a language Tony had never heard before. Seeing this, the unfamiliar man beside Tony translated for him. He said, "Welcome, Tony Stark, the greatest executioner in American history. He is honored to meet you and hopes you can manufacture the missile for him, the Jericho missile, which you tested." This one, Tony took a clear photo from the terrorist leader's hand and showed it to Tony. Realizing the other party's intention, Tony was dumbfounded. His whereabouts and weapons, which should have been kept strictly confidential, were all exposed. He himself was severely injured with Stark Industries weapons obtained from unknown sources. And now, he was being threatened to work for terrorists using the weapons he invented. Tony understood that someone had betrayed him, but it was also because of this that he couldn't believe that as the soul of Stark Industries, he had been sold. I won't do it. Tony, who had never experienced the harsh realities of society, couldn't be swayed by just a few words. So, under the leader's command, they demonstrated their sincerity through their actions. After being tormented and educated, Tony, led by the terrorists, arrived outside the cave. Here, there was massive firepower capable of destroying a small city. The inscriptions on each weapon were especially glaring. What are you thinking? The unfamiliar man continued to act as the leader's translator. You have stockpiled many weapons I manufactured. He says he has all the components to manufacture the Jericho missile. He wants you to list the materials immediately and start working on it. Once it's completed, they will let you go. He won't. Tony pretended to agree and reached out to shake hands with the leader. That's right, the unfamiliar man agreed. During the crucial time that followed, Tony, encouraged by the unfamiliar man, decided to play along and secretly work on creating hope to escape. He finally knew the name of his savior, Einsen, and also learned the name of the terrorist group that kidnapped him. They called themselves the Ten Rings. Taking advantage of the terrorists' desire for the Jericho missile, Tony obtained a rudimentary but usable workshop and had a heap of materials given to him to manufacture the missile. Now, Tony Stark, it's up to your brilliant mind to figure out how to escape. There are people waiting for you at home. Einsen, come and help me. Boosting his morale, Tony and Einsen began their plan. Tony first used the high-purity palladium element among the available materials to create an arc reactor, which could generate 3 billion joules of energy per second to power the electromagnet in his chest. This allowed him to break free from the constraints of the battery and move freely. It can provide you with enough energy to live for 4 lifetimes. Einsen exclaimed. Or run a large-scale machinery for 50 minutes, then he handed a pile of blueprints to Einsen. What's this? Einsen asked. He revealed his secret weapon that he planned to use to escape. Stack the blueprints and take a look. Wow! It's amazing. I call it Viko II, named after my son. Many of his ingenious ideas have given me a lot of inspiration. He will definitely be as amazing as you in the future. No, he will be even more amazing than me. The plan progressed smoothly, and under the joint efforts of Tony and Einsen, the various components of Viko II were gradually being constructed. However, it was precisely because the plan was going smoothly that both of them let their guard down. They forgot that they were in the den of wolves, and every move they made would be observed by the 10 Rings. As the components of Viko II continued to accumulate, the monitors began to realize that what they were creating was far from the appearance of the Jericho missile. After threatening them with their subordinates, the 10 Rings gave them a final deadline. They had to hand over the assembled Jericho missile the next day. Time was running out, and tonight was destined to be a sleepless night. But the tension did not make them lose their composure. With orderly completion of all the armor components, the plan finally reached a critical moment. So, are you ready to move? Einsen asked, helping Tony put on the armor. No problem, I've never felt better. Suddenly, Einsen frowned and stopped his movements. He heard footsteps coming from outside the door. Einsen, Stark. Where are you? Come out. They found us, what do we do, Tony? You say something first, keep them at bay. But they're speaking Hungarian. Then say this. But I don't know it. Well, what do you know? Einsen thought for a moment and began responding to the person outside in a language he often communicated with the leader of the Ten Rings. But it was of no use. The terrorists who couldn't understand what he was saying decided to come in and see for themselves. Quickly unlocking the door, they were about to enter. But instead of finding Tony and Einsen begging for mercy, they were met with a preset explosion trap. Boom! The blazing fireball devoured both of them. The loud noise alarmed the terrorists throughout the Ten Rings base. Go, bring them here. Taking advantage of the time delayed by the explosion, Einsen began assisting Tony in loading the control system for Viko II. However, the approaching footsteps outside the door made Einsen very anxious. They're coming. Don't worry, we'll succeed once we finish everything. We need more time. Suddenly, Einsen seemed to make a decision. I'll go buy you some time. Einsen. Stick to the plan. But Einsen was not moved at all and continued walking towards the outside. Wait. Wait. At least put on my suit. Are you suggesting that I die in a more dignified manner? Einsen couldn't help but feel a mix of amusement and tears at Tony's request. No, do you remember me telling you that this is a gift from my son? Yes, I remember. He's a genius, even though he's still underage. He's a genius that rivals me without any doubt. This suit utilizes a new type of nanomaterial he invented, which effectively protects your body to the maximum extent in the face of various weapon attacks. He will definitely become even more outstanding and great than you. He knows how to replace destruction with protection. After saying that, Einsen put on the suit decisively and walked out of the room. Chapter 8. Outside the room, the thin and weak Dr. Einsen had already picked up the firearms left by the terrorists on the ground and engaged in a firefight with the enemy. Meanwhile, the loading progress of the control system had just reached 50%. Without the coordinated control system, Tony was trapped in a heavy steel armor and couldn't move. Anxiously, he stared at the progress bar on the screen, praying that Einsen would come out unscathed from the onslaught of the Ten Commandments gang. Einsen, rushing out of the room with a rifle in hand, wasn't as miserable as Tony had imagined. Surprisingly, he felt far from powerless. Einsen had made up his mind to sacrifice himself to ensure Tony's escape, but he was amazed by his current state. In the face of the enemy, his body seemed disconnected from himself, effortlessly maneuvering and evading the bullets fired by the enemy. Even if a few stray bullets hit him, they couldn't penetrate the protective layer of his suit. The rifle in his hand seemed to have an aimbot. After automatic targeting, a surge of electricity stimulated his index finger, and with a bang, the enemy in front of him was shot dead with a bullet to the forehead. Stark. Your son is a damn genius, a genius greater than you. I'm going godlike today. In fact, this was the effect of the advanced martial arts chip that Viko had previously installed in the suit. Viko had recorded data in the chip, including the combat techniques of martial arts masters from various countries and even the elite soldiers of special forces. Combined with the auxiliary systems Viko had added, Einsen's perfect accuracy was not surprising. When Einsen had eliminated the first group of terrorists to arrive, Tony, fully armed after the control system finished loading, arrived behind him. Seeing the bodies of the enemy lying on the ground, Tony couldn't contain his surprise. Einsen, you didn't tell me that besides being a scholar, you're also a sharpshooter. No. Tony, your son's invention is amazing. I feel like I've been reborn today. This suit is so damn awesome. Tony now regretted not wearing this suit more tightly. But you're wrong about one thing, it's not just about feeling reborn, we're about to be reborn. Tony controlled the slightly cumbersome Viko II armor, protecting Einsen as they wreaked havoc in the base. With the powerful firepower of the armor and Einsen's agility, they were invincible. After successfully leaving the cave, they detonated the Ten Commandments gang's arsenal, reducing the base to ruins. The two of them, finally escaping, didn't feel particularly wonderful at the moment because the propulsion system of the Viko II malfunctioned, and they were now suspended in mid-air several tens of meters high. Bang! Tony, along with the Viko II armor, crashed heavily into a pile of sand on the ground. The strong impact caused the bulky armor to fall apart into pieces. On the other hand, Einsen, who had emerged unscathed, praised Viko for his thoughtful design of the suit. As Einsen was about to land and bear the impact, the suit inflated like an airbag in a car, enveloping Einsen and turning him into a sphere, saving him from harm. Ha, I'm reborn. Today, Einsen is reborn. Sob, 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 Einsen, who had regained his freedom, collapsed to the sandy ground and burst into tears. Not bad, Einsen, what's wrong? Why are you crying? Sob, 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 I was prepared to sacrifice myself when I rushed out to buy you time. My family, they all died at their hands, and I thought it would be fitting for me to die alongside them, but in the end, I survived. I regained my freedom and a new life. I can once again experience the beauty of life. Promise me, Tony, don't waste your life, don't squander your time. I promise you, Einsen, this is a promise from Tony Stark, who regained a new life today. At the New York Air Force Base, the military transport plane carrying Tony safely landed on the airport runway upon his return from Afghanistan. Einsen didn't come along, he stayed in his hometown of Kamira, hoping to contribute to its peace. Tony didn't stop Einsen from pursuing his own ideals and values. Before parting ways, he gifted the Viko suit, which was originally given to him, to Einsen, hoping that with its help, Einsen could gradually approach his own goals. With Colonel Rhodes' support, Tony walked out of the aircraft. Sharp-eyed Tony could already see Viko, Pepper, and Happy waiting for him not far away on the tarmac. Are your eyes red because you shed tears for your long-lost boss? These are tears of joy. I hate job hunting, Pepper retorted stubbornly. Alright, the vacation is over. Dad, you're such a loser, even wearing the protective suit I gave you, you managed to get yourself into this state, making Pepper worry about you every day, unable to eat or sleep properly. And what about you, you little brat? Aren't you worried about me? I'm not worried about you, I've gotten used to not having you around. Well, rest assured, no one will ever separate us father and son again. After Tony finished speaking, he attempted to embrace Viko with his uninjured left hand, giving him a fatherly hug. Oh, gross, Dad, have you been brainwashed by terrorists or driven insane? Doing something that's unlike you. Tony, exclamation point. Chapter 9. Welcome back, sir, please get in the car. Happy opened the backseat door and welcomed the few of them inside. Where are we going? To the hospital, Pepper replied without hesitation. No, we're not going, Tony refused. Why not, Tony? You need to go to the hospital. I said we're not going, even with your concerned look, Pepper, I'm throwing a tantrum, Tony replied, displaying a childish attitude. Fine, Pepper, Viko here will be the peacemaker. If we're not going to the hospital, then we won't, besides, I've put Baymax in the trunk. If there's anything wrong, Baymax will diagnose it, and I'll personally take him to the hospital. Viko interjected. That's right, Pepper, I know my own body. Even if you don't believe me, don't you trust Baymax, the invention of Viko? I've been held captive for 3 months. And now there are 2 things I want to do. First, I want a cheeseburger, and second, I want. Tony's words were interrupted by Pepper. That's enough, Tony. You're shameless. It's not what you think, I want to hold a press conference. A press conference? Yes, but before that, Happy, drive, let's go find a cheeseburger. Stark Convention Center, backstage after the press conference. Baymax, examine this old man's body. Understood, Master, scan initiated. Scan complete. Based on the data analysis, the patient has multiple soft tissue contusions and open wounds, a slight fracture in the right forearm. Residual metallic foreign objects in the chest area that may cause major organ bleeding, accompanied by symptoms of mental lethargy and excessive fatigue. I suggest you refrain from consuming junk food like cheeseburgers, adjust your condition through sufficient sleep and a balanced diet. And proceed to the next phase of treatment. Dad. Viko looked at Tony and reminded him. Alright, I'm satisfied with your service, Tony acknowledged and evaluated Baymax's service. And what else? Looking at the palm extended in front of him by Viko, Tony reluctantly placed the last cheeseburger in Viko's hand. Is this enough? For now, it'll do. After the conference, remember to go back and get a good sleep, no more chasing after women. Viko nodded in satisfaction and added another piece of advice. Am I that kind of person? Upon hearing this, Viko showed a look of disdain. Of course, you are. But I've been reborn, I'm not the same Tony as before. Mountains may change, but nature remains, a dog can't stop eating shit. Are you still my son? It pains me. Despite the mischief between father and son backstage, Pepper, who was organizing and arranging the event flow on the front stage, encountered a mysterious man. Miss Potts, is that you? Yes, it's me. Faced with the inquiry from this unfamiliar man, Pepper hesitated. Can I talk to you for a moment? I'm not participating in the QA session of this reception, but the press conference is about to start. Pepper indicated that the person could raise their question after the meeting. I'm not a reporter, I'm an agent. Allow me to introduce myself. I'm Phil Coulson, affiliated with the Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement, and Logistics Division. Are you reciting tongue twisters? Pepper, facing this long and stinky organization name, couldn't help but unleash her sarcastic side. We're still working on that, Miss Potts. We're an independent agency with clearer and more specific goals. We need to inquire about Mr. Stark's specific circumstances during his escape. I'll add it to Tony's schedule, okay? Pepper made an excuse to dismiss Coulson. Thank you. Coulson understood that it couldn't be helped and decided to retreat for now, waiting for the next opportunity. Ladies and gentlemen, the press conference is about to begin. Please take your seats according to the seating arrangement. Next, I invite Mr. Tony Stark to the stage for his speech. Alright, the reception has started. Don't be so tense, everyone. It's too formal that way. As we all know, I didn't get a chance to say goodbye to my father, and I have some questions that I never had the opportunity to ask him. How did he view the company? Did he have struggles and doubts? Maybe he was just like the person in a news documentary. But this time, I saw young soldiers of our country being killed, and it was my weapons that I created to protect them that caused their deaths. I also realized that I have become a member of a system that refuses to take responsibility. Tony's topic gradually deepened. And the atmosphere on site became increasingly heavy. The people in attendance held their breath and focused intently on Tony's speech. Only one person's expression turned increasingly ugly as he sensed something unusual in Tony's words. That person was Obadiah Stane, a senior figure in Stark Industries and Howard Stark's business partner. Mr. Stark, where did you experience all of this? A journalist stood up and asked his question. I had an eye-opening experience there. I realized that I could do more for this world than just creating explosions. Therefore, I made a decision to shut down the weapons manufacturing division of Stark Industries. After Tony announced this decision, Obadiah Stane's face turned completely dark. Tony Stark, damn it. Furthermore, just when the scene had already turned chaotic due to Tony's earth-shattering speech, Tony's talk wasn't over yet. I would like to introduce someone to you all. Perhaps you all already know him, considering that the circulation of your newspapers increased significantly when the news of me having a son broke out. Yes, the person I'm introducing is none other than my son, Viko Stark. Viko possesses mechanical talents that are in no way inferior to mine. His youthful and vibrant mind is filled with fresh ideas that may even open a new door for me. And not long ago, he truly achieved that. Baymax. With Tony's call, the inconspicuous red suitcase placed on the stage automatically opened, and after a while of inflation, Baymax swayed his way to the front of the stage. Hello, I am Baymax, your personal healthcare assistant. Do you require medical care? Wow. The appearance of Baymax caused a wave of exclamations in the audience. And after Tony repeated Viko's experiment using a roll of duct tape, everyone's gaze was fixated on Baymax on the stage. So, as the chairman of Stark Industries, the second decision I am announcing today is that Stark Industries will enter the healthcare industry. With Tony's announcement of this decision, the crowd erupted once again. Obadiah Stane in the audience couldn't sit still anymore and immediately went up to the stage, putting his arm around Tony's shoulder and moving him away from the microphone. Alright, I believe you won't have any trouble selling newspapers tomorrow. The good news you should take away from here today is that Tony Stark is back, and he is healthier than ever. Alright, today's press conference ends here. Chapter 10. Hey, old man, the press conference had just ended, and Viko immediately approached Tony backstage with an unfriendly expression. How come I don't remember authorizing Stark Industries to produce anything, let alone mentioning today that my business would be revealed? As Viko questioned Tony with anger, Tony's eyes wandered around, and he reluctantly replied, actually, it was a spur-of-the-moment decision. As soon as the words left his mouth, Tony noticed a hint of danger in Viko's expression. He hurriedly continued, hold on, don't be hasty, let me explain. It's no wonder Tony was afraid of Viko's anger. Although they didn't spend much time together as father and son, there were still some memories that made Tony's hair stand on end. He remembered when Viko was 6 years old. Tony had criticized the magnetic levitation bicycle he had built at the time, calling it a waste of talent and useless. In response, Viko secretly replaced the shower gel in the bathroom with his own concoction of hardening foam, trapping Tony in the bathroom for the whole night. The next day, when the foam lost its effect and Tony managed to escape and was about to confront Viko, Viko said something that left a deep psychological scar, making Tony afraid to provoke Viko's anger again. Hey, Dad, you're out. I wanted to take a few pictures of you and then exhibit you at the entrance. I didn't expect this formula to be so useless, its effect only lasted one night. It was precisely because of this memorable experience that when Tony saw Viko's face, which had already started to turn dark, he immediately explained, although it was a spur-of-the-moment decision to make you appear in front of the national media, think about it. As my son, the future heir of Stark Industries, from the moment you returned to my side, it was impossible to escape the media spotlight. Now you're already 14, and in a few years, you'll be an adult. With me helping you build your image, along with your exceptional talent, when the time comes for you to take over the company from me, the board of directors won't pose any obstacles. But I want to grow up quietly and be an old recluse. Being in the limelight like you, who knows, one day someone might kidnap you to make weapons. Besides, who wants to inherit your Stark Industries? I'm a man who's obsessed with knowledge. I'm too lazy to deal with company affairs. I think you should take advantage of your mild kidney deficiency and have a child with Aunt Pepper to be your successor. Hearing Viko's words, Pepper, who was nearby, blushed on her fair face, and Tony's face turned red as he reacted strongly. He shouted, at such a young age, not studying properly, is it your business to interfere in this matter? Let's get back to business. Regarding the authorization for Baymax, I plan to establish a company in your name specifically to operate all the technology and future inventions you've accumulated over the years. The company will be fully owned by you, and it will only handle everything related to you. As for the authorization fee for Baymax, we'll negotiate after the company is set up. Don't worry, I won't shortchange you. Alright, I accept your explanation this time, but don't let it happen again. If you dare to make decisions without consulting me in the future, be careful I pour the latest batch of super spicy extract on your underwear. Tony shivered, feeling a bit relieved that he had managed to brush off the situation just now. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unbearable. Rest assured, there won't be a next time, I promise. At that moment, Tony saw Obadiah Stane approaching him with a stern face not far away. He felt delighted in his heart and said, "Oh, Obadiah is coming." Judging by his serious expression, he must have something important to discuss with me. Viko, you stay with Aunt Pepper, I have to talk about work. Tony immediately used Obadiah as an excuse to get away from Viko, who he saw as his savior. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, Tony greeted Obadiah, saying, Uncle Obi, is there something you want to talk to me about? You did a good job just now, Tony. Obadiah sarcastically re-Viko'd. I think so too, Tony replied, taking advantage of the situation. Tony, how much do you think Stark Industries' stock price will drop tomorrow? Obadiah's face grew even darker as he looked at Tony, who still appeared nonchalant. Optimistically, I estimate a drop of 40 points. That's the minimum. Obadiah lit a cigar for himself, trying to calm down. Yeah, it is. Tony, we're weapons manufacturers. Obi, I don't want the only legacy we leave behind to be a pile of casualty numbers. That's our job. We are arms dealers, and we should be manufacturing weapons. Not anymore. I've already announced that Stark Industries is entering the medical field. We will become a more profitable and greater company. Are you talking about relying on little Viko, that inflatable doll? Don't daydream, Tony, who would believe something invented by a 14-year-old kid? It can't save Stark Industries' stock price. Then let's talk about the arc reactor. I have high hopes for the field of new energy. Oh please, Tony, the arc reactor is just a gimmick. Building it was just to shut up the media and politicians. As Obadiah spoke, he pointed to the prototype of the arc reactor created by Howard Stark in the middle of the exhibition hall. But he succeeded, Tony insisted. Indeed, but that was a scientific project. Its commercial viability is terrible. We knew before we even built it that the arc reactor technology was a dead end, right? Perhaps. I'm right, aren't I? How long has it been since we made any breakthroughs in this technology? They say it's been 30 years. Can your poker face be any more unpleasant? Tell me, who said that? Who told you that I made a breakthrough in technology? Was it Pepper or Rhodey? Forget it, Tony, I want to see. Pepper or Rhodey? Fine, it was Rhodey. Upon hearing the answer, Tony unbuttoned his shirt and revealed the arc reactor on his chest to Obadiah. It works. Alright, seeing what he wanted, Obadiah wore a greedy smile. He put his arm around Tony's shoulder and affectionately said. Listen to me, Tony, we're a team, you know. As long as we work together, there's nothing we can't achieve, just like your father and I did. Sorry, Obi, I didn't consult with you beforehand, but if I had. Tony, Obadiah interrupted Tony's attempt to explain. Listen to me, there won't be any more of these incidents. Do you understand what I mean? You're right, my father took that route in the past. That's right, Tony, try to keep a low profile, and leave the upcoming matters to me to handle for you. That guy is definitely up to something. What? Pepper was confused by Viko's sudden re-Viko. I'm talking about that old man, Obadiah. Tony's trouble is definitely connected to him. Viko decided to give Pepper a preemptive warning about Obadiah, who was currently talking with Tony, while appearing to be a kind and caring elder. Viko knew that Obadiah was the mastermind behind Tony's current troubles. But he lacked evidence. Relying solely on his knowledge of the storyline from his past life wouldn't be a valid reason to accuse him. So the best approach was to plant a seed of suspicion in Pepper's mind, influencing Tony's thoughts through her. The only people in the company who knew Tony's schedule were you as his secretary and Obadiah as the vice chairman. Since the terrorists were able to accurately ambush Tony on his usual route, it must have been one of you who leaked the information. I don't believe it was you, Aunt Pepper, so it can only be that old man. Could it really be him? Pepper felt doubtful upon hearing Viko's analysis. Although she couldn't provide evidence to prove her innocence, she was certain that she hadn't betrayed Tony. If Viko's analysis was correct, then Obadiah. Alright, Aunt Pepper, don't dwell on these things, after all, it's just my personal speculation, please don't spread it around, and I have a favor to ask you. Seeing Viko suddenly feeling a bit embarrassed, Pepper chuckled softly. You don't have to go through this with me, just tell me what it is, and I'll do my best to help you. I know you and Tony are capable, don't forget, you promised to customize a special version of Baymax for me before. Don't worry, it'll be a pink custom edition with a cute and lovely voice. Tomorrow, I'll deliver it to your door. I've already come up with a name for it. How about Barbie the Iron Doll? I think I'll name it myself. Chapter 11. How is Stark Industries doing? At 8:30 in the evening, Tony returned home exhausted. Although dinner time had passed, for Viko, Tony coming home at this time was considered early. It's none of your business, so stop worrying, I can handle this matter myself. Tony walked over to Viko and ruffled his hair. It's your own mess, and I don't care about it, but I do believe what you said earlier. Viko raised his hand and opened Tony's rough palm. What did I say? You said you found a new lease on life and you're no longer the old Tony Stark. Seeing that you didn't spend the night outside today, I'm willing to believe those words. You little rascal, mocking me like that, you, a kid who hasn't even grown his fur, wouldn't understand the joys of deep communication between adults. As he spoke, Tony narrowed his eyes and made a nostalgic expression. Humph, I can't argue with you, but if Pepper ends up marrying someone else and having children, don't regret it. Got it, I'm already working hard, aren't I? Hurry up and finish the robot you promised her so that I can find an opportunity to give it to Pepper and win her heart. Don't worry, this time I've customized an exclusive pink skin for her, as well as a lowly voice recorded by a famous Disney voice actor. And in addition to the health assistant chip, I've also updated several practical chips like a personal bodyguard chip, a fitness coach chip, and a caring nanny chip. Ensuring that Pepper will have a thoughtful life assistant from head to toe, in all aspects of her life. Not bad, not bad. Wait a minute, if you raise her living standards so much, it will make me look like I don't care about her when compared to you, won't it? You're mistaken, old man. Do you think Pepper has been by your side for so long, receiving your undivided love and never leaving you because you care about her enough? No. Is it because you're incredibly handsome? No, it's not. Is it because you're fabulously wealthy, with riches to rival a country? Even less so. It's because you're smart, very smart, smart enough that just your brain alone is sexy enough to attract Pepper's attention. So, you don't even know where your strengths lie, and the robots I make are simply incomparable to you. Listening to you say that, it seems to be true. You, at such a young age, why do you seem to have more experience in relationships than I do? You've been cooped up at home since you were little, you didn't even go to school, so where did you learn all these things? You're outdated, old man. It's the year 2010 already, and mobile phones can access the internet anytime through 3G networks. The 4G era is about to come. Don't you use the internet regularly? Although the old saying in China is good, in this age of mobile internet, any information and knowledge can be obtained through the internet. These things are already common knowledge. Let me tell you, based on my analysis, as the internet becomes more advanced, with wider reach and faster speeds, we will enter an era of online knowledge payment in the future. I'm already preparing a private tutoring chip for Baymax, as well as related educational cloud platforms. I believe there will be great potential in the future. Upon hearing Viko's analysis of the future situation, Tony's expression became serious as well. He didn't think these words were just child's play. Tony knew how intelligent Viko was, and since he could provide logical and well-supported evidence from various aspects to support his conclusions, Tony was certain that the era of online knowledge payment, as Viko described, would definitely come. Do you have any other thoughts about the future? Share them with me. I underestimated you before, kid. I never expected you to be so knowledgeable without going outside. Humph, you never underestimated me, you never even bothered to give me a proper look. Sigh, I understand, after all, I'm just an illegitimate child who suddenly appeared in your life, making things difficult for you, Viko replied. Enough, you brat. Stop pretending with me, I'm not falling for your tricks anymore, let's cut to the chase, how much do you want this time? Well, let's see. The Warren Buffett lunch auction goes for no less than $2 million. I'm providing you with accurate and detailed analysis of the future situation. The value of that surely can't be lower than having a meal, right? Just give me a casual $7,777,000 as a token of appreciation, Viko replied. You're ruthless, Tony said as he took out his checkbook and pen from his pocket. He swiftly wrote down the amount and signed the check. Tony tore off the check and handed it to Viko. There you go, you swindler. As an illegitimate child, it's always good to have some extra money in my pocket, Viko said, his eyes gleaming as if there were 2 small gold coins spinning in them. This was a habit Viko carried over from his past life. He had grown up poor, so he had developed an unusual attachment to money. Even though he was born into a wealthy family in this life, he was still an illegitimate child, so Viko preferred to save money himself, just to be safe. After hearing Viko's words, Tony rolled his eyes in disdain. Viko, taking the hint, put the check in his pocket and began expressing his insights into future trends. To call it insights would be an overstatement. It was merely a reference to the trajectory of social development in the previous life, combined with the specific circumstances of this world, to make analytical predictions. After enthusiastically discussing the commercial prospects of big data, cloud services, the Internet of Things, artificial intelligence, blockchain, and other technologies, based on his vivid impressions from his previous life, Viko realized it was already 2 a.m. He said, "Alright, I think that's enough for now, I'm really tired. Fine, let's stop here for today, go get some sleep. Oh, there's one more thing, tomorrow, you have to help me replace the new arc reactor in my chest. My hand is too big, and I can't reach the wires inside," Tony requested. "Forget it. That thing in your chest is disgusting, full of pus. There's no way I'm putting my hand in there, even if you paid me. And what's with you? This is a great opportunity to get closer to Pepper. And you're asking me for help? Tomorrow, when Pepper comes, I'll have the robot I've been working on ready. You can ask her for help. But wouldn't that be a bit inappropriate?" Tony hesitated shyly. "What if I scare her? Hey. You're ruining your image as a playboy and a smooth talker in my eyes. Haven't you thought that if she's not repulsed by this, it's obvious that she likes you? If she really rejects you because of this, then you should work harder to pursue her. Why are you hesitating about something so harmless and beneficial?" Viko exclaimed. "Well, maybe I'll give it a try tomorrow then." Tony finally agreed. Chapter 12. Alright, Pepper. Wait here for me, and don't you dare open your eyes and peek ahead of time. I'll go get the things now, just wait for me. Pepper had just arrived at the entrance today when Tony led her to the underground garage of the villa. To give her a better surprise, Tony had Jarvis search the internet for him using Viko's method. So, using the methods he learned online, Tony blindfolded Pepper along the way. "Is it alright, Tony? What's the matter anyway? I wanted to get the robot that Viko gave me." Forget about Viko, Tony walked up behind her and gently took off her blindfold. "Now it's my turn to give you a gift, look at this." Pepper followed Tony's pointing finger and saw a pink mini suitcase, even smaller than Baymax's charging case. The surface of the suitcase had a matte finish, giving it a stylish and beautiful appearance. In the center of the front, there was a yellow LED light strip in the shape of hearts, obviously a special design for women. Seeing all this in front of her, Pepper's girlish heart was about to burst with excitement. Her watery eyes sparkled with a different kind of brilliance. "Go for it, Dad." Viko, who was secretly observing everything outside the glass door of the garage, quietly cheered Tony on. Tony looked at him and nodded in acknowledgement. "I got it. Hey. I hope Dad can handle this. He's even more innocent in front of someone he likes than a virgin. I wonder if this great atmosphere will ruin everything. But thanks to what happened with Sister Pepper, I remembered the happiness of spending money on skins in my past life. I should design a few more skins for the popular version of the personal health assistant and provide a personalized service for the wealthy. I want the people of this universe to experience the joy of microtransactions too, he. Ignoring Viko, who was already indulging in his own delusions, Tony was ready to take action. "How about it, do you like it? This is a personal health assistant specially customized for you, Diamond Barbie. You're not telling me the truth, are you? Is it really called that?" Sensing that the atmosphere was a bit off, Tony quickly changed his words. That name is what Viko called it, the robot system hasn't been named yet, so now you can give it a name you like." Tony led Pepper, holding her hand, to the specially customized pink robot. He reached out and tapped the heart-shaped symbol in the center of the pink portable charging case. Buzz buzz. Just like the design of Baymax, the lid of the pink case opened, and the robot enclosed within it began to automatically inflate. In no time, the specially customized, limited edition personal health assistant that Viko had designed and gifted to Pepper appeared perfectly in front of the two of them. The pink polyvinyl carbon fiber skin was covered with graphene film, making it not only more solid and durable, but also giving it a cute and lovable feeling compared to Baymax's gentleness. At the same time, in order to better suit Pepper's aesthetic preferences, Viko reduced its height in the design, from Baymax's 2.6 meters to 1.7 meters, and its body was slimmer and more slender than Baymax's. To compress the reminders to such a degree, Tony had put a lot of effort into it as well. Firstly, the internal graphene battery was replaced with a miniature version of the arc reactor, smaller than the one on Tony's chest, capable of supporting this customized model to function normally for 100 years or engage in combat mode for an hour. The interior was also equipped with a holographic projector and emergency and daily medicine kit specifically designed for women, not to mention the various functional chips designed by Viko. Thanks to the compression of its size, after being stored in the charging case, it was not only small in size but also lightweight, weighing only 1.4 kilograms, allowing Pepper to carry it with her whether at home, in the office, on a trip, or on a business trip. Diamond Barbie Series Unit 1 at your service, Master. Hello, I am your personal health assistant, life assistant, personal chef, and personal bodyguard. After Diamond Barbie Unit 1 finished introducing its functions with a clear and pleasant customized lowly voice, Tony wiped the non-existent sweat off his forehead and said, "Now you can go and give it a name. My program has already set MS Pepper as my sole owner based on the information in the database. Please allow me to scan and collect your biological features. After the initial authentication is complete, you can rename me." Alright, Pepper walked up to Diamond Barbie, although she was disgusted with the name, but looking at its exquisite appearance, cute image, and the imminent naming privilege, Pepper felt that these details didn't matter anymore. Scanning commencing. Scan complete, recording information, authentication complete. Master, please give me a name. Nini. Before the robot could finish speaking, Pepper blurted out the name she had already thought of, without any hesitation. Tony, who was standing beside them, also felt that the name was very fitting after hearing it. It inexplicably felt like this name had some affinity with him too. It seemed like today's plan was very successful. Modification complete. Today is July 17, 2010, from now on, Nini will take care of the Master's daily life, protect the Master's life and physical health. Please take good care of me, Master. After saying these words, Nini raised her little hand and bowed a standard 90-degree bow. Pepper's overflowing teenage heart was about to melt when she saw this scene. Nini, I'll rely on you from now on. Understood, Master. If there are no other requests, please evaluate my services. Nini can enter sleep mode only after the Master is satisfied. I am very satisfied, Nini, you can rest now. With a satisfactory evaluation, Nini moved step by step back to the case. After deflating and folding, it once again transformed into a fashionable suitcase. It's worth mentioning that due to the reduced size, Nini could move with more normal steps. However, to conserve energy and prevent collisions with valuable objects, its movements remained as slow as Baymax's in low-power mode. How about it? Do you like the gift I gave you? Of course, I like it, but this is a gift from Viko to me. What does it have to do with you? Pepper held on to Nini's charging case lovingly and completely missed the love signal Tony was sending. You can't say that. I provided some technical suggestions for Nini's design and manufacturing, and last night, I used my father's authority to urge Viko to work overtime and transform it to its current perfect state. So, of course, this can be considered as my gift too. Upon hearing this, Viko outside the door couldn't help but shiver. If it wasn't for Tony's relentless monetary pressure last night, he wouldn't have let Tony babble nonsense inside. Alright, since that's the case, let's consider it as a gift from you and Viko together. Thank you, Tony. After saying that, Pepper put down the charging case she was hugging and gave Tony a big hug, making the experienced player in love blush a little. Pepper, actually, I have one more thing I would like to ask for your help with today. Before that, could you show me your hand? Chapter 13. I don't quite understand. Faced with Tony's strange request, Pepper was extremely puzzled. If it weren't for her favorable impression of Tony, she would have already considered him a pervert. Show me. Fortunately, at a critical moment, Tony remembered the tactics of a domineering CEO he had learned online. With a deep and magnetic voice, he extended his hand, and Pepper finally shyly placed her palm on Tony's outstretched hand. Exquisite, petite, Tony said solemnly, uttering a Viko that sounded quite lascivious. I need your help. After saying that, Tony's subsequent actions became increasingly shady. He took off his own t-shirt, revealing the arc reactor on his chest. Oh my God, is this what keeps you alive? Pepper asked incredulously. It used to be, but now it's an antique. Tony said as he took out a brand new arc reactor from the workbench. Pepper could tell with her naked eye that this one, both in terms of material and craftsmanship, was more exquisitely made than the old one. This will sustain my life for some time in the future. I want to replace it with this upgraded version, but I've encountered some obstacles. Obstacles? What do you mean? It's not a big deal, just a small problem. Tony tapped the reactor on his chest with his finger. There's an exposed wire underneath this device that is causing a short circuit against the casing. Upon hearing this, Pepper looked at Tony with surprise, but Tony waved his hand to explain, it's okay. So, how can I help you? Pepper asked with a concerned expression. Upon hearing Pepper's question, Tony knew that things were probably going smoothly from here. Pepper was willing to help him. He lay back in a chair, connected a few electrodes to his chest. And then, under Pepper's alarmed gaze, pulled out the arc reactor from his chest. Don't worry, help me put this on the table over there, it's useless now. Oh my God. Pepper carefully took the replaced arc reactor in her hands and placed it gently on the nearby table. Now I want you to reach inside and gently pull out the wire. Is it safe to do that? Pepper asked with worry on her face. It should be fine, it's like a surgical game, just make sure the wire doesn't touch the casing, otherwise, it will make a sound. What surgical game? Nervous, Pepper couldn't catch Tony's humor at this moment. Alright, forget about the game, it's nothing to worry about, just gently pull the wire out, are you ready? Okay. Pepper slowly reached her hand to the edge of the casing, but as if she had been electrocuted, she quickly pulled her hand back. You know, I think maybe I'm not capable of doing this, maybe you should have the doctor come over and help you. Tony looked into her eyes and said seriously, you can do it, you are the most qualified and trustworthy person I know, you will do great. Is my request too demanding? Because I really need your help. Tony now used every trick in the book. First, he comforted her affectionately to win her favor. And then he revealed his vulnerability to gain her sympathy. Under Tony's pursuit techniques that garnered the most likes on the internet, Pepper nodded and agreed. Okay, I'll help you. With courage, Pepper once again reached her hand towards Tony's chest. Oh, there's pus inside. Pepper's face showed a disgusted expression, and her features almost twisted into a bun. Now I understand why you didn't let Viko help, he would definitely refuse. No, that's not pus, it's inorganic biomatter released by the device, not something my body secretes, Tony insisted. And Viko stayed up late last night, he can't do such delicate work. Viko, who had been observing the progress of the two outside the door, sneered and rolled his eyes, a man's mouth, full of lies. No, wait, it's Tony's mouth, full of lies. It stinks. Despite Tony's forced explanation, the unpleasant smell still made Pepper unable to help but complain. Yeah, it does have a bit of an odor, Tony awkwardly responded, quickly changing the subject. The copper wire, have you found it? I've got it. You've got it? Great, be careful not to touch the groove when pulling it out, oh. I mentioned this to you earlier. Sorry, after the small accident just now, Pepper's face was now pale, and she continued the task with her eyes closed. It's okay, just be careful not to pull out the end coil of the electromagnetic wire. Tony watched as the electromagnetic coil wobbled in front of him. Okay, you've already pulled it out. Oh my God, I didn't expect. Pepper opened her eyes, feeling even more panicked, and in her urgency, she wanted to put the pulled-out thing back in. Don't put it back. Tony quickly stopped her. What do I do now? What's wrong with you? It's nothing, it's just that my heart is about to stop beating because you pulled out. What? Didn't you say it was perfectly safe? Forget about it, quickly replace it with this. Tony handed the new reactor to Pepper. Okay, Tony, you'll be fine, right? I'll be fine, I can handle it. I hope so. At this point, Pepper was completely overwhelmed with nervousness, and even though Tony's acting was extremely poor, she couldn't see through it. Dad's move was clever, making Pepper feel guilty. With her personality, she will definitely find a way to make it up to him. It seems I'll have to start calling her stepmom soon. Outside the door, Viko, who was also well versed in online pursuit techniques, immediately saw through Tony's tricks. Feeling that his old man had succeeded with this move, Viko quietly left the door and returned to his own room. Remember to connect that connector to the chassis, Tony reminded. They heard a sound, indicating the completion of the wiring connection. Phew, is that it? Pepper breathed a sigh of relief. Was it that difficult? It was quite fun, wasn't it? Alright, well done, Pepper. Are you okay? Of course, I feel great, but please, please never ask me to do something like this again. I have no one else but you, Viko is too much of a clean freak to help me. As I suspected, it was pus, Pepper said, vigorously shaking off the liquid from her hand. Alright, don't worry about it. What should we do with this? Pepper picked up the reactor that had just been replaced from the table and asked. That? Destroy it, burn it, it doesn't matter. Don't you want to keep it as a memento? Pepper, people have attached many labels to me, but that's not one of them. Alright, is there anything else, Mr. Stark? No, everything's fine, Miss Potts. Pepper left the underground garage with the arc reactor that Tony had replaced in her hand. She lowered her head, lost in thought, as if she had already figured out how to handle it. Chapter 14. The future of aerial combat, whether it is manned or unmanned. What I want to say is that, based on my experience, no unmanned aerial vehicle can surpass the instinctive reactions of a pilot. The insight developed through long training, the ability to foresee consequences by observing the situation deeply, or you can say, the judgment of a pilot. Colonel Rhodes, stationed at the Air Force Base, led a group of new Air Force recruits on a tour inside the hangar, sharing his experiences as an ace pilot. Colonel, then, why can't we create an aircraft without a pilot and co-pilot? Look at this man who fell from the sky, Mr. Tony Stark, Rhodes introduced Tony to the recruits, interrupting his own speech. Speaking of manned or unmanned, you have to hear about his experience of misjudgment. It was in the spring, remember, spring of 1987, that lady in your bed. Tony didn't stop his act of teasing and continued to reveal his good friend's secrets. Tony, stop it, Rhodes quickly interrupted in embarrassment. What was her name again? Was it Yvonne? They will believe it, don't make things up, Rhodes reminded once again. He didn't want to lose face in front of the new recruits. Alright, nice to meet you all, Tony perfectly timed the end of his joke. Guys, take a look around by yourselves for a bit, we need to have a separate chat. As the recruits walked away, Rhodes patted Tony's shoulder. I'm surprised, buddy. Why? I swear, I didn't expect to see you back on your feet so quickly. I can do more than just walk. Is that so? Rhodes had some doubts. Yes, Rhodey, I'm doing something big, and I came to tell you because I hope you'll join me. Rhodes nodded perfunctorily but didn't give a definite answer. You could have really made these people happy because what you did at the press conference was quite a headline. This is not for the military, I'm not, it's different. What's going on? Have you turned into a humanitarian now? I hope you'll listen to my plan seriously. Before Tony could finish, Rhodes interrupted him. No need, what you need now is to get your mind back to normal, I'm serious. Alright, Tony replied with a perfunctory smile. Good to see you, Tony. After saying that, Rhodes turned and continued his unfinished work. Thank you, Tony felt somewhat disappointed with his friend Rhodes' lack of understanding, but that didn't make him give up on his plan. Looks like I'll have to ask Viko for help. Viko, come out, I need to talk to you. Tony wasted no time and immediately called out Viko's name as soon as he got home. Ever since escaping from the terrorists with the help of the crude Viko II suit, Tony had been contemplating this plan. Now, besides his progress with Pepper, this upcoming plan was his primary concern, overshadowing the future development of his company. What's up, Dad? I only went to bed at 4 o'clock last night. 4 o'clock? What were you doing last night? And now it's already noon, considering the 8 hours of sleep teenagers need, you should be up by now. Alright, whose fault is it that this house belongs to you? It's a pity that I stayed up all night to help you remove the shrapnel from your chest. Good deeds go unrewarded. Ha! Tony immediately became interested upon hearing Viko's words. He wasn't concerned about whether the shrapnel in his chest could be removed because he knew the high risks involved. And at this stage, he wasn't willing to take that chance when everything else was under control. What truly interested him was the new gadget Viko had come up with. It should be noted that Viko hadn't devoted much effort to medical research. Even when developing the personal health consultant, Jarvis had assisted with organizing all the medical data. Now, since Viko claimed to have a way to potentially remove the shrapnel from his chest, it meant he had found a direction in some other technology. What new toy have you come up with this time? Show me. Weren't you looking for me because you had something to discuss? No rush, this matter can't be rushed, let's see what you've created first. Compared to an unknown plan that hadn't yielded any results yet, Viko's new invention was more attractive to Tony. After all, in Tony's mind, Viko had already proven himself to be a genius surpassing his own capabilities, although he couldn't admit it out loud. Fine, but it's not feasible to bring it out, come with me to my room, and I'll demonstrate it to you. Viko turned and walked back into his room. Tony followed closely behind but was immediately captivated by the sight of a massive metal sphere in front of him. Tungsten carbide? Tony immediately recognized the alloy material used in the sphere. That's right, old tricks never fail. There are 400 pounds of tungsten carbide here. Come here, I'll show you something interesting. Viko beckoned Tony and led him to a workbench in the room. The workbench was neatly arranged with a complete set of chemical preparation apparatus, all connected and ready to use. It contained various colored chemical reagents, indicating that Viko's latest discovery was related to chemistry. Viko picked up a test tube and poured its contents into the preparation apparatus. Add some perchloric acid and a drop of cobalt pigment. Viko adjusted various instruments along the tabletop while adding reagents. A hint of hydrogen peroxide, then heat it to a temperature of 500 Kelvin. After finishing, Viko turned on the heating device. Once the prepared liquid was transferred into a spray bottle, Viko handed it to Tony. Give it a try, spray it onto the tungsten carbide sphere. Tony followed Viko's instructions and sprayed the reagent onto the massive sphere. The reagent emitted a pink mist, quickly enveloping the entire metal sphere, turning it entirely pink. It's done, isn't it amazing? Viko asked excitedly upon seeing the successful experiment. It's very pink. Tony felt somewhat embarrassed, not expecting Viko to create something with such little technological significance. The most exciting part is yet to come. Clearly, Viko had kept his true achievement a secret until now. With his right index finger extended, Viko gently tapped the now pink tungsten carbide sphere. Pfft. The entire sphere rapidly disintegrated, turning into a fine pink powder that filled Viko's room. Wow! Tony, now entirely covered in pink, couldn't help but exclaim in amazement upon witnessing the true effect of the reagent. It's amazing, isn't it? By chemically embrittling the metal, injecting a few milliliters of the corresponding reagent into your chest can turn all the shrapnel into powder, which will be naturally eliminated by the body's metabolism. Unfortunately, I haven't found a non-toxic or low-toxicity formula suitable for human use yet, otherwise, you could have been my first clinical test subject. It's truly an astonishing invention. It seems I have to keep the metal formula I'll need to use in the future a secret from you, because what I'm about to discuss with you requires quite a bit of metal. Huh. At the moment he heard Tony's plan, Viko's forehead was already filled with black lines. Can I not participate? No, it has to be you, Viko. Chapter 15. Hey, listen, Viko, you have to at least give me a chance to explain the plan to you, right? Well, go ahead and tell me. Viko accepted Tony's proposal, and in fact, he had already guessed what Tony's plan was. It was the development plan for the Viko series of Iron Man suits. However, Viko had some thoughts and differences from Tony regarding this. Listen, this is a brilliant idea and plan. Do you know how I managed to escape from the terrorists? The military claimed that they rescued me, but that's not true. I relied on this. Tony opened the holographic projection device, and a bulky suit of armor appeared before them. This is the secret to my survival. An Iron Man suit powered by the arc reactor in my chest. It can fight for up to 50 minutes under extreme conditions. With this crude creation of mine and the amazing suit you gave me, I successfully escaped from the clutches of the terrorists along with Dr. Einstein and destroyed their weapon stockpile. So this is your plan going forward, right? To develop a more refined and powerful suit of armor. That's right. I want to develop a series of Iron Man suits for myself. This project will not only ensure our safety, but more importantly, it excites me. Combining powerful weapon systems, flight systems, communication systems, combat systems, and so on, all integrated into this small suit of armor. It will be the pinnacle of mechanical and electronic engineering on Earth. Because the first suit of armor I built in Afghanistan was named Viko I after you, I plan to make it a Viko series, differentiated by development order. And also, how about that? Doesn't it make you feel as thrilled as I do? At this point, Tony excitedly placed his hand on Viko's shoulder, his eyes sparkling as he looked at Viko's calm face. It's not bad. In fact, even if you didn't say anything, I had plans to carry out my own mecha project in the future. And since you managed to create the initial suit of armor in such a crude environment with the terrorists, I can't think of anything I can help you with. It's not like that, Viko, I do need your help. The various chips you designed for Baymax can also be applied to the Viko series. I hope to incorporate them as unmanned control modules into the development of the suits. And besides, two heads are better than one. The efficiency of our two geniuses working together will surely be greater than working alone. You just mentioned that you want to create your own mecha, right? While helping me, you can also accumulate useful experience and even carry out your project simultaneously. We can have a competition and see whose achievements are more impressive. Upon hearing Tony's words, Viko, who wasn't initially interested, Also lit up. Viko was a complete otaku, with not many hobbies. Besides conducting scientific research and bringing various ideas in his mind to life, his biggest hobby was competing with his own dad. As long as he could stay ahead of Tony even by a little, Viko would be excited for a long time. Since you put it that way, I'll agree, but you have to change the name of this plan. It sounds terrible, let's just call it, the plan, . Seeing that Viko had agreed, changing the name of the plan was not a big deal, and Tony nodded readily. By the way, there's one more thing. Although I haven't finished the design for my mecha yet and can't show it to you, since we're going to compete, we should be fair. What I can tell you now is that my mecha plan is called Project Excalibur, and it will be a giant mecha with a height of over 5 meters. You'll have to wait until the day of the presentation to see the specifics. I promise it will surprise you. Don't keep me in suspense like this. Fine, I'll wait to see what surprise you can bring me. Come with me to the garage, I can't wait to get started. Tony rubbed his hands excitedly at the thought of the upcoming research and development work. At least let me have lunch first. No, wait, lunch. You're a pain, old man. Jarvis, are you there? Tony arrived at the underground garage and immediately called for Jarvis' assistance. At your service, sir, I'm always here. Good afternoon, Jarvis. Even though it was already noon, Viko greeted Jarvis as usual. Good afternoon, Master Viko. Jarvis, I'd like to create a new project document and label it as Viko II. Do you want to store the file in the Stark Industries central database? No. Actually, I'm not sure who I can trust right now, so until further notice, let's keep everything stored on my private server. Are you working on a secret project, sir? I just don't want this thing to fall into the wrong hands. Perhaps in my hands, it can do some good. Arriving at the workbench, Tony opened the holographic design of the Viko I armor. Viko, come over and take a look. What do you think we should remove here? Tony zoomed in on the specific details of the armor and asked for Viko's opinion. I think we can reduce its size. If we remove it directly, it might affect the balance of the armor during flight. That makes sense. The metal material also needs to be replaced, but I won't discuss that with you. I've just witnessed your metal embrittlement firsthand. In fact, if you cover the surface of the armor with a graphene coating, it can defend against the effects of the metal embrittlement agent. It can also enhance the armor's protective capabilities while reducing overall weight. You're right, I knew teaming up with you was the right choice. I also want to equip it with the graphene battery you previously developed as a backup power source, as well as the super strength booster that will turn me into a powerhouse. Tony and Viko continued their back and forth in the garage. When their opinions aligned, progress was rapid. When they disagreed, they engaged in spirited debates to persuade each other. However, no matter what, Tony always had the final say. After 2 hours of discussion, the first version of the design was finally completed. They viewed it using holographic projection. The newly designed armor no longer had the bulkiness and roughness of the Viko I. Its size was closer to that of a normal person. The defense capabilities, invisible to the naked eye, were greatly enhanced after incorporating Viko's graphene nanomaterials. Alright, let's build it and see how it performs before making further improvements. Talking alone won't yield any results, let's just name it Viko II for now. I won't help you with the hands-on work. Coordinate with your AI assistant, call me when you have results. Viko's part in the task had come to a temporary conclusion. After discussing with Tony for nearly 2 hours, he couldn't suppress the inspiration buzzing in his mind. Now, he just wanted to hurry back to his room and bring the design to life. Chapter 16. The inspiration that Viko told Tony came from the movies he had watched in his previous life, and in this life, he happened to have the ability to turn them into reality. Compared to Tony's Iron Man armor, Viko preferred this type of giant mech. Unlike Tony, who had a spirit of adventure and personally engaged in battles, Viko, as an otaku, preferred to solve dangers from behind the scenes. Why expose himself to danger, risking his life and ending up injured? Old Viko was destined not to understand his father's personal heroism values, but he wouldn't oppose or persuade him either. After all, mechs were a man's romance. Although their ways of romance were different, it didn't prevent them from understanding each other. Baymax. Upon returning to his room, Viko immediately called out Baymax's name. Currently, Baymax held a position for Viko similar to that of Jarvis for Tony Stark. Viko, who had always envied his father having Jarvis and S.H.I.E.L.D. help, had been striving towards that direction after completing the development of Baymax. During Tony's absence, Viko invested all his time into upgrading and modifying Baymax, except for paying attention to news related to Tony. The first priority in Baymax's upgrades was its skin. Viko replaced it with a composite material consisting of graphene nanofilm and polyvinyl carbon fibers. He also incorporated a biomimetic material that had self-healing capabilities. greatly enhancing Baymax's defense and maneuverability. In terms of other hardware, the original DLP microprojector was replaced with a more advanced holographic projector. And the hyperspectral lens was replaced with a holographic scanning lens. The frame was also replaced with a composite frame made of graphene fibers and titanium alloy. The battery was upgraded as well, using a new graphene battery technology that not only allowed for high-speed fast charging within 10 seconds but also doubled the battery capacity for the same weight. Furthermore, Viko added many accessories to Baymax, such as armor for combat mode, various tools for assistant mode, and a portable charging box with an arc reactor for hibernation mode. Along with various functional chips, Baymax was transforming from a personal health assistant into a versatile research assistant. Most importantly, Viko upgraded Baymax's AI system. The original Baymax functioned as a weak AI, capable of completing pre-programmed tasks in its chips and had some analysis capabilities, but it did not reach the level of Jarvis. This time, Viko upgraded the system core, which could be called Baymax's soul. It greatly enhanced Baymax's analytical and judgment abilities, at least reaching the level of strong AI. The crucial addition was the latest development by Viko himself, the emotion sensing engine. The emotion sensing engine added by Viko was not a simple micro-expression recognition or psychological analysis. Its inclusion allowed Baymax to learn and genuinely experience various human emotions. With the ability to perceive joy, anger, grief, fear, and more by interacting with people around it, Baymax might eventually obtain genuine emotions. This was the revicoable aspect of the emotion sensing engine. In the future, Baymax would evolve from an artificial intelligence into a true electronic life form, creating possibilities for Viko to build a community of silicon-based life forms. Master, Baymax, already fully charged, walked out of the charging box and said, "Baymax is at your service. Baymax, open the last saved design for me, I'm brimming with inspiration now." Understood, Master. Baymax received the command and activated the holographic projector installed in its abdomen, projecting the design. Speaking of this Transformers, not many people may remember. After all, Transformers was a popcorn movie, and there were numerous Autobots appearing. Besides the main characters like Bumblebee and Optimus Prime, it's hard to recall the rest if you're not a die-hard fan. The prototype of the design was based on the Chevrolet concept car, the Corvette Stingray. With its silver-gray car paint and streamlined body, Viko decided to temporarily set aside Bumblebee and Optimus Prime and create it first because of its handsome appearance. Interestingly, his father's garage happened to have a Corvette Stingray, which served as a reference object for Viko. "First, remove the graphene battery chassis for me," Tony looked at the projected model in front of him and instructed Baymax. For the power source, Viko originally intended to equip it with a high-capacity graphene battery. However, upon seeing Tony's arc reactor, Viko decided to abandon his previous design. First, removing the battery pack would free up more space for Viko's design. After all, to power such a massive entity for driving, transforming, and combat, even with the high energy density of graphene batteries, a significant number of battery packs would be required. Second, Viko chose to use the arc reactor in a way that was different from Tony's, as it would not have adverse effects on his health. Lastly, the key difference between the arc reactor's cold fusion technology and batteries was that its energy release wasn't a simple additive process. For each doubling of the palladium material, the energy output would exponentially increase. This solved the issue of long-range endurance and provided convenient recharging. In the space freed up by removing the battery pack, add two super-strong braking engines to control the movement of the arms. Replace all vehicle components, except the tires and interior, with graphene aerospace titanium alloy. The tires will be made of self-healing rubber. Based on his experience discussing Viko II with Tony, Viko examined the initial design draft and made continuous deletions and modifications. However, one problem continued to bother him: the design of the transformation mechanism. After incorporating various systems such as the power system, weapon system, and balance stabilization system, there was no longer any space in the vehicle body to accommodate the transformation mechanism. But could it truly be called a transformer if it couldn't transform? Finally, a brilliant idea struck Viko. He made a decision. "Baymax, delete the entire weapon system and replace it with the transformation mechanism. I've come up with a fantastic idea. When it comes to giant mechs, how can we forget about that one?" Chapter 17. Oh, by the way, if we switch to that, we can also streamline the power system. Baymax, delete the electric engine in the sports car mode. Move the arc reactor, the core of the power source, to the engine's location. This time, I have a major modification. Viko's inspiration this time came from another genre of large mechs piloted type, specifically the classic IP of Mobile Suit Gundam. Yes, if you were once young and indulged in freedom And you've watched this iconic anime from that island country, you can probably guess what Viko will use as the weapon system and auxiliary power in the sports car mode. It's one of the revolutionary and imaginative concepts from that era, the NTD system, also known as the funnel or mobile suit. The NTD system is a wireless and unmanned long-distance attack weapon. It has its own propulsion engine, mono-eye optical imaging system, beam cannons, and control system. Since it's controlled through psychic waves transmitted by brainwave transmission systems, it is completely immune to electromagnetic signal interference and capable of multiple long-range attacks. Additionally, depending on its structural design, it can transform into a close combat particle sword and energy shield, making it a versatile design. Moreover, with Viko's existing technological capabilities, replicating the mobile suit is entirely possible. After all, if it were possible, do you think you wouldn't want to replicate the classic ATP barrier from Neon Genesis Evangelion? Unfortunately, I can't do it. However, replicating the mobile suit is different. The independent propulsion engine poses no major difficulty, and it can be powered by a separate arc reactor, enabling its modular attack capabilities. As for the optical imaging system, it's a breeze. With the holographic scanner's omnidirectional detection, not even a mosquito can escape Viko's gaze. The beam cannon technology can be obtained directly from dear old dad, and control systems happen to be one of Viko's strong suits. The brainwave transmission system, which sounds fancy, is actually a concept that gained popularity in a past life, the brain-machine interface. Coincidentally, Viko's mind already has a reserve of this technology. In the memory information he received from young Hiro, one of the machines he developed, the miniature magnetic axis robot, was controlled using a brainwave amplifier, and the technology is quite mature. Furthermore, the need for brainwave system control is minimal. In most cases, the mobile suit will be operated by the mech's own intelligent AI. However, Viko couldn't help but fantasize about controlling several mobile suit units behind the scenes, obliterating enemies without lifting a finger. The drool couldn't help but flow. This scenario proves that no matter the universe, humans cannot escape the irony of the ZHN Xing DNGL true fragrance law. With the design direction determined, Viko organized his thoughts and quickly began a new round of design work. Ordinary doors were replaced with mobile suit energy shields, and the trunk was modified to house mobile suit module components, providing power in the sports car mode. Viko's mind was now brimming, and flashes of inspiration kept coming. He soon finalized the design. The mech is more or less like this. Tomorrow, I'll do a holographic scan and automatic modeling of the exterior design in the garage. Sleep, sleep. Viko, who hadn't even changed out of his work clothes all day, collapsed onto the bed and fell asleep. Baymax, who had been assisting Viko, approached quietly and gently covered their little master with a blanket. "Good night, master," Baymax softly uttered before turning and returning to their charging station to hibernate. The next morning, well rested without staying up late, Viko's vitality returned. "Good morning, Baymax." Baymax's charging station glowed briefly. Stepping out of the room, Viko habitually called out, "Good morning, Jarvis." "Good morning, Master Viko, what would you like for breakfast today?" "Let's discuss breakfast later. I'll go down to the garage first to collect the exterior data I need for the car. My design will be completed soon." "Wishing you success, Master Viko." Arriving at the garage, Viko saw Tony, with tired eyes and dark circles, working on the welding table alongside Dummy. "Next one, step up, not the boot, Dummy." "Here, got it." "Don't move, very good, you're useless, I'll handle the toes." Their collaboration continued amidst Tony's incessant and discordant complaints. Viko didn't disturb them and went alone to the front of the Chevrolet Corvette Stingray with his holographic scanner, starting to collect data. When Viko finished his work and passed by Tony, Tony had already put on the leg thrusters he had just completed and was preparing for a test. "Hey, old man, I told you it needs a balance stabilizer to ensure safety, you're being reckless." Seeing Tony skipping computer simulations and going straight to the test, Viko couldn't help but remind him. But Tony didn't care. "Don't worry, all the safety measures are in place. Dummy, be ready for firefighting." And I already had successful flight experience in the Middle East, although the power was insufficient later on. But with me, Tony Stark, personally controlling it, there's no need for balance assist. "Whatever you say, Jarvis." "At your command, Master Viko." "Wake up Baymax for me and have it bring the medical kit." "Understood, Master Viko." "Alright, Viko, you need to have some faith in me. Dummy is ready to roll. Begin with a stride, half a meter, dead center. Alright, activate manual control and start slowly. Let's see if we can achieve a 10 propulsion increase." I think it would be better to start with 1 and gradually increase, Viko suggested, vividly recalling this iconic scene from Iron Man 1. But now that he was Tony's son, Viko reminded Tony once again. Tony shook his head and started the countdown directly, 3, 2, 1. Bang! As expected, Tony somersaulted and hit the ceiling. Bang! Then he descended from the ceiling to the ground. Hearing the loud noise, Viko couldn't bear to look and put down his hand that was covering his eyes. I warned you, but you ended up suffering right in front of me. Viko shook his head, sighed, and realized that Tony's overconfidence had led to his own downfall. Oh, dummy, send me a copy of the camera recording, I want to make a funny video, he. Old man, you've given me some material to use. Chapter 18. Where am I? Tony, waking up from unconsciousness, looked at the adorable face of Baymax in front of him and felt a bit bewildered. Sir, due to an unidentified impact you experienced earlier, you suffered minor soft tissue contusions. I have already treated the affected area. You are currently in the garage of Villa 10880, Malibu Point, with the zip code 90265. You're awake, old man, you've been lying down for quite a while. I'm already having lunch. Viko, holding Tony's favorite cheeseburger, came down from the living room upstairs. Do you have my portion? Tony shook his head and didn't feel any discomfort. It seemed that Baymax once again perfectly fulfilled his duties. $100, please, thanks, Viko showed a sly smile. After lunch, Tony and Viko returned to their state of design and development. This time, Tony didn't continue working on other parts of the suit. Instead, he added a balance stabilizer to the gauntlet in the design. In the end, you still have to listen to me. Viko suddenly interjected, wearing a triumphant expression. What do you know? These are the results I obtained from personal testing this morning. Your suggestions are miles away from that. Viko shrugged, shook his head, and felt quite helpless facing Tony's stubbornness. Moreover, Tony's actions to maintain his fatherly authority gave off a sense of a child throwing a tantrum. Oh, by the way, old man, I need your help. I've completed the design for my own suit, but I need some equipment and materials that can only be obtained through Stark Industries channels. Send the list to Pepper, she will take care of it for you. Aren't you going to show me your design? I can give you some advice as well. Hearing that Viko had completed the design, Tony couldn't help but feel a bit eager. After all, he knew his son's technological prowess very well. Nope, not now, it won't be a surprise if I show it to you. Besides, I came up with a brilliant idea yesterday, and I can't let you plagiarize it. Seeing that it was impossible to convince Viko, Tony remained silent, rolled his eyes, and continued perfecting his own balance stabilizer. Ding dong. Ding dong. Jarvis, who is it? After being immersed in his research for an unknown period of time, Viko was interrupted by a series of urgent doorbell rings. It's Miss Potts. Upon hearing Jarvis's response, Viko turned to look at Tony, who was still engrossed in his research. Let Pepper come directly down. Mr. Stark, I've been ringing the bell, didn't you hear the intercom? Pepper walked down the stairs holding a box and a cup of coffee. Sorry, I was too focused, what's up? Tony continued to communicate with Pepper while fiddling with the balance stabilizer in his hand. Mr. Obadiah Stane is waiting for you upstairs. Okay, I got it, I'll go up right away. I thought you said you were done making weapons. Pepper looked puzzled when she saw the prototype of the balance stabilizer on Tony's arm. This isn't a weapon, it's just a flight stabilizer, it poses no threat. Sizzle boom. The blast of air from the stabilizer pushed Tony against the wall, and the tools in the garage were thrown into chaos. To prove his point, Tony demonstrated to Pepper, but now it seemed that the results were not as harmless as he claimed. It was an accident. What's wrong, Uncle Obi? Isn't it too bad? If it's just because I brought you pizza from New York, that's not enough to say it's not bad. You're right, it doesn't prove anything. Tony picked up a slice of pizza and started eating. I've been experimenting in the garage all day, and now I'm really hungry. Can I ask Viko to join us? Feel free, this is your home, but I have to tell you, at today's board meeting, the directors believe you have post-traumatic symptoms and have passed a ban because of it. What? A ban? Yes, they plan to kick you out. Why? Tony wiped the oil off his mouth. Just because the stock price dropped by 40? These things happen. It's actually 56.5, Pepper corrected him. That doesn't matter, we have a controlling stake in the company. Tony, but the board of directors also has their rights. They believe that you and your new research direction are not beneficial to the company. I've always been the one to make decisions, it's my work, my company, forget it, I'm going to the workshop. Tony took the entire pizza box and stood up to leave. Don't do this, Tony. Listen, Tony, I'm trying to turn things around. But you have to give me something that can convince them. I can help you find an engineer to draw some sketches or something. Especially since the arc reactor is complex. Then I can use it to distract. No, absolutely not. Tony forcefully interrupted. I'll handle this project myself, that's the final decision, don't think about anything else, Obi. If they want to see something, they can go take a look at the gift Viko gave Pepper, that's our secret weapon for entering the medical field. After saying that, Tony returned the pizza brought by the other person and walked away without looking back. Hey, aren't you giving 2 slices to Viko? Fine, thanks. Tony turned around and took 2 slices of pizza before heading back to the garage. Tony, do you mind if I come down and see what you're working on? Obadiah persisted. He had no interest in some healing health consultant. What he wanted was mass-destructive weapons. Good night, Uncle Obi, thanks for the pizza. Good evening, Pepper. Seeing Viko peeking his head out, Pepper stopped her work and looked at him. Good evening, what were you sneaking around for? I was observing if the big beard guy left or not. He's gone, come out, is there something you need from me? There is. Viko nodded vigorously, clearly having an ulterior motive. Did the stock acquisition of Stark Industries go smoothly today? Don't worry. The individual investors in the stock Viko can't wait to get rid of their Stark stocks. Today alone, nearly 2 of the shares were bought with 400 million from your account. That's the result of a tactical move to avoid attention and cause a rebound for the Stark family. If we go all out with the acquisition, we might be able to swallow up all the scattered stocks today. Hee, thanks for your help, Pepper. Just thinking about the future value of those stocks made Viko unable to help but smile, drooling at the corners of his mouth. Alright, since we have such a good relationship, you don't have to be so polite with me. Did I ever treat you politely when I took Nini in? That's different, that was just a small favor, while you're sacrificing your own rest time to help me, but since you said that, I have one more request without being polite. Go ahead, no need to hesitate. Pepper, wearing a light yellow dress, reached out and ruffled Viko's fluffy hair. I'm currently developing a new project and need to purchase some equipment and materials through Stark Industries channels. Dad told me to ask you, and I've already sent the list to Nini's server. Alright, I'll take it to the purchasing department tomorrow and apply for it. Is there anything else? If not, I'll leave for home. No, that's it. Good night, Pepper. Good night. Chapter 19. The 11th day, 37th test, configuration 2-0. Since there are no better options, Dummy still needs to pay attention to fire safety. If I didn't catch fire and you still use the fire extinguisher, I will donate you to City University. In front of the camera recording the entire development process, Tony was as usual talking to himself. Today, all the materials Viko requested for ordering finally arrived at the warehouse of the villa, so he was not in the garage at the moment. Okay, take it easy, Tony encouraged himself. Start with 1 axial load support capacity, countdown. 3. 2. 1. Puff boom. The airflow from the leg thruster supported Tony's entire body, while the balance stabilizers on his arms allowed him to maintain balance and not flip over like before. After stabilizing and hovering at a height of 40 centimeters for over 10 seconds, Tony deactivated the propulsion device and landed smoothly on the ground. Alright. Hey, dummy, don't point the nozzle of the fire extinguisher at me, making me feel like I could spontaneously combust at any moment. Just watch and be ready to come quickly if I have an accident. Seeing Dummy, who was itching to use the fire extinguisher, Tony couldn't help but remind him. Okay, let's do it again. This time, increase the axial load support capacity to 2, 5, 3, 2, 1. Puff boom. Tony successfully took off from the ground again, this time maintaining a height of 110 centimeters. The increased height made it more difficult for Tony to control his balance, and he started to drift uncontrollably. Okay, I didn't want to move over here. However, things don't always go as you wish, and life is full of surprises. Don't hit the cars, don't hit the cars. Tony watched helplessly as he floated onto the limited edition sports cars he had collected in the garage, leaving behind even more limited edition patterns on them. After a moment of heartache, Tony finally adjusted his direction, but things didn't improve. The table. The strong airflow from the thrusters blew the design documents and calculation papers on the table all over the place, scattering them in disorder. After a struggle against the Earth's gravity, Tony finally gained control of the thrusters and returned to his takeoff spot, landing steadily. Very well, now I can fly. After completing the flight system of the armor, the remaining parts progressed smoothly. Since it was an experimental model, Viko II didn't need to be equipped with weapons systems, which greatly accelerated Tony's development speed. While Tony was making rapid progress on his side, Viko's floating prototype encountered a bottleneck in development. Although he had mastered the necessary technologies for each part, he was struggling with integrating them into an organic whole. What troubled him even more was the programming of the floating prototype's autonomous combat system. Due to the large number of units, making them cooperate with each other in battle and form a protective formation was a complex programming task. First, he needed to determine various formations under different circumstances. Then the combinations for cross positions, attack patterns, defense patterns, all of which gave Viko a headache and slowed down his progress. However, despite the headaches, Viko firmly believed that he could solve these problems. Since he had no leads on the floating prototype for now, he decided to focus on building the main body of the exosuit. Viko turned his attention to the construction of the exosuit's transformation mechanism. "Jarvis, are you ready?" "At your service, sir." After such a long preparation time, Tony finally completed the experimental model Viko II. He also transformed his original intelligent butler, Jarvis, into the combat assistance system for the suit, assisting him in controlling the armor. Click. Finally, he put on the helmet and armed Viko II. Activate the heads-up display. Jarvis, completed. Input all parameters received from computer interfaces. As you wish, sir. Tony carefully observed the surrounding environment through the heads-up display, feeling good about the field of vision and the high-definition display, then asked, "Okay, how does it look?" "I have received all the data, sir, connection established, everything is ready." Initiate virtual walking program. Inputting parameters, evaluating virtual environments. Check the control of the outer shell. At your command, sir. Upon receiving the command, Jarvis quickly started executing it. The booster plates on the lower legs, the articulated plates increasing range of motion at the joints. The flow control plates on the back for adjusting flight posture and speed. And the opening and closing plates for the hidden weapon systems on the arms, all of them were adjusted and linked, instantly distinguishing the overall feel of the armor from the clunky Viko I. Jarvis, testing complete, preparing to shut down the power and initiate diagnostics. Alright, remember to check the weather and the automatic tool repositioning system, also, start monitoring the airport control tower. Sir, the server still needs to perform 100G calculations before actual flight can take place, Jarvis cautioned Tony against the dangerous idea. Jarvis, sometimes you have to run before you learn to walk. Are you ready? Countdown. 3, 2, 1. Puff boom. The flight system was functioning normally, and with the continuous boost from the thrusters, Tony swiftly flew out along the garage corridor, exclaiming, "Ooh!" The freedom of flying in the sky immediately captivated Tony. He thought, "This feels like a dream, Viko will be so jealous." After getting accustomed to the flight system's working mode, Tony increased his speed and took on some challenging maneuvers. 720-degree barrel rolls, tight radius aerial maneuvers, quick stops and turns in various states, all of these no longer posed any challenge to Tony. He confidently said, "Alright, let's see what this suit is capable of. What's the record for the State Route 71 Blackbird reconnaissance aircraft?" "The record for fixed-wing flight is 8500 feet, sir." "Records are meant to be broken, let's go for it." Tony adjusted his flight attitude and soared straight into the sky. At that moment, Jarvis quickly interjected, "Sir, there is a potential risk of high-altitude icing leading to a crash. Keep flying. Higher." However, Tony soon experienced the consequences of his reckless behavior. The armor quickly began to freeze in the high-altitude environment. The thrusters became clogged due to the low temperature, and the internal electronic systems of the suit stopped working due to the cold. Aha! Tony, devoid of power, accelerated towards the ground in a panic-filled freefall. "We're frozen, Jarvis. Deploy the auxiliary wings, Jarvis. Hurry, we need to get rid of the ice." With no other options and without Jarvis's help, Tony had to resort to the emergency devices he had left behind. He manually opened the auxiliary wings on the exterior of the suit, finally removing the layer of ice. With the ice problem resolved, the electronic systems automatically restarted, but by that time, Tony was already less than 100 feet from the ground. With the ground looming ahead, Tony had no choice but to await his fate. Fortunately, luck seemed to favor this rebellious and eccentric scientist. At the last moment, the electronic systems recovered and initiated the thrusters before Tony crashed, restoring power to the suit. Yahoo! Tony, who had narrowly escaped disaster, ecstatically celebrated like a 200-pound fat man. Flying all the way back to the mansion in Malibu, Tony gradually landed on the rooftop. Adjusting his landing posture, Tony commanded Jarvis to shut down the power of the armor. Then, bang! 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 Tony crashed through the roof, landing in the living room, destroying the piano. He then fell into the underground garage and landed firmly on one of his beloved sports cars, bringing an end to this failed landing. Chirp. This time, Dummy finally succeeded and sprayed the fire extinguisher over Tony's head. Did I miss something? Viko, who arrived late, witnessed Tony, wearing the Viko II armor, lying in a sorry state on the completely ruined sports car. This comical scene made him unable to control himself, so he took out his phone from his pocket and snapped a picture. Chapter 20. Viko took an ice pack from the refrigerator and handed it to his father, Tony. Tony was struggling to dismantle his Viko II armor with the help of several robotic arms. The high-altitude icing caused some structural components to deform, making the process even more challenging. Tony took the ice pack from Viko and gently applied it to his swollen head, which had a large bump from the impact. Tony winced, whether from the cold or the pain, he couldn't tell. I told you to be careful, are you really okay? Viko asked, showing concern for his unreliable father. I'm fine, just a minor bump. You should have confidence in the armor I designed. By the way, how's your progress going? I've already completed a finished product. It's going well, everything else is smooth, but I encountered some obstacles in implementing the weapon system design I changed, so, progress will definitely be slower than yours. Viko shrugged helplessly, informing Tony of his progress. That's normal, that's normal. Ha ha ha. After all, I'm your old man, and you're my son. There's no shame in losing to me. Let me tell you, the feeling of flying in the air with the Viko II was absolutely amazing. Too bad you can't experience it. Ha ha ha. Tony laughed proudly, mocking Viko. Viko rolled his eyes and turned his head away. He didn't want to see his smug father's expression of self-satisfaction. Glancing around, Viko noticed a neatly packaged box on the workbench with a coffee cup on top. What's this? Is it a gift from someone? Following Viko's finger, Tony also turned to look. Oh, that should be the one Pepper sent earlier. I got busy with the Viko II, so I didn't have time to open it. Jarvis, hurry up. Yes, sir. Jarvis responded to the command and accelerated the process of disassembling the armor, quickly helping Tony free himself. Viko removed the coffee cup pressed on top of the box and saw a note with Pepper's signature. He handed the box to Tony and said, Pepper went through the trouble of sending you a gift, and you didn't even respond. No wonder you're single. Open it now. Tony looked at the box in his hand, carefully tore off the attached note. And then unwrapped the brown paper packaging. When all the outer packaging was removed, a mini glass display case was revealed inside, containing the old arc reactor that Pepper had helped Tony replace before. Tony had entrusted Pepper with disposing of it, whether through incineration or burial. He didn't care. As he wasn't sentimental. However, he didn't expect Pepper to repackage it and give it to him as a gift. And now, there was an additional line of text on the old arc reactor. Tony smiled knowingly, realizing that he had fallen deeply in love with this woman and couldn't extricate himself. Viko leaned closer, observing this familiar yet strange scene. He looked at the words written on the arc reactor and said, If you break her heart, don't expect me to call you Dad anymore. I know, if I really do that, then please wake me up, my dear son. Tony replied, assuring Viko. Don't worry, I would do that even without you saying it. Beating the crap out of you is my favorite pastime. By the way, why did you fall just now? Didn't you calibrate the balance stabilizers and thrusters? Viko asked, curious about the reason behind Tony's fall. I was flying too high, and high-altitude icing occurred at the extreme altitude. It caused a system malfunction in the armor. However, we'll know the exact reason after it has been examined. Jarvis, how's the analysis going? Tony explained. The results have been uploaded to your private server, sir, Jarvis responded. Open it and take a look. I've reminded you before to give the armor defensive mechanisms against extreme cold and heat. Looks like you've missed out. Viko finally scored a point and couldn't help mocking Tony. Tony was speechless and obediently opened the analysis results. The work log shows that the main sensors of the armor failed above 40,000 feet, and there were also issues with the entire boost system. It should all be due to icing. Very accurate observation, sir. If you plan to visit other planets, we may need to enhance the exhaust system, Jarvis suggested, combining sarcasm with a practical recommendation, which made Viko laugh until his stomach hurt. Tony glanced awkwardly at Viko and pretended to remain calm as he continued the conversation with Jarvis. Contact Stark Industries and have them reconfigure the outer shell with the Archangel Satellite's titanium alloy material. That should strengthen the body while maintaining the power-to-weight ratio, understand? Yes, sir. Should I follow the instructions on the manual for coloring? Jarvis asked. Yes, that's right. Oh, by the way, I remember there's an annual gathering at the Firefighters Family Fund tonight, and you've always been the guest of honor, aren't you going? Viko suddenly remembered something and reminded Tony. Jarvis, Turn on the TV. Yes, sir. As they listened to the host on the TV rambling on, Tony asked, Jarvis, did I receive an invitation from them? I have no record of it, sir. Oh, it seems that the great benefactor Tony Stark has been forgotten, Viko sarcastically mocked beside him. Isn't this a bit ostentatious? What do you think? Looking at the shiny golden color scheme, even someone as flamboyant as Tony felt it might be going too far. What can I say, sir? You're always ambiguous. At this point, Viko made a suggestion, how about adding some fiery red accents? Viko's suggestion was indeed the classic color scheme of Iron Man, and he also thought that the combination of red and gold looked good, so he spoke up. Tony nodded, finding himself in agreement with Viko's idea. Truly my own son, Jarvis, do it. That will certainly make you more low-key, sir, rendering complete. I like it. Let's make it that way and give it a good paint job. Automated assembly has already begun and is expected to be completed in 5 hours. Tony looked at his watch and turned to Viko beside him, asking, do you want to go to the party together? Create some chaos in the party? Viko raised an eyebrow. You know me too well, Tony said as he drove his supercar, heading towards the Disney concert hall with Viko. Unbeknownst to Tony, deep within the terrorist base that once held him captive, members of the Ten Rings organization who managed to survive had found the wreckage of Viko II and were attempting to restore it. However, hindered by their lack of technical expertise and literacy, they had made no progress. Yet, the danger was far from over. Chapter 21. Z. With a sudden brake, a magnificent Audi supercar stopped at the entrance of the Disney concert hall. As Tony and Viko got out of the car, the crowd immediately stirred. Weapons manufacturing is just a small part of Stark Industries' empire, our relationship with the firefighter and rescue team. If the host of the party doesn't come, what's the point of everyone else coming? Tony approached Obadiah and sought an explanation. Hey, look at that, it's really surprising. Obadiah looked embarrassed and glanced around. Tony noticed the presence of reporters beside him and saved his face by not pressing further. Let's go inside and talk. After saying that, he pulled Viko into the concert hall. That bearded bald guy's expression just now was hilarious, it was like a chauffeur showing off the owner's car and coincidentally running into the owner. Haha, Viko couldn't help but burst into laughter after entering the concert hall. To be honest, I also found it quite amusing. Tony's mood improved somewhat after hearing Viko's joke and laughed along with him. The two of them went to the beverage counter. Tony ordered a glass of Scotch whiskey for himself and a glass of milk with calcium for Viko. At this moment, a man in a black suit next to them took the initiative to engage in conversation. Mr. Stark, I'm Agent Coulson. Oh, right, that organization, Tony hesitated, unable to recall the name. The Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement, and Logistics Division, Viko reminded him. Yes, that's right, thank you, young man, Coulson responded. Wow, you guys should come up with a new name for your department, Tony joked. Indeed, I often hear people say that, Coulson replied with a smile that was neither awkward nor polite. How about calling it S.H.I.E.L.D? You can propose it to your superiors. That's a good name, simple and direct, with profound meaning, I will suggest it to my superiors, thank you again. I think it's great too, what does S.H.I.E.L.D. want from me? Tony took a sip of his drink and asked Coulson. Well, it's like this. I know these past few days have been tough for you, but I still need to ask you some questions. There are still many unresolved matters, and time is also an issue. Shall we meet at Stark Industries on the 24th at 7 p.m? Coulson explained. You know what? I think you're right, and I agree, now I need to go to my secretary and finalize things. After saying that, Tony walked towards Pepper, who was wearing a blue silk backless evening gown, leaving Viko behind in the same spot. I bet he'll completely forget about this matter when the time comes, Viko said to Coulson, patting his arm and striking up a conversation. Why? Coulson was puzzled. Didn't you see the vague look in his eyes when he was listening to you? He was already captivated by Pepper's figure. With your insight, you could have been a negotiator, you have a special aura that makes people easily drawn to you. Thank you for your reminder, but I will still be there on time. And don't be fooled by my appearance, I'm also an experienced veteran agent. Being a negotiator is no problem for me. But why are you out with Mr. Stark so late? Won't you be tired for class tomorrow? You see, as a spy, you should be asking my old man for the answers you need, yet you don't even know if his illegitimate child is attending school, and you claim to be an experienced old agent? Your pre-investigation work is too perfunctory. Viko shook his head, pretending to be disappointed. He was just feeling a bit bored and wanted to pass the time with Coulson. I only wanted to ask Mr. Stark about the specific details of his escape from the terrorists, not investigate his personal affairs. Generally, our special division still respects the protection of citizens' privacy rights under the law. But seeing that you're not even attending school despite being underage, did you graduate early like Mr. Stark? No, I never went to school. I've been homeschooled since I was young. I already knew everything they taught in school. Why would I waste my time going to school? Viko's sudden show-off attitude left Coulson speechless. This time, he couldn't help but feel genuinely embarrassed, not just offering a polite smile. On the other side, Tony approached the goddess as he locked eyes with Pepper through his gaze-guided navigation. Hey, you look stunning tonight, and I don't see anyone else here. How did you end up here? Pepper was surprised to see Tony at the party, considering that Tony's schedule was usually managed by her. Tony, I'm avoiding a government agent. Did you come alone? Tony, no, I came with Viko. Where did you get this dress? Pepper suddenly looked a bit embarrassed. It was my birthday gift, but in reality, you asked me to buy it on your behalf. At that time, Tony was busy with his own advanced technology and heard that it was Pepper's birthday, so he asked her to take care of it. And Pepper, being a competent secretary, actually took care of even such matters for Tony. It seems like my taste is pretty good. Do you want to dance? Tony, however, felt no embarrassment at all. He was already accustomed to Pepper handling everything for him, even if it made something that should have been romantic quite dull. Oh, no, Pepper immediately declined. Come on, Tony took the initiative to hold her hand and led her towards the dance floor. Thank you, Mr. Stark, but really, it's not necessary. However, it was evident that Tony, who had entered his domineering CEO mode, would not listen to the other's refusal. Tony wrapped his arm around Pepper's waist, and the two swayed on the dance floor. You seem uncomfortable, sensing Pepper's stiff body and unnatural expression, Tony asked. Not at all, I just keep forgetting to wear perfume, and now I'm dancing with my boss, Pepper explained hesitantly, without revealing the true reason. In fact, dancing with Tony in an open-back evening gown posed a serious problem. For Pepper, who had always been dedicated and professional as a secretary, this would invite gossip and criticism. You look beautiful and smell nice, but I can fire you if that makes you feel better. Tony's words indicated that he understood the underlying meaning behind Pepper's previous statement. However, he didn't stop dancing with her. He didn't care about what others would gossip about because in his eyes, only Pepper mattered now. Feeling the affection in Tony's gaze, Pepper relaxed and joked, actually, I think without me, you wouldn't even be able to tie your shoelaces. I can survive for about a week. Really? I don't believe you. Do you know your social security number? Want to go out for some fresh air? Failing to come up with an answer, Tony once again resorted to changing the subject. Okay, I'd also like some fresh air. On the terrace, in a secluded corner with only the two of them, Pepper spoke words she couldn't say in front of others. I feel weird, it's like everyone I work with is watching us. Why? We're just dancing, right? No, it's not just dancing. It's because you're you, and everyone knows what kind of person you are and how you treat girls. And that's not the only thing. You know, for me, you're my boss, and yet here I am dancing with you. I don't think they'll misinterpret it. But it makes me look like someone who wants, you know, to date a millionaire, and I'm even wearing this ridiculous dress. As she spoke, looking at Tony's focused gaze, reflecting only her own figure in his eyes, Pepper involuntarily closed her eyes and slowly leaned closer to Tony. However, at that moment, Tony became nervous. His body stiffened like a recently awakened zombie, and he didn't respond to Pepper's initiative at all. Finally, Pepper stopped. She was disappointed with Tony's reaction. She even briefly believed that Tony might have developed some different feelings for her. But now she couldn't be sure what Tony was really up to. Could this man, who could sleep with magazine cover models all year round, truly have genuine feelings for her? Chapter 22. I feel like having a drink, how about you? To cover up the awkwardness caused by their previous actions, Pepper took the initiative to suggest having something to drink. As it happens, I feel the same way. What would you like? I'll go get it for you. Tony, who had regained his composure, responded lightly, despite feeling annoyed at his foolish behavior earlier, in order to maintain his composure in front of his beloved. I'll have a vodka martini with extra dry olives, at least 3 of them. Sure. 2 vodka martinis with dry olives, please hurry, and heavy on the olives for one of them. Tony placed a tip in front of the bartender and finally breathed a sigh of relief. He had been incredibly nervous earlier, and Tony had never expected Pepper to lean in for a kiss like that. He wondered if it was a test. And if it was, he certainly failed. Wow, Tony Stark. It's so nice to see you here. Oh, hello, you're Carly. Tony caught a glimpse of the woman's face, vaguely recalling her, but he couldn't remember her name. Kristen. Before Tony could pretend to know and guess her name, the reporter, Kristen, directly revealed her name. She knew that someone like Tony Stark, a playboy, would never remember the name of someone like her, even if they had a one-night stand. Tony, right, I was just about to call you that. You seem quite nervous being here tonight, can you at least show me some reaction? Kristen, with her irrevocable observational skills as a journalist, immediately noticed Tony's unnatural demeanor. Just as you see, nervous, I guess being nervous is my reaction. Tony didn't want to tell a reporter about his failed kiss because if he did, it would surely make the front-page headline in the entertainment section the next day, exposing it to the whole world. But recently, I've heard that Stark Industries is involved in the recent violence. Is that what you mean by responsibility? Even though Tony didn't want to reveal his thoughts, as a journalist, Kristen wouldn't let go of the opportunity to uncover the content she wanted from Tony. Violence? Sorry, I don't understand what you're talking about. I haven't been involved in company matters for a long time, I've been staying at home doing private research. Kristen handed a stack of photos to Tony. This is a town called Gulmira, have you heard of it? Of course, Tony had heard of it. He vividly remembered Gulmira as the hometown of Dr. Einstein, his savior. Since their successful escape, they had gone their separate ways and hadn't seen each other again. At the time, Einstein had said that his family had died at the hands of terrorists and he wanted to return to his hometown to protect more people, sparing them the suffering he had endured. Before parting ways, Tony even gave Einstein the special suit he had made for himself as a gift, hoping to assist him in protecting his life. But as Tony looked through the photos handed to him by Kristen, seeing the houses reduced to rubble by artillery fire, seeing the scenes of corpses strewn about, and zooming in on the Vicoings on the weapons used by the terrorists, he became furious, yet strangely calm. When were these photos taken? Tony stared at the photos in his hand and coldly asked Kristen. Yesterday. I didn't authorize any shipments, Tony looked into her eyes as he explained. But your company did. My company is not the same as me. After saying that, Tony didn't linger with the journalist Kristen. He even forgot about his promise to bring the drinks for Pepper. Have you seen these photos? What's going on? Obadiah calmly led Tony away from the reporters and spoke with a serious tone. Tony, calm down a bit, don't be so naive. Naive? I used to be so naive. When you all spoke, I actually believed it. I was so naive back then. Is there another things you haven't told me? Is that how it is? Facing Tony's intense inquiry, Obadiah didn't show any signs of nervousness or revealing anything. He leaned close to Tony's ear and whispered. Tony, do you think the board of directors is the one who signed the restraining order against you? I am the one who signed that order, it's the only way I can protect you, can you understand my intentions? After finishing his words, Obadiah patted Tony's shoulder, his mouth curled up in a meaningful smile. Then he got into his car, leaving the venue, and leaving Tony standing there in a daze. Hey! Old man, what are you spacing out for? After Tony snapped back to reality, Viko still didn't say a word, but he slapped Tony heavily on the back. Ouch, that hurt. What's the matter, you brat? Why are you acting all melancholic? Just now, Sister Pepper even came over and asked me where you went. I helped cover for you, saying you went to the bathroom. I didn't expect you to leave Pepper alone on the terrace and have time to space out here. If it's misunderstood that you're overflowing with compassion and flirting with other women, I won't help you explain. Oh no. I forgot I promised Pepper a vodka martini, let's go together and bring the drinks to Pepper, then, we're going home. So soon. You haven't even had a chance to cause a scene yet. We do need to cause a scene, but not here, we need to find a different place, my company has made a mistake, and I'll be the one to fix it. Chapter 23. On a 15-mile hike to the outskirts of the small town of Gulmira can only be described as a path where humble farmers and kind farm women are being driven out of their beloved and peaceful homes. Their land has been occupied by a group of warlords supported by an emerging power. The villagers are forced to find shelter in the wilderness. This series of violent actions, according to investigations, is attributed to a foreign military group known locally as the Ten Rings Gang. As you can see, these people are heavily armed, with clear targets, and anyone who hinders their objectives will be killed. Without political intervention and pressure from the international community, the hope for these refugees is very bleak. As Tony listened to the news about the incident mentioned by Christine on the TV, he held a partially assembled gauntlet in his hand for debugging, creating a silent atmosphere. Viko, beside him, also remained silent. He neither offered any suggestions about what Tony was about to do, nor expressed sympathy for the plight of the Gulmira villagers on the TV. Because Viko now finally knew what had caused Tony's sudden change in mood, and because of this, Viko II was about to make its debut. ZZZ boom. ZZZ boom. ZZZ boom. Suddenly, Tony fired 3 energy blasts from the palm-mounted repulsors of his gauntlet, shattering all 3 bulletproof glasses surrounding the garage. This action also snapped Viko out of his daze. Sorry, I got a bit carried away, I just wanted to test its power, so that these 10 ring guys won't have a chance to escape later. Tony took off the gauntlet, ran his hand through his hair, and tried to calm himself down. Viko softly called out to Jarvis, instructing it to turn off the TV. Let Baymax go with you, it can assist you. Viko, who knew what Tony intended to do, didn't stop him. Since Tony had already made up his mind to become Iron Man, Viko naturally wanted to support him in becoming a better version of himself. However, Viko wouldn't forget the help he could provide within his capabilities. Why bring it along? It's clumsy and slow, if it gets shot and deflates, I'll have to pick it up, and that will only slow me down. Viko didn't get angry at Tony's belittling of Baymax, the robot he had created. He raised his finger and shook it left and right, saying, it seems you haven't seen Baymax in combat mode yet. In battle mode, Baymax can not only help you defeat enemies but also provide medical assistance to injured villagers on site, but it's okay, I'll make sure you change your opinion of it. Then Viko took out his phone and dialed a number. Baymax, equip the combat chip, change into the battle suit, and come to the underground garage. Step. 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 Accompanied by rhythmic footsteps, a figure in red descended the stairs. It was Baymax, already transformed into its battle form. However, unlike Baymax's usual wobbly and adorable appearance, at this moment, its steps were steady. It was enveloped in a vibrant red armor, resembling flames. From the sound of its footsteps, one could tell that the armor was lightweight, likely made of graphene composite materials. The battle form of Baymax is equipped with my latest designed super combat chip, which, combined with the super thrusters, gives it tremendous power, making it effortless to take on 10 opponents at once. And the graphene titanium composite material provides it with robust protection, ensuring that even in close-range missile attacks, its body remains intact without compromising its mobility. In addition, the armor is equipped with a flight system. Powered by the updated arc reactor I installed for Baymax, it can fly at a top speed of 3 Mach. The only regrettable point is that due to the simultaneous inclusion of a medical chip to assist in rescuing the villagers, the offensive capabilities of Baymax have been locked by the system. In other words, Baymax can only help you incapacitate the enemy, and the final step has to be resolved by yourself. Whether it's a lethal strike or left to legal judgment, it's up to your own judgment. After Viko introduced the completely upgraded and transformed battle-ready Baymax, Tony could only express his shock with a WTF. You see, at this moment, Baymax, apart from not being equipped with a powerful weapon system and the ability to inflict harm on enemies, has equipment and functionalities even more advanced than Viko II, which Tony himself hasn't completed yet. And this achievement is not even the mech that Viko ultimately intends to compete with him. Tony can no longer imagine how formidable Viko's ongoing research and development will turn out to be. Sir, I have detected a 30 increase in your heart rate within a short period, accompanied by feelings of anger and astonishment. Baymax kindly reminds you to maintain good mental health and a calm mindset. It is beneficial to your physical well-being. Despite the upgrades, it still can't talk properly like before. Well, later I'll have it follow me and provide cover on site, as well as assist in rescuing trapped and injured villagers. Tony nodded in agreement with Viko's suggestion. He still didn't know the exact situation of Ensign back in Gulmira, but having an assistant would certainly benefit his plans. Oh, Dad, there's one more thing you need to hold. After Tony agreed to bring Baymax along to help himself, Viko suddenly slapped his forehead, remembering something. Dialing a number on his phone once again, Viko spoke up, Magneto, help me bring over Lifesaver No. 1 from the bedside, hurry. Chapter 24. Lifesaver No. 1. What kind of strange thing have you come up with again? Sizzle sizzle. Accompanied by the unique sound of magnetic axles rubbing against each other, Viko unveiled his creation. It was a shiny, dull-sized magnetic robot with a simple and minimalist design, consisting of a torso made up of 3 spheres and limbs made up of 6 cones. Magneto is a magnetic robot connected through a magnetic axle system throughout its body. Each part of its body can move flexibly in a 360-degree range, and it can be freely assembled and transformed. It is equipped with a high-speed centrifugal motor and graphene batteries, allowing it to operate at high speeds for 1 hour. It's my new little toy, Viko explained the principles and structure of Magneto to Tony. Tony raised an eyebrow, not a bad idea, but if we're considering commercial development, we need to discuss it thoroughly later. What I'm most interested in right now is that, what is it? Ahem, Viko pointed at the head of Magneto. The small circular disc attached to Magneto's head with magnetic attraction. Tony carefully looked and indeed saw a transparent disc slightly larger than a fingernail attached to the miniaturized head of Magneto. Stop keeping me in suspense, tell me what it is. Feeling Tony's impatient curiosity, Viko smiled proudly and explained, actually, it's an integrated graphene chip, but I added some special functions to it. The first function is a backup battery. I compressed and folded the graphene material it uses tens of thousands of times, allowing it to have an extremely high energy storage density without altering the properties of graphene. It can serve as a backup power source for the electromagnetic magnet on your chest, sustaining the magnet's normal operation for 15 minutes. After all, you rely on the reactor in your chest for the functions of your armor. If you get carried away and don't control your energy consumption, it could really save your life. 15 minutes should be enough for you to find a sustainable power source for the device on your chest. The second function is an automatic distress signal. The sensors on the chip can detect your vital signs. When you encounter an emergency situation, it will automatically send out a distress signal. I've installed signal receivers on all the robots at home, my phone, and Pepper's Nini. The device closest to you will come to your aid when it receives the signal. And the installation is incredibly simple, no wiring needed, just stick it on top of the arc reactor on your chest. Great stuff. After listening, Tony immediately took it from Magneto and attached it to the arc reactor on his chest. Do you have anything else? Bring it out. I'm getting ready for the battlefield, so don't hold anything back. After witnessing the power of Viko's inventions multiple times, Tony now firmly believed in their practicality. Like when he was in Afghanistan, Viko's miraculous suit saved his life. Now he was about to face the firepower of the 10 Rings once again. Although this time he was better prepared. With stronger defensive and offensive capabilities in his armor, he still felt a bit nervous without the desperation that fueled his previous fights. Tony hoped that Viko's inventions could provide him with some support in his heart. I do have something, and it's a weapon, however, it hasn't undergone safety testing yet, so I'm not sure if I should give it to you. After all, this is the first time I've made something this dangerous. Viko's expression turned somewhat tense as he mentioned the power of the weapon, seemingly recalling its destructive potential. In that case, you should definitely show it to me. Remember, I'm an expert in weapon design. Stark Industries relied on the weapons I designed for a living. Tony said, even more intrigued by Viko's description of the weapon as dangerous. He believed that facing those ruthless terrorists required using dangerous weapons against them. Well then, wait here for a moment, I had locked it up in the safe in my room, I have to retrieve it myself. Viko hesitated for a moment, thinking that it might be a good idea to have Tony's input as well. He went back to his room to retrieve this dangerous invention. Soon, Viko returned downstairs with a box. Click. Viko placed the box on the garage workbench and unlocked the fingerprint verification lock on top. As the box opened, Tony finally got to see the true appearance of this dangerous weapon. It was a completely black heavy pistol, with redwood decorations on both sides of the grip. The gun had no openings for magazine loading and unloading, and even the muzzle was different from traditional firearms, featuring an open-ended structure instead of a spiraling barrel. Dad, pick it up and give it a try. Upon hearing Viko's request, Tony picked it up from the box, and he heard a prompt ringing in his ears, identity authentication successful, user is Tony Stark, usage authorization confirmed, Dominator Enforcer activated. At the same time, a blue glow emanated from the hollow parts of the gun's body, and the safety mechanism on the gun was disengaged. The weapon had officially entered its operational state. Now you should have heard that prompt. It's a sound only heard by the person holding the weapon. It's called the Dominator Enforcer, a pistol that can assess the threat level of targets for the wielder and adapt different attack modes accordingly. Chapter 25. Assessing threat level. And what was that sound just now? It was like it was ringing in my ears. What kind of technology is this? Once Tony, a super genius and weapons design expert, had the Dominator Enforcer in his hands, he immediately realized its extraordinary nature. The identification of threats and the sound you heard are both applications of my brain-machine interface technology. By collecting subconscious brainwave information emitted by the targets, the graphene integrated core inside the Dominator can assess their threat levels and unlock different attack modes. As for the application of the prompt sound, it converts information into ideation waves that can be directly received by the brain, stimulating the auditory center for effective information transmission. Furthermore, there is another application. The targeting system. It also stimulates the visual center of the brain through ideation waves, projecting the aiming reticle directly onto the retina. It can be said that it is a foolproof operation where hitting the target is as simple as pulling the trigger. Moreover, you can connect Jarvis as a combat assistance system to the Dominator. I have already granted Jarvis the necessary permissions. Now, you can aim the gun at me and give it a try, but please don't pull the trigger. As I mentioned before, it hasn't undergone safety testing yet. Tony nodded, aimed the gun at Viko, and removed his finger from the trigger position. As Viko had described. When Tony attempted to aim at Viko, an auxiliary aiming reticle immediately appeared before his eyes, as if it were a holographic projection. With the help of the blue reticle, Tony effortlessly locked onto Viko. Then something changed. The entire auxiliary aiming interface turned red, and a new prompt sound reached his ears. Target threat level determined as 37, no hostile intent, no weapons detected, threat level below 100, Dominator safety engaged. When Tony looked back at the Dominator in his hand, the blue glow on the gun's body had dimmed. Obviously, as notified in the prompt sound. The gun's safety was now engaged. However, due to safety considerations, Tony had no intention of pulling the trigger and testing it out. The design is flawless, from the auxiliary aiming to threat assessment. It surpasses the currently deployed weapons of all nations and can even be said to be a weapon ahead of its time. But since the Dominator lacks a loaded magazine and conductive copper wires, the only thing that makes it a dangerous weapon, as you said, must be its method of attack, right? From design to user experience, the Dominator could be considered a perfect product, but the most important and critical aspect was its method of attack. As a weapon, the only evaluation criterion was its killing power. Indeed, you guessed it right, Viko nodded and tapped a few times on the screen of his smartphone, projecting the design diagram of the Dominator as a hologram. When designing the Dominator, I incorporated multiple execution modes. Under different modes, the firearm can transform into various forms, with the selection of the mode determined by the system based on the target's level of danger. When the threat assessment of the target does not reach the baseline or the user is not authorized, the trigger will be locked by the system and unable to be fired. If the threat assessment of the target exceeds the specified value above 100, the safety will automatically disengage. At that stage, the system selection and the effect of the shot can be modified. After disengaging the safety, the Dominator enters its primary mode. The stun gun. If the threat assessment of the target exceeds 100 but remains below 300, being hit by the Dominator will immediately render them unconscious and defenseless, except for individuals under the influence of high doses of stimulants or psychoactive drugs. If the threat assessment of the target exceeds 300 and they are deemed highly dangerous with hostile intent, it can transition to the second execution mode. The lethal gun. When hit, the targeted body parts and the surrounding tissues instantly swell and eventually burst, resulting in a lethal outcome. The third execution mode is the molecular disintegration gun. It requires approximately 3 seconds to accumulate the corresponding energy and, upon firing, a large energy sphere is released from the muzzle, directly disintegrating the target at a molecular level, leaving no traces behind. It is highly effective against humans and can cause massive cavern-like damage to machines. Under normal circumstances, the molecular disintegration gun mode will not activate. Only users with the highest system privileges can forcefully activate this mode when the threat value of the target exceeds 500. The firearm is powered by an internal miniaturized arc reactor and adjusts the power of the high-energy microwave generator within the gun body to achieve the desired lethality in the 3 different modes. Speaking of the stun gun, you should be quite impressed. I improved it based on the ultrasound version when I was 6 years old. Compared to the previous version that only temporarily immobilized people, this time it can truly make them faint. However, I haven't tested the power range of each mode yet, and the safety of the safety devices and system hasn't been verified. So its danger might be higher than what I described. But since you requested it, and since you're going to play the hero anyway, why not help me conduct a field test on the Dominator? Collect some parameters for me so that I can make adjustments and improvements. This is indeed a terrifying weapon. Tony looked at the Dominator in his hand and even he felt a chill. As a master weapon designer, he had seen countless powerful weapons and had even designed individual combat suits like the Viko series, but the Dominator gave him a sense of fear. Especially the design logic that there would be no survivors if it hit in the lethal mode made Tony feel that even if he wore the Iron Man armor, he wouldn't stand a chance against the Dominator's attack. After a moment of fear, Tony shook his head and smiled bitterly. If I hadn't shut down the weapons division of Stark Industries, I believe the Dominator would have become the best-selling weapon in history, but now it seems that only a few people will ever get to see it. Viko shrugged nonchalantly. I never intended to mass-produce the Dominator anyway. Making the Dominator was just a way for me to prove if the ideas in my head could really be realized. After all, no matter how high the threat level determined by the system is for the targets it aims at, we can't use that as a basis for pulling the trigger. If the Dominator were to circulate widely, it might truly become the Dominator of human society, just like its name suggests. Chapter 26. Alright, for dangerous weapons like the Dominator, only I can help you test them. Jarvis, how is the assembly of Viko II coming along? Tony put the Dominator back in the box and turned to Jarvis to inquire about the progress of Viko II. Sir, it is estimated to be completed in 1 hour. With 1 hour left, Viko, project the design diagram of the high-density energy microwave generator you designed. We'll measure a rough threshold value for now, and I'll have Jarvis assist in recording detailed data when we get to Gulmira. In just a short hour, which passed in an instant, for two mechanical enthusiasts immersed in testing experiments, that amount of time was simply not enough for them. They had just roughly measured the power supply of the Dominator's 3 modes when Jarvis's reminder sounded in the garage. Sir, Viko II has been assembled and painted in red and gold as per your request. Only then did Tony remember his plan to rescue Gulmira town. Reluctantly putting down the Dominator in his hand, he ordered, Jarvis, prepare for suiting up. Understood, sir. Tony changed into a black bodysuit and stood at the designated spot on the dressing platform. Sensing that Tony was in position, the floor of the platform began to rotate and transform. Viko II, which had been assembled by mechanical arms, rose from beneath the ground. Tony looked at Viko II, which had risen in front of him, and without hesitation, he stepped onto it. The mechanical arms immediately followed, attaching the red and gold leg armor and securing the connection structures. At this point, with the completion of the armor for the limbs and torso, 4 sets of mechanical arms descended from the ceiling, corresponding to Viko II's chest armor, back armor, and the arm armor on both sides. After the chest armor was connected, the arc reactor on Tony's chest also integrated into the entire suit as Viko II's power source. Once all the limb and torso armor was in place, the red helmet of Viko II, accompanied by a golden faceplate, was seamlessly combined and fastened onto Tony's head. Click. The mask closed, and a blue light shone from the eye area of the faceplate, indicating that Tony was fully suited up and ready to go. Be careful and stay safe, Baymax, take good care of the old man. Viko leaned on the chair he was sitting in, gripping the edge of the seat tightly, revealing his concern and nervousness. Baymax understood. Baymax will do everything possible to protect the old master. Don't worry, call and order a few cheeseburgers for me. Let's have lunch together when I come back. I'm off. After comforting Viko with those words, Tony rushed straight out of the underground garage and into the night. Observing this, Baymax also deployed the flight flaps on its back and followed with a swoosh as the propulsion system was activated. I hope everything goes as smoothly as in the movies. I hope nothing goes wrong because of my arrival like a little butterfly, Viko murmured anxiously. What he didn't know was that the reason Tony left in a hurry after saying those words was to prevent him from knowing that he was moved by those caring words and nearly shed a tear. To conceal his teary voice and preserve his dignity as a father, Tony swiftly fled the scene. Boom. Ah. Spare me, spare me. Die, you bastard. Crisis and chaos, slaughter and pleas for mercy. This chaotic land is the hometown of Dr. Insen, which was once peaceful and tranquil, Gulmira. At this moment, Dr. Insen is exerting all his efforts to fulfill the promise he made. When Insen and Tony separated, he made a wish to return to his hometown and protect the land, as well as the happiness of the families living there for generations. However, what Dr. Insen can do now is just to protect the lives of as many of his fellow countrymen as possible. Sending them out of Gulmira also means sending them on a perilous journey through the desert. For the Gulmira residents who have just escaped the threat of war and have no food or tools, this is nothing but a desperate measure. But even so, it is the only option they have now, and Dr. Insen has to painfully help them embark on this dangerous escape route. Because even wearing the miraculous suit, facing the overwhelming numbers and superior weapons of the Ten Rings organization, and even holding hostages, Insen is powerless. He can only compromise with reality time and time again and hypnotize himself that it is the only way to keep hope alive. Hurry up. The Ten Rings organization is getting closer, you need to pass through here quickly. At a secret exit from Gulmira, Insen, escorting the villagers, is urgently urging the people passing through. The intelligence system embedded in the miraculous suit, which Tony presented to him and was meticulously developed by Viko, has already issued a warning to him. Bang! Bang! Before the villagers could completely pass through, the sound of gunfire from the terrorists of the Ten Rings organization had already resounded. Stop them quickly and put the women in the car. The villagers who hadn't had a chance to escape were all controlled by the members of the Ten Rings organization who arrived, and even Insen with the miraculous suit had no means of fighting back. He knew that if he resisted, Even though his high-tech suit could save his life, the children around him and their parents would lose their precious lives and loved ones because of his impulsiveness. So he could only wait for the right moment and look for an opportunity to help everyone escape. But when everyone had already surrendered with resignation, a young boy, after seeing his father being taken away by the members of the Ten Rings organization, broke free from his mother's embrace and rushed to his father's side. Seeing the order he established with terror being overthrown, the enraged leader grabbed the collar of the young boy with his hand, forcefully throwing him aside, and then kicked down the boy's father. "Execute him for me. Let them know the consequences of disobedience." After receiving the order, one of the armed terrorists of the Ten Rings organization pressed against the man, about to shoot right in front of the young boy. "No, Daddy." The young boy, tightly held in his mother's arms, let out a desperate cry. Just when Insen and everyone present had already lost hope, buzz boom. A figure in red and gold descended from the sky. "Looks like I'm not too late, scum." Chapter 27. Tony, wearing the magnificent Viko II armor, descended from the sky, leaving everyone present momentarily stunned. A terrorist from the Ten Rings organization, overwhelmed with panic, pulled the trigger of his rifle, rat-a-tat-tat. Clang clang clang, all the bullets that hit Tony left only a white Viko on the Viko II armor and lost their momentum as they fell to the ground. However, before Tony could counterattack the terrorist, another bulky red figure descended from the sky and directly pinned him down, preventing him from continuing to fire at Tony. "Master, please specify the primary mission and confirm the start of action." "The primary mission is to protect the villagers, commence action." At Tony's command, the large, white, muscular body immediately transformed into a compressed spring and shot in front of a hostage-holding enemy. The combat chips program instantly activated, and boom boom Baymax swung its chubby fists in a continuous straight punch, bending the enemy like an iron rod until they lay on the ground. Due to the system's restriction on causing harm, after confirming that the target was unconscious, Baymax did not use a finishing move to eliminate the enemy but instead propelled itself to the next target. It may sound complicated, but despite its large size, Baymax was lightweight due to its inflatable structure. Combined with its super braking system, it swiftly neutralized more than a dozen combatants from the Ten Rings organization in just 6 seconds. Covered in high-strength graphene composite materials, White was impervious to the enemy's firepower and suffered no damage. Therefore, it quickly rescued all the villagers from the grip of the Ten Rings organization. Meanwhile, Tony kept the Ten Rings organization distracted, and by the time they realized it, they no longer possessed the means to threaten him. At the moment when all the villagers were rescued by Baymax, Insen, who was no longer restrained, joined the battle. With the three of them working together, the Ten Rings organization's squad was utterly defenseless and quickly defeated. "Tony, is that you?" With no more threat from the enemy, Insen excitedly walked toward Tony, who was wearing the Viko II armor. Although there was a mask between them, Insen knew that there was no one else in the world who could create such refined and powerful armor except for the Stark family. "Long time no see, Insen. It's great to see that you're still alive." Insen's eyes were slightly red, showing his excitement. "It's all thanks to the suit you gave me, it helped me save the lives of many compatriots." Tony gently patted him on the back. "Relax, I'll help you, just wait for me for a moment, I'll go and destroy the Ten Rings organization's arsenal, we can talk later." "Baymax, keep an eye on those unconscious guys, we still haven't obtained the data Viko needs." After saying that, Tony took a few steps back, distancing himself from Dr. Insen, and then activated the thrusters to head directly toward the target, the arms depot. Seeing the red and gold armored figure approaching, the tanks guarding the Ten Rings organization's arsenal unexpectedly launched an anti-aircraft missile, successfully shooting Tony down. However, facing anti-aircraft missiles that were ineffective against the Viko II armor, which was coated with graphene and reinforced with titanium gold alloy, the internal shock absorption system efficiently absorbed the impact energy, protecting Tony from any harm. Without a scratch, Tony quickly stood up from the ground and, using the targeting system, locked onto the only tank in the arms depot. He fired a miniature armor-piercing round, destroying it. Then, using the repulsor in his palm, he ignited all the remaining Stark Industries weapons in the stockpile. After completing all of this, Tony and Baymax assisted Insen in evacuating the remaining villagers in Gulmira town before finding a place to sit down and reminisce. "Is this your latest developed armor?" Immediately after taking a seat, Insen couldn't wait to discuss the Viko II armor that Tony was currently wearing. "Yes, ever since I returned and announced the closure of Stark Industries Weapons Division, I've been in seclusion, collaborating with Viko to develop the next generation of suits. This suit is the Viko II, the third generation armor. Speaking of which, I apologize to you, Insen, for the suffering Gulmira has endured. I didn't expect the shareholders of the board to secretly continue selling Stark Industries weapons to terrorists behind my back. I'm sorry. Tony expressed remorse and bowed 90 degrees to Einsen. Don't be like this. Einsen immediately stood up and helped Tony to his feet. Even without Stark Industries, there will be other weapons manufacturers. Terrorists will always find a way to get what they want, and besides, you were not in control of the situation, how could I blame you? And thanks to the amazing suit you gave me, I was able to help some of my fellow countrymen escape from this place. I should be grateful to you and Viko. Don't say that, you're my savior. Tony placed his hand on Einsen's shoulder. Don't worry, I'll arrange for people to help you settle the refugees in the town. Thank you, Tony. Einsen expressed his gratitude. By the way, besides coming here to resolve the trouble in Gulmira, I also have a mission to help Viko test his new invention. Would you like to join and take a look? Tony knew that since Einsen experienced the wonders of the magical suit, he had become a fan of his own son, Viko. He knew Einsen would be interested in Viko's new invention. Sure. As expected, Einsen's excitement soared upon receiving the invitation. The people of Gulmira have been rescued, and my work here is done. Now I feel relaxed and have plenty of time. Then let's go, Baymax, bring the prototypes, Tony commanded, already deciding the fate of the captured members of the Ten Rings organization. Chapter 28. Inside an enclosed area, dozens of members of the Ten Rings organization, who were knocked unconscious by Baymax, gradually regained consciousness and stood up from the ground. However, they remained frozen in place, with not a single person attempting to escape. In front of them, Tony, wearing Viko III, along with Baymax and Einsen, stood silently, watching them. Once everyone had awakened, Tony didn't say a word to them. He immediately raised the Dominator one by one and aimed at them. Threat level below 100, safety locked. Threat level below 100, safety locked. Threat level 220, safety unlocked, Dominator's basic mode activated. After conducting several consecutive tests on the targets, the Dominator's prompt changed. Baymax, scan the man with the red headband. Roger, scan initiated, scan complete. The target has a microbomb hidden in his body, which can be detonated using a switch concealed in his belt. It seems the target isn't prepared to detonate the bomb. The threat level hasn't exceeded 300. Tony analyzed and understood the reason behind the Dominator's threat level assessment. Since that's the case, let's proceed to the next step. After saying that, Tony, guided by the Dominator's targeting assistance, pulled the trigger directly at the man with the red headband. Zer. After the Dominator's barrel emitted a blue flicker, the man with the red headband in the distance fell to the ground, unconscious and motionless. Baymax, scan him again and record his physical data, Tony ordered White once more. Scan initiated, scan complete. Based on the comparison between the two scans, the target hasn't suffered any irreversible damage and is currently in a shallow state of unconsciousness. They are expected to wake up on their own in approximately 30 minutes. The results are impressive. It seems Viko put some effort into the calculations. Einsen, standing nearby, looked at Tony's Dominator, which resembled a piece of art, with a fanatical gaze and asked. Is this Viko's new invention? What is the principle of anesthesia? How does it achieve such long-range accuracy? Can it be applied in the field of medicine? After listening to Einsen's rapid-fire questions, Tony smiled wryly and shook his head. You ask so many questions, how should I answer you? This is Viko's new invention, and also his first-ever weapon, the Dominator. It uses a built-in high-energy microwave generator to induce a stun effect. Whether it can be applied in medicine will depend on clinical trials and FDA approval. But if you think this is just an anesthetic gun, then you're gravely mistaken. It lives up to its name, the Dominator. As he spoke, Tony threw a captured machine gun to the now conscious members of the Ten Rings organization, then shouted, "Pick it up, defeat me, and you'll have a chance to escape from here." Tony, are you crazy? Einsen couldn't understand Tony's unusual behavior. Einsen, you'll understand when you see it. The terrorists within the enclosure looked at each other hesitantly. After all, the heroic performance of the three individuals standing before them was still fresh in their minds, making it difficult to forget. However, there was one person among them who was brave enough to take the risk. After a struggle, a bearded man stepped forward and picked up the machine gun from the ground. He had decided that if he charged towards Einsen, who appeared to be the weakest and slenderest among the three, and took him hostage, he would have a good chance of securing his own safety and escape. Little did he know that as he harbored these sinister thoughts, the Dominator, which had been aiming at him the entire time, had already reported his threat level to Tony. Target threat level exceeds 300, safety disengaged, second execution mode activated, permission to eliminate the target. Receiving the signal, Tony didn't hesitate and pulled the trigger of the Dominator. Zero boom. The bearded man, who had survived for a long time in the midst of gunfire, seemed to have sensed something and instinctively lunged to the right at the same time, narrowly avoiding a shot to his vital area. However, before he could celebrate his timely evasion, the immense impact of pain and panic caused him to lose his composure entirely. Wide-eyed, he watched as his left arm, grazed by the Dominator's attack, swelled up like an inflated balloon and began to spread rapidly. After expanding and spreading throughout his body, with a bang, the bearded man exploded like a balloon filled with red ink. On the ground, besides the bright red blood, there lay a bright red machine gun and some unrecognizable body parts. Nothing was left that could identify his identity. Target eliminated, safety locked. After receiving the prompt from the Dominator, even Tony, who had already learned about its effects from Viko, couldn't help but be stunned and trembling, his eyes wide open. As for Einsen by his side and the members of the Ten Rings organization inside the enclosure, they were even more shocked by the shocking scene. Not a single person let out a scream of terror. Is this Viko's new invention? It's terrifying, this isn't just a Dominator, it's a tyrant. In the next moment, the terrorists who had previously been too afraid to move due to the overwhelming power of Tony and his companions, suddenly rushed towards the pool of blood on the ground, competing with each other. Their goal was to grab the machine gun, not to resist Tony and his companions or to escape from this place, but to obtain an easy way to die without having to experience the horrifying ordeal they had just witnessed. Yes, they were fighting for an opportunity to commit suicide. But Tony wouldn't give them such a chance. I order, with the highest authority, to activate the third execution mode. Highest authority verified, Dominator's third execution mode activated, energy charging, 3, 2, 1, initiate molecular decomposition mode. Tony looked at the Ten Rings organization terrorists, who had gathered around the machine gun, and gently pulled the trigger. Z-thud. Einsen, standing aside, only saw a dazzling blue light flash by and instinctively closed his eyes. When he opened them again, there were only 2 living beings left in the entire enclosure, himself and Tony. The other captives, including the first man with the red headband who had been knocked unconscious, had all disappeared without a trace, not even leaving behind any bloodstains. Molecular decomposition gun, Viko, your invention really scared the hell out of me this time. Chapter 29. Clang. You're pretty fast. What about Baymax? He's still there, I left him there temporarily to take care of the local refugees. I'll arrange for the staff of the Stark Charitable Foundation to take over for him shortly, and he should be able to return tonight. Tony took off his mask, snatched the soda from Viko's hand at the entrance, and drank it in big gulps. Ah, refreshing. Why do you look so disheveled? With Baymax's help, it shouldn't be that difficult to deal with the Ten Rings organization's ragtag group. It's nothing, just had a little game of hide and seek with a couple of big birds on the way back. Unfortunately, I wasn't the one playing that ghost. Where's the burger you prepared for me? Why didn't I see mine? Tony didn't explain in detail and deflected the topic, feeling guilty. Who knew you would come back so early? I only ordered mine, there's still half left, do you want it? Viko held the cheeseburger he had taken a few bites from and offered it to Tony, a mischievous smirk on his face. Unexpectedly, Tony didn't mind and reached out to take the burger. Don't think you can dismiss me that easily. If I can't eat my favorite cheeseburger from that place within half an hour, don't expect me to send you the test data for your Dominator, humph. After saying that, Tony took big bites and quickly finished most of the burger in his hand. Viko hooked the corner of his mouth, appearing nonchalant. Well, you're destined to be disappointed. I've already had Baymax upload the real-time test data to my private server, I can check it anytime now, hahaha. Tony angrily finished the remaining half cup of soda, having no leverage to threaten Viko anymore. He couldn't do anything about it and could only sulk by himself. Jarvis, help me disarm. Tony stood on the changing platform and gave the command to Jarvis. But moments later, Tony's little temper had completely disappeared. The garage was filled with Tony's screams of, ah, and, ouch, and Viko's hearty laughter from the other side. Please bear with it for a moment, sir, the Viko II suit you designed is very form-fitting, so the more you move, the more it hurts. Be gentle, Jarvis, this is my first time, I designed it to be removable, so I should be able to, ouch. You caught my hair, are you trying to make me go bald? Please try not to move, sir, if you really want to keep your hair, please wear a wig before putting on the combat suit next time. Hahaha, Jarvis, I'm starting to like your sense of humor more and more. Viko timely added fuel to the fire on the side. Humph. You brat, ouch, be more gentle. What happened here? Pepper, who had come to report to Tony, couldn't find any amusement in the scene that had Viko laughing uncontrollably. Are those bullet holes? Believe me, it's not as bad as it looks. 20 minutes later, Tony finally took off the suit and collapsed weakly on the sofa. It was so difficult, the armor shouldn't have pursued the so-called fashionable fit, I miss the comfort of Viko II. Hey, have something to eat. You should think about how to explain this to Pepper. Didn't you say you didn't order mine? Tony opened the bag and found his favorite cheeseburger and a cup of soda. I don't want to think about troublesome things right now, I just managed to send Pepper away, explaining everything is now left to fate. Just teasing you, so, how was the Dominator's design after you actually used it? Did you find any flaws? Viko steered the conversation back to the Dominator, which he was most concerned about. No, everything was perfect. Or I should say the flaw of the Dominator is that it's too perfect. It makes judgments based on system-set rules, and the wielder only has the right to pull the trigger. Combined with its visually stunning lethality, the Dominator might truly dominate its wielder and become a cold-blooded killing machine. Considering Tony's suggestion, Viko stroked his slightly stubbled chin, lowered his head, pondered for a moment, and then said. How about adding a user's psychological evaluation program? If the user begins to show psychological fluctuations, the Dominator will temporarily suspend their access to the second and third execution modes, deeming their condition unsuitable. What do you think? Not bad, but you must be cautious in determining authorization for the person. After all, the power of the Dominator is enough to leave even a weapons expert like me dumbfounded. Tony nodded and agreed with Viko's idea. Don't worry, with such a cool weapon, it must remain an exclusive weapon of our Stark family, I don't plan on granting authorization to anyone else. Smart. My Viko series armors are the same, they're my exclusive armors, and no one else should dare to touch them. When my transformers are developed, no one will be interested in your armors. Viko retorted, refusing to back down. Well, considering the face of the cheeseburger, I won't argue with my son. Tony ignored Viko's provocation and grabbed the cheeseburger from the table, taking big bites. Seeing that he couldn't provoke Tony's temper, Viko shrugged and turned on the TV to catch up on the latest news. Earlier today, an F-22 Raptor fighter jet of the Air Force crashed during a flight exercise in Gulmira. Fortunately, the pilot was unharmed. As for the unexpected turn of events in the town of Gulmira, we are still unclear about who or what intervened. But I can swear that the government of our country has nothing to do with it. Watching Colonel Rhodes deliver the accident report on TV, Viko turned his head in surprise and looked at Tony. The game of hide and seek with the big bird you mentioned, could it be the F-22 Raptor that Colonel Rhodes mentioned? I think my analogy was quite vivid, don't you agree? I think you've gone crazy. Chapter 30. Don't make a big fuss about it, if the worst comes to worst, I'll just compensate them with a better aircraft. Besides, the Air Force can't do anything to me. They still need me to design the engine for the Quinjet fighter they're currently developing. Tony shrugged nonchalantly, taking another big bite of his cheeseburger. I think you're fearless, for sure. Colonel Rhodes must have helped you cover up the situation. Otherwise, the Department of Defense and the military officials would definitely drag you to court and force you to hand over the technology of the Iron Man armor to the country, using various charges. Viko warned his old man about the future developments of the events. They're just wishful thinking. They can't touch my stuff. Let's not talk about this anymore, we'll deal with it when it actually happens. The legal and PR teams I hired are not to be taken lightly, whether they come with words or force, whether they want to sue or sabotage, I'll handle them all. By the way, I've already set up a personal sole proprietorship company for you in your name, the company's staff is already assembled. The name is Viko Stark Technology R&D Center. You are the company's director and responsible for liability for business debt. But since you're not of legal age yet, I'll act as your guardian and guarantee for you, Tony informed. You decided on the company name without even confirming it with me. Viko thought Tony was too occupied with the development of the armor and hadn't had the chance to fulfill this matter. However, when he heard the news again, he realized the company was already established, and the name was not of his choosing. With your naming skills, could you come up with a good name? Tony replied. Viko's words hit him hard, targeting his weak spot. Faced with Tony's counter-question, Viko remained silent, keeping all his words to himself. Although reluctant to admit it, after enduring numerous blows over the past decade, Viko had come to accept that his luck in naming things was not great. You see, you can't even come up with an answer. So, since I'll end up changing it anyway, isn't it more efficient for me to decide directly? Besides, Pepper helped with the name, so if you have any objections, you can talk to her. Then I have no objections, Viko said in a somewhat dejected manner. Good, now, I'm going to explain the Viko II situation to Pepper and build some rapport. By the way, I'll also show you the location of your new company's office. Do you remember to reserve a dedicated laboratory for me? Viko looked interestedly at Tony and asked. Don't worry, everything is arranged according to my standards. And your laboratory is a pilot project for the arc reactor's new energy. All the equipment in your lab will be powered by the underground arc reactor, which is expected to provide uninterrupted power for over 200 years, Tony assured him. Yes. Viko jumped up with joy upon hearing Tony's description of his new laboratory. For a scientific enthusiast like him, what could be more appealing than a laboratory that could bring all his ideas to life? After tidying up his appearance, Tony drove Viko to a high-tech innovation park located an hour's drive from the Stark mansion. This innovation park was designed and built by Stark Industries, incorporating production and research into one. Only technology startups that received investment from Stark Industries or related companies approved by Stark Industries could enter this innovation park. The park charged a small management fee and rent well below Viko prices to the resident companies each year. But this didn't mean they could enjoy these benefits without worries. If their annual research results did not meet the approval of Stark Industries' evaluation department, they could be expelled from the park. Stark Industries might also stop investing in the company and sell off their shares. However, this wasn't a problem for Viko. Not to mention that he was the heir of Stark Industries. During this time, he had also gained a considerable number of Stark Industries shares in the stock Viko amidst the turmoil caused by the closure of the Stark Industries weapons division. Based solely on his own inventive and creative abilities, he was confident that he could pass this so-called year-end evaluation with 100% certainty. The car drove through the park's carefully landscaped roads and finally stopped in front of a 6-story building entirely covered in dark green glass curtain walls. They arrived at the entrance, where there were no security guards or receptionists. Tony swiped his face on the facial recognition device at the entrance, and the glass door automatically unlocked and opened. Leading Viko inside, Tony explained, "The building has only undergone decoration and office equipment procurement so far, without any smart design. I know you definitely won't be able to hand over this part to others, so I'll leave it for you to play around with. The first floor is the reception area and dining area, the second and third floors are the communal office areas, and the fourth and fifth floors are the executive offices. And the top floor, the sixth floor, is your personal laboratory, equipped with the most advanced protective hardware. As for the system and intelligent assistant, you have the freedom to do as you please. How is it? Not bad, right?" They made their way to the laboratory on the sixth floor. Tony looked pleased as he saw Viko's excited expression while examining the various seamlessly integrated equipment. All right, you go find Pepper, I can't wait to turn this place into my personal kingdom," Viko exclaimed. He couldn't wait to start planning the automation design and building control system for the office building. He eagerly opened his computer and got to work. Tony rolled his eyes and smirked. "All right, I'm leaving, you can take your time, I'll notify the personal secretary I've chosen for you to come and give you an update on the staff situation, and she'll also drive you home." Viko remained focused on the computer without responding, but he raised his left hand and made an "okay" gesture, then waved his hand forcefully, indicating to Tony. "You're not needed here anymore, so leave quickly." This kid, he's really a chip off the old block in this kind of situation. Tony turned and left the laboratory on the sixth floor, went downstairs, started his car, and left the park. Just thinking about explaining to Pepper later gives me a headache. Suddenly, Tony regretfully slapped the steering wheel. Oh no. I should have asked Viko for advice earlier, I was so caught up in his proud demeanor that I forgot. No, I need to go online and check for some strategies first. Tony parked the car on the side of the road and started searching for Love Strategy 2.0. Online. Little did he know that those so-called strategies online were just a bunch of keyboard warriors indulging in their own fantasies. Realistically fulfilled individuals wouldn't waste their time on anything other than their significant others. Chapter 31. California, an abandoned railway hub, was now crowded with many Middle Eastern-looking adult men carrying weapons. Bonfires burned around, with people patrolling and guarding the perimeter, giving it the appearance of a military stronghold. At this moment, a black commercial van tore through the dark night, slowly approaching from a distance. However, strangely enough, this heavily guarded base did not stop this car that seemed out of place here, allowing it to enter the interior of the base. The vehicle arrived at the central area, where the security was even tighter. After the car stopped, a black bodyguard dressed in bulletproof clothing and carrying a Stark Industries fully automatic rifle got out first, opening the car door for the important figure in the back seat. And the person who got out of the car was none other than Tony's dear uncle, Obadiah. "Welcome," spoke a scar-faced man. If Tony were here at this moment, he would easily recognize this person's identity as the lieutenant of the 10 Rings who had kidnapped him. And this place was a temporary base they had established secretly after smuggling into the United States. As Obadiah confidently walked towards the scar-faced man who welcomed him, one could tell from his relaxed expression that he had encountered these terrorists before. Approaching the scar-faced man, Obadiah did not respond to his welcome but wore a superior smile, staring mockingly at the scars on his face. The scar-faced man showed no fear and pointed to the scars, saying, "This is a gift Tony Stark left me." Hearing this, Obadiah's mocking tone grew stronger. "If you had killed him when you were supposed to, you wouldn't have that." Understanding the double meaning behind the other's sarcasm, the scar-faced man became somewhat angry and said, "You expect us to kill such a powerful figure with the little money you've given us?" However, Obadiah did not give him a chance to continue complaining. Without a trace of sympathy in his words, he pointed directly to the purpose of this visit, saying, "Lead me to see that weapon." "Very well, leave your bodyguard outside." The scar-faced man paused for a moment and agreed to the request. The 10 rings had possessed this set of armor for some time now, but due to limitations in funds and knowledge. Even with the existing model and the blueprints Tony drew in the surveillance, the illiterate members of the 10 rings could not find a way to replicate the armor. Given that, they had no choice but to find a partner who had both the knowledge and the funds. And most importantly, the ambition to cooperate in this goal. Once this plan was accomplished, they would not only possess the most powerful force but also gain a continuous source of money. After considering for a while, they finally chose the suitable candidate for this partnership, which was Obadiah Stane, an ambitious person who intended to kill Tony Stark and seize his company and industries. And tonight's meeting was to finalize this deal. Obadiah made a gesture, indicating that his bodyguard should stay outside, and then followed the scar-faced man into a rudimentary tent. Opening the curtain, as soon as they entered, Tony's Viko II, handcrafted by him and Insan in a cave in Afghanistan, came into view. Greed gleamed in his eyes, like the eyes of a feline animal in the night. Even with the crude assembly by the illiterate members of the 10 rings, it did not hinder him from appreciating it as the most marvelous artwork in the world. "He escaped but left us with a little surprise," the scar-faced man said, looking at Obadiah with a hint of pride. "So this is the secret weapon he used to escape the cave all by himself?" Obadiah asked while his eyes were fixed on every component of the Viko II. "This is just a preliminary creation. Tony Stark has improved its design and already made a masterpiece capable of killing. With just a few of these suits, a person can rule over Asia, and you, too, desire Stark's throne. We have a common enemy." The scar-faced man calmly expressed his immense ambition. Obadiah shifted his gaze away from the Viko II, glanced at him, and gestured for him to continue speaking. "We can continue our business negotiations. I can give you these designs as a gift. In return, I want you to create an army of steel soldiers for me." Obadiah didn't reply but smiled at him and then approached him intimately, placing his hand on his shoulder. Unbeknownst to the scar-faced man, a small device had already appeared in Obadiah's hand. He pressed a switch. And the device emitted a high-frequency sound wave before the scar-faced man could react. His brain became congested, and he completely lost his ability to move. "This is the only gift you will receive." Obadiah pointed to the noise-canceling earplugs in his own ears and shook the ultrasonic device in his hand, revealing a cruel smile. "Technology, this is your eternal weakness in this world." As he spoke, Obadiah turned off the device and removed the earplugs from his ears. "But don't worry, the effect of this thing only lasts for 15 minutes, but this is the least of your troubles." After finishing his words, Obadiah directly lifted the curtain of the tent and walked out. Outside the tent, seeing that all the 10 rings guards had been subdued by his own bodyguards, Obadiah showed no surprise. It was evident that he had planned this in advance. "Bring me the armor inside and clean up the mess. It's time for us to leave." As soon as his words fell, along with the sound of gunfire and the hissing of firearms, the abandoned railway hub fell into silence once again. It was unknown how long it would be until someone set foot here again. Establish Sector 16 beneath the arc reactor prototype. The mission must be conducted in secrecy. Gather our best engineers. I want you to immediately create a prototype for me. Also, keep an eye on Tony and Viko for me. Everything related to Stark Industries must fall into my hands. We cannot afford to make any more mistakes this time. Chapter 32. So, what you're saying is that the unidentified factor that quelled the turmoil in Gulmira town, as reported in the news, was actually you. You, wearing that suit of armor, single-handedly took down a whole terrorist unit. Pepper Potts couldn't believe it and covered her wide-open mouth with both hands in astonishment. "This is too dangerous, Mr. Stark. You must immediately stop this reckless behavior. You have Viko to take care of. And the lives of tens of thousands of Stark Industries employees depend on you. Just think about the condition the armor was in, full of bullet holes, when you last returned. What if something happens to you? What will happen to these people?" "Calm down, Pepper, calm down. Don't get so worked up. Those bullet holes might look horrifying, but they didn't cause any critical damage to the armor. You also know that both Viko and I possess intelligence far beyond ordinary people. The safety and reliability of Viko II, developed through the combined efforts of both of us, are beyond doubt. Tony steadied his hands on Pepper's shoulders, looked directly into her eyes, and patiently tried to reassure her. I'm very worried about you, you know. You barely escaped from the hands of those villains, so why would you put yourself in danger again? Perhaps this is the growth I gained from the kidnapping incident. It's precisely because I'm well aware of the dangers I face that I developed Viko II to protect myself, isn't it? And as long as I have you supporting me from behind, even in the face of danger, I can maintain peace of mind. At the most opportune moment, Tony finally uttered the carefully curated lines he had gathered online. And unsurprisingly, with this statement, the situation instantly turned around. Pepper blushed and lowered her head, no longer raising objections to Tony's risky actions. Pepper, if you don't mind, I need you to do me a favor. I want you to go to my office, hack into the computer mainframe, and find all recent shipping manifests, Tony said, handing an item to Pepper. This is a password chip. With it, you can easily hack in. The list might be in the main folder, or it could be hidden within the drives, in which case you'll need to search for the smallest titles. If I retrieve the list, what will you do with it? Pepper asked, concerned that Tony might engage in something dangerous again. Just like last time, they're conducting covert transactions, and I need to stop them. I want to find those weapons and destroy them. Tony, you know I'm willing to help you with anything, but if you're involved in something that will put you in dangerous again, I can't assist you, Pepper reluctantly refused. All right then, this will be your next task. An order given by Tony Stark, your boss. Tony Stark, the straight-laced Iron Man, made his appearance again, shattering the good atmosphere that had been painstakingly established. Is that so? Then I quit. All these years, while I profited from the destruction, you were always by my side, but now that I want to protect those in danger because of me, you want to leave. You're going to get yourself killed like this, Tony. I don't want to be involved. Everyone should have a purpose in life. The old Tony Stark died in that cave in Afghanistan along with the explosion. The reborn Tony Stark needs a new purpose. I'm not going crazy, Pepper. I just suddenly realized what I should do, and I know deep down that it's the right thing to do. Pepper didn't respond but silently picked up the password chip from the table. You're my everything too, you know. Stark Industries office building. Today Pepper changed her usual schedule and arrived at the company half an hour earlier. From her nervous expression, it was clear that something was indeed out of the ordinary. Before entering Tony's office, she observed her surroundings and noticed that no one else had arrived yet. She quickly opened the door and walked in, swiftly closing the office door behind her. Once at her destination, Pepper wasted no time and hurriedly opened Tony's computer mainframe, connecting the password chip to begin searching for the necessary information. Following Tony's instructions, she first searched for the data in the main folder but found nothing. Then she opened the computer's driver folder. It contained many missile blueprints and data designed by Tony. But after a thorough search, she became drawn to a set of blueprints for a giant suit of armor. The design was clearly aligned with the same concept she had seen in Tony's previous armor but had a distinctly different appearance. Sector 16. What are you up to, Obadiah? Could it be that Viko's earlier speculation was correct? Recalling the conversation with Viko when Tony had just returned safely, he had mentioned that only Pepper and Obadiah were aware of Tony's itinerary within the entire company. Therefore, the traitor must be one of them. And now, it was becoming evident that the answer was revealing itself. A video she found further confirmed Pepper's suspicion. In the video, Tony was securely bound and his ears were covered. He sat firmly in the center while surrounded by a group of burly men with their faces covered by headscarves, holding rifles. The leader held a script and delivered a speech in English with a Middle Eastern accent. You didn't tell us that the person you wanted us to assassinate was the famous Tony Stark. Just as you can see, Obadiah Stane, you will pay for your deceit and lies, and Tony Stark's head has just become more valuable. Oh my God. Pepper didn't expect it to be true. Tony's beloved uncle was secretly plotting to bring him to his demise. Realizing the gravity of the situation, she quickly transferred the two important files onto the password chip, intending to bring them back and reveal the truth to Tony. Just then, the office door opened, and the person who entered was Obadiah Stane. Oh, Miss Potts, I didn't expect you to be here before working hours. You've surprised me. Chapter 33. I know you're in a difficult position right now, Pepper. Obadiah held a glass and approached the wine cabinet in Tony's office. At this moment, observing the slight unease on Pepper's face, Obadiah could already guess why she appeared here so early in the morning. However, until he confirmed that his disguise had been completely exposed, Obadiah maintained his hypocritical facade, preserving the gentlemanly demeanor he had perfected over the years. What he didn't know was that beneath his proper manners, his eyes betrayed his insatiable greed and ferocity, revealing his true nature. Pepper adjusted herself while maintaining a professional smile, simultaneously monitoring the progress of the data download with her peripheral vision. Tony always has good things, doesn't he? At that moment, Obadiah took a bottle of Tony's prized wine from the cabinet and poured himself a glass. Seizing the opportunity while his attention shifted, Pepper quickly picked up a newspaper from the computer desk and used it to cover the password chip on the mainframe. She then activated the screensaver, hiding the transfer progress on the desktop. As Obadiah filled his glass and approached the desk, all he saw was Pepper staring at the screensaver without any action, forcing him to continue with his pretense. When Tony returned home, you have no idea how relieved I was, as if he had resurrected from the dead. But now I realize that Tony never truly came back, did he? He left a part of himself in that cave, and it saddens me. Pepper nervously looked at Obadiah, who sat just within arm's reach. He is indeed a complicated person. Sensing her own heightened tension, Pepper paused for a moment, forcing a stiff smile and continued, he has been through many hardships, but I believe he will recover. Obadiah took a sip of his drink, gave Pepper a meaningful glance, and said, you truly are an exceptional woman. Tony has no idea how lucky he is. Thank you for your praise, but I must go. Pepper stood up, picked up the newspaper, and casually retrieved the password chip. After a brief farewell with Obadiah, she left the office under his watchful gaze. Turning the corner, out of Obadiah's sight, Pepper looked at the password chip in her hand and breathed a sigh of relief. She hastened her pace and headed towards the company's exit. On the other side, after seeing Pepper's figure disappear, Obadiah immediately turned back to his computer, unlocking the screensaver. When he saw the prompt on the desktop, he finally confirmed that Pepper had discovered his secret. He forcefully leaned back in his chair, his gaze becoming more resolute and ruthless. Since his disguise had been exposed, she couldn't blame himself for being ruthless from now on. Miss Potts, I'm afraid we have an appointment. Did you forget our arrangement? As Pepper hurriedly descended to the lobby of the office building, she caught Agent Coulson's attention as planned. No, I haven't forgotten, you can come with me now. This meeting is guaranteed to be unforgettable for you. On the second floor of the lobby, Obadiah could only watch helplessly as Pepper escaped. In frustration, he turned and made his way to Sector 16, hidden beneath the prototype exhibition area of the arc reactor. Inside Sector 16, a group of scientists gathered by Obadiah were busy at work. When they saw him forcefully enter, the project leader immediately halted their work and went to greet him. Mr. Stain, the task you assigned to us seems to be a bit difficult. After conducting research, we unanimously believe that the technology to enable the functionalities of this armor does not exist. It doesn't exist. Obadiah tightly grabbed the collar of the person in charge with his right arm, pointing excitedly at the prototype of the arc reactor in front of them. He said, "Look, what you have in front of you is that technology. I only want you to shrink it a bit." "Yes, sir, we wanted to do that, but unfortunately, it's simply not possible." At this moment, Obadiah, no longer pretending, and without his usual gentle demeanor, grabbed the collar of the person in charge, shouting angrily, "Tony Stark could create it out of scraps in a cave." "Sorry, but we are not Tony Stark." "Has Viko not returned yet?" After receiving Pepper's approval, Tony, who had spent the night at her house, returned disappointedly when he realized she didn't mean what he thought. After Pepper left, he drove leisurely back to his mansion in Malibu. "Jarvis, has Viko not come back all night?" "Jarvis. Strange, is it offline?" Still not getting a response, Tony decided to check Jarvis' program. Just then, the phone at home rang, and seeing that it was a call from Pepper, he answered directly, "Hello, Peppero." Before he could finish his sentence, Tony felt as if his brain had lost connection with his body and uncontrollably collapsed onto the sofa. "Take a deep breath, relax, relax." A familiar voice sounded behind him, with a gentle tone that emanated a chilling aura. "You remember this thing, right?" The one who ambushed Tony was Obadiah, who hurriedly arrived from the Sector 16. After confirming that his subordinates couldn't replicate the miniaturization of the arc reactor, he decided to carry out a crazy plan to snatch it from its owner's hands. By using the same method he used to deal with the leader of the 10 Rings, which rendered Tony immobile, he triumphantly showed Tony the small gadget that helped him achieve everything. It's such a shame the government didn't approve its mass production. I still remember when 6-year-old little Viko had this invention of his, how excited he was playing pranks on us. Short-term paralysis can be quite useful. He once painted my face with oil paint, and it took me half a day to wash it off. You know, Tony, when I issued the bounty to hunt you down, I was concerned about losing my golden goose. Temporarily paralyzed on the sofa, Tony widened his eyes in shock upon hearing these words, looking at the uncle he once respected. He saw Obadiah coldly and ruthlessly manipulating the tool in his hand, extending his claws towards the arc reactor on his chest. Chapter 34. But luckily, you were spared, and you've given me this final golden egg. Without any mercy, Obadiah directly removed the arc reactor from Tony's chest and unplugged the wire supplying power to the electromagnet. Do you really think that if you come up with an idea, it automatically belongs to you? After obtaining what he wanted, Obadiah didn't leave immediately. Instead, he continued to mock Tony. Your old man, he helped us create the atomic bomb. If he were as selfish as you, what would the world be like today? Take a look, this thing is perfect. It's your 9th symphony. Tony. It will be your relic, and the weapons powered by it as their energy core will set the world right again. I really wish you could see my armor prototype. It's not as conservative as yours. And involving Pepper was a terrible move on your part. Originally, my plan was to just eliminate you and Viko. You know, Viko is like a younger version of you. He's so talented that I couldn't risk giving him a chance for revenge. Beethoven's 9th Symphony is considered his greatest achievement in the symphonic field. Here, Obadiah is metaphorically referring to the miniaturization of the arc reactor as the greatest achievement of Tony's life. He has already decided that Tony will undoubtedly die today and will never achieve anything new in the future. Still not understanding the universal truth that villains die from talking too much, Obadiah, after delivering a long speech, left Tony's mansion with the coveted arc reactor. He didn't deliver the final blow that would kill Tony. After Obadiah left, Tony was still affected by the paralysis effect. And with the shards in his chest losing their electromagnetic attachment, his body had become very weak. Tony mustered up all his strength and tried to move his body slightly, but the effect was not significant. Calculating the time since he was ambushed by Obadiah, considering the duration of the paralysis effect, Tony decided to wait until he regained his mobility and then go to the garage to temporarily replace the old core that Pepper had brought. However, to Tony's surprise, before he could even begin this nearly impossible plan, a red figure descended from the sky. Master, what happened to you? Your condition is not good. I'm about to conduct a scan complete. Your cerebellum has been stimulated by ultrasound, causing temporary paralysis. The reactor in your chest is missing, and the remaining shards in your chest are no longer restrained. Your condition is very dangerous. Baymax will temporarily provide power to your electromagnet using its own energy source. The red figure was Baymax, who had successfully returned after assisting refugees in Gulmira. Baymax quickly removed the combat mode armor and restored its original form as a healthcare assistant. Ignoring its own condition, Baymax picked up a fruit knife from the table and made a small incision in its abdomen, taking out the miniaturized arc reactor that provided energy for itself. Baymax is about to switch to backup energy graphene batteries, shutting down and restarting. Please wait for 3 seconds. After 3 seconds, the restarted Baymax disconnected the power interface of the miniaturized arc reactor and connected it to Tony's electromagnet. However, due to Baymax's reactor being smaller and having a different shape, it couldn't stably fit into Tony's chest. With this series of actions completed, Baymax's body completely lost its support of air and collapsed in front of Tony. Baymax, can you get in touch with Viko? Tell him to stay in the lab and not open the door for anyone, no matter who comes looking for him. Master, rest assured, I have already transmitted the message, and all of the young master's clothes have been updated according to the standards of the magic suit. With new chips added, he will have a way to escape from any danger. Tony blinked and temporarily set aside his concerns about Viko. How is Pepper doing? I have communicated with Miss Nini. With her by Pepper's side, nothing will happen to her. Since all the threats made by Obadiah had become ineffective, Tony turned his attention to himself. The miniaturized reactor that Baymax had given him was definitely unusable. It was too inconvenient for movement. So he had to replace it with the original reactor he made in Afghanistan, which was in the garage. But now that Baymax had lost its mobility, it couldn't be of any help. Tony had to rely on himself. He hadn't recovered to the point of being able to support his body yet. He could only move forward slowly. Like a caterpillar, through the slow wriggling of his body. Slowly, he managed to squeeze into the elevator and arrived in the basement. Tony, who could only move on the ground, looked at the first-generation reactor placed on the workbench, high above. No matter how he tried, he couldn't reach it. Just as Tony was about to give up and wait for his body to regain mobility, the clumsy and awkward dummy, who had always been so, handed him the box containing the first-generation reactor. Good boy. It seems I'll have to learn to be nostalgic from today onwards. While replacing his power core on one side, Tony couldn't help but recall a conversation he had with Viko in the past. With that thought, Tony chuckled. It seems Viko was right again. You will be my greatest creation, you little dunce. Chapter 35. Tony. 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 Colonel Rhodey, who rushed to Tony's house in response to Pepper's distress call, shouted Tony's name loudly. Seeing the living room turned into a mess with a collapsed Baymax on the floor confirmed the gravity of the situation. Sir, the old master has moved to the underground garage. Prompted by Baymax, Rhodey hurried down the stairs to the garage, where he found Tony Stark lying on the ground. Tony. Tony, are you okay? I'm fine, go protect Pepper, I've involved her in this mess. Tony, still weak, could only weakly grip Rhodey's arm and spoke earnestly. Don't worry, she's fine, Pepper is currently with 5 agents, preparing to arrest Obadiah. Tony's expression instantly turned grim. 5 people may not be enough, I hope Nini can hold on a little longer. Saying that, Tony, with Rhodey's support, forced himself to stand up. Pepper was in a precarious situation, and he had to step up. This is the coolest thing I've ever seen. Nearby, watching Tony change into the Viko II suit, Rhodey couldn't help but envy. Not bad, huh? It's time to get started. Do you need any more help? Rhodey asked. Clear the skies for me. Tony said, and without even going through the garage passage, he burst through the hole in the ceiling that he had made during the Viko II experiment. That's awesome. Rhodey's eyes gleamed with admiration. On the other side, Viko, fully engrossed in developing the building control system in his new company's laboratory, was suddenly interrupted by the urgent alarm from his pocket. The alarm bell pulled Viko's attention away from his research. He took out his phone and saw the urgent situation alert on the screen, realizing that Obadiah had targeted his dad. Unknown to Tony, the gift Viko gave him not only provided a life-saving opportunity but also allowed Viko to detect any sudden situation Tony encountered and help him deal with the crisis. In this case, when Obadiah forcibly dismantled the arc reactor, cutting off its power as an electromagnet, it immediately recorded the occurrence of abnormal conditions and sent an alarm signal to Viko. Upon receiving the alarm, Viko hastily saved his unfinished work on the computer, preparing to rush back and help. However, he awkwardly realized that he didn't have a driver's license or a car at the moment, and even Baymax was not by his side, so he had no way to return home in time. Magneto. Magneto. Quickly change to surveillance equipment and go check on my dad. As soon as Viko gave the command, the components in the dormant box in the room sprang into action. 2 magnetic axles above Magneto's head detached. And the components inside the box, carrying a surveillance camera, were ejected and magnetically connected to Magneto's head. After assembly, the dormant box automatically opened. Magneto flipped out of the box and silently sneaked into the living room. Meanwhile, on Viko's phone screen, the clear footage appeared as Magneto arrived in the living room. The image showed Obadiah smugly leaving the mansion with the arc reactor, while Tony collapsed on the couch. Oh no! I shouldn't have used that thing to prank Obadiah back then. I need to contact Uncle Rhodey immediately for help. Magneto's magnetic axle servo system can't handle heavy objects like the arc reactor. Just as Viko was about to make the call, Baymax appeared timely by Tony's side, relieving Viko's worries. Creating Baymax was indeed the smartest decision I made, but Obadiah, you old scoundrel, you're really bad. Since you refuse to behave, I'll send you flying comfortably. Viko closed the surveillance footage transmitted by Magneto and opened a pink interface. It displayed only a map and a red locator dot, indicating its position near Stark Industries. It seems Pepper is still going after Obadiah with Coulson. Fortunately, she didn't forget to bring Nini with her. Let's see how I deal with you, you old scoundrel. The interface Viko accessed was actually the location interface of Nini, the all-purpose personal assistant he gave to Pepper. And the reason for adding this positioning system to Nini was, of course, for transmitting special components. The battle suit I customized for Nini is much more thoughtful than Baymax's. Enjoy it, Obadiah. With that, Viko tapped the confirmation button on the phone screen. At the same time, a lawn outside the Stark mansion suddenly rose, revealing a deep and mysterious opening underneath. Boom! A sudden burst of flames illuminated the night sky as a black figure soared into the sky, leaving behind a long trail of fire. Its destination was Stark Industries. At Stark Industries, Pepper, under the protection of Coulson and 4 other S.H.I.E.L.D. agents had infiltrated Sector 16 secretly established by Obadiah. After passing through a dark area and arriving at the center, a mighty suit of armor appeared before them. Looks like you were right, he made a suit, Coulson re-Viko'd. I thought it would be bigger. Pepper couldn't help but feel that the suit was different from what she saw in the copied data today. Unbeknownst to them, the suit before them was merely Viko I, the prototype that Obadiah used. The true Ironmonger suddenly appeared behind them with a bang. Ah! Pepper shouted in fear at the massive size and menacing appearance of Ironmonger. The pink suitcase in her hand received the signal and immediately began flashing lights. Nini was swiftly released. Nini senses that Master is in danger, switching to Guardian mode. Chapter 36. Take him down. Seeing the sudden attack by Ironmonger, the well-trained agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. quickly drew their handguns and opened fire. However, these bullets hitting Ironmonger's steel armor were as ineffective as annoying flies, unable to inflict any damage on it. Before the few agents could analyze the next course of action, Ironmonger swept through and took care of all of them. Pepper, who was standing nearby, was stunned by the intense scene. Seeing Ironmonger's iron fist about to strike her, her vigilant companion Nini immediately scooped up her owner in a princess carry, activated the super movement mechanism, and the two swiftly escaped from the range of Ironmonger's attack. Restricted by its enormous size, Ironmonger couldn't maneuver flexibly in the narrow confines of Sector 16 and could only helplessly watch as Pepper was rescued. With Nini's help, Pepper escaped from the office building and immediately dialed Tony's number, wanting to report the situation to him. Luckily, her call was answered this time. "Tony, are you alright? Obadiah has gone mad. He created a massive suit of armor." "I know, Pepper, stay calm and get out of there now." But Tony didn't wait for Pepper's response. The phone only transmitted a loud noise and Obadiah's stern voice, "Where do you think you can escape to? Damn it. Jarvis, how much longer can the arc reactor hold?" "Sir, there is 48 power remaining, and the level is decreasing. This arc reactor was not designed for prolonged flight." "Remind me when." "You are of no use anymore." Ironmonger, who had emerged from the ground in Sector 16, stood in front of Pepper. He aimed the massive machine gun on his arm at her. However, before he could open fire, a burst of flame flashed by, followed by a black figure that collided directly with Ironmonger's arm, causing him to lose balance. The black figure dispersed upon colliding with Ironmonger and transformed into individual armor parts. Nini, who had been standing in front of Pepper, completed her fusion. Indeed, it was the contingency plan left by Viko that arrived just in time. It was Nini's combat form armor. The armor used the same graphene titanium composite material as Baymax, presenting a pink and white color scheme. Unlike Baymax's armor, which was only equipped with a flight module and lacked substantial offensive weapons, Nini's armor featured plasma blades, similar to the ones used by Go-Go Tamago in the Big Hero 6. Coupled with the martial arts skills programmed into Nini's combat chip, it could be said to be a great enhancement. Fully armed, Nini didn't prioritize dealing with the immediate threat but immediately carried her owner, Pepper, and activated her thrusters to fly away from the dangerous place. In bodyguard mode, Nini always prioritized her owner's safety, so unless it was impossible to escape safely, combat would not be Nini's first choice. As soon as Nini took Pepper away from the scene, Tony piloted Viko II and arrived in front of Ironmonger. Hit him in the chest with the energy blast. As soon as they met, Tony gave Obadiah a welcome gift, a direct hit from the chest-mounted energy cannon. Ironmonger was affected by this attack and took several steps back in succession. However, Ironmonger's design was different from Tony's Viko series that prioritized aesthetics and streamlined design. Its heavy outer armor and massive transmission structure gave it more formidable defense and attack power than the Viko series. Tony's full-force blow didn't cause much damage to Ironmonger, instead, it aroused Obadiah's ferocity. After stabilizing himself, Ironmonger launched a counterattack against Tony. Obadiah controlled the suit, activating the boosters on its feet, quickly closing the distance between him and Tony, followed by a powerful iron fist that struck Tony's chest armor. Bang! Viko II's strength couldn't withstand this powerful attack, and Tony was directly knocked to the ground. Ironmonger, already on a rampage, was not satisfied with this. He grabbed Tony, who was still recovering on the ground, and slammed him back down. "For 30 years, I have supported you. I built this company from scratch, and nothing can stop me, especially not you." As he spoke, Ironmonger's rear weapons compartment opened, and a piercing round was fired directly at Tony. Boom! A massive fireball engulfed Tony in an instant. But fortunately, Viko II not only used a graphene titanium alloy as its main material but also had a layer of graphene film invented by Viko on its surface. This made the armor thin and lightweight while maximizing its defensive capabilities. Tony endured the impact of the explosion and took the opportunity to soar into the air, intending to gain the advantage of higher ground. To his surprise, he discovered that Ironmonger's heavy body was equipped with a flight device. "Sir, it appears that the enemy's mech has flight capabilities." "You're right, Jarvis, take me to maximum altitude." "Sir, you currently have only 15 power remaining, flying to such heights will." Tony interrupted Jarvis' reminder, "I can do the math, do as I say." As Tony's armor continued to climb higher, Ironmonger tenaciously followed closely behind, ascending as well. When Tony's armor reached 7 power, Ironmonger finally caught up with him and grabbed him. Your idea was good, Tony, but my armor is more advanced than yours in every aspect. Is that so? Have you solved the high-altitude icing problem for your armor? The icing problem? Obadiah was confused, but before he could react, Ironmonger's control system malfunctioned due to icing, completely losing power. Think about how to solve it. Tony struck Ironmonger's head with a punch, breaking free from its grasp. Meanwhile, the out-of-control Ironmonger accelerated due to gravity and plummeted towards the ground. But Tony's triumph didn't last long. Sir, power is down to 2, activate the graphene battery as backup power. With the backup power activated, Viko II could no longer hover steadily in the air. It began a staged descent, but thanks to Jarvis' precise calculations, Tony had enough energy to land safely. Pepper. Tony, oh my god. Are you okay? I'm running out of power, as soon as I'm out of this thing, I'll come find you. Boom. Not a bad plan. But my luck is even better. Tony, what's happening to you? Pepper heard an unusual tone in the voice coming through the phone and anxiously asked. But Tony was now in the grip of Ironmonger and couldn't respond to her concern. Nini, hurry and help Tony. With no other options, Pepper could only request Nini's assistance. Understood, Master. Please stay here for now and don't leave. Nini will be back soon. Zoom. With a boost from the thrusters on her back, Nini headed straight for the position of Ironmonger and Tony. On the other side, Tony, who had finally freed himself from Ironmonger's control, concealed himself. Pepper, we can only overload the reactor in the exhibition hall and blow off the roof to deal with Obadiah and his armor. Tony, I already sent Nini to help you. It won't work, the little one couldn't possibly deal with Obadiah. Tony, what's wrong with you? Why are you speaking so hesitantly? Pepper, thank you for your help. I take back what I said before, the violent factor deep down in Viko's core surprised me. Chapter 37. The scene that made Tony stumble in his words was none other than Nini, who came to assist in the battle under Pepper's command. Nini wasn't crushed by Ironmonger as Tony had imagined, nor did she rely on agile movements to restrain Ironmonger's attacks. After descending from the sky, Nini shot out 2 plasma lightsabers with her arms before Ironmonger could react. She skillfully dismembered it. Looking at the lifeless Obadiah, Tony felt a chill running up his spine, making his whole body shudder. This kid Viko, why does it feel like the things he invents are becoming more and more dangerous? I really don't dare to provoke him in the future. The great battle came to an abrupt end. Even the villain boss, Obadiah, couldn't even set his own death flag. He met his end under Nini's swift and decisive attacks. I should have had Viko make me a personal assistant like this. Jarvis, contact Rhodey for me. Tony, how's it going over there? As soon as the call connected, Rhodey quickly inquired about the situation on Tony's end. There's a mess here that needs your help. I knew it wouldn't be anything good when you called me. I'll clean up the mess for you. How about lending me your armor for a day? Sorry, they're custom made, give me some time, and I'll modify Viko II for you. Deal. In the familiar setting of a press conference, Colonel Rhodes, dressed in military uniform, was speaking on the podium. We have all received the official statement regarding the Stark Industries incident last night. Uncertain reports suggest that a prototype robot malfunctioned, causing severe damage to the buildings and roads surrounding Stark Industries. Fortunately, one of Tony Stark's private security personnel. Behind the scenes of the press conference, Pepper was applying makeup to Tony, concealing the scars left on his face from last night. While listening to Rhodey's live speech on TV, Tony absent-mindedly looked at the newspaper. This name is pretty memorable and cool. Technically, it's not accurate, though, because my armor is made of titanium gold alloy and is coated with a graphene film, but anyway, this name is quite attractive. Hearing Tony's words, Viko rolled his eyes disdainfully. If I hadn't activated Nini's combat modules to save you, you would have blown up the arc reactor prototype that Grandpa left behind, and yet, you have the nerve to feel proud because of some newspaper headlines. Tony became irritated at Viko's exposure. I haven't even criticized you, you little punk, lately. It's either some combat module or Dominator. Why don't you ever discuss it with me? Humph, why would I need to discuss anything with you, an ignorant novice who doesn't even understand graphene? Viko began to use his advantage as a time traveler to retort at Tony. You little punk. It's thanks to me that your robot can use the miniaturized arc reactor. That was also invented by Grandpa, and you just lucked out. Both of you, please stop. Agent Coulson, who had just entered the room, intervened as it seemed like these two gentlemen were ready to fight to the death. He quickly halted their argument. Mr. Stark, this is your alibi. Coulson handed a piece of paper to Tony. You were on the yacht at the time, we have prepared customs documents, you were on Avalon Island all night, and there are testimonies from 50 guests. I thought it was just Pepper and me together, alone on that island. Pepper, who was focused on touching up Tony's makeup, pulled off the bandage on his face and gave him a warning with a touch of coquetry. What about me? I should also be on the island. Don't make trouble, what business does a child have at an adult's gathering? By the way, it doesn't mention Obadiah here. Coulson calmly responded, we have prepared the relevant documents, he was on vacation at the time, but unfortunately, the small plane he was on had an accident on the way, you know, those small planes are particularly prone to accidents. All you need to do is speak according to the official statement, Mr. Stark, that way, you'll be fine soon, you have 90 seconds to prepare. After finishing his words, Coulson turned and walked away. Wait, Agent Coulson. Pepper hurriedly called him from behind Coulson. I want to thank you for your help. This is our job, we will be in touch with you, Coulson responded with a smile. From the National Strategic. Just call us S.H.I.E.L.D, our director has accepted the proposal from Viko Stark, the young man. Hey, don't call me a young man. I'm already 14. Alright, Viko, go sit in the seats outside, we're about to go on stage. Tony patted Viko's buttocks, urging him to leave. Viko instantly understood and realized that Tony was creating a space for alone time with Pepper. He obediently left the room after Coulson, not wanting to be a third wheel. If I were Iron Man, my girlfriend would know my true identity. That would be tough for her. She would worry about me dying all the time but also feel proud of me. She would be in a constant dilemma, but it would make her even more fascinated by me. So, Pepper, do you ever think back to that night? Which night? You know. Are you referring to the night we danced, then went upstairs, and you went downstairs to get me a drink, but you left me alone there with Viko and left directly? Is that the night you're talking about? Tony intended to test the progress of his relationship with Pepper but ended up creating an extremely awkward atmosphere. He could only force an awkward smile and remain silent. I knew it, is there anything else, Mr. Stark? No, nothing, it's fine, Miss Potts, let's go out, I think I heard Rhodey calling my name. With a stiff smile, Tony quickly escaped from this awkward place, leaving Pepper looking at him fleeing and finally unable to pretend to be angry any longer, revealing a charming smile. Chapter 38. Now let's invite Mr. Tony Stark to the stage to make a statement, but he won't answer any questions, thank you. Colonel Rhodes finished his speech and walked to the side of the stage, making way for Tony to take the podium. Tony stood on the podium, looked at the audience and reporters below, then glanced at Pepper, Viko, and Rhodes on either side of the stage before speaking. It's been a while since I last saw all of you, I'll stick to the script this time. Some people speculate that I was involved in the incidents that happened on the freeway and rooftop. Just as Tony began reading from the script in his hand, the journalists in the audience were unwilling to let him off the hook so easily. Sorry, Mr. Stark, do you really expect us to believe that it was a bodyguard in armor who happened to appear, despite your bodyguards? I understand that the situation is confusing, and Happy's physique is a bit bulky. But I believe if he was willing to shed a few dozen pounds, he could also fit into the Iron Man armor. Questioning the official statement is one thing, but making wild accusations or insinuations that I'm a superhero is another matter. Tony's speech, which seemed to be a denial with no solid evidence, made the journalists in the room excited. They knew that big news was about to break. Mr. Stark, I never said you were a superhero. Is that so? Well, that's good. Because that would be far-fetched and delusional. Clearly, I'm not cut out to be a hero, I have a bunch of character flaws, I've made numerous mistakes, and I've been very public about them. Stick to the script. Rhodey whispered through gritted teeth, reminding Tony as he began to ad-lib. Okay, the fact is, Tony paused halfway and suddenly wore a mysterious smile. I am Iron Man. Tony openly admitted his identity as a superhero, causing a frenzy of camera flashes from the journalists in the audience. They didn't care how many rolls of film they used up or how much memory they consumed. Their fingers were pressing the camera shutter like they were having muscle spasms, capturing photos for tomorrow's front-page headlines. Awesome, Dad. You're the first superhero to come out publicly since World War II. Alright, don't pour oil on the fire, Pepper took Viko aside. Didn't you see how angry Mr. Rhodes and Agent Coulson looked? Now all the preparations they made before are in vain, and they'll have to work overtime to clean up after your dad. Hee. I just witnessed the birth of Iron Man, so I'm excited, don't worry, I'll give him face in public, but I'll definitely scold him when we get home, he can't keep causing trouble for others like this. Ha ha ha. Seeing Viko's serious expression, Pepper couldn't help but laugh. It's already good enough that you don't cause trouble for others, wanting to scold your dad on top of that. By the way, last time you asked me to buy Stark Industries stocks for you, I've already fully invested, do you want to continue investing? No need. No need. Viko quickly shook his head. Now that Dad has revealed his identity as Iron Man, Stark Industries stocks will definitely skyrocket. I don't have that much money to invest in it. Besides, thanks to you, Pepper. I already obtained shares from the stock Viko and some small shareholders. Combined, it's enough. With these shares, I can help Dad secure over 50% of the voting rights, so he won't be overridden by the board of directors. And my company is about to start developing its business, so my funds will be invested there. How about it, Pepper? Do you want to leave Tony and come work at my company? I promise I won't make difficult demands like he does, and I won't throw tantrums. I'll double your current salary, and you'll receive a personalized limited edition of every future product my company launches. Thank you for thinking so highly of me, Viko, but I still can't leave your dad's side. He's a grown man now, but without me, I don't know how long he can hold on. But don't worry, your company's employees and managers were personally selected by me. In terms of work capability and character, they are top-notch, on par with or even surpassing me. I'm not concerned about their work capability. Worst case scenario, I can handle everything myself. There's no productivity that the power of technology can't replace. I just feel that it's unfair for you, sis, to stay by Tony's side and work there. Suddenly, a brilliant idea popped into Viko's mind. Pepper, come closer, I have a secret to tell you. What is it? Pepper leaned in to listen. What if we play a prank on Tony? You pretend to resign and come work for me, let him experience life without you by his side, so he can truly understand your importance. Well, that doesn't sound quite right. What if he actually approves? Pepper expressed her concern. That's impossible, even I can see that you two like each other. If you don't give him a taste of bitterness, this playboy won't take the initiative to confess. And even if he does approve your resignation, it wouldn't be a big deal to slide over to my company. Viko reassured her. You're taking advantage of the situation, you're quite cunning. Viko's little scheme was exposed by Pepper, and she pretended to be angry. Well, since you're not rejecting it, I'll take it as you agreeing to my plan. Viko, inheriting Tony's thick-skinned nature, continued to probe. Pepper, not opposed to Viko's proposal, reluctantly nodded in agreement. On the stage, Tony, who was welcoming the media's interviews and photo shoots, had no idea what kind of trap his mischievous son had set for him. Chapter 39. Why did it turn out this way, Viko? How did Pepper suddenly propose to resign? I thought our progress was going well recently. On the way home, Tony, still unaware that he had been tricked by Viko and Pepper, drove while constantly texting Viko, with a confused expression on his face. Viko suppressed his laughter and said seriously, "Focus on driving, Dad." Pepper's resignation could be attributed to two reasons. First, she's unhappy with her work and finds her boss unbearable. So she decided to quit in a fit of anger, seeking liberation. That's impossible. Tony quickly interjected. I'm handsome, wealthy, and have an agreeable personality as a boss. How could anyone dislike me? Besides, Tony clearly wanted to come up with more reasons to refute Viko's viewpoint, but after pondering for a while, he couldn't think of any evidence that would prove he's a good boss. The atmosphere in the car suddenly fell silent. Viko didn't want to push Tony further into despair all at once. He didn't want this prank to end prematurely, so he reassured Tony. All right, let's assume you're a good boss. Pepper didn't resign because of that. It's probably the second reason. She found a company that offers better salary and benefits, so she decided to switch jobs. But when I tried to persuade her to stay today, I told her I would give her a raise, but she still didn't agree to stay, Tony said with some frustration. In that case, I think it's very likely there's a special third reason. At this moment, Viko, who had been skillfully leading Tony into the trap, finally revealed the carefully prepared snare. There's another reason. Tell me, what is it? Well, isn't it because you want an office romance? You've been teasing her all along, without making any commitments or publicly acknowledging it. It makes her feel like your secret mistress. Isn't that tarnishing her reputation? And if she likes you and you like her, then that's one thing. But the problem now is that you haven't clearly expressed your intentions. The girl has lost her patience and doesn't want things to be awkward in the future at work. So she can only resign, right? Is that so? Tony's eyes lost focus as he murmured. That's exactly it, there's no mistake. Viko's plan succeeded, and he quickly offered a definitive answer. Then, what should I do next? I don't want Pepper to leave me. You have to help me, Viko. Of course, Viko wouldn't refuse Tony's request since Tony willingly walked into his role as a puppet. How could Viko let go of this opportunity? First of all, you need to give Pepper some time to think calmly. tell her to take a few days off, rest well, and consider whether she really wants to resign. If she realizes it herself, then the next steps will be easier. In reality, this first step was to give Pepper and Viko time to discuss their plans, to figure out how to manipulate Tony next. Next, even though you've given Pepper a break and temporarily stabilized the situation, you can't take it lightly. At this point, you need to show her that you care, let her feel your inner affection. That's the key to changing her mind. This second step, Viko no longer had the intention of teasing Tony. After all, the purpose of his actions this time was to make Tony anxious and let him know that if he didn't seize the opportunity, a good match like Pepper would run away. So, they need to create opportunities for the two of them to spend time together and understand each other's feelings. This requires Tony to take the initiative. And then the final step, Viko paused at the crucial moment, not saying anything, wanting to create suspense. What is it? Tony cooperatively adopted a posture of seeking advice, blinking his watery eyes like an elementary school student in class. The final step is, of course, to express your feelings. As long as Pepper agrees to be your girlfriend, even if she really changes jobs, she won't be able to escape, right? Yes. Tony slapped his thigh suddenly, showing an enlightened expression. But soon his expression turned gloomy again, as if he had changed his mind. If I had the confidence and courage to confess, would things have turned out like this today? Hey! You coward, there's no hope for you. It seems that I can only go with the flow. I hope things will develop like in a movie plot, Viko silently thought to himself. Because he was disgusted by Tony's cowardly behavior, Viko remained silent all the way, and Tony felt embarrassed to strike up a conversation with Viko. The two of them returned home without saying a word. Jarvis, good evening. As always, Viko greeted Jarvis when he returned home. Welcome home, sirs. Do you think you're the only superhero in the world, Mr. Stark? You have become part of a larger universe, you just don't know it yet. In the dim corner of the living room, a bald black man with an eye patch suddenly appeared in front of the Stark father and son. He seamlessly blended with the environment of the living room, to the extent that neither Tony nor Viko noticed his presence after returning home. Who are you? Seeing that this stranger could break through his set security system and intrude into his home, Tony immediately shielded Viko behind him and asked cautiously. I am. Boom. Before the intruder could finish speaking, he suddenly collapsed to the ground, leaving Tony, who had already tensed his nerves, stunned in place. It was the noise made by Viko rushing out from behind him that brought Tony back to his senses. But seeing Viko actively rushing over, preparing to tie up the person, Tony knew for sure that it was the work of this kid. Viko single-handedly helped the stranger onto a chair. He tied the person up with a strap and pressed a button on it. The strap automatically tightened, securely restraining the person. What's going on? Explain it. Viko raised his hand and waved the watch on his wrist. This is an accessory I invented to go with the magical suit, the anesthesia watch. As he spoke, Viko pressed the B button on the watch, and with a click, the watch face popped open. It's used for aiming. I embedded a tranquilizer needle and an ejection device in the dial. It never misses within a range of 10 meters. This big guy here fell into a stupor after being hit by my tranquilizer needle. The belt is made of graphene material and has adjustable properties, capable of stretching and changing between 0, 1 meters and 100 meters, very convenient. Why do I feel like you're better prepared in terms of security than I am? Looking at his son covered in high-tech equipment from head to toe, Tony silently sympathized with the big guy who had broken into his home. If he had any malicious intentions, he definitely picked the wrong person. If the unconscious one-eyed bald man could know what Tony was thinking at this moment, he would definitely cry foul. He was just a regular guy. Trying to put on a show and discuss an important matter, who would have thought he'd be slapped in the face right away? Chapter 40. Dang. In a dazed state, Nick Fury felt a strong light shining on his face. However, relying on his years of experience as the king of agents, he didn't immediately open his eyes to observe the surroundings. Instead, he continued pretending to be unconscious while secretly gathering information about his surroundings. Feeling the tight restraints on his body, Fury knew he was tied up. The ropes were sturdy, and he couldn't loosen them no matter how hard he tried. The scent of a cheeseburger filled the air, indicating that the person who tied him up was nearby, enjoying a meal. He could hear the sound of distant waves, suggesting that he was currently inside a building near the seaside. Why was he tied up like this? How could the director of the Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement, and Logistics Division, the king of agents, fall into an enemy ambush? Oh, right. It seems like I infiltrated Tony Stark's villa in Malibu today, wanting to show off, discuss a major plan I've been plotting with him regarding Iron Man. But it seems like things have taken a different turn now. Thinking of this, Fury also guessed his current situation. He wasn't kidnapped by enemies but caught in one of Stark's traps, which rendered him unconscious. And his current location was inside Tony's villa. Knowing that he probably wasn't in danger, Fury decided to stop pretending and opened his eyes. After adjusting to the strong light from the desk lamp shining directly at him, Fury saw Tony Stark and his son sitting side by side in front of him. Tony held a cheeseburger in his right hand and a soda in his left, scrutinizing Fury while eating. "Can you please move this lamp away? It feels like you're interrogating a prisoner." But before Tony could say anything, Viko spoke first. He didn't buy into Nick Fury's act. This was a perfect opportunity to tease Fury, and if he revealed his identity as the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., Viko wouldn't have this chance anymore. "Humph, audacious criminal. Trespassing in someone's home and getting captured by us, yet you dare to make unreasonable demands without flinching. I bet you're a repeat offender. But now that you're in the hands of this young master, no matter how daring you are, you'll obediently surrender. Baymax, switch to interrogation mode and make this criminal understand his mistakes." Received, Master, interrogation mode activated, target locked, repentance program initiated. Baymax, who had been waiting by Viko's command, appeared beside Fury. Without giving him any chance to speak, Baymax delivered a powerful electric shock. Yesterday, Baymax had damaged its polyethylene glycol fiber skin while trying to save Tony. Viko had replaced it with a more durable graphene composite material skin. Additionally, based on its enhanced conductivity, Viko added a repentance program, designed to save those lost lambs forced onto the path of crime. In reality, Viko just wanted to tease Nick Fury with a cruel sense of humor. As Fury, bound tightly to the chair, uttered a feeble "motherfuck," he was already convulsing and twitching excitedly under Baymax's repentance program. Seeing Fury convulsing madly in the chair and the uncontrollable smile on Viko's face beside him, Tony suddenly felt a chill down his spine and shivered. "Alright, Viko, although he doesn't seem like a good person, if he can sneak into our house silently, he must be someone extraordinary. Let's hear what he has to say first." "What does it mean by not looking like a good person?" Nick Fury wanted to curse out loud after hearing that. But considering his current situation and seeing Baymax still standing by his side, Fury decided to honestly reveal his identity. "I'm Nick Fury, the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. I came here this time to talk about the Avengers." "The Avengers?" Tony didn't doubt the identity of the other person as the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. But he was very puzzled about the mention of the Avengers. On the other hand, Viko couldn't hide his excitement in his eyes. Because just now, Nick Fury said, "talk about," instead of talking to Tony alone, which meant that his abilities were recognized by Fury and he wanted him to join the Avengers as well. You should know that joining the Avengers not only meant responsibility and danger, but also opportunities and challenges. Alien civilizations, Infinity Stones. Everything mysterious and unknown in the Marvel Universe could be accessed and explored through the identity of an Avenger. For Viko, who thirsted for knowledge, this was an extremely joyful thing. Unfortunately, Tony, in his role as a guardian, refused to let him participate in this conversation on the grounds that Viko was still underage. The conversation between Tony and Nick didn't last long, as it wasn't suitable for in-depth discussion during their first meeting. 20 minutes later, when the two came out of the study, Fury warmly approached Viko and tried to present a friendly attitude as much as possible. He said, "Mr. Viko Stark, I cordially invite you to join the Weapons Development Division of S.H.I.E.L.D. As our special advisor. I'm very interested in the devices you used on me earlier and that electric inflatable robot." Viko was still a little puzzled. How could the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. suddenly be so polite to him? It turned out that he had taken a liking to the props and research capabilities he developed. However, Viko wouldn't make a losing deal like that. Working for someone else was impossible in this lifetime, especially when his own company had many talented people and he enjoyed being there. "Director, if you are interested in the various small props I've developed, you can consider signing a procurement contract with my company. The Viko Research Center, I can provide exclusive supply to S.H.I.E.L.D. But working for you is out of the question. Even if you are a special department, employing child labor is illegal, you know." "Well then, when I get back, I will inform Agent Coulson about this matter, and he will communicate the relevant details with you. Tony, think about what I said to you. I apologize for intruding today. I'll take my leave." Watching Nick Fury leave the villa, Viko approached Tony and curiously asked, "What did you talk about?" "That's none of your business. It's not something a kid should be concerned about." Tony pushed away the prying Viko with a disgusted look on his face. If you don't want to say, then forget it. However, kids hold grudges, you know. I'll just give the order from S.H.I.E.L.D. to Hammer Industries for production. After all, someone from Stark Industries looks down on this kid." "You little brat, how dare you!" Chapter 41. Los Angeles, Hollywood, Grand Theater. Today, a grand and solemn press conference will be held here. The first groundbreaking product jointly released by the Viko Research Center and Stark Industries will unveil its mystery here. In fact, the knowledgeable reporters already know what this upcoming product is, as Tony had previously showcased it during his return press conference. Although the main product of this press conference has lost its sense of mystery, it still attracts widespread attention from the public. Its association with the current popular Iron Man, Tony Stark, ensures that it will not lack traffic and attention. At the same time, the public is also curious about Viko, the genius illegitimate son and future heir of the Stark family. What kind of person is he? Does he inherit the high intelligence of his father and grandfather? The answer to this question will not only affect Viko's personal reputation but also impact the evaluation of the future value of Stark Industries by the financial tycoons on Wall Street. At this moment, the gossip-loving crowd, who eagerly watches this press conference, is unaware that Viko is about to drop a bombshell on them. At 7:30 p.m. New York time, the first product launch event of the Viko Research Center officially begins. Tony and Pepper, wearing custom-made formal attire, sit in the audience seats, observing Viko's imminent performance. There is no host to set the atmosphere, nor are there performing guests singing and dancing. Viko, dressed casually in a suit, walks onto the stage from the side and stands under the spotlight. Ladies and gentlemen present at the venue, watching through the internet or in front of the television, good evening. Today is my first time speaking in front of so many people, and I don't possess the eloquent speaking skills of my father. So let's get straight to the point. After Viko finishes speaking, the lighting technician instantly turns off all the lights in the venue and then shines two spotlights, one on Viko and the other on a red suitcase. Ladies and gentlemen, the product I am going to show you today is inside this red suitcase, about the size of a handbag. Viko's words draw everyone's attention to the red suitcase on the stage. Before this, I believe some of you have already seen its true form and even experienced the convenience it brings. But today, I will formally introduce my invention to you and demonstrate its tremendous capabilities in detail. Baymax, it's your turn to take the stage. Ding! Upon receiving Viko's command, the circular light strip in the center of the suitcase lights up, and the lid of the suitcase automatically opens. With a hiss and a brief sound of inflation, a cute and chubby inflatable robot, white and soft, appears before everyone's eyes. Hello, I am your personal health assistant, Baymax, how can I assist you? Before this press conference, Viko specifically disabled the other modules of Baymax and retained only the original medical chip module. At this moment, all the female viewers who are paying attention to this product launch instantly fall for Baymax's adorable and cute appearance. So cute. It's chubby, I really want to hug it. However, for the male viewers, Baymax's appearance alone cannot win them over. The next step requires Viko to take the stage and introduce the powerful functions of Baymax as a personal health assistant. You have all seen Baymax's appearance. When designing it, I considered the need for a friendly and comforting image. Therefore, I adopted a convenient inflatable design for easy storage, as well as a round and cute appearance. But for any successful product, having a good-looking appearance is certainly not enough. Next, I will provide a detailed introduction and demonstration of the powerful capabilities that Baymax possesses as a personal health assistant. Baymax is implanted with the most advanced medical chip, which contains over 10,000 medical measures to address the majority of diseases one may encounter in daily life. Its eye position is equipped with a holographic scanner that can perform harmless scans of the human body, accurately diagnosing all diseases currently known in the field of human medicine. In addition, Baymax's diagnostic program also includes procedures for psychological disorders. For patients with psychological illnesses who are unable to confide their hidden thoughts to a human doctor, Baymax can serve as a more suitable listener. With Baymax, you will have a companion that can safeguard your physical and mental health anytime and anywhere. It can eliminate diseases at their earliest signs, greatly reducing the possibility of mild conditions developing into severe ones. As Viko's speech reaches this point, the audience, both present and remote, regardless of gender, have their eyes brightened. This is especially true for those capital magnates and elites who have already resolved their basic needs of food, clothing, shelter, and transportation. What could be more attractive to them than a healthy body and a longer lifespan? Surely everyone has seen or heard about people who appear energetic and physically healthy in their daily lives, only to discover they have contracted a terminal illness during a hospital examination. For many diseases, the human body cannot perceive any changes until they have developed into true terminal conditions. By the time we experience discomfort, it is often too late. However, going to the hospital for a full-body checkup every year is time-consuming and expensive. But with Baymax, all these troubles can be cast aside. It possesses an all-seeing eye and can identify any minor hidden risks in your body. Mr. Viko, are the capabilities of this inflatable robot really as powerful as you say? Can you demonstrate its functions for us on the spot? A journalist in the audience challenged Viko with these questions. However, for Viko, this was not a problem at all. The live demonstration was already part of his plan, and now that someone had provided him with an opportunity, he smoothly seized it. No problem, sir. Now, please watch a video explaining Baymax's diagnostic capabilities. In the meantime, our staff will invite a few volunteers who want to experience Baymax's abilities to wait by the stage. Chapter 42. Soon, the promotional video concluded, and at this point, all the audience had gained a general understanding of the inquiry process of the healthcare assistant, Baymax. This made them even more excited for the upcoming live demonstration. Does this personal healthcare assistant, Baymax, truly possess the miraculous capabilities showcased in the video? With this question in mind, all eyes were focused on Viko and Baymax on the stage. Alright, the video is finished. And the on-site staff have invited 4 volunteers, 2 men and 2 women, to join us for the live demonstration. Now let's give a round of applause to welcome these 4 volunteers to the stage and be the first to experience Baymax's services. Quickly, guided by the staff, the 4 volunteers stepped onto the stage and gathered at the center. Welcome to the 4 of you, and thank you for participating. Now, following the order of appearance, let's have the blonde lady begin. Please introduce yourself to the audience. I'm called Kristen, and I'm a journalist. Great. Now, please stand naturally and wait for a moment. The results will be revealed soon. Baymax, come here and perform a full body scan on this beautiful lady. Understood. Madam, I will scan your body. Scan initiated. Scan complete. Madam, your body is in a sub-healthy state. You have chronic specific inflammation in the shoulder joint capsule and surrounding connective tissues. Wearing high heels for an extended period has caused your big toe to deviate outward at the first metatarsophalangeal joint. Irregular eating habits have led to gastric ulcers, and irregular rest has resulted in gynecological inflammation. Baymax suggests that you improve your lifestyle habits, maintain a healthy and regular diet, get adequate rest, and consider using anti-inflammatory medication and physical therapy. This will help you recover your physical health as soon as possible. Baymax proceeded to diagnose and provide treatment recommendations for the remaining volunteers, leaving the audience in awe and generating continuous applause. Viko appeared on stage again, raising his hands and pressing down, signaling for everyone to calm down a bit. Thank you all for the enthusiastic encouragement. I believe the live demonstration just now has showcased the role of Baymax as a personal healthcare assistant comprehensively. However, some may still question whether these volunteers were randomly selected to come on stage and whether the diagnosis results of Baymax are accurate. In response, first, I assure you in the name of Stark that all the demonstration processes today were not prearranged. I believe the credibility of the Stark family name should still hold some weight. Secondly, these 4 volunteers will receive a free full-body examination opportunity at the medical center, and the examination process will be supervised by a notary public. The results of the examination made by Baymax will be announced on the official website of the notary public. Now, let's move on to the most concerning question for everyone. How much will this personal healthcare assistant cost? First, we have the consumer version targeted at the general audience, Intelligent Diagnosis 1.0. This model of the personal healthcare assistant only retains the intelligent diagnosis function. It uses a higher cost-effective hyperspectral lens, does not come with an inflatable robot appearance, and lacks treatment functions. As Viko introduced, the large screen also displayed the consumer version of the Intelligent Diagnosis 1.0, resembling a home projector with a simple design. After removing all additional features and exterior design, its price was truly appealing. The retail price was only $8.99. Considering even the middle class who purchased expensive commercial health insurance, this price was only equivalent to the cost of 3 full-body examinations at a formal hospital. Coupled with the American people's preference for credit card usage, $8.99 could be considered a price almost anyone with a job could afford. After all, health is priceless. The various versions that followed caused waves of cheers and applause on site, bringing immense surprise to the audience. The Robot Home Edition was priced at $26.99, the Robot Custom Edition at $46.99, the Medical Institution Professional Edition at $269.99, the Military Edition at $369.99, and personalized interchangeable skins at $199 each. Although the prices announced by Viko were shocking and seemed like a loss-making business, in reality, even with these prices, his company would generate over $100 gross profit. Following the concept of using salaries to create happiness, Viko not only made precise differentiations in the product itself but also implemented a strict fee-based charging model for services. In other words, any service you can think of comes with a price tag. This ensured a continuous stream of revenue for Viko's company from the sales of the personal healthcare assistance. However, at this moment, all the people paying attention to this product were caught off guard by Viko's price tactics. They had no awareness of the trap they were about to fall into. Only Tony, sitting in the audience, could see through Viko's seemingly sunny and handsome smile and recognize the true nature of this guy as a cunning businessman. The Viko Research Center will collaborate closely with Stark Industries. All the products will be manufactured and strictly controlled for quality by Stark Industries, guaranteeing that every customer receives flawless and top-notch products. We will also provide the highest quality return, exchange, and after-sales service to all consumers. Today's product launch event comes to an end, and I hope to see all of you at the next Viko Research Center product launch event. Thank you. Viko bowed and took his leave. The lights slowly brightened, and the audience enthusiastically applauded, indicating that Viko's debut today was highly successful, establishing the reputation of the Viko Research Center. Anyone with a bit of business acumen and social experience could analyze that the Viko Research Center was about to become a unicorn enterprise in the medical robotics industry. With the passage of time and the support of Stark Group behind Viko, its future would undoubtedly make it a technology giant with influence and value comparable to Stark Industries. This was something they firmly believed in. Backstage, just as Viko was preparing to meet with Tony and Pepper, he received a message from his secretary. "Boss, Mr. Coulson from S.H.I.E.L.D. is waiting for you in the dressing room. He wants to confirm the order details and sign the purchase contract with you." "Oh. It seems like my product launch event was a great success today. They can't hold back anymore. Well then, I won't hesitate to make a bold request." Chapter 43. Viko, your performance at the previous press conference was excellent. As soon as Viko entered the room, Coulson, who had been waiting in the dressing room, stood up from his seat to greet him. Viko had a clear understanding of the purpose of Coulson's visit and remained calm. After a polite handshake, he went straight to the point. "Thank you for your praise, Agent Coulson. We have met several times before. And we have already reached a preliminary agreement for collaboration. The only thing left is to finalize the pricing. So let's skip the formalities and get straight to the matter." Seeing Viko being direct, Coulson didn't beat around the bush either. He also wanted to complete the task quickly and report to his own director. "Viko, let's start discussing the details item by item, beginning with the foundational material, graphene, which can be considered a versatile material. Our S.H.I.E.L.D. Research Center has provided an evaluation report on the graphene you discovered. The report shows its unimaginable value in military applications. The Viko Research Center is currently the only company in the world with mature and cost-effective large-scale graphene extraction technology. Considering the practicality of graphene in various fields such as military, medical, and energy, S.H.I.E.L.D. is willing to accept your proposed price of $8 million per ton. However, the condition is to sign a priority supply agreement. When multiple parties place orders with the Viko Research Center simultaneously, our agency's order requirements should be prioritized. On this matter, my bottom line is to prioritize fulfilling 70 of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s needs, while the remaining 30 will be prioritized for supply after the supply-demand balance is restored." Viko replied. He didn't immediately accept the condition despite S.H.I.E.L.D. agreeing to his price. Considering the future needs of his own company, Stark Industries. If he agreed to this condition, Stark Industries would be at a disadvantage during times of tight supply and urgent need for graphene. "Okay, I'll include that in the contract." Coulson nodded and made the necessary modifications to the contract on his laptop. It seemed they also took into account that Viko would want some leeway for his own industry, and the 70 share didn't exceed their expected bottom line. The second item is the artifact suit you previously showcased to us, including the incredible suit that grants extraordinary abilities to an ordinary person, the tracking glasses that display maps and work in conjunction with trackers and bugs, the voice-changing tie that allows for versatile vocal modulation, the agent badge for constant communication, the non-lethal portable weapon, the tranquilizer dart watch, the versatile and expandable utility belt, and the enhanced footwear that boosts agent agility. These equipment items can indeed provide significant assistance to our S.H.I.E.L.D. agents in their work while reducing the risk of casualties. However, the price of $800 per set makes it impossible for us to equip every agent with this gear. Therefore, I hope your company can make a slight concession on the price of the artifact suit. After all, it concerns the life safety of an agent responsible for maintaining social stability, and S.H.I.E.L.D.'s annual budget is limited. Upon hearing Coulson's request, Viko hesitated and felt conflicted. His hesitation was not due to the decrease in profit resulting from lowering the price. After all, he was well aware of the true cost of the artifact suit. Even if he gave S.H.I.E.L.D. a 90 discount, he would still make a profit. The issue was that the agents in S.H.I.E.L.D. were not only the heroes who maintained social stability, but also soldiers of HIATUS, lurking in the shadows and constantly plotting to subvert the world. Although Viko was confident that his encryption technology could prevent Hydra from infiltrating, he was reluctant to give them such a huge advantage behind the backs of the real heroes. As Viko frowned and contemplated in front of him, Coulson began to feel nervous. Could it be that the cost of the artifact suit was really high, leading Viko to consider it so seriously? Unaware of the truth, Coulson could only endure the agony of waiting while maintaining a patient appearance. Suddenly, Viko slapped his forehead and a cunning smile appeared on his face, indicating that he had come up with a brilliant idea. Coulson, I think you make a good point. We can't let the heroes shed blood and tears. Regarding the price, I can offer you a 50% discount. Moreover, the procurement can be split according to your needs. And it doesn't have to be a complete set. Additionally, I can provide each S.H.I.E.L.D. agent with a free agent badge modeled after the S.H.I.E.L.D. logo. Mr. Stark, you're truly noble. I admire you. Coulson expressed his gratitude and even knelt on one knee, saluting Viko with clasped fists. However, the scene Viko had imagined didn't actually happen. Coulson just nodded excitedly and quickly began typing on the keyboard, adding the conditions given by Viko to the contract, as if afraid that Viko would change his mind if things were delayed. You folks really don't know about formalities, Viko silently complained in his mind, without showing any self-awareness. Well, Viko, now we have only one item left on the list, the military-grade health assistant. It can handle various injuries, perform complex surgeries, adapt to all terrains, and has offensive capabilities. To be honest, this series has captivated not only us but also the military, CIA, and FBI. They have urgently requested special funds to purchase this product. So, if you can guarantee the priority completion of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s order, we can agree to a price of 18.6 million. Deal. This time, Viko didn't refuse the request after all. The inflatable robot was not like graphene, a basic material. Moreover, the other party had already made concessions in terms of price, so there was no reason to continue haggling in this regard. With the terms settled, Coulson immediately took out a portable briefcase printer and printed 3 copies of the prepared contract. 1 copy would be kept by Viko's company. 1 by S.H.I.E.L.D. And the final copy would be submitted to the World Security Council, the superior organization of S.H.I.E.L.D. Viko quickly scanned through the contract and had his secretary fax it to the company's legal department for verification. Once it was confirmed that there were no issues, he signed the contract. Satisfied, Coulson put away the contract. I'll take the contract back to the director for confirmation and signature, and then I'll return your copy. No problem, Viko agreed. Now that everything is settled, I'll take my leave. Tony is still waiting for me. As Viko stood up to leave, Coulson quickly called out, wait, besides finalizing this procurement contract, there's another task the director assigned me to complete today. Chapter 44. Task? Viko turned his head towards the person, surprised, and halted his movement to leave. That's right. S.H.I.E.L.D. is currently engaged in a massive secret operation that requires strong scientific research support. However, our internal scientists have encountered some bottlenecks in this project that are difficult to overcome. Previously, Director Fury communicated with Tony. And Tony agreed to provide technical support to solve our energy issues. But now, we are facing some difficulties with the power system. Security experts have raised concerns about the safety and reliability of our scientific team's design for the quad-turbine engine. However, our scientists are unable to come up with new feasible solutions. When Director Fury sought Tony Stark's help again, Tony recommended you to the director to solve this problem. He highly praised your invention of the magnetic axis servo system and the super braking engine. He believes that you can provide the most suitable solution based on these 2 technologies. So, before I came here today, Director Fury instructed me to inform you about this matter and ask for your opinion. If you agree to help us complete the development of the power system for this project, the director will utilize his authority and provide access to a portion of the technical data accumulated by S.H.I.E.L.D. over the years as compensation. To think of using knowledge to bribe me. Tony must have advised you on this. But I have to admit, this move is quite effective. I'll take on this mission. Send the required parameters to my company's server, and I will design a solution accordingly. By the way, also send over a technology inventory from your technical library. I'd like to select some technologies that interest me. Stark Innovation Park, Viko's Research Center, top floor laboratory. Viko was busy modifying the engine design draft for S.H.I.E.L.D. Since obtaining this laboratory, Viko preferred coming here to unleash his creativity compared to the crude experimental conditions in his own room. During the previous press conference, Coulson approached him and asked for help in designing a power system for a secret project. Viko knew that this so-called secret project was actually the development of the helicarrier, and now he was designing the engine for that magnificent behemoth. In the original timeline, the safety issues Coulson mentioned earlier were likely unresolved. The helicarrier nearly crashed in the Pacific due to a turbine engine failure caused by an enemy assault. Although achieving such a critical situation would require the failure of at least 2 out of the 4 engines, it was still a significant risk to the safety of all personnel on board. Viko wondered how Nick Fury managed to convince the security experts to proceed with the construction of the airborne mothership according to the original plan. However, now that S.H.I.E.L.D. had entrusted him with this task, Viko couldn't simply complete it with a half-hearted effort. For these past few days, he had locked himself in the laboratory, optimizing his design prototypes. Apart from eating and using the restroom, he didn't leave the workbench at all. He didn't even return to his home in Malibu. This suited Tony's intentions as well. Ever since Pepper and Viko set a trap for Tony during their last collaboration, with Viko secretly pushing things along, their relationship had progressed rapidly. It was currently a period of ambiguity. And Tony didn't want Viko, the third wheel, to go home so that he could have some alone time with Pepper. The current modification Viko was working on involved utilizing the magnetic axis servo system as the engine's transmission system and the super braking engine as the power engine. By connecting hundreds or even thousands of super braking engines in series through the magnetic axis, he aimed to create a highly fault-tolerant super engine as the power system for the helicarrier. The benefits of this design lie in the even distribution of power, which ensures smooth and stable acceleration and braking processes while providing ample power. During steady cruising, the excess engines can be shut down to save energy for the spacecraft. Additionally, the distributed design ensures that even if 100 engines are damaged, the spaceship can still safely land. Viko was satisfied with his design. He believed that even if Tony developed anti-gravity engines in the future, his system would be compatible, allowing for a smooth and cost-effective upgrade of the airborne mothership, saving both funds and time. The only remaining challenge now was the control system for this super engine. Proper coordination of hundreds or even thousands of engines was necessary to accomplish actions such as acceleration, deceleration, steering, and hovering. The design difficulty and workload of the entire control system were beyond imagination. However, in the face of such a daunting task, Viko, after overturning one failed idea after another, was gradually completing it single-handedly. Viko installed an intelligent chip on each power engine, forming the entire engine system into a neural network. He added an intelligent core to oversee the entire control system, allowing the spaceship's operators to effortlessly control its movements. So, 1 week after receiving the task from S.H.I.E.L.D., when Viko called Coulson and informed him to come and receive the design results, even the experienced Coulson was astonished by Viko's efficiency. You solved the problem that has been troubling S.H.I.E.L.D. scientists for months in just 1 week. I've completed the design, but whether it meets your expectations is up to you, Viko shrugged, acting as if it was not a big deal. By the way, when will S.H.I.E.L.D. fulfill its promise? I'm getting a bit impatient. Don't worry, once S.H.I.E.L.D. gives its word, it won't go back on it. If you're still unsure, you can consult Tony. If he agrees, you can come with me to S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters now. That way, if there are any questions about the power system's design, we can consult you at any time. Oh, the headquarters of the Covert Division? Great, I want to go there now. Baymax. Viko's intelligent wristwatch lit up, upgraded to an intelligent assistant and connected to the server, as Baymax responded. Inform my dad that I'm going to have some fun at their headquarters with Coulson. I won't be coming home tonight, let him enjoy some quality time with Pepper. Understood, message sent, Master. The old director replied. Go, don't come back halfway and disturb us. Chapter 45. Washington, D.C. Along the banks of the Potomac River, a white curved building spans across the river. Surrounding it are the famous Capitol Hill, Washington National Square, Washington Monument, and Lincoln Memorial. It's hard to imagine that the headquarters of a secret organization would be located in such a popular tourist spot, with such an extravagant and eye-catching design, exposing itself to everyone's sight. However, the revocable thing is that despite its attention-grabbing appearance, if you were to ask the local people what companies are inside the building and what kind of work the people inside are engaged in, no one could give an accurate answer. The flamboyant exterior design attracts all the attention to the point that everyone completely ignores what secrets might be hidden inside. S.H.I.E.L.D.'s approach truly exemplifies the saying, hiding in plain sight. Viko, who was visiting the Triskelion for the first time, looked around curiously after entering. After all, in his previous life, he had only seen parts of the building in movies and TV shows. Now, these scenes were truly unfolding before his eyes, and Viko was very excited. Viko, remember to stay close to me. There are many classified and important areas within the headquarters that require authorization to access. If you accidentally intrude, other agents might treat you as an invader. Pay attention to this point, understand? Coulson, who was leading the way, turned back and instructed Viko. Don't worry, Viko reassured, patting his chest. Coulson nodded in satisfaction, but he didn't notice that after Viko finished speaking, he muttered softly, anyway, your access control system can't stop me. From the moment Viko entered the Triskelion, he had secretly ordered his intelligent assistant, Baymax, through the smartwatch, to infiltrate the entire internal system through the building's Wi-Fi, ensuring that there would be no exposure. He initially thought it would take some effort to penetrate such a sensitive department. But he didn't expect that various hidden backdoors were left in S.H.I.E.L.D. systems, allowing Baymax to easily enter and exit the S.H.I.E.L.D. servers. It was even easier than entering his own backyard. It seems that Hydra left these backdoors to collect and transmit data from within S.H.I.E.L.D., I've lucked out. But unfortunately, important information is either stored in physical documents or on Nick Fury's personal servers, not connected to the network. It looks like I'll have to ask for what I want face to face, Viko thought to himself. Following Coulson and watching him use his ID card to pass through a series of authentication doors, the two finally arrived at the office of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s director, Nick Fury. Good to see you again, Viko. I heard from Agent Coulson that you completed the design of the power system in just 1 week. It seems Tony's praise of your talent that it's comparable to his, is not unfounded. Fury said, seeing Viko at the door, standing up from behind his desk and welcoming him. Humph. Viko rolled his eyes upon hearing these words. What talent? He's just flattering himself. How could he possibly be as intelligent as me? Don't tarnish my good name based on his words. Well, I don't really understand these technological matters, so I'll leave it to you and the research team to discuss. Let's talk about your compensation now. Fury smoothly changed the topic without any hint of embarrassment. I've already had someone send you a catalog of technical documents that can be made available to you. Except for dangerous technologies with offensive capabilities, it includes the majority of the technical data accumulated by S.H.I.E.L.D. since its establishment. Have you considered which ones you'd like to choose? Well, I've already made up my mind. I initially thought that a big organization like S.H.I.E.L.D. would easily satisfy my thirst for knowledge by revealing some secrets. But it turns out that most of the list you sent me consists of outdated and mundane technologies. If you don't have anything hidden, then I think it's necessary for your organization to establish a long-term technical support partnership with my company. From the list you sent, there are only 2 things that caught my interest: the super soldier serum that created the first publicly known superhero, Captain Steve Rogers, and Dr. Hank Pym's Pym particles. Just show me these 2. Are you sure? Fury confirmed with Viko. You should know that both of these technology files are incomplete and missing crucial content either due to accidental loss or deliberate concealment by their inventors, our S.H.I.E.L.D. Researchers have been trying for years to reconstruct them from the remnants of these materials, but no one has succeeded. We even accidentally created an ill-tempered monster in the process. Are you still determined to choose these options? It's only those 2, don't worry. I won't come back later and ask for additional compensation, even if I find them to be inadequate compared to the effort I've put in. A deal is a deal. I understand the principles of voluntariness. Equality, fairness, honesty, and trust. Viko shrugged at Nick Fury, indicating that he didn't mind these factors. Alright then, since you're determined, Coulson will take you to the database later to access these 2 documents. The documents can only be read within the confines of the database. If you haven't finished reading them, you can come back tomorrow. However, you can't take the documents out or disclose the contents you've seen. Understood? No problem, it won't take much time. I have photographic memory. 2 technical files won't be a challenge for me. Very well, Agent Coulson, you take Viko to collect his compensation and also deliver the power system he designed to the R&D department for feasibility analysis and verification. Understood, sir. After Coulson led Viko out of the office, Fury watched their departure with a meaningful expression and said, "It's not in vain that I made careful arrangements. You've indeed chosen these 2 technologies, and only they can provide you with a challenge. Howard Stark's grandson, I wonder if you can reproduce these 2 technologies. I'm eagerly waiting to see." Chapter 46. While Viko was immersed in technical data in the information room of the Triskelion building, the outside world was exploding with excitement over the private health assistant released by the Viko Research Center. After the product launch, Viko had been secluded, studying the power system required by S.H.I.E.L.D. After emerging from seclusion, he went straight to S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters to continue his seclusion. Viko was not aware of the company's operations, or rather, when he decided to delegate all matters other than research to his subordinates, these matters were no longer his concern. However, as viewers watched the video of the conference and media reporters continued follow-up on the volunteer physical examination events, private health assistance-related terms exploded in popularity on television, newspapers, and the internet. Viko's Vikoing department invited various celebrities and public figures to post requests for the private health assistant on their social networks, mentioning the Viko Research Center's tweet. This greatly boosted the popularity of the matter. The power of fandom is undoubtedly strong. And the private health assistant itself is of excellent quality. As a result, the publicity effect exceeded expectations. People were amazed by the powerful diagnostic and therapeutic abilities of the robots developed by Viko. And they were also attracted to the various stylish and cute designs of the robots. In this era of information explosion, the spreading speed of this hot topic would undoubtedly be faster than ever before. In people's daily discussions, there was always one topic. And that was the private health assistant released by the Viko Research Center. Where can you buy it? How much does it cost? Can you get more styles of interchangeable skins? No matter what the question is, the central focus is around Baymax. Even shrewd fashion brands and luxury goods manufacturers came seeking collaborations, wanting to launch co-branded skins or obtain image development rights, and engage in commercial development of peripheral products and even cultural products. And today, the first batch of private health assistant products is about to go on sale. Offline, Viko's stores named Viko Home have sprouted up like mushrooms in various commercial districts of major cities, drawing crowds of citizens who eagerly line up in front of the stores, all hoping to purchase their favorite health assistant as soon as possible. At the same time, there are also scalpers mixed in, with the intention of profiting from this hot trend. Online, Viko's company team was well prepared, launching a carefully designed company website where netizens could compare the differences in parameters and prices between various robot models and make reservations for purchase online. However, even though they had rented server clusters from Stark Industries in advance, the website of the Viko Research Center almost crashed due to the massive influx of traffic. Fortunately, Viko had connected Baymax's program to the company's servers, allowing for load balancing and traffic control, ultimately stabilizing the situation. Tony. The data I collected today from the opening at 9 a.m. until the closing at 5 p.m., the total revenue of Viko Home's offline stores is $394 million. In addition, the online sales reached a total of $230 million. Today, the single-day revenue of the Viko Research Center exceeded $600 million. And this is just the income from the European and North American Vikoites. If the Viko Research Center's products enter Asia, Africa, and South America in the future, this data will increase significantly. In the Stark Mansion in Malibu, Pepper was reporting to Tony about the revenue situation of the Viko Research Center that she had collected today. After hearing Pepper's report, Tony, who had initially appeared indifferent, was also dumbfounded. Tony had taken over Stark Industries since he was 21 years old and was adept at interpreting a company's performance. He was well aware that based on the revenue data from the Viko Research Center today, even if it would eventually decline due to decreasing popularity, the valuation of the Viko Research Center would start at least in the trillions of dollars. In other words, if this company, which he helped establish less than a month ago, were to be listed on the New York Stock Exchange now, its stock price would be more than double that of Stark Industries during its peak. Viko's personal net worth would surpass his own and make him the richest person on the Forbes billionaire list. Wow, Viko is truly terrifying. At this rate, will my own son surpass me so quickly? If Viko is willing to give up the sole ownership of his company and make it public, then it's indeed possible. But I don't think Viko will let his company go public. Firstly, he has you behind him, and Stark Industries is there to support him. Even without going public, it would hardly have any impact on its funding and business operations. Moreover, Viko doesn't like to consult with others to make decisions. Once he has made up his mind, it's difficult to change it. So he won't allow multiple directors who can influence his decision-making power to exist in the company. Furthermore, Tony, you've overlooked one thing. Although Stark Industries' new energy business hasn't fully launched yet, the private health assistant contract manufacturing service provided by the Viko Research Center has already restored the company's stock price and revenue to the levels before the weapon department was closed. And the momentum is still strong. Your personal assets are also constantly increasing. Your words do make me feel better. By the way, you mentioned a new shareholder joining the company a few days ago. This person bought heavily when Stark Industries' stock price plummeted and now owns enough shares to enter the board of directors. Have you contacted him? Although I've taken over Obadiah's shares, essentially gaining control over the company, if this new shareholder has some ulterior motives, it could still cause some trouble. You don't need to worry about that. The new director who bought those shares is Viko. He saw how you were previously restricted by other shareholders on the board because your shares didn't exceed 50%, so he used his personal funds to acquire scattered shares in the stock Viko. Viko has entrusted me with the authority to represent him fully in terms of these shares and voting rights, so you can rest assured. Viko has become a director of Stark Industries. Suddenly, Tony felt that the world was changing too fast, and he couldn't keep up with it. Chapter 47. In the data room of the Triskelion, S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters, Viko was holding a technical dossier and reading its contents with great interest. The document in his hands was about the super soldier serum, and many crucial technical details and theoretical descriptions were missing. The remaining content consisted mostly of speculations and recorded questions proposed by Dr. Abraham Erskine during the development process. There was also a portion that included some memoirs and speculations written by his grandfather, Howard Stark, who worked on it after the establishment of S.H.I.E.L.D. Among these seemingly disorganized materials and formulas, Viko even saw fragments of information in the hidden books left by Howard, which indirectly proved that Howard had attempted to reconstruct the technical data on the super soldier serum for S.H.I.E.L.D. but ultimately failed. Despite the seemingly chaotic nature of the information and formulas, Viko found it intriguing. After reading through all of it, he didn't proceed to open the technical dossier on PIM particles but took out a stack of calculation papers and began deduction and calculation. Viko first sorted the contents of the dossier according to the chronological order of Dr. Erskine's research process and then started organizing deductions and calculations one by one. On the calculation papers, Viko's pen moved swiftly, and lengthy and complex equations lined up densely. Nearly 100 pages of standard A4 size were quickly filled with by Viko, and most of the content was still unsolved equations. To obtain the correct answers, extensive calculations and biological experiments were required to collect experimental data. But for Viko, calculations were never a challenge. The innate talent of the Stark family, which was a cheat from the Marvel Universe, combined with the brain development he obtained from time traveling and his continuous growth over the years, had brought Viko's brain very close to the realm of a deity. Even the fastest supercomputers on Earth today couldn't surpass Viko in terms of computational capacity. Not even experimental data could stump Viko. His highly developed brain allowed him to create a virtual laboratory in his mind and access various biological data from his memories, constructing a virtual experimental process. After analysis and calculation, he could derive data results that were accurate to the smallest detail, just like real-world experiments. However, Viko didn't continue deducing the technical data of the super soldier serum. In this data room, surveillance cameras were installed from all directions. If he were to calculate everything here, they would be compiled into a dossier and end up on the desks of Hydra and Nick Fury tomorrow. Viko wouldn't do something that would benefit others at his own expense. After tidying up the scattered papers on the desk, Viko neatly stacked them and picked up the second technical dossier on PIM particles, examining it attentively. PIM particles were subatomic particles named after Dr. Hank Pym, their initial discoverer. Through research, Dr. Hank Pym found that these subatomic particles could alter the size of objects, even allowing people to change their size at will. He utilized the principles of PIM particles to integrate them into his armor, creating the Ant-Man suit. Dr. Hank Pym's contributions go beyond that. In order to collect and safely utilize these subatomic particles, Dr. Pym formulated a series of core equations. Using this set of core equations, Dr. Pym and his wife, Janet, became the superheroes Ant-Man and Wasp, respectively. As a result, they were invited by Howard Stark to join S.H.I.E.L.D. However, during a mission in which Dr. Pym and his wife were together, Janet became trapped in the quantum realm after shrinking too small. This made him reassess the dangers of PIM particles and believe that this technology should be properly safeguarded. At the same time, he discovered that someone within S.H.I.E.L.D. was attempting to steal his research and replicate PIM particles. To protect this dangerous technology, Dr. Pym voluntarily left S.H.I.E.L.D. With the relationship severed between him and S.H.I.E.L.D., Dr. Pym took all the information related to these core equations with him. The remaining fragments of information within S.H.I.E.L.D. were deductions made by scientists based on the data they obtained while working with Dr. Pym. Even Viko, with all his abilities, couldn't reverse engineer the original core equations from these fragments. However, that didn't matter. Viko wasn't interested in shrinking people. As mentioned before, Viko wasn't the kind of person who liked to charge into battles. So, rather than creating suits that could safely shrink and enlarge people, Viko was more inclined to apply this technology to objects. You see, By combining the ability of PIM particles to alter the size of objects with the microrobot technology in Viko's mind, it would be easy to create nanobots and significantly reduce the difficulty and cost of producing various nanotechnologies. What Viko needed the most was how to collect PIM particles from the real world and store them. Detailed design ideas were already recorded in this technical information. Although it still required Viko to conduct further research and deduction to obtain results. It was already sufficient. Having obtained the two technologies he had longed for, Viko left the data room feeling satisfied. However, in order to help S.H.I.E.L.D. Understanding the difficulties and key points in the power system he designed, Viko couldn't leave yet and had to temporarily stay in the suite provided by S.H.I.E.L.D. But this didn't hinder Viko's research. In his mind, a virtual laboratory had already been constructed, where 3 virtual figures, identical to Viko, were each performing their respective tasks. One person was deducing the super soldier serum, another was deriving the PIM particle equations, and the third was engaged in unknown research and development. This was the scene that Viko's parallel thought processing had created in his virtual laboratory. And that mysterious project being worked on by the third Viko was the ultimate design that fused the super soldier serum, PIM particles, and microrobots together. I never expected to have the opportunity to recreate this technology in the Marvel Universe. Before I reincarnated here, I heard that this movie was about to be released. It's a pity I didn't have a chance to watch it. I wonder if this can be considered a crossover between the two comics. Chapter 48. No. Inside a laboratory at S.H.I.E.L.D. Headquarters, Viko watched a group of scientists busy verifying parameters and voiced his dissatisfaction. The magnetic axis servo angle here should be 25 degrees, didn't I clearly Viko it on the blueprint? Why did you randomly change it? Viko was infuriated by these people who modified his set parameters without consulting him. Humph, young people will always be naive. A 25-degree transmission angle clearly contradicts the principles of transmission mechanics and would impose additional stress on the transmission axis. I merely made the correct adjustments. The scientist who changed the parameters arrogantly replied to Viko, revealing both his disdain and hostility towards him. He appeared to be in his 30s, much younger than the other scientists in their 50s and 60s. Viko immediately guessed the intentions of the other person. It was evident that this individual felt threatened by Viko's revocable achievements at such a young age and had always been overconfident. Now, being struck by the design created by Viko, who was not even an adult yet. This person believed that his position was being undermined, and thus, he intentionally belittled Viko to elevate himself. However, Viko was no ordinary person. He had been influenced by Tony from an early age, and it could be said that even after 10 years of training, this person wouldn't be a match for Viko when it came to sharp-tongued revocos. If you don't understand, ask. Did you exhaust too much energy during group exercises last night, causing your brain to short-circuit? Do you view my magnetic axis servo transmission with the traditional principles of mechanical transmission? If you are truly so intelligent, S.H.I.E.L.D. wouldn't need to bring me, a 14-year-old kid, here to answer your questions. If we implement your design, are you planning to send this warship to outer space with the power of thousands of super-strong braking engines? Are you trying to kill everyone? You. The person pointed a trembling finger at Viko, attempting to argue back but found himself speechless. In the end, overwhelmed with anger, he fainted. The older scientists beside him shook their heads in disappointment, clearly displeased with his behavior. Once a researcher loses the humility to seek advice and reverence for knowledge, they are easily blinded by money and fame, making it impossible for them to discover the truth of science. Shortly after, several agents entered the laboratory and carried the unconscious young scientist out. The remaining older scientists silently reverted the previously modified transmission angles. Focusing their efforts on inputting the parameters from Viko's blueprint into the computer, gradually constructing a holographic model of the power system. With one less person, the efficiency of the entire team actually improved. It seemed that a single arrogant individual had previously hindered the team's progress. When the final parameter on the design blueprint was input into the computer, a massive and intricate engine model appeared before everyone through the holographic projection. The densely distributed power nodes within the model were evenly spread along the magnetic axis servo transmission axis, which spanned over 300 meters. They could flexibly rotate within a 270-degree range, providing the aircraft with powerful propulsion and agile maneuverability. The next step is the final feasibility verification, Viko said, filled with anticipation as he gazed at the magnificent holographic model. Although he was confident that his design could meet the requirements set by S.H.I.E.L.D. and pass this safety validation, he still felt a bit nervous and uneasy until the actual results were obtained. As he spoke, Viko took out a portable hard drive from his pocket and handed it to one of the experimenters. This is the control system that governs the entire power apparatus, only with it can thousands of power nodes cooperate safely and orderly, carrying out the operator's commands. The experimenter received a portable hard drive from Viko and connected it to the server in the laboratory. The final step of the safety and feasibility verification process was to input the program created by Viko into the server, control the holographic model generated by the computer software to perform various functions, and then export the data for examination. If all the data met the design requirements, Viko's proposed solution would receive official approval. Power on, activate all power nodes. Enable all operational modes, verify the system's servo mechanisms. Countdown. 3, 2, 1. Start. Following the command, the experimenter immediately pressed the Enter key on the computer keyboard. Subsequently, each power node of the holographic engine model began emitting blue light, symbolizing the propulsion jets. The startup process went smoothly. The experimenter proceeded to test the engine's power limits. 10% thrust, 20%, 50%, 80%, 100% full power. According to the parameters displayed on the computer, the engine had outputted all its power, and the computer's calculations indicated that at full speed, it could propel the loaded aircraft to a speed approaching Mach 3, which was comparable to the fastest fighter jets in the world. What was even more astonishing was that, at the extreme speed of full throttle, disregarding the load capacity of the personnel inside the vessel and the potential damage to the ship's structure, the engine designed by Viko could even perform instantaneous right-angle turns and 180-degree sharp turns, demonstrating its revokeable agility. 1 hour later, after completing all the simulated tests, the scientists began exporting the data from the experiment and initiated the verification and calculation process. Verifying all the data for such a massive system would typically be a tedious and monotonous task. However, after witnessing the terrifying capabilities of the performance monster designed by Viko, everyone on site was caught up in frenzied excitement. They were witnessing history. Witnessing a miracle, and couldn't wait to calculate all the results immediately, enabling the engine to be put into production right away. Finally, with the assistance of a supercomputer, after 5.5 hours of mundane calculations, the project leader responsible for this validation heavily pressed the Enter key with their finger. As the words appeared on the command screen, the entire team erupted in cheers, leaping out of their seats. "We did it! We have witnessed the birth of a miracle, Mr. Viko. Your proposal has passed our feasibility and safety validations. Thank you for providing such a creative power system solution that has truly amazed us." "You're welcome, it was part of our agreed-upon deal. Now that the validation is successful, I will be heading back today. After reviewing those 2 technical documents, I have many ideas that need to be tested in the laboratory, especially that one thing." Chapter 49. It has been a week since Viko returned from the S.H.I.E.L.D. Triskelion headquarters. During this week, he continued to facilitate Tony and Pepper's private time, immersing himself in scientific research and being unable to break free. In just 1 week, Viko had already reconstructed the core theory of the super soldier serum, even deducing the molecular formula and synthesis reactions of its main components that interact with the human body. However, his progress in extracting and storing PIM particles was hindered. The extraction of PIM particles required processes at the picometer level, separating and purifying countless impurities. To achieve such technical precision, Viko not only needed to reproduce Dr. Henk PIM's core equations but also design and manufacture a new set of separation and purification equipment to meet the accuracy requirements of the entire process. Moreover, to ensure the long-term stability of the purified PIM particles, a stabilizer needed to be used as a medium. The formula for this stabilizer was only vaguely mentioned in the technical information provided by S.H.I.E.L.D., indicating that it was closely guarded by Dr. Pym himself. Without any related information, Viko had to continuously experiment with various known stabilizers, making trial and error attempts. If the desired effect couldn't be achieved in the end, Viko would have to develop a new type of stabilizer, which would undoubtedly consume a significant amount of time and effort. Furthermore, as long as the progress with the PIM particles stalled for a day, Viko's plan to integrate several technologies and create that particular thing would remain unrealized. This was the most challenging aspect. "Hey, this won't do. Staring at the equations for PIM particles all day has made my mind dull. I should go back and continue working on my transformers and hover cannon. It's been dragging on for a while now. Tony has already started developing the 4th, 5th, and 6th generations of the Viko series armors. And I haven't even finished the first transformer yet. I feel a bit behind." So, Viko decided to temporarily set aside the research on PIM particles and return to the previous hover cannon project, shifting his mindset. Speaking of which, Viko's progress in the hover cannon research had also stagnated for some time. Initially, he hit a bottleneck and couldn't come up with a better solution. So he turned his attention to improving the design of the Transformers' transforming mechanism. Later, due to the events involving Obadiah and his own company, Viko's focus shifted, and this project was temporarily put on hold. In the laboratory, Viko retrieved various design drawings he had made for the hover cannon from the server and resumed his work. The first thing Viko focused on was the transformation mechanism of the hover cannon. Since it needed to switch between a car, span, form and a robot form while preserving the passenger space and various functionalities of the car. Span. This further constrained Viko's design space. It was impossible to achieve smooth operation as a car without an intricate transformation mechanism. The suspension, steering, acceleration, and braking functions of the hover cannon after transforming into a car form all needed to be integrated into this transformation mechanism. Therefore, Viko had to meticulously design each component, ensuring they fit seamlessly together without causing any jerking or disruptions. However, for Viko, this was considered an easy task. After all, mechanical structure design was his area of expertise, and compared to the research on PIM particles and the design of the hover cannon, designing a transformation mechanism could be described as easy and enjoyable, almost like a leisure activity. Although he had plenty of idle time, Viko quickly got into the groove. He effortlessly applied various complex structures and sometimes even had bursts of inspiration, coming up with ingenious designs that excited him for more than 10 minutes. In just 2 days, Viko designed the intricate mechanical structures on the body of the hover cannon. Under the holographic model projection, each joint was flexible and stable. And the overall structure combined strength and aesthetics, closely resembling the Transformers from Viko's memories, even surpassing them in certain aspects. If combined with the all-round attack units Viko envisioned, the Transformer he designed would far surpass the movie's depiction in both appearance and attack power. After clicking Save to upload all the data to his personal server, Viko stretched lazily. After working continuously at the lab bench for over 10 hours, his youthful body felt a bit tired. It seems I should prioritize researching the super soldier serum. After all, even for scientific research, a healthy body is indispensable. Just as he was about to pick up the research materials for the super soldier serum and continue his work, the doorbell of the lab suddenly rang. "Master, your secretary has work to report and is waiting outside the door." The clear voice prompt informed Viko about the visitor's presence, and he nodded. "Let her in. Since the product launch event, I haven't paid attention to the company's affairs. It's about time I inquired a bit." "Sorry for disturbing your research, boss." The secretary, dressed in a black professional suit and holding a stack of documents in front of her chest, entered the room and gave a slight nod, apologizing to Viko. "No need to apologize, it's your job. Speaking of which, it's me as a boss who's been inadequate. I haven't shown any concern for the company's affairs for such a long time. Have there been any difficulties that couldn't be resolved?" Viko waved his hand, indicating that the secretary shouldn't be so reserved, and then began to show interest in the company's situation. "Oh no, boss," the secretary, a charming young lady, shook her head. "I came here today not because the company encountered any issues. On the contrary, the company's recent situation has been exceptionally good. The general manager asked me to come and report the company's status and inquire about the company's future development direction." "Go ahead, I'm listening." "All right. Since the release of our company's personal health assistant product, the sales have been continuously booming. Within 1 week of its launch, the demand for robots and skins of various models has been overwhelming. As of 8 o'clock this morning, our total online and offline revenue has reached $4.5 billion. Medical institutions and military forces from various countries have expressed their willingness to collaborate, and it is projected that our total revenue for this quarter will exceed $300 billion. To cope with the high demand, Stark Industries has urgently increased its production lines, and now the production output can almost meet our daily shipping quantity. Chapter 50. Everyone has worked hard during this period. With such a large shipment volume, everything has been well organized. And everyone's work has been outstanding. The company's first battle since its opening has achieved such remarkable results. Does the general manager have any reward plans for the employees? That's one of the tasks the general manager entrusted to me today. He has prepared several employee incentive plans, but they still need your review and approval. The secretary took out a document from the thick stack of papers and placed it on Viko's desk. "All right, I will review it as soon as possible and give him a response. Is there anything else?" "The general manager wants you to attend the company's senior management meeting tomorrow morning. Although the current performance is impressive, the product line is still too thin. Also, there has been no news from your side regarding the company's product direction for the next quarter. The Viko department is also hoping for an early decision so that they can prepare the promotional plans." "Well, I didn't expect that we would already have to start considering the next quarter's matters just 2 weeks after the product launch event. I will prepare well for this aspect. Before the meeting tomorrow, come to the lab and inform me, as I'm afraid I might get too focused on my experiments and lose track of time. Understood, boss, then I'll leave now. The general manager still needs me to give him a response. Viko nodded, signaling the secretary to leave, but his thoughts had drifted somewhere else. Viko's research center, a technology company that relied solely on him for the entire research and development system. Couldn't find a second one like it in the whole world. Even Stark Industries had an entire research department. Moreover, compared to personal sole ownership businesses like his, which relied on technological products for operations, large companies like Stark Industries had a broad range of business activities and didn't need frequent updates to their product lines to mitigate risks. Furthermore, launching a new product wasn't as simple as making a minor upgrade to an old product. The Viko Research Center, which had already been labeled by consumers, would suffer a severe blow to its image if it released a disappointing product. The direct or indirect losses resulting from it would be even greater than reducing the frequency of product launches. Therefore, Viko had to carefully consider the direction of the company's products for the next quarter. This won't do. If I have to spend time and energy thinking about what product to launch every quarter, it will undoubtedly consume a significant portion of my time and energy. Moreover, not every invention of mine is suitable for public promotion. Weapons like the Dominator, which require strict confidentiality, cannot be considered as options, even if the impact it creates upon disclosure would be sensational. In that case, I need to seriously consider the flagship product for the next quarter, ideally something that can continue to iterate, upgrade, and bring forth new series of products even without my direct involvement. Now that I want my consumers to experience the concept of the Viko Research Center creating happiness with technology, how can I not release a game? Yes, that's right. I should make a game. And it should be a console game. I can make money from hardware sales, and when consumers go home and find out that all the games are paid, I can earn more from software. I also need to launch various accessories for the consoles, as well as peripheral and cultural products related to the game characters. It seems like there's great potential in this. The money-making model of Sony Nintendo Penguin, you'll all obediently fall into my trap and put the dollars into my pocket. Master, your secretary has come to remind you that the senior management meeting is about to begin, please go and attend. Alright, Viko responded weakly, lifting his messy bedhead. After deciding to enter the gaming industry yesterday, Viko started working overtime on creating a plan. After all, even if he wanted to emulate the money-making strategies of the big shots, the product still needed to be innovative. PS1, 2. 3, 4, Xbox, Switch, those cheap thrills. Viko couldn't bring himself to use the slogan of creating happiness with technology. If he wanted to enter the gaming industry, he needed to completely subvert everyone's perception of games. So, after working on the plan all night, Viko, with disheveled hair and dark circles under his eyes, pale-faced, entered the meeting room with his prepared materials. Hello, boss. As soon as Viko entered, all the high-level executives in the meeting room greeted him in unison. Don't be fooled by the fact that everyone present was in their 20s or 30s and were young and promising elites in their respective fields. Viko was only 14 years old, not even an adult yet. But these high-level executives, who dealt with company affairs every day, knew better than anyone else about their boss's terrifying talent. The estimated revenue for the first quarter since the company's opening had reached $300 billion. The privately developed high-tech product, the personal health assistant, not only gained the favor of various social classes but also received widespread praise and a good reputation. If Viko were willing to make his company go public at this point, the valuation of the company would be at least in the trillions, making this 14-year-old young man the richest person in the world. Furthermore, Viko had the famous Iron Man as his father and the endorsement of Stark Industries behind him. So, whether it was in terms of ability or family background, it was enough to make these ambitious young talents willingly bow down to him. Good morning, everyone. If everyone is present, let the general manager preside over the meeting and start. Please call me when it's time for me to speak. Alright, boss, let's first discuss the logistics cost pressure caused by the surge in online sales. Under the leadership of the general manager, the meeting officially began, and each department manager and supervisor gave their speeches one by one. However, the process of this meeting was not as Viko had imagined, where everyone simply read from their scripts. The atmosphere was intense and filled with heated debates. Perhaps it was because everyone was young and their ages were not too far apart, and each held a strong attachment to their own viewpoints. It was precisely because of this intense debate and clash of ideas that the meeting was highly efficient, and the decisions made were precise. Now, I would like to invite the company's boss, Mr. Viko Stark, to talk about the company's product direction for the next quarter. As the meeting reached its conclusion and the general manager summarized the content, it was finally Viko's turn to present the company's future plans. Ahem, Viko cleared his throat and then projected his plan onto the conference screen. He confidently said, "Gentlemen, your speeches earlier were brilliant. As for the company's products for the next quarter, everyone, let's focus on gaming." XN. Chapter 51. Games. The general manager was the first to stand up from his seat, opposing excitedly. "Boss, our Viko Research Center is a high-tech innovation company that has gained fame, profits, and consumer expectations through the release of high-tech products. But now, instead of continuing to cultivate and develop high-tech products, we are venturing into the gaming industry. It's not that I personally have any prejudice against the gaming industry, but isn't this devaluing ourselves and losing sight of our core business? Don't be in such a hurry to express your opposition, listen to the whole plan patiently before you oppose it." Viko pressed his hands down, signaling everyone present to calm down. "I know very well that we are a company that started with high-tech. So even if we are entering the gaming industry, we shouldn't be doing ordinary online games, PC games, or mobile games. We should be focusing on console games that bundle hardware and software, specifically virtual reality games based on virtual reality technology." Virtual reality. Hearing their boss mention this high-tech term, the high-level executives who were originally a bit reluctant were dumbfounded and looked at their boss, Viko, with an incredulous expression. "That's right, virtual reality technology. Not the fake virtual reality that those VR manufacturers promote through cheap visual deception and consumer-guiding advertising. But true virtual reality that can transmit human sensory experiences to virtual world characters through brain-computer interface technology. It's a cutting-edge technology that allows people to experience real-life experiences in a completely virtual world. And the virtual reality game console that can achieve this effect is the flagship product I planned overnight for the company's next few quarters or even years." After Viko decided to enter the gaming industry yesterday, he immediately recalled a work from his past life on Earth in a different universe that left a deep impression on him: Sword Art Online. The first commercial virtual reality game console in that work, the Nerve Gear, had an appearance similar to a boxing headgear that covered the head. Its brain-computer interface technology and the principles of virtual reality were generated by numerous signal components buried inside the device, directly connecting to the user's brain. Rather than relying on sensory organs like the eyes or ears, it transmitted virtual sensory information to the brain, creating a virtual space. At the same time, by capturing the electronic signals sent by the brain, the user's real body showed no response even when engaging in various activities in the virtual space. With this thought, Viko couldn't restrain himself from wanting to recreate this great idea within the Marvel Universe. After all, although the advanced technologies in the movie universe were mind-blowing, as far as Viko remembered. Even in the year 2022 of Avengers Endgame, there was no mention of virtual reality technology in the films. However, in Spider-Man: Far From Home, which took place after Avengers Endgame, the mysterious character known as Mysterio showcased advanced AR technology augmented reality, which made Viko even more optimistic about the revenue potential of his virtual reality game project. Moreover, Viko had already developed and used brain-computer interface technology based on capturing human thought waves in a previous experiment with the controller. This technology, derived from Hiro Hamada's control technology for microbots in Big Hero 6, was a mature and stable technology that could be directly applied to Viko's envisioned virtual reality game console. "Boss, please continue, we will listen quietly and won't interrupt you again." Upon hearing that their boss hadn't forgotten the high-tech positioning of their company and that the upcoming product plan would incorporate cutting-edge virtual reality technology surpassing the current era, the executives transformed into enthusiastic fans once again. With a look of admiration, they sat up straight, blinked their eyes, and prepared to attentively listen to Viko's proposal. "Very well, let me finish explaining my plan. If you have any questions, hold them for now, I will give you time to ask later. My plan is to develop the first-generation virtual reality game console for personal use. The price of this initial version definitely can't be cheap, but the sales department will gradually lower the product's price based on Viko conditions. This will be beneficial for pricing our future product iterations and controlling the Viko. And I will add an identity authentication system to the virtual reality console. Before using the console, users will need to bind their identities to ensure that each person is bound to one console. The console can only be used after verifying that the user's identity matches the bound identity. This way, we can sell as many hardware devices as possible. Furthermore, after identity verification, it will be convenient for us to manage game users in the future, preventing underage users of our devices from accessing restricted games that are only meant for older players. Later on, we can update the console on an annual basis, making its appearance increasingly stylish and lightweight to cater to the preferences of different user groups. Similar to our personal health assistant, this virtual reality technology can also be finely segmented for different user groups, launching products with different specifications and performance in civilian, military, and medical fields. The precise Viko II segmentation not only allows us to sell products at higher prices but also facilitates expanding our customer channels and gaining more orders and profits. Next is the game content. I will develop two platforms for our virtual reality endeavor, one for game development and the other for game distribution. In the future, these two platforms will be open to major game developers. The virtual reality game development platform will require authorization. And game developers who want to use it will need to pay a yearly fee. The virtual reality game distribution platform will operate on a revenue sharing model, where we will receive a portion of the profit for each game sold by the developers. Additionally, our company will also develop our own games. Pay attention, everyone, if you know suitable candidates, you can recommend them to the HR manager. The company will be recruiting a group of game developers soon and establishing a game development department. This way, we will have a complete lineup of new hardware and software every quarter, and I won't have to worry so much about it. After listening to Viko's commercial plan for virtual reality, the executives couldn't contain their excitement. They admired their boss even more, realizing that he had not only laid out the company's development direction for the next quarter or even years but also analyzed and planned the commercial prospects. It was truly astonishing. Applause resounded in the meeting room. Fantastic, boss. We can't wait to get started on the work for the next quarter. The managers and supervisors of each department were eager to begin preparations for the upcoming product release. Hold your excitement for a moment. Viko shook his head, wearing a mysterious smile on his face. As you all know, I have a sensitive stance when it comes to decision-making power in the company, so the company operates as a sole ownership. Many of you came to work at the Viko Research Center not only because of the decent salary I offered but also due to the face of my father, Tony Stark. But after experiencing the release of our first product, I believe everyone has seen that although the company is a startup, its prospects are definitely not to be underestimated. I have also fully witnessed everyone's abilities and work enthusiasm, and I understand that I cannot keep all of you talented individuals under the company's wing with the current compensation I offer. Therefore, after considering the incentive plan provided by the CEO, I have decided to allocate 13 of my personal shares to establish a bonus option pool. Based on the company's annual profitability and the individual contributions of employees in various positions, we will distribute year-end bonuses to everyone. As for other benefits such as paid leave, transportation subsidies, phone allowances, and dining allowances, I have also approved them. The specific details will be communicated to the entire company through a notice from the CEO. Now, does anyone have any more questions? If not, I will hand the microphone back to the CEO, who will organize the next steps. Upon hearing this, the executives, who were already low-key, couldn't come up with any more questions. Considering the estimated revenue for the first quarter at the Viko Research Center, the company's revenue this year would exceed trillions of US dollars. After deducting various costs and taxes, there would still be hundreds of billions of US dollars left. With the current size of the company and the dividend percentage proposed by Viko, these executives could expect to receive dividends of at least several billion US dollars at the end of the year. In an instant, they could surpass many established billionaires and make it onto Forbes' wealth rankings. When they carefully thought about it, the idea of having all the employees of the company listed on Forbes made them feel a little excited. Boss. After calming down a bit, the Viko department manager raised his hand to ask a question. I would like to know if you have decided on a name for our virtual reality game console. Do you have a rough direction for the content of the first game? After all, once this game is released, it will be the world's first virtual reality game. It should make a perfect debut and also set an example for other interested game developers. Good question. As for the name, well, let's just call the virtual reality game console Nerve Gear. As for the first game, I'll give you the game design and script later. The game will be called Sword Art Online. But make sure to communicate with Stark Industries' technical director and avoid any pretense that Nerve Gear has a microwave device that can heat up people's brains. We won't need those kinds of rumors. Boss, what microwave device are you talking about? Viko shook his head with an air of superiority. You humans who haven't been dominated by fear of the VR game, hey. Speaking of which, should I develop an Attack on Titan VR game? It seems feasible. Then we can expand it into manga, anime, movies, TV series, and all sorts of merchandise. Just thinking about it, my wallet feels too small, he. In this manner, Viko exposed his money-loving side in front of his subordinates, lost in his own fantasies. Chapter 52. The meeting ended, and Viko immediately rushed back to his own laboratory. Although he had been working overnight on a plan, he was very tired physically. But his spirit was still very excited. Because just now, a fantastic idea popped into his mind. When it comes to sword art online, anyone even remotely familiar with the world of anime and manga would also associate it with another work by the author, Reki Kawahara, called Excel World. In a more distant future within the same universe, virtual reality devices had evolved into terminal devices called Neurolinker. Equipped with quantum communication terminals worn on the head, these devices could connect to global networks and local area networks, allowing quantum-scale wireless communication with brain cells. They could transmit simulated sensory information to the brain and also eliminate various real-world sensations. With the passage of time, they had become ubiquitous, with almost everyone owning one, replacing phones and computers from people's daily lives. The Neurolinker not only replaced the virtual reality consoles but also the smartphones and computers that people used in their everyday work, studies, and entertainment in that era. Even more astonishingly, the Neurolinker, through an application called Brain Burst, allowed users to achieve overclocking of their brains in both the real world and virtual reality. However, there were some limitations to this application. The conditions for its use were that the user had to have been wearing the neural connection terminal since birth. In the accelerated state, the user's thinking speed would increase 1,000-fold, but due to the program's restrictions, the maximum duration of the acceleration was 30 minutes, equivalent to 1/8 seconds in reality. Of course, Viko's goal was not to immediately produce such a connecting device. Although he possessed all the necessary technological capabilities, such a device would significantly accelerate the overall technological progress of the company's products. This would not only throw him back into the dilemma of product updates and iterations but also cause the company to lose a significant amount of profit. What Viko wanted to do was to use virtual reality and the application that could overclock the brain to create a virtual laboratory. In the external world, his body could rest and recuperate in a nutritional sleep pod. While in the virtual reality, he could have several times the time compared to reality to conduct virtual experiments and create conditions that were impossible to achieve in the real world. To achieve this, Viko needed to overcome the hardware and software aspects as well as these. The user had to have been wearing the neural connection terminal since birth and the maximum duration of the acceleration was 30 minutes, equivalent to 1/8 seconds in reality. 2 limitations. Compared to dispersing his focus and imagination to construct a virtual mirror in his mind, the virtual reality created through external hardware would allow Viko to devote himself more fully to the experiments. Thinking about this, Viko completely forgot about his physical fatigue and just wanted to seize the time to implement this idea immediately. Regarding this idea of a virtual laboratory, Viko already possessed all the necessary technological conditions in terms of hardware. The only thing missing was the application that could accelerate the brain's frequency and adjust the flow of time between the virtual and real worlds. However, regarding the principles of this application, Viko already had a preliminary concept. Essentially, it involved using the brain-machine interface hardware in the virtual reality console to detect the user's brainwave frequencies. Then, through the application, adjusting the sensory and inhibitory waves released by the hardware to resonate with the user's brain frequency, thus achieving the effect of overclocking the brain. The brain-machine interface developed by Viko captured the brain's emitted brainwave frequencies, instead of using the quantum communication adopted by the Neurolinker in Excel World. This naturally broke the first limitation of the application. To overcome the second limitation of the application, extending the duration of brain overclocking. It wouldn't be enough to solve the problem solely by improving the technology of the brain-machine interface and the development of the application. It involved the high-speed consumption of energy, nutrients, and oxygen in the body during the process of brain overclocking. This consumption rate exceeded the limits of the body's storage and supply, to the point where the brain could not receive sufficient support, triggering its own protective mechanism and actively disengaging from the state of resonance and overclocking. To solve this problem, the first step was to ensure that the brain could receive timely and ample supplies of energy, nutrients, and oxygen. This was where Viko's previous consideration of the nutritional sleep pod for rest and recuperation in the real world came into play. Viko planned to transform the nutritional sleep pod into something similar to the entry plug EVA cockpit in Neon Genesis Evangelion. Once the user entered the pod, an amber-colored viscous liquid with a bloody scent called LCL would be injected. Its composition was similar to the primordial soup that life originated from, comparable to the amniotic fluid in the womb of the mothers, although amniotic fluid cannot provide oxygen for breathing. When the liquid was electrified, its molecular composition would change, reconfiguring its composition through the electrical nucleus. It could establish a neural connection between the user and the nutritional sleep pod, and provide oxygen, energy, and nutrients, which meant the L contained more than 21 oxygen. Its purpose was to sustain life. Chapter 53. Although Viko didn't know the exact composition of the L formula in Neon Genesis Evangelion, he already had a target for a similar substitute, which was the Super Soldier Serum. You see, the Super Soldier Serum had the ability to transform someone like Captain America, who was smaller and weaker than an average person, into a super soldier surpassing the limits of the human body. Besides its core factor of gene mutation and gene defect repair, the serum contained terrifying energy and abundant nutrients, which played a crucial role. According to the technical data recorded in S.H.I.E.L.D. When Captain Steve Rogers underwent the Super Soldier program, he also entered a closed transformation chamber. After being injected with a sufficient amount of the Super Soldier Serum, the transformers in the laboratory supplied electrical energy to the Vita radiation generator inside the transformation chamber, generating high-intensity Vita rays. Under the impact of the high-speed particles of Vita rays, the molecular composition of the Super Soldier Serum within Rogers' body would change. It would undergo molecular reconfiguration through the electrical nucleus and establish a neural connection with the nerves inside Steve's body, providing nutrition and energy for the transformation of his genes and cells. The principle of the Super Soldier Serum's action during this process was very similar to that of L, which led Viko to boldly speculate that he could use the Super Soldier Serum as a substitute for L in his nutritional sleep pod. However, the prerequisite for all this was for Viko to be able to reproduce the original formula of the Super Soldier Serum. Fortunately, Viko had obtained a large amount of relevant information beforehand and had made irrevocable progress. He believed that as long as his research did not exceed a week, he would be able to completely master the core technology of the Super Soldier Serum. Completely deciphering the technology of the Super Soldier Serum is not a difficult task, but the original serum created by Dr. Erskine is not suitable for my current needs. Although the evolutionary factor in the Super Soldier Serum could repair genetic defects and enable the human body to break limitations and acquire extraordinary abilities, it could also have a significant impact on certain information fragments that affect personality traits encoded in the genes. For example, studies have shown that the etiology of antisocial personality disorder is related to an individual's objective upbringing environment. However, recent research in criminology has indicated that genetic factors, such as polymorphisms or gene mutations, are associated with personality disorders. In other words, if a person's genes already contain defects that could lead to antisocial personality disorder, the Super Soldier Serum would not only fail to repair them but also turn the possibility into inevitability and amplify it infinitely, making them as malevolent as a character from DC Comics. This is why Schmidt of HYDRA, who also used the Super Soldier Serum, transformed into the cold and brutal Red Skull, while Steve Rogers became the revered Captain America. If I were to inject myself with the Super Soldier Serum, I would need to transform the unstable genetic modifications into stable and directed genetic evolution. This difficulty is no less than performing gene surgery on myself and casually modifying gene segments. Instead of wasting energy on this, it would be better to extract the relevant functions needed from the serum and create specialized byproducts. Once he completed the nutritional sleep pod and virtual laboratory, Viko would be able to decipher the secrets of PIM particles as quickly as possible. Create that technology, and by then, issues of physical strength and recovery ability would no longer be a problem. To successfully build the virtual laboratory as soon as possible, Viko had been tirelessly working day and night for a week, neglecting sleep and food. 2 days ago, he had completely deciphered Dr. Erskine's original formula of the Super Soldier Serum. Now, the crucial step underway was to extract the nutrients from the Super Soldier Serum formula that could serve as a universal supplement for the human body, providing energy and oxygen as metabolic substances for cells. After testing multiple formulas, the nutrient solution in Viko's hands was the confident final product. Viko used a pipette to extract a sample from it and placed a few drops onto the analyzer in the laboratory. Then, he pressed a button to emit high-speed electrons towards it. Under the impact of the high-speed electrons, the molecular composition of the nutrient solution indeed changed. It released a large amount of energy and oxygen while various atoms and molecules split and recombined flawlessly, forming everything needed for cellular metabolism. Fantastic! The formula for the nutrient solution is complete. Now, I can start building a nutritional sleep pod. Viko's eyes were bloodshot, and dark circles hung under them, showcasing his exhausted state. But even in this condition, Viko jumped up with excitement, cheering for his success. Once his vision became a reality, he would be able to conduct research and experiments without any concerns about his physical health. But before that, I should get a good night's sleep. It would be a waste if I were to die suddenly before completing the virtual laboratory. After saying that, Viko found a spot and simply collapsed onto the couch in the laboratory, falling into a deep sleep. When he woke up, it was already 9 o'clock in the morning of the next day. Viko quickly had the breakfast prepared by his secretary, and immediately resumed work on building the nutritional sleep pod. Compared to the research on the nutrient solution formula, constructing the nutritional sleep pod was much simpler. The first step was to reserve space for a virtual reality host, followed by the inclusion of an injection port for the nutrient solution. Considerations were made for the user's comfort while lying down, the airtightness during the process, and the discharge of the nutrient solution after use. Lastly, it only required the installation of an arc reactor to provide energy supply for the entire nutritional sleep pod. For Viko, designing such a mechanically simple structure was a piece of cake. So, after spending half an hour on the design blueprint, he had the intelligent assistant Baymax uploaded to the 3D printing device for manufacturing. Viko personally installed the circuit board, connected the cables, imported the program, and after 11 hours, the first nutritional sleep pod was completed. Chapter 54. Successfully built the envisioned nutritional sleep pod, Viko's tense nerves finally relaxed temporarily. He had been continuously conducting research, maintaining his brain's high-speed operation, and now he could clearly feel the warning signals his body was sending him. After all, even though he had experienced disrupted sleep patterns before, he always ensured he had enough rest, but this time, he had truly pushed himself too far. His body, deprived of rest for a long time, showed various discomforts as a reminder not to overexert himself just because he was young and strong. The nutritional sleep pod is ready. Now, it's time to try it out and see how effective the nutrient solution I formulated is in repairing my fatigue. Looking at the nutritional sleep pod in front of him, which hadn't undergone any safety testing yet, Viko was full of confidence in his creation. Without hesitation, he opened the pod door and lay inside, willingly becoming the first test subject to experience the sleep pod's functions. Once he adjusted his posture and settled in, Viko reached out and pressed a button on the control panel on the wall of pod. Soon, the responsive door started slowly closing. As the door closed, the gentle ambient light inside the sleep pod turned on, enveloping Viko in a soft, pale blue glow. Then, following the instructions on the touch screen of the door, Viko selected the regular recovery mode that didn't connect to the virtual reality host. In this mode, the user's consciousness wouldn't be blocked by the virtual reality host, allowing them to clearly feel the slow infusion of the nutrient solution and experience the sensation of being gradually submerged. To be honest, if it were someone other than Viko experiencing this scene, facing the gradual submersion without being certain whether the nutrient solution could provide sufficient oxygen supply due to the electronic restructuring, it would likely induce fear and despair. It might even develop aquaphobia in an ordinary person. However, as the liquid level rose gradually with the infusion of the nutrient solution, Viko simply closed his eyes calmly, with a serene and unwavering expression. From this, one could tell how much confidence Viko had in his own invention. Finally, when the liquid completely covered Viko's mouth and nose, filling the entire chamber, Viko instinctively tried to breathe, but the action caused the nutrient solution to enter his windpipe, resulting in violent convulsions. But as the nutrient solution flowed into Viko's body, gradually filling his lungs and trachea, the particle emitter that had already been activated inside the nutrient hibernation pod continuously accelerated and emitted electrons, generating intense chemical reactions when they collided with the nutrient solution molecules. The nutrient solution molecules decomposed and recombined, continuously seeping into the gaps between Viko's cells and connecting with the neurons. During this process, oxygen, energy, and nutrients produced in reflection were directly absorbed and consumed by the cells in Viko's body, initiating a rapid metabolism and repairing the damage and toxins accumulated during his days of neglect. After a short period of adaptation, Viko also became accustomed to this way of not needing to breathe through his lungs. He set a hibernation time on the touch screen and closed his eyes, falling into a deep sleep. After Viko fell into a deep sleep, the nutrient solution material, which had been transformed into a nanometer scale through the bombardment of the nuclear core, continued to act on all the cells throughout Viko's body. Necrotic or mutated cells, as well as various toxins and waste produced by cell metabolism, began to be expelled from the body along with the residual nutrient solution in the intercellular spaces, under the effect of body osmotic pressure. After the expulsion of this waste-containing fluid, a dark-colored stream of water could be clearly seen surging out of Viko's body, continuously spreading and contaminating the pure nutrient solution inside the hibernation pod. However, Viko, who had already considered everything thoroughly, would not leave such a loophole. When the sensors inside the nutrient hibernation pod detected contamination of the nutrient solution, they immediately sent an alarm signal to the central computer. The computer's program, based on preset commands, automatically activated the body's circulation and filtration system. Once the circulation and filtration system was activated, the nutrient solution in the pod began to be gradually drained into the filtration system for purification. After purification, The purified nutrient solution would be released back into the hibernation pod, and the computer would control the injection system to inject new nutrient solution to replenish the consumption during the entire repair process. After this process had been carried out for a full 2.5 hours, even before the predetermined hibernation time set by Viko had elapsed. He had already awakened from his slumber. And from the refreshed appearance he showed after waking up, it was evident that the effectiveness of the nutrient hibernation pod was indeed very powerful. The entire course of body repair had been completed, and not only had Viko's mental state greatly improved, but more importantly, he had never felt his body to be so light and energetic before. This feeling of abundant energy fascinated him. Without waiting for the set time to end, Viko directly clicked the terminate button. The nutrient solution inside the pod began to slowly drain. And at the same time, the computer activated the drying function to help remove the remaining liquid from the user's body surface and clothes. The discharged nutrient solution, after filtration, would be redirected to the storage room, awaiting the next usage. However, if these nutrient solutions were not used again before the optimal use-by date, the hibernation pod would initiate a destruction program, completely decomposing them into harmless liquid and disposing of them in the company's waste treatment tank for centralized processing. Similarly, the filtered waste liquid would also be discharged into the waste treatment tank through the drainage pipe, awaiting professional treatment. Chi. The pod door opened, and Viko, who was already completely dry, flipped out of the hibernation pod. Unable to restrain himself, as soon as his feet touched the ground, he performed a vertical jump, achieving an impressive 80 centimeters. It should be noted that this was a data that many exceptional athletes could achieve, and now Viko, a homebody who rarely exercised, effortlessly reached this result after one body repair session, truly astonishing. Baymax, come help me with a physical checkup, Viko said to a small box on the experimental table. Chapter 55. This Baymax is not the same as the other Baymax. The real Baymax is obediently lying dormant in Viko's mansion in Marble Harbor. This Baymax can be considered as a duplicate because ever since Viko upgraded Baymax's intelligent core and uploaded it to his own server to serve as an intelligent assistant, theoretically, as long as there is an internet connection, Baymax can appear. This version placed on the experimental table is controlled through the laboratory's local area network, accessing Baymax's intelligent core. Master, I will scan you. Scanning initiated. Scanning complete. Do you want the results to be reported in audio form? No, just generate a visual report and send it to my computer. Understood, Master. The report has been sent. If there are no further instructions, please rate my service. I'm satisfied. You can go back to sleep. Viko nodded in satisfaction, and the lights on the duplicate Baymax dimmed after receiving the evaluation, returning to standby mode. He brought up a holographic projection and clicked to open the medical examination report sent by Baymax. The report showed that Viko's body was very healthy. Not only did the sub-health issues caused by long-term indoor activities disappear, but even the hemorrhoids caused by prolonged sitting had been completely repaired. Furthermore, according to the data on the report, not only had Viko's physical condition returned to its peak, but his skin and scalp follicles had also reached and even surpassed the standards for someone 14 years younger. This information surprised and delighted Viko. He was surprised because he had completely overlooked the additional benefits of the body repair function of the nutrient hibernation pod. And delighted because Viko had discovered another profitable project. After all, who among the wealthy wouldn't want to keep their bodies healthy and maintain a youthful appearance? Not to mention the people in Europe and America who are particularly concerned about baldness. The technology that can restore hair follicle vitality is highly attractive to them. Moreover, a key consumer group would be women from various countries. Given the opportunity to have smooth, firm, and elastic skin, what could be more enticing to make them willingly pay? When this product is launched, whether through complete device sales or per-use charges, coupled with the continuous sales revenue from the nutrient solution, it would be a long-term profitable business. Just thinking about it, Viko's eyes seemed to gleam with gold. After calming down a bit and suppressing his inner desire for money, Viko knew what his next goal should be. He wanted to build a virtual laboratory in the virtual world, and the only missing hardware was a virtual reality VR console. Unlike the commercial VR gaming consoles, medical teaching consoles, and military training simulation consoles, the VR console Viko needed to use had to withstand the load of overclocking the brain. Therefore, adjustments had to be made to the materials and corresponding structural design. First, the exterior material. In order to better amplify the transmission signal of the brain-machine interface's ideation waves, Viko used platinum, a precious metal, as the main material. Instead of traditional copper or silver wires and silicon semiconductor chips, he used a new graphene-based room-temperature superconducting nanomaterial for the wires. All the circuit boards and semiconductor chips inside the console were replaced with graphene-integrated chips previously used in space, enabling them to perform high-frequency calculations. In terms of appearance, Viko did not adopt the encasing design similar to nerve gear, which resembled a boxing headgear. Instead, he designed it to resemble a head-worn headphone, except it was not placed on the ears but needed to be worn on the temples. Feeling refreshed after the body repair, Viko's work efficiency was astonishing. After deciding on all the technical directions in just over 10 minutes, he completed the design of the entire VR console in just 45 minutes. Furthermore, he continued his momentum and designed the civilian, medical, and military VR console devices for the next quarter. Once the company and Stark Industries completed the production line overhaul, these products could be put into production at any time, ensuring sufficient inventory for sales in the next quarter. However, these were not things Viko needed to worry about. He casually sent the 3 external product design drawings to the CEO's computer and directly called out to the intelligent assistant Baymax, saying, "Baymax, there's a new task, prepare the materials listed on the inventory and immediately manufacture a prototype based on the design file number 10086 on my server." "Understood, Master, task in progress." After preparing the raw materials, Baymax controlled the 3D printer to start working again. In less than an hour, the prototype designed by Viko was completed, and the world's first VR console was born today. "Baymax, help me allocate a separate server in the company's server cluster, physically disconnected from the internet interface. From now on, I'm going to build a virtual world that belongs solely to me." "Understood, Master, task completed." Chapter 56. Building a virtual world is not an easy task, and the primary challenge is hardware. In a virtual reality environment, in order to make the sensations and feedback as close to reality as possible, the amount of data required to construct the entire virtual reality becomes enormous. Leaving aside the question of how to obtain such a massive amount of data, just finding a storage server capable of accommodating this vast amount of data is already a difficult challenge for those with limited financial resources. However, this is not a problem for Viko. After his company began to generate profits with the release of its first product, Viko immediately upgraded various devices within his own company. The server cluster used in Viko's research center is not a traditional server array. It is an entire cloud platform built on the universal material graphene. This cloud platform, constructed using billions of high-performance graphene nanonodes, allows for logical partitioning and invocation of servers in the data center as well as load balancing of computational tasks. The use of superconducting graphene material greatly enhances the server's computing speed and storage capacity. The current performance can be said to be very close to the envisioned quantum computers by scientists. Moreover, the scenes required for the virtual laboratory Viko wants to build are not overly complex. The main data needed is the specific data of the experimental materials in reality, which is called upon during experiments to ensure the accuracy of the virtual experiments. Therefore, even if the server performance is not optimal, it can still meet Viko's current needs. This is why Viko decided to call upon one server from the server cluster. Viko has the data volume under control, and the hardware issue is not a concern. The remaining and final challenge, as well as the most difficult one, is the issue of data sources. Relying solely on coding on the computer, even if one has great skills to recreate the appearance and color of real objects in a virtual world, it is still impossible to replicate the tactile sensation, texture, weight, smell, and temperature of those objects through simple coding. Thus, the source of this data becomes the most challenging issue in building a virtual world. However, although rigid code and programs cannot accurately reproduce the sensory experiences of the real world in a virtual environment, they can quantify the collected data and deduce a series of other sensory data. For example, Viko can upload all the memories he has experienced from childhood to adulthood to a database through a brain-machine interface. Then, through program analysis and classification, various sensations and emotions associated with the objects Viko has encountered can be quantified. The reason why data needs to be quantified is that even if Viko has encountered all the materials in the world, the sensations they bring, such as weight, are completely different when they vary due to factors such as volume. However, if the data is quantified, when Viko lifts a 10 kg heavy object in the virtual world, the system can call upon the quantified data of Viko lifting a 1 kg object, multiply it by 10, and provide feedback to the brain, thereby achieving accurate sensory perception. This applies to all other senses as well. For example, the taste of rice wine is composed of the flavors of rice, alcohol, and the unique aroma of yeast after fermentation. If the memory uploaded to the database by Viko does not contain data about rice wine but has data about rice, alcohol, and yeast, then the system only needs to follow the program and combine the quantified data of the respective flavors based on the appropriate proportions, and it can reproduce the taste of rice wine in the virtual world. Moreover, Viko's idea is completely feasible. Although the human brain has short-term and long-term memory distinctions, people can only recall a small portion of all the things they have experienced in their lifetime. However, the inability to recall does not mean that the memories cease to exist. In fact, as long as the data is stored in the brain, unless there is brain damage or impairment, these memories will never be lost. Our brain cells do not renew themselves like other cells in the body. From the moment we are born until we die, there is no replacement of brain cells, they only undergo self-repair. While the memories stored within them are constantly transferred among neurons. One can say that our brain is like a hard drive. Every memory that has existed leaves a trace, and the reason why we cannot recall certain memories is that their file locations have shifted, making it impossible for us to access them. However, using brain-machine interface technology to duplicate memories eliminates this problem because the machine does not care about the content, it only knows that if it exists, it should be copied. As for the task of classification and organization, that can be left to other machines or programs. How did a project that seemed so simple before suddenly become more and more complex? Now I have to code a program for quantifying sensory data. Sigh. I've come this far. If I give up now, it would be a waste of previous efforts. Chapter 57. In front of the experimental station, Viko raised his hand and wiped off the sweat that had formed on his forehead due to concentration. He took a long breath and said, "Everything is ready, now it's time to personally experience it. Only by using it can I gather enough data to determine whether this experiment will be a success or a failure." After numerous rounds of debugging and modifications, Viko finally completed the program for quantifying sensory data. Additionally, a week ago, he had already transferred his memory data from his brain to the server using a brain-machine interface. Now, whether it's the hardware, software, or basic data, everything is prepared. Viko is ready to once again become a test subject himself and enter the virtual reality he has created to check if his long-awaited virtual laboratory meets his expectations. Viko connected a data cable to the external interface of the hibernation pod, establishing a connection with the server in real-time exchange and storage of data. Then, he took off all his outer clothing and put on only a pair of underwear. He equipped the virtual reality headset and lay down in the hibernation pod. Unlike before, Viko first connected the power and data cables from the virtual reality headset to the internal interface of the hibernation pod. He then selected the virtual connection mode instead of the ordinary repair mode used previously. Once again, the hibernation pod door closed slowly. Viko pressed the connect button on the virtual reality headset. As the sound transmitted through the brain-machine interface started, he peacefully closed his eyes. Welcome to the first-generation virtual experiment system, host identity verified as the highest authority user. The virtual reality connection will begin in 3 seconds. Please prepare yourself. 3, 2, 1. Link start. Accompanied by a sensation as if he had lost gravity, Viko, who had closed his eyes and lay in the hibernation pod, could now feel the bright light penetrating through his eyelids and entering his eyes. Slowly opening his eyes, Viko found himself in a place that was neither the familiar laboratory nor the nutrient hibernation pod he had entered before. The surroundings were walls that were smooth and bright white, resembling a completely sealed prison cell. The room was empty, with nothing but a vast expanse of white, making it impossible to discern anything. However, Viko remained calm because he knew he had successfully entered the virtual reality he had personally designed. In order to compress the underlying data of the entire virtual laboratory and reduce construction time, Viko had eliminated all unnecessary objects and retained only invisible parameters such as Earth's gravity, air pressure, and air composition, which could affect the final experimental data. The entire laboratory had no furnishings or decorations, only an empty floor, white walls all around, and unidentifiable sources of illumination. Although it was somewhat rudimentary, Viko convinced himself that this was done to eliminate any distractions and allow him to focus more on the experimental project. Besides, if he wanted to upgrade, he could simply add a few more servers and make modifications later. It was not a difficult task for Viko. Confirming that he had successfully created the first virtual reality, Viko extended his hand in reality and summoned the operating menu. First, he wanted to make sure that the exit button was still there. Even though he was the creator of this world, the deep impression left by Sword Art Online made him unable to resist the urge to check. After confirming that the exit button was still there and hadn't disappeared, Viko clicked on the laboratory option in the menu. Upon opening, the page presented a plethora of options for devices, instruments, and materials. Viko's first choice was to load his personal assistant, and indeed, through the connection of data cables, Baymax could enter the virtual reality and assist Viko. As the progress bar on the menu filled up, the empty laboratory started resonating with Baymax's familiar voice. "Master, how may I assist you? Help me bring up the virtual devices based on the real laboratory equipment." "Understood, Master. Please wait, loading them up." Soon, the empty laboratory underwent a transformation. Items started materializing out of thin air, with lines becoming denser and forming more realistic objects. Eventually, the laboratory equipment Viko needed was fully constructed. It was as if a magical brush had helped Viko bring all the equipment into existence. Approaching a chemistry experiment table, Viko picked up a flask and weighed it. In terms of size, weight, and the sensory experience, it felt almost identical to the real thing. He then picked up another flask with a larger volume, and the weight he felt in his hand chung at it became heavier. It seemed that the quantification program for sensory data was successful. Viko touched the surface of the flask cold and smooth and also ran his hand across the laboratory table. Yes. It had a frosted texture. After circling around the newly appeared devices in the laboratory, Viko carefully selected a few items to test whether he could perceive any differences between the virtual reality and physical space. However, the results showed that Viko's creation was flawless. With his demanding nature when it came to his own achievements, he couldn't find any faults. Viko then attempted to destroy these devices. He dropped 2 beakers of the same size in the real world, and both shattered with a sound. Viko crouched down and carefully examined whether there were 2 identical fragments. There were none. He also inspected the shape of the damage on the table by smashing it, but he couldn't find 2 identical Vikos. Only then did Viko confirm that the simulation program he had developed had indeed reached the level he had expected. The results and reliability of the output in the laboratory were assured. Now it's time to try the application of overclocking the brain. Since there will be a time difference between the virtual world and the real world once the program starts, why not take the opportunity to work on the hover cannon project? It has been delayed for quite some time, and it's time to make progress. Chapter 58. Speaking of which, the hover cannon project is not very difficult for Viko. After all, he has already mastered all the key technologies involved, either directly or with fully replaceable alternatives. For example, to achieve the anti-gravity effect for the hover cannon, Viko utilized a 4-dimensional vector engine, which yielded the same results. He replaced the beam cannon with the energy cannon used by Tony in his Iron Man suit. The brainwave transmission system employed the same brain-machine interface technology based on thought wave sensing. The reconnaissance system was equipped with various optical lenses and high-power holographic scanners. Additionally, it incorporated an arc reactor as the energy core. In theory, the project should have been completed quickly. However, the reason this project has taken Viko such a long time is that he has been distracted by numerous events that hindered his focus, such as Obadiah's betrayal, dealings with S.H.I.E.L.D, and matters within his own company. These events severely slowed down the progress of the hover cannon. Furthermore, although Viko has mastered all the core technologies, integrating various systems with modified technological principles and designing them to fit the appearance of a Transformers-like body is not a simple task. Now that Viko has entered the virtual laboratory and activated the brain overclocking application, he has the necessary environment and sufficient time to complete the final design of the hover cannon. Since the appearance needs to match the styling of a hover cannon and sports car, the exterior has already been predetermined. Viko's next step is to place each system in the appropriate position within the constraints of the unchangeable exterior and ensure they function as intended. If, after trying all possible options, the requirements are still not met, Viko will need to redesign the mechanisms of each system to transform them into different machinery. Fortunately, after expending a great deal of effort in trial and error, Viko finally identified the most suitable internal mechanical structure for the hover cannon. He completed the design of the hover cannon, in addition to the previously finished hover cannon main body design. One could say that Viko is now 99% done, with only the remaining one being the actual production of the final physical prototype. Baymax. I'm here, Master, how may I assist you? Transfer the design of the hover cannon that I have completed to my personal server. Then, along with the design files in the previous folder, manufacture them according to the material and design requirements. I want to see the finished product when I return. Understood, Master. The 3D printing equipment has started receiving the design data and is commencing production. Since I entered, according to the atomic clock, how much virtual time has elapsed in this virtual reality? Master, you have spent 6 hours, 43 minutes, and 22 seconds in virtual reality. Then, from the moment you last reported the time, how much real-world time has passed according to the atomic clock? Master, 24,202 seconds of real-world time have passed, and the ratio of time flow between the virtual and real world is 1:0:0 to 1. 100:1, The result is not bad. It achieved the time ratio of brain overclocking in Excel world. And thanks to the assistance of the nutrient hibernation chamber, this time can continue until the nutrient fluid is depleted. The purpose of entering virtual reality has been accomplished. All test results indicate the success of the virtual laboratory project. Now it's time to attempt to exit and return to the real world to check if the prolonged brain overclocking has had any impact on the body. Viko extended his 5 fingers and pressed the void, summoning the function menu interface. He directly clicked on the exit button at the bottom. The light and shadow shifted. And when he opened his eyes again, Viko found himself back in the nutrient hibernation chamber where he had been lying before. In reality, Baymax's duplicate performed a physical examination, confirming the safety of the virtual reality device and, more importantly, the safety of brain overclocking. Having spent several hours in the virtual world but only a few seconds in the real world, Viko realized that it was far from enough time to complete the production of the Transformers-like body he desired. So he didn't get to see the hover cannon he had longed for as soon as he came out. He opened his smartwatch and checked his schedule. There were still 2 virtual reality game development platforms and sales platforms to develop, and the PIM particle issue was yet to be resolved. However, having just solved the design problem of the hover cannon, Viko didn't have much motivation to tackle these platforms, which lacked technical complexity. But facing the epic boss that was the PIM particles, he wasn't sure if he had the confidence to overcome it. For a moment, Viko didn't know what he should do. I just came out of the hibernation chamber, and my physical and mental states are in good condition. So I can't sleep even if I rest. Moreover, with the hibernation chamber, the amount of sleep I need has greatly reduced, which will inevitably give me more time in the future. Not to mention the time acceleration I can achieve in the virtual laboratory. I really should think about how to make good use of my time. However, suddenly, a bright idea flashed in Viko's mind, reminding him of something he had forgotten. I can't come up with anything for the future at the moment, but there's something I can try right now. I forgot to see how it feels to experience brain overclocking in the real world. Now that I think about it, it sounds quite thrilling. Master, please be cautious when taking risks. Chapter 59. Without entering virtual reality. Brain overclocking can also be achieved in the real world. Whether from a hardware or software perspective, the principles are no different. The only difference is whether one's consciousness enters virtual reality with a faster flow of time. However, there is a practicality issue when it comes to brain overclocking in the real world. After brain overclocking, it is true that the experiencer can achieve faster reaction speed and more agile logical thinking. When a second of physical sensation is stretched 100 times, everything around appears to be in a state of stillness. Even when facing bullets fired by a sniper, the experiencer has a chance to dodge, which becomes a significant advantage in combat. However, this also places a tremendous burden on the body. Without the assistance of a nutrient hibernation chamber, even Captain America with the super soldier serum can't last more than 4 seconds. But in the real world, how could someone who needs to apply this technology in combat lie in a hibernation chamber? If a warrior's consciousness is loaded onto a combat robot using brain-machine interface technology and accelerated simultaneously, then it essentially becomes the same as acceleration in virtual reality. This does not represent a breakthrough. Viko even believes that instead of accelerating the consciousness of combat personnel and transferring it to combat robots, it would be better to convert their combat experience into programs and accelerate it through the robot's computational core. This way, not only can war machines be mass-produced, but it can also surpass the physiological limits of the brain's 100-fold acceleration. Moreover, the main reason Viko wants to overcome the physiological and technical limitations of brain overclocking in the real world is for his unreliable father. After all, the guy likes to put on his battle suit and personally join the fight. If it were possible to add this acceleration function to his combat suit, it might just save his life in critical moments. Daydreaming won't work since there's no supporting data. Even if I rack my brains, it wouldn't yield any results. I can only give it a try. Baymax, I'm going to activate the reality acceleration function on the virtual reality console later. I'm granting you termination authorization for the system. Help me monitor my body and collect data on various physiological indicators. If my body faces a breakdown, terminate the experiment in advance. Understood, Master. Baymax is ready. Termination authorization received successfully. The experiment can begin at any time. Viko nodded and found an empty space in the laboratory to prevent himself from hitting any hard objects if he couldn't bear it, and fainted. After taking a few deep breaths repeatedly, Viko finally adjusted his state and gradually relaxed his serious expression. Begin the experiment. After saying that, Viko raised his hand and pressed the reality acceleration button on the virtual reality console on his head. Buzz. Suddenly, there was a muffled sound in his head, as if someone had hit him with a pillow. After slightly adapting to the feeling of brain overclocking in the real world, the dizziness and blurred vision quickly disappeared. Viko, who had recovered, began to observe his surroundings. After brain overclocking, his perception seemed to have been amplified. The barely visible dust particles in the air were now clearly visible to him. A small flying insect hovering not far away seemed frozen in the air, maintaining its wing-flapping posture without any movement. Viko attempted to reach out and grab the little insect to observe it closely, but immediately felt as if his body was sinking into a quagmire. It not only felt extremely heavy but also came with a strong sticky resistance, making Viko very uncomfortable. It seems that my consciousness speed now far exceeds the limits of my physical abilities. The instructions sent by the brain pass through the neurons, the body reacts, and finally, actions are produced. The elongation of this series of mechanisms time due to overclocking makes my brain feel like it's moving in slow motion, causing the sensation of a heavy and uncontrollable body. If I exert force right now, it is very likely to cause a severe muscle strain. It seems like this is also a problem that needs to be solved. Under the overclocking of the brain, even if the body receives any injury, the time for nerve endings to transmit information will be extended by a factor of 100. Preventing the brain from activating protective mechanisms, there needs to be an action mechanism to coordinate the agile brain with the sluggish body. However, Viko didn't continue thinking further. These problems could be pondered later in the virtual laboratory. For now, it was important to discover as many issues as possible in order to improve this technology. Without forcefully moving his body, Viko maintained slow motion and slowly reached out to capture the small flying insect. He did this to collect data on body movement speed, which could be extracted from the recorded data by Baymax as a reference for body coordination mechanisms. After experiencing more than 10 minutes in this slow motion, Baymax terminated the brain overclocking experiment, bringing Viko back from the Excel world. When coming out, the sensation was like diving into a swimming pool from a 10-meter diving platform and then floating up. First, there was a period of tightly enveloped stillness, then everything around started to become noisy. It felt as if the body had broken through the water's surface, and all resistance disappeared. However, reality didn't match Viko's pleasant feeling. As soon as he exited the accelerated world, he lost his balance and fell to the ground. Fortunately, he had prepared in advance and didn't hit anything. As the sense of time returned to normal, the body's senses gradually began to provide feedback to Viko's still somewhat confused brain. S.H.I.E.L.D. A sudden surge of sour freshness struck his soul, and even his temples felt a piercing pain. Viko couldn't care about anything else and quickly crawled into the nutrient hibernation chamber, activated the virtual reality mode, blocked out the cries of his body, and allowed the nutrient fluid to repair his body. In the virtual laboratory, finally freed from the heart-wrenching pain just now, Viko let out a long breath, touched the non-existent cold sweat on his forehead, and said with lingering fear, "Next time, I must find someone else to be my guinea pig. I don't want to personally go into battle. Baymax, transfer the data to me. I want to see if the data I sacrificed so much for is truly valuable." Chapter 60. Just by activating the brain overclocking for 1 second, I experienced brain overuse, Viko said with surprise as he looked at the monitoring report displayed on the computer screen in the virtual laboratory. Baymax, in response, explained to him, "Master, although your body has been restored to a healthy state through the nutrient hibernation chamber, due to your prolonged lack of attention to balanced nutrition and lack of physical exercise, your cardiovascular function, muscle mass, and stored energy and nutrition in your body cannot support the excessive workload of your brain." Viko nodded silently, finding Baymax's explanation quite reasonable. After all, the over 10,000 medical treatment plans he personally implanted into Baymax made Baymax undoubtedly more professional in this regard than himself. Looking at the report displayed on the screen again, it showed imbalances in organ functions, hypoglycemia caused by excessive consumption of liver glycogen and muscle glycogen, systemic hypoxia, and minor muscle tears and acute ligament strains. Seeing this series of medical terms describing the conditions that appeared on his own body, if it weren't for considering the assistance of the nutrient hibernation chamber in healing the injuries, Viko would have considered spending a few months in a virtual reality before returning to reality. After carefully analyzing all the data obtained during the entire experiment process, Viko calculated that if he wanted to use the brain overclocking function for a long time without side effects, his physical strength would need to be enhanced by at least 3 times, reaching a level at least twice as strong as Captain America. Alternatively, he could greatly reduce the rate of brain overclocking, adjusting the 1:100 time ratio to 1:200. This would effectively reduce the burden on the body during usage, allowing a physically strong adult to use it continuously for more than 45 minutes. As for someone like Tony, who had the assistance and protection of his mechanical armor, he could incorporate body coordination mechanisms into the armor's program, which would further enhance the overclocking frequency. Taking into account the energy consumption of brain overclocking, he could accelerate it for over an hour at a ratio of 1 to 600. With the attack power of the Tony Viko series armor, this amount of time would be enough for him to deal with most formidable opponents. Christmas is coming soon this year, it's a perfect opportunity to develop this acceleration system and give it to my old man as a Christmas gift. I'll show off my Transformers and virtual laboratory in front of him at that time, hee. In the blink of an eye, it was Christmas Eve in 2010. Snowflakes were falling gracefully on the sea surface of Malibu Harbor. As a wealthy area where the rich gathered, the entire Malibu harbor had been decorated with red and green Christmas scenes, accompanied by colorful LED lights, creating a festive atmosphere. However, in fact, most of the shops on the street won't open on this day. People would leave work early and go home to celebrate the festival with their families. Therefore, the quiet streets at this time are the true face of Malibu Harbor. Except for big cities like New York, which would hold large-scale events at Times Square, streets all over the country should be in a similar situation. Today, Viko had made an early arrangement with Tony to spend this important holiday together. But unlike usual where he needed a driver, Viko, for the first time ever, drove back alone to his estate. In reality, it was more like the car was on autopilot rather than Viko driving alone. And this car wasn't just any car, it was the first Transformers in the Marvel Universe, called Hover Cannon. Designed based on the appearance of the Chevrolet Corvette Stingray. It was equipped with an independent intelligence system and an emotion recognition system similar to Baymax's, making autonomous driving a piece of cake. Having arrived near the villa, Hover Cannon slowly reduced its speed and entered the underground garage. It was pulling a trailer behind it, which carried the complete set of equipment from Viko's virtual laboratory and the acceleration device, which he planned to show off to Tony. Coming up from the garage and entering the dining room, Viko saw a table full of sumptuous Christmas dinner, Tony playing with his phone at the head seat and Pepper busy setting the tableware. It seems like things are going well for you too. Seeing Pepper appearing in such an intimate family gathering, Viko knew that during the time he hadn't been home as a third wheel, their relationship must have made significant progress. So he couldn't help teasing them. Sit down and get ready to eat and shut your mouth with food, you brat. Tony looked up at Viko and rolled his eyes. Merry Christmas, Viko, it's been a while. Pepper naturally greeted Viko. She and Viko had always had a brother-sister-like relationship, and coupled with Viko's support for her and Tony's affair, there was no awkwardness whatsoever, even though she might become his stepmother. Well, what can I do? I have too many good ideas in my head. And the company is making so much money, so there's a lot to do. I can't afford to be complacent like my old man. If one day my net worth is surpassed by my own son, that would be so embarrassing, right, Dad? I estimate that after our company's new product is released next quarter, my net worth should surpass yours. New product. Tony was surprised and delighted to hear this news from Viko. He was surprised at how fast Viko's research and development progress was, and he was excited because he had great expectations for what Viko had come up with. Is it coming out next quarter? That's great. Viko, when are you planning to conduct the internal testing for your first game? I'm really looking forward to this new product. Huh. Pepper, you already knew. Oh, come on, Viko's company employees sent the production line renovation plans and product processing drawings to Stark Industries a week ago, and you didn't know at all. Pepper looked at Tony with some disdain. I did that to put your mind at ease. Don't rush to criticize me, you tell me, what product are you so excited about? Tony had been busy upgrading his armor recently and delegated all the company's affairs to Pepper, so he hadn't heard this news at all. Wait, Aunt Pepper, don't tell Dad for now. I've brought the prototype with me. Let's reveal this surprise after dinner. Chapter 61. A peaceful Christmas Eve dinner was interrupted by the prototype machine mentioned by Viko. Both Tony and Pepper were too engrossed in the prototype to pay attention to the delicious food on the table. After hastily finishing their dinner, the two of them pulled Viko down to the underground garage, eager to witness his new invention. Well, since you're so impatient, I'll show you my latest inventions, the virtual reality console, the nutrient sleep chamber, and the virtual laboratory. Viko stepped aside in front of the trailer and showcased the equipment he had brought. Upon hearing Viko's introduction, Pepper was excited but didn't show a big reaction. It was Tony, on the other hand, who seemed incredulous, as if he couldn't believe his ears. He spoke up to confirm with Viko. Did you misspeak, or did I mishear? You actually completed virtual reality technology. Seeing Tony's stunned expression, Viko shrugged indifferently. Whether or not it's a success, I can't say for sure, but if you don't believe it, why don't you try it for yourself? Come and let me see if my new invention meets the standards of Tony Stark. Alright, I'll give it a try. I want to see if your virtual reality technology is real or just a gimmick. Tony didn't show any fear. He instructed Baymax to safely unload the equipment from the car and asked, "How does this thing work?" Viko helped him put on the virtual reality console and instructed him. "Just comfortably lie down in the nutrient sleep chamber, then connect the two cables from the console into the chamber according to the interface. I'll take care of the rest through external devices." Viko briefly explained the instructions to Tony. A few minutes later, Tony, who was ready, lay down in the sleep chamber and embarked on his first virtual reality experience. Link start. As the prompt sound from the virtual console sounded, Tony experienced a moment of weightlessness before entering the virtual reality realm. Did the test succeed, old man? Viko connected to the sleep chamber through external devices, transmitting his voice to the virtual reality realm. It should have succeeded, but everything is just pure white here, there's nothing at all. The virtual space you built seems too rudimentary, Tony criticized. He, Viko suddenly chuckled. Since that's the case, don't beg me to give you a set after you come out. Now, try extending your fingers and pressing the air, that way, you can summon the function menu interface. Oh. Let me give it a try. Not bad, the design is very convenient. Let me see what options are available in this function menu. At first glance, it seemed fine, but upon closer inspection. Various experimental equipment, special materials, and unique testing environments could be simulated within this virtual realm. Tony found it hard to believe and decided to select a few equipment items to test. Soon, the selected equipment was outlined and manifested within this white space. The hands-on experience not only perfectly replicated the weight and texture but also displayed exquisite details. Viko, are you trying to build an exclusive laboratory in the virtual world? It's a good idea. With the help of the virtual environment, you can simulate special environments that are difficult to create in reality. It also allows you to conduct dangerous experiments without harming yourself. The handling of various details is also well done. No wonder you designed the entire laboratory as a vast white space. It must be to reduce data volume because recreating such realistic sensations requires storing a large amount of data and quantifying the data. That's right, you never fail to see the essence of the problem, Dad. But there's one thing you didn't mention. This virtual laboratory not only facilitates various experimental processes but, more importantly, I can accelerate time in the virtual world by up to 100 times. That means if you spend 100 seconds in the virtual world, only 1 second will have passed in the real world. This way, the time needed for my experimental projects will be greatly reduced. So, are you intrigued, Dad? Viko said with a mischievous tone. What? Time acceleration. But Viko's scheme was irresistible. Who wouldn't want a virtual laboratory that could accelerate time? Of course. It was enticing. Tony quickly tried the time acceleration function as Viko had mentioned. After verifying it by exiting the virtual reality realm, Tony finally had to believe that his son had truly accomplished something impressive. Completely conquered by this set of equipment, Tony no longer tried to argue. He set aside his pride and began seeking guidance from Viko regarding the functionality of each device and the principles behind time acceleration. Viko was also willing to share his knowledge with Tony, answering his questions and explaining things clearly. Your design is truly perfect. To think that you came up with the idea of overclocking the brain to achieve time acceleration in the virtual world while protecting the physical body in the real world from collapsing. No, even if I have to pay, you must give me a set. Name your price. Tony had a determined look on his face. It seemed he was determined to obtain the virtual laboratory. But Viko wasn't done having fun yet. He couldn't miss such a great opportunity to show off all at once. Dad, hold on a moment. Today, I have brought 3 new inventions, and I will give one of them as a Christmas gift to you. Let me explain, all 3 works are my pride and joy, so it's better if you see them all before making a decision. However, at that moment, Pepper interjected, Viko, can this thing be used to play virtual games? Well, it can, but the games haven't been developed yet. So you can't play games for now. But don't worry, once I get back, I'll immediately use the time acceleration feature of the virtual laboratory to work overtime and develop them. I guarantee you, Pepper, that you will be the first beta tester, Viko reassured her. Chapter 62. Okay, Tony impatiently interrupted their conversation. Let's continue and see the other 2 things. The first virtual laboratory that Viko showcased was already tempting enough. But according to Viko, there were 2 more inventions of the same caliber. It was like teasing Tony's appetite and raising it to the sky. That's right, since you've already put virtual games on the agenda, go ahead and show us the remaining 2 inventions. Pepper was also greatly impressed by Viko's abilities. She was deeply curious about what novelty the other 2 inventions held. So, she followed Tony's lead and redirected the topic. Alright, this second thing has actually been in front of you all along, it's just that you haven't noticed its special features yet. Although he was definitely going to show off in front of Tony, Viko decided to tease them for a moment. Take a look around, it's right here in this garage, and it's quite conspicuous. Upon hearing Viko's hint, Tony and Pepper couldn't wait to shift their gaze and search all around. Their sharp eyes resemble lions hunting for prey, sending chills down one's spine. However, despite their thorough search, they couldn't find any clues, leaving both of them frustrated and impatient. But at that moment, Tony, who had a passion for collecting cars, suddenly noticed some discrepancies between the Chevrolet Corvette Stingray that Viko had driven and the one he had in his collection. Tony, being extremely knowledgeable about cars, became suspicious and uncertain as he asked. "Is your second invention by any chance this Chevrolet Corvette Stingray?" "Impressive, Dad, you saw through it." "Yes, it is this Chevrolet Corvette Stingray. I even made a special request to the designer and Chevrolet to have a private replica made. I even had them inspect the design drawings, but I didn't expect you to notice the flaw," Viko admitted. "It looks quite similar overall, but the details on your car doors and air intakes give me a sense of disconnection, but replicating a Chevrolet Corvette Stingray isn't exactly an invention, is it? Is it an autonomous driving car? You didn't bring a driver with you today, but if it's just an autonomous driving car, it can't compare to your first invention at all." Tony expressed his disappointment as he looked at the concept sports car that Viko replicated. No, Viko shook his right index finger from side to side while shaking his head. "It's not that simple, autonomous driving is just an additional feature. Do you remember what I mentioned to you before? You suggested that once your Viko series armor and my transformers were both completed, we should have a showdown. Although I'm a bit behind schedule, I think you can prepare for that now." "What could it be?" "That's right, this is my first Transformers, Hover Cannon, just like the name of the mech. Its biggest feature is the ability to transform. Hover Cannon, come out and say hello to my old man, remember to go easy on him later." As soon as the words fell, the uniquely shaped silver-gray sports car split open from the middle, accompanied by the sound of mechanical structures separating and reassembling. Eventually, it transformed into a giant robot, standing nearly 4 meters tall, with wheels on its feet. After completing its transformation, the colossal figure waved its right hand and greeted Tony and Pepper with its gravelly mechanical voice. "Hello, I am a Transformer, Hover Cannon, please take care of me in the future." However, both of them were so shocked that their mouths couldn't close, and naturally, they didn't respond to its greeting. At this moment, there were no words that could express their current feelings. After being stunned by the virtual laboratory before, both of them seemed to recover much faster this time. Tony, who snapped back to reality, immediately approached and carefully examined the massive mechanical body of Hover Cannon. "It's so beautiful, truly beautiful. The lines, the colors. The flexible joints, Viko, you always manage to exceed my expectations. I thought it would have a cockpit for control, requiring you to operate it from the inside. But you've directly created a silicon-based life with independent intelligence. And it can transform into a sports car as well. Just this creativity alone is enough to surprise me. No, I also want to develop a set of Viko series armor that can directly transform from a car to a suit of armor. But why don't I see any weapons systems? Are you planning to have your robot fight in close combat? Oh well, it's going to be a tough fight for it to face someone like me who can fly. And also, look at those messy decorations behind it, they take up space and serve no purpose. It would be better to replace them with 2 Gatling guns." Although Tony greatly appreciated Viko's invention and praised the mechanical structure and transformation concept, he didn't hold back in criticizing Hover Cannon for not having a weapons system. As an arms dealer by trade, Tony naturally had no kind words for such a massive robot that he deemed mediocre. But Viko just listened without refuting, instead revealing a mysterious smile that made Tony increasingly unsure of himself. His voice gradually lowered. "Why don't you say something? What is there to say? Actions speak louder than words. You'll find out its combat capabilities soon enough when you give it a try, won't you?" "Well, that's true, alright, let me change into my armor now and engage in an extraordinary battle with it. Watch as I teach you a lesson, young man. A robot with appearance but no real power is useless, no matter how big it is," Tony confidently declared as he prepared to go to the dressing platform and equip his armor. "Wait. Before the match begins, there's one more invention of mine that I haven't introduced. You can introduce it after we're done with the fight, your thing won't take much of my time." Tony didn't have high expectations for Hover Cannon's combat abilities and made a grand promise. Additionally, influenced by Hover Cannon's appearance, Tony's anticipation for Viko's last invention had diminished slightly. Chapter 63. That won't do. Viko quickly said. The function of this third invention can be better demonstrated in actual combat, and you're underestimating my Hover Cannon too much, Dad. It does have a weapons system on board, I just made it invisible. Without the help of my third baby, I'm afraid you won't even have a chance to escape. Without my help, you won't even have a chance to escape, hee. When I was playing with missiles, you were still stuck in my pants and hadn't been fired out, how dare you look down on me. Although he was angry, when Tony heard Viko say that Hover Cannon had a weapons system on board, he became somewhat wary. But in the end, he toughened up and said. No need, I'll go and come back quickly, let me show you how I turn your transformers back into spare parts, humph. After saying that, Tony directly climbed onto the armoring platform and put on his recently completed Viko IV armor. After armoring up, Tony and Hover Cannon arrived at the open space outside the villa. Alright, I'll give you a chance to attack me first, otherwise, if I make the first move, I'm afraid you won't have a chance to showcase your attack skills. Even though he already knew that Hover Cannon had a weapons system on board, Tony, being a weapons expert himself, thought that if he couldn't even detect it, it couldn't be anything impressive. So, he confidently gave the initiative to Viko's Hover Cannon. Go ahead, Hover Cannon. Since the opponent is giving you the chance, how can you disappoint my dad's kind intentions? As long as you don't hit any vital spots, feel free to attack. He has a hibernation chamber to rely on if you get injured, and any injuries can be healed. Upon hearing Viko's instructions, Hover Cannon's two eyes glowed red, entering its combat mode. NT Operation, all-round attack units activated. The decorative wing-like structures on Hover Cannon's back, which Tony had mocked as useless, suddenly dispersed, floating around Hover Cannon's massive body in midair. The tips of the structures began to gather energy, turning into dots of light in the darkness, all firmly aimed at Tony's position. Can I take back what I said earlier? When Tony saw the Hover Cannons pointing at him, he suddenly understood what Viko meant by hiding. Could this still be called hiding? This clearly surpassed the current era's weapon configuration. What do you think? Viko smiled and looked at Tony, who was tensed up by the hovering cannons, as if he could see Tony's bitter face beneath the mask of the armor. Hover Cannon, fire. Sizzle boom. Dozens of energy cannons, following Viko's command, began their tracing attacks on Tony. No matter how Tony dodged, the cannons around Hover Cannon could accurately lock onto Tony's position and perform precise tracing. Tony, caught in the crossfire, was left in a state of uncertainty. I've incorporated the essence of the entire human targeting system into the design of these cannons, as long as you're within range, there's no escaping. Viko proudly declared. I surrender. Indeed, after Viko finished speaking, Tony, who knew he had no chance of winning against it with the Viko IV armor, immediately gave up. Dad, you really keep your promise. You said to end the battle quickly, and you really did, you surrender without even making a move. Humph, with your fighting style, do I even have a chance to make a move? Stop the nonsense, where's that thing that's supposed to help me? Show it to me, no beating around the bush. Since he had already embarrassed himself in front of Viko countless times, if he wanted to pick up his dignity as a father, he would need a broom to sweep it up, using his hands wouldn't help. Tony didn't care anymore and approached brazenly. Seeing Tony's shameless behavior, Viko's enjoyment from teasing him didn't feel as strong anymore. Feeling disappointed, Viko reached into his pocket and took out a small object that resembled a macaron in shape and size, presenting it to Tony and Pepper. This is my third invention, I named it, Excel-World. Excel-World? Does this invention have the same ability as the acceleration function in the virtual lab, which overclocks the brain? Having witnessed the wonders of the virtual lab and understanding its principles from Viko, Tony immediately made the connection upon hearing the name of this new invention. Bingo! Correct answer. In fact, this product was made by modifying the component that allows virtual stealth in the virtual host. However, unlike the acceleration in virtual reality, overclocking the brain in physical space puts enormous pressure on the body and may even cause irreversible damage. So, I've added many limiting programs and entry requirements. Besides, originally, this was intended to be a Christmas gift for you. But as I just said, among the 3 items, you can choose one. It's up to you to decide. One more thing, Excel-World can be mounted as a plug-in module into your armor's helmet. With the protection of the armor, you can use its acceleration function with peace of mind. No need to choose, I'll take it. Since you said it was specially designed as my Christmas gift, I won't hesitate anymore, but I also really like the other 2 items as usual. Name your price, and we'll make a deal. How about it? Deal. When it comes to money, especially money earned from Tony, Viko's eyes will immediately light up. Alright, stop drooling, you money grubber. Tell me how to connect this thing to the Viko IV. Okay, look, it's like this, twist it open from the middle, and it will split into 2 halves. When I designed it, I used a magnetic suction interface. Just place it in the helmet, right in front of the temple. Tony snatched Excel-World from Viko's hands as if he was robbing him and directly put it into his helmet. Alright, I forgot to mention earlier, our real battle is a best-of-3 format. The first match was for your sake, but now I'm serious. Hurry up and let Hover Cannon enter the field. Let's go again. Chapter 64. Looking at Tony's shameless appearance, Viko was quite speechless. Alright, since you insist so strongly, Hover Cannon, let's have another round with him. Viko commanded. Hover Cannon, following the command, stepped on their hover devices and swiftly entered the makeshift battlefield. Shortly after, Tony also entered the field, full of confidence and grandeur. Although Viko had mentioned that even with the assistance of Excel-World, Tony only had a chance to escape the attacks of the energy cannons. Tony didn't believe it. Viko's weapon system, which utilized the energy cannons as attack units, was indeed innovative and practical, boasting perfect defensive power and coverage range. However, Tony believed more in the power of his own armor. In fact, due to objective factors such as his reaction speed, Tony had never been able to fully unleash the capabilities of his armor. So, Viko's estimation of his combat effectiveness was definitely inaccurate. Moreover, now that he had obtained the assistance of Excel-World, he could not only unleash the full potential of the Viko IV armor but also quickly react and dodge incoming attacks. Therefore, Tony was full of confidence in this rematch against Hover Cannon. Jarvis, is the new module connected? Sir, the new module has been successfully loaded. Shall I initiate? Initiate. Although the battle hadn't started yet, Tony activated Excel-World in advance to avoid falling into a passive state again. Initiating, identity verification successful, normal physical indicators, compliant with usage requirements. Acceleration will commence shortly. 3, 2, 1, speed up. Excel-World was officially activated, and Tony immediately felt the change. Everything around him seemed to freeze in place, and his body movement required overcoming heavy resistance. Jarvis, activate coordination system and action assistance. It's already activated, sir. Now it's much easier. I can move normally now. In the previous round, I gave you the first move, but this time, I won't be so polite. To secure victory this time, Tony no longer held back. He even resorted to some despicable tactics and launched an attack on Hover Cannon without any warning. With the assistance of Excel-World, Tony, in his brain overclocking state, greatly enhanced his reaction speed. Without any hesitation, he pushed the Viko IV's speed to its maximum limit 15 Mach. The intense sonic boom made Viko and Pepper cover their ears from a distance, but they could hardly see Tony's figure. They could only occasionally discern his position from 1 or 2 afterimages. At this incredible speed, Tony quickly closed in on Hover Cannon, reaching its front. However, instead of rushing forward recklessly, Tony engaged in close-range firing. Moreover, Tony's attack strategy is to shoot and then move to another location. He maintains a distance of about 3-5 meters from Hover Cannon and continuously circles around it, using it as the center of his attack. With his increased reaction speed, Tony can easily control the armor and make precise tight turns at a speed of 15 Mach. He can accurately target and fire at the enemy. In just a moment, Tony launches a dozen or more energy beams from various directions around Hover Cannon. For Hover Cannon, which lacks flight capabilities, there seems to be no escape from this onslaught. However, Tony's triumph is short-lived. Just when he thought his attack was successful, the smoke clears, revealing that Hover Cannon remains completely unharmed in the center of the battlefield. Not even the grass beneath its feet has been touched by the devastating barrage. Jarvis, scan and find out what's going on. Tony commands. Understood, scanning is in progress, sir. The results show that the opponent has formed an energy shield generated by an energy field surrounding him. It has blocked all of your attacks, Jarvis responds. An energy field? Tony is astonished upon hearing Jarvis's scan results. He quickly examines Hover Cannon and confirms that his, originally used as attack units, have combined into a spherical array that envelopes the cannon. Each node of this array fires energy waves towards its 3 adjacent nodes. The energy waves overlap and resonate with each other, creating a powerful spherical energy field that becomes an impenetrable defense for Hover Cannon. Not only can it attack, but it can also defend. This is simply incredible. The energy source alone extends its operational time, and the modular design saves significant structural space for other components. It provides designers with more possibilities. I envy it, I want it. Tony exclaims. However, now is not the time to think about these things. He must find a way to break this stalemate. To break through this absolute defense, I'll have to become the bait and lure it to attack me. Once it switches to an offensive mode, its defensive spherical array will naturally become vulnerable. Tony strategizes. With this plan in mind, Tony slows down his speed and starts moving in front of the cannon instead of walking towards its rear. Hover Cannon, seeing an opportunity, immediately switches to attack mode and unleashes a barrage of fire at Tony. On the other hand, Tony is delighted to see Hover Cannon abandon its defense and initiate an attack. This is his chance. With his brain overclocked in the accelerated state, Tony deftly dodges the attacks of Hover Cannon and advances. When he reached a distance of less than 1 meter from the cannon, Tony extended his limbs and focused energy in the chest arc reactor. It's time to unleash his ultimate move. A burst of light flashes as Tony unleashes the maximum power of the energy cannon stored in his chest, targeting Hover Cannon's vulnerable head. What? How am I supposed to fight back? Viko, you've designed this too meticulously. Indeed, the devastating final move he had planned was once again blocked by the cannon. Tony never anticipated that Hover Cannons surrounding cannons could pair up to form an energy shield. It was precisely this seemingly miniature energy shield that intercepted Tony's energy beam attack, and after defending, the two cannons separate once again and continue their assault on Tony. Chapter 65. This maneuverability is too excessive. Tony said, watching the floating cannons one by one. They were capable of both offense and defense. Seamlessly transitioning between the two without any hesitation. Their agility and mobility were truly enviable, making him eager to design a steel suit with the cannons as the main attack system. However, the current situation didn't allow him to leisurely contemplate these things. Jarvis, analyze and see if there are any weaknesses. What should I do to break through their damn defense? Tony's current situation was far from optimistic. Although he could rely on the assistance of the Excel world to dodge the dense attacks of the drones, he couldn't forget that the usage of the Excel world was time-limited. Moreover, in actual combat, due to mental tension and the release of a large amount of adrenaline, his body would consume more energy than Viko estimated. This meant that even with Viko IV's assistance, Tony couldn't sustain the theoretically 1-hour time limit in a state of brain overclocking. What's more important was that who knew if Viko had any hidden tricks up his sleeve. Since the beginning of the battle, Hover Cannon had surprised Tony several times, leaving him shocked. It was precisely because of this uncertainty that Tony became even more anxious in his passive state. Sir, based on the analysis of the enemy's protective energy field, unless you can crush it with an absolute power, you can only launch your attack before the defensive program of the attack nodes automatically activates and the shield deploys. I can only launch a direct frontal attack with absolute strength. If I had that ability, why would I ask you for an attack plan? I would just charge in directly. Before Tony could continue contemplating a strategy to deal with Hover Cannon, Viko, who had been observing the battle from the side, gave a new order to Hover Cannon. Hover Cannon. Don't drag it out anymore, activate your Excel world as well and end the battle directly. Let's see if he will submit this time. What? Tony was shocked by Viko's command. He never expected that this giant in front of him also had an Excel world assist. Viko's command took only 1 second, but for Tony, who was in a 600-fold accelerated state, it took a full 10 minutes to hear those words. It took 8 minutes for him to learn that Hover Cannon also had an acceleration device. With a remaining reaction time of 2 full minutes, Tony couldn't come up with any strategies against the enemy. Originally, he was already unable to overpower the opponent in his overclocked state at most, he could barely defend himself. But now, suddenly telling him that the opponent can also accelerate, how can he continue the fight? While Tony had no countermeasures, Hover Cannon didn't show any mercy. After activating the acceleration assist, the frequency of Hover Cannon attacks increased by 1/3, taking into account the cooldown time of the cannons. The improvement was not significant, but Tony gritted his teeth and managed to cope with it. What really made Tony uncomfortable was that after Hover Cannon activated the Excel world, its ability to predict Tony's movements became even more accurate. No matter how Tony dodged, it could always target him in advance. This became the final straw that overwhelmed Tony. After several attempts with the same result, Tony decisively gave up. In fact, Tony overestimated the strength of Hover Cannon after being suppressed due to excessive pressure. After all, even with the same acceleration assistance, how could there be 100 accurate predictions? It's just that there are enough cannons around Hover Cannon. And no matter how slippery Tony is, his possible directions are still limited to up, down, left, and right. It has already aimed at all the positions you might appear in advance. Can predictions be inaccurate? You little brat, you don't give me any face at all. And how can this transformer use the Excel world? Does it have a brain? Oh, Dad, you can't say that. I just want to give you a profound lesson because you're always careless and underestimating your opponents. What if you encounter a tough enemy in the future? It's not good to be defeated because of this problem. Besides, who said the Excel world can only be used by humans? Compared to humans who are limited by physical conditions and need to strictly control the acceleration rate. Robots can simply replace hardware to exponentially increase the speed of their computing cores. Obviously, it's even more advantageous. Upon hearing Viko's explanation, Tony almost spewed out a mouthful of old blood. Can you still call it the Excel world? It should be called the money world. With the technological level of the hover cannon, can hardware that can increase the computing speed hundreds or thousands of times come cheap? Tony did not expect that one day he would be defeated by someone else's financial power, and that person happened to be his own son. However, after calming his emotions, Tony couldn't help but admire the 3 new inventions that Viko brought today. Not only were each of them full of imaginative ideas, but their technological content and innovation also greatly benefited him. Viko's performance this time made Tony realize the saying that the younger generation surpasses the older generation. What impressed him even more was that Viko was simply a master of time management. Starting from the previous inventions, no matter how difficult the technology was, he could come up with a new invention every now and then. Now, he has even come up with a nutrient hibernation chamber and a virtual laboratory. This not only greatly extends the time available to him but also significantly reduces the time used for rest. Just experiencing it briefly made his body feel much more relaxed. In the future, Viko will be able to easily face extreme challenges during the day and challenge limits at night. Just thinking about it made Tony envious. No, you must immediately help me create the virtual laboratory and transformers when you go back. I can't wait even for a second, Tony said, looking directly at Viko and ordering him in a fatherly tone. No, you don't have to rush, Viko, you should finish the virtual game first without being influenced by Tony. After all, it's a product planned by your company for the next quarter's performance, Pepper immediately objected. Humph, you're being hypocritical. I can see that you can't wait to experience the virtual game. So what? Not only can I help with Viko's game testing, but this is also a product planned by their company. Watching Tony and Pepper argue about priority, Viko wisely left the garage quietly. Chapter 66. After a good night's rest at home, Viko got into his own Transformer sports car and pulled a trailer with a nutrient hibernation chamber back to his company's laboratory. It was still the Christmas holiday, and all the busy employees of the company had gone home to relax or spend time with their families. The entire building was empty except for Viko. He had sent hover cannon to the underground maintenance chamber for inspection and repair. Viko took out a headband from the storage cabinet at the front desk. It had an antenna to enhance the signal. Viko put on the headband, and the indicator light on it immediately lit up. Soon, a series of small and chaotic noises emerged, and an indeterminate number of black particles surged towards Viko like a wave. These were the miniature magnetic robots invented by Hiro Hamada in Big Hero 6. Which had been stolen by the antagonist in the movie. The headband Viko wore was a brainwave amplification controller designed for controlling the large quantity of miniature magnetic robots. Yesterday, Viko had finished all his work and was planning to show off his 3 new inventions to Tony. However, he discovered that everyone in the company had already gone on vacation, and there was no one to help him move the 600-kilogram nutrient hibernation chamber from the top-floor laboratory to the underground garage. So Viko decided to bring out the hidden treasure, the miniature magnetic robots. With the miniature magnetic robots, he could easily conduct experiments and move things around. Moreover, the technology was not too difficult, and with the help of Baymax, the 3D printer could mass-produce miniature magnetic robots. The headband controller was even simpler. Viko had already mastered the application of brainwave technology while researching the virtual reality console. Summoning the miniature magnetic robots, Viko commanded them effortlessly to combine and form a huge palm, directly lifting the heavy nutrient hibernation chamber. He then followed behind and took the elevator to the top-floor laboratory. After placing the nutrient hibernation chamber back in its original position, Viko started connecting it to the waste discharge pipe, allowing the hibernation chamber to drain the waste liquid left by Tony's previous usage from the waste tank. Once these tasks were completed, Viko prepared to change his clothes and enter the virtual laboratory to work on the virtual reality game development and release platform, as well as fulfill his promise to Pepper regarding the virtual reality game. Sword Art Online. However, as he stood in front of the hibernation chamber after changing his clothes, Baymax's reminder sounded, "Master, there is a problem with the waste treatment system." What's wrong? Viko asked curiously. He had personally designed the waste treatment system for the hibernation chamber, and theoretically, the filter didn't need to be replaced for up to 10 years. But now, after only a few installations, why was there a problem? According to the waste analyzer, the treated waste has exceeded the pollution limits and cannot meet the safe discharge standards. Even after several cycles of filtration, the problem remains unresolved. After activating the spectrometer, I discovered that all other pollutants in the waste have been completely removed, but there is a large amount of heavy metal palladium present, which has caused the final test results to be unacceptable. The waste treatment system was not designed to consider heavy metals, so it cannot completely purify the waste. Palladium, a heavy metal. Viko suddenly realized. The nutrient hibernation chamber has been used by Tony last night when I showed him the virtual laboratory. And in the future, Tony will indeed upgrade the arc reactor on his chest to use a second-generation reactor that uses a synthetic new element due to palladium poisoning. So, it means that my father's body has already begun to be eroded by palladium metal. I need to quickly find a method that ensures 100% safety to remove the shrapnel from my father's chest, otherwise I'll have to synthesize the new element myself and upgrade the arc reactor. But fortunately, now we have the nutrient hibernation chamber. Even if the process is slower, the repair function of the hibernation chamber can eliminate the worries about his life by eliminating the heavy metal elements in his body. Baymax, help me place an order for new materials. I need to add a heavy metal treatment pump to the sewage treatment system. Understood, Master. Viko didn't expect that while he was showing off in front of Tony, he would discover such a huge hidden danger in Tony's body. Being immersed in technology research all the time almost made him forget about this major problem Tony had. In the afternoon, Tony appeared in Viko's laboratory. Why did you call me in such a hurry? Have my transformers and virtual laboratory been completed? In the morning, after Viko discovered Tony's health issue, he was contemplating whether to inform Tony or not. If he told him, they could identify and treat the problem earlier, and Tony might have been able to develop the second-generation arc reactor earlier to solve this issue. But Viko was also concerned that knowing about this hidden danger might affect Tony's state of mind and potentially change his attitude towards himself and Pepper. However, if he didn't tell Tony, Tony would eventually find out on his own. After all, Baymax's main body was left at home, and if Tony had the urge to do a checkup, everything would become clear. Even if Tony didn't seek Baymax's examination, the changes in his body would not escape his own eyes. After hesitating for a while, Viko decided to truthfully inform Tony about the matter. So he called him and arranged to meet in his own laboratory that afternoon. Do you know about your current health condition? Viko cautiously asked. Health condition? What condition could there be? Didn't I already get checked by Baymax when I returned from Afghanistan? Except for the injury on my chest that couldn't be healed, the rest were just minor injuries. Tony answered matter-of-factly, puzzled by Viko's question. Your current condition is very bad. Chapter 67. Your current health condition is very bad. Using the arc reactor in your chest to power the Iron Man armor has put a great burden on it. The palladium metal has penetrated into your bloodstream and circulates and accumulates throughout your entire circulatory system. If this continues, you will have to meet your maker. Upon hearing Viko's words, Tony widened his eyes in surprise. No way, you're just exaggerating. Since the invention of the Iron Man armor, I have only used it in actual combat a few times. How could it burden the reactor? In fact, after carefully recalling his recent physical condition, Tony also had some suspicions that he might indeed be suffering from palladium poisoning, just like Viko said. Lately, he had been experiencing loss of appetite, muscle pain, and severe hair loss. However, his condition had improved somewhat last night, and he had a rare good sleep. So, with a sense of luck, he was still hesitant to believe this fact before seeing the test report. It's not an exaggeration. I mentioned the function of the nutrient hibernation chamber to you yesterday. It provides nourishment and energy for the brain's overclocking and protects the body in the real world. Its principle is based on the special reactions that occur during the ionization process of the nutrient solution. These reactions not only rapidly replenish the body with essential nutrients and energy but also enhance cell metabolism and repair capabilities, helping the body recover to a healthy state. Last night, even without completing a full repair cycle, a significant amount of palladium metal ions was still detected in the waste liquid of the nutrient solution. If you still don't believe it, I can have Baymax perform a body scan for you. There should still be some residual palladium in your body, Viko persuasively said. No need, Tony waved his hand, refusing. I believe you. Originally, I felt fine after the fight with Hover Cannon last night, I thought it was just my imagination. But when you mentioned that the hibernation chamber can repair cells, I knew it wasn't just my imagination. Feeling good last night was only because of the treatment in the hibernation chamber. If the media found out that Iron Man is in life-threatening danger because of his own invention, it would definitely make the front-page headlines tomorrow. Tony, trying to appear optimistic, joked about himself, but Viko easily detected the bitterness in his words. He walked up to Tony and patted his back. It's okay. Worst case scenario, you can use the nutrient hibernation chamber to repair your body every few days. With its comprehensive repair capabilities, you don't have to worry about palladium poisoning endangering your life. I'll send one to the mansion in a few days, free of charge. As long as you start being cautious now, reduce the usage of the Iron Man armor until we find a permanent solution. If you must use it, make sure to undergo a body repair session in the hibernation chamber afterward, and there won't be a problem. A permanent solution? Right now, I have to rely on the electromagnet to keep the shrapnel in my chest in place to ensure my life's safety. If we want a permanent solution, the only way is to undergo surgery to remove the shrapnel completely. But the risk of surgery is too high. Once I lie on the operating table, I'm putting my life in someone else's hands. Moreover, the failure rate of this surgery is extremely high. Instead of gambling on the slim chance of success, I'd rather rely on an electromagnet to stay alive. After all, you're still underage, and I'm the only guardian you have. Plus, now I have one more person to worry about, Pepper. Viko knew that Tony was scared. The success rate of this surgery was not low, at least over 70. If performed by an experienced surgeon, the success rate could increase by at least another 10 percentage points. But Tony was right. Deep down, he couldn't afford to take the risk. This was a gamble with no rewards for winning and the potential to lose everything. In that case, let's continue filling the hole in your chest with a different safe element. You initiate a project when you return and have Jarvis use Stark Industries' supercomputer to analyze all known elements. With your expertise in atomic physics, you can start with the upgrade of the arc reactor. I will explore other technological approaches to see if we can find a safe solution to remove the shrapnel from your chest. You can inform Pepper about this matter, so she doesn't worry. Even if we don't find a suitable solution in the end, we can always use my invented high-density graphene lithium battery as a substitute. It would just require recharging every few weeks. No problem. With you helping me, I can rest assured. After all, you're the best at creating miracles. This is the first time I've heard you praise me in person. Are you trying to speak well of me as you are about to die? Viko teased, seeing Tony adjust his mindset. You brat, rest assured, your name won't be in my will. Tony counterattacked. It's alright, it's small money for me, ha ha ha. Viko proudly laughed. According to the company's revenue, it wouldn't be long before his wealth surpassed Tony's, even reaching the top of the world's richest people. Alright, enough joking. Besides informing you about this matter, the main reason I called you here today is that you only briefly experienced the functionality of the virtual lab last night. You haven't completed the repair program in the hibernation chamber. So it's best for you to undergo a thorough body repair before you go back. Although we can't dissolve and remove the shrapnel in your chest, we can repair the old injuries you sustained in Afghanistan and eliminate any remaining palladium elements. Tony nodded. Let's do it, let's begin. Tony entered the nutrient hibernation chamber directly to start his body repair. Outside the chamber, Viko commanded Baymax, Baymax, temporarily pause the production of the micromagnetic robots in my private production room. Focus on producing nutrient hibernation chambers and nutrient solution. I need a finished chamber to appear in Stark Mansion by tomorrow. Understood, sir. Chapter 68. February 2011. After experiencing the crowded and lively New Year cultural parade in New York, the city now welcomed another highly anticipated event. The Viko Research Center's flagship product for the new quarter was going to be unveiled at Madison Square Garden. The home of the NBA team, the New York Knicks. Based on the previous Vikoeting efforts by Viko's Research Center's Vikoeting team, it was clear that this revolutionary product had the potential to bring about a transformation in multiple industries. Although the true nature of the product was strictly confidential among the employees of Viko's research company, the attention it attracted remained high, considering the trend and progress led by the previously released personal health assistant. Over the past month, Viko had leveraged the accelerated function of the virtual lab to complete the construction and testing of 2 lucrative platforms with surprising efficiency, astonishing the entire company. He had also single-handedly planned, scripted, and constructed the entire world architecture of the game. Sword Art Online. The user-friendly development platform allowed the newly established game design department to quickly get into work mode. With the foundation set up by Viko, the team only took 1 week to complete the content production of the game. To ensure the confidentiality of the company's new product, the game testing was conducted internally, with only Pepper and Tony participating as testers. The test results were highly successful, and even someone as experienced as Tony was full of praise for the game's design and visuals. As for the few undiscovered bugs, they would be patched gradually after the game's release. Moreover, with the charm of Sword Art Online being the first virtual reality game of its kind, everyone believed that even with minor flaws, its brilliance would overshadow them. And tonight would be the moment for it to shine. On the other hand, since his last return, Tony had been trying to find an element that could substitute for palladium in the arc reactor. Unfortunately, all his efforts had ended in failure. Jarvis informed him that if such a substitute existed, it would either be an undiscovered unknown element or an artificially created one. So now Tony was also exploring the path of creating a new element. Although he hadn't made any progress yet, his physical health was restored with the help of the nutrient hibernation chamber's repair function, and he had no psychological issues. After completing the company's tasks, Viko handed a game plan called Attack on Titan to the game design department, while also researching possible feasible methods to remove the shrapnel from Tony's chest. After all, the company's next quarter's products didn't require much effort. A simple upgrade of the virtual reality console from the first generation to the second would suffice. They would continue following the path of monetization set by their predecessors. The time for Viko to intervene again would come when that path no longer worked. After trying dozens of ideas in the virtual lab, Viko realized that there was no way to increase the success rate to over 95. Such a success rate was clearly not convincing enough for Tony to take the risk. In the continuous trial and error process, Viko found himself back in that dead end again, the PIM particles. If he could successfully develop the PIM particles, it would be a 100% solution to Tony's problem by fusion of the super soldier serum. Nanobots, and PIM particles. It seems I have to continue researching the PIM particles. But that's fine, once the PIM particles technology is successfully restored, I can simultaneously progress with several projects, indirectly saving me time. I just hope the research process goes smoothly and doesn't get stuck again. However, before arriving at the Madison Square Garden for today's press conference, Viko, who had just come out of the virtual lab, had made no progress in restoring the PIM particles. It remained at the same level as before the hibernation chamber came into existence. It seemed impossible to solve this problem quickly. As the time reached 7 p.m. in New York, at the venue of the fully seated press conference in Madison Square Garden, the lights suddenly dimmed. And a scene appeared on the giant display screen at the center of the stage. It depicted a beautifully picturesque place, like a heavenly realm. And within this realm, there was a face that everyone in the audience was very familiar with, Viko Stark. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, good evening. Please forgive me for appearing in this unique way, conversing with you through the screen. But please be patient and continue watching, as I believe it will bring you surprises. Now, I announce that the Viko Research Center Spring New Product Launch event is officially beginning. Tonight, I will lead you, the audience, to experience a completely extraordinary world beyond your imagination. And now, it's time to witness the miracle. Viko shamelessly borrowed the classic line from his previous life. But tonight, in this setting, it was indeed appropriate. The miracle was about to unfold. Chapter 69. The environment I'm in right now is so beautiful, with lush vegetation, shimmering lake water, and colorful flower fields that carpet the entire land. Are you curious about where I am? Viko turned his head towards the audience at the venue, as if he was really asking them face to face. Yes. Sure enough, after Viko asked this question, the audience at the venue, who had already been enchanted by the scenery of this place, burst into enthusiastic responses. I knew you all would be curious. It's worth the repeated selection from among the 100 levels to finally choose this picturesque place. Upon hearing Viko's words, many audience members became curious about the significance of this place with 100 level and its connection to tonight's new product launch. Was it just a slip of the tongue? Or did it conceal some unknown truth? Regardless, Viko's Vikoing strategy for this press conference had already been successful. He had completely piqued the curiosity of the audience present and those watching the broadcast. The place I am in right now is called Aincrad. And what you are seeing is a lake located in the outskirts of the Kohler Road on the 22nd level of Aincrad. I'm sure you're all starting to wonder why you've never heard of such a place and what the 22nd level represents. Don't worry, follow me as we continue to explore. After speaking, Viko somehow had a deep blue square crystal in his hand. With a flash of light, Viko disappeared from sight, and the screen transitioned to show him in another location. Whoosh! The audience was shocked to see Viko suddenly disappear from the screen and appear in another place. The entire crowd was in an uproar due to this unexpected scene. Is Viko Research Center planning to unveil teleportation technology as its new product for this season? If that's the case, it would certainly make waves in multiple industries. If it's not due to editing and special effects, please tell me the price and put me out of my misery. I don't believe this technology would come cheap. Among the many spectators at the venue and those watching the broadcast, while some believed it was surely just special effects and that Viko couldn't have actually created a teleportation device, the majority, who had been won over by the personal health assistant, became loyal consumers and faithful fans of Viko's products. At this moment, they were convinced that the crystal capable of teleportation was the new product that Viko Research Center would launch tonight. Oh! I hear the amazed exclamations from the audience. Do you all think that this corridor crystal in my hand is the product being unveiled tonight? Well, you are completely wrong. It's not the star of tonight. However, if you want this item, I promise there will be sufficient supply after the actual product launch later. Trust me, with a little effort, all of you should be able to afford it. Taking advantage of the information asymmetry with the audience, Viko crazily displayed his twisted sense of humor. However, his promises were indeed genuine and effective. Even if you later realized that you had been tricked, you couldn't do anything about it. Now, the place I am currently in is outside the starting town of the first level of Aincrad. If you come here, don't blame me for not warning you, remember to bring your weapons, or else there will be a danger to your life. As he spoke, Viko once again pulled out an iron longsword from who knows where. The scene switched, and a massive wild boar, the size of a tiger, charged towards the direction where Viko was. Hiss. Seeing this scene, the people at the venue gasped and sweated for Viko's situation. However, Viko reacted swiftly. Before the wild boar could get close, he performed an upward strike. Lifting the entire boar into the air, then he followed up with a cleave, rendering the boar completely defenseless and gasping for its last breath on the ground. This wild boar is too weak. Should I say it lives up to its reputation as a beginner's level monster? Looks can be deceiving. Additionally, let me remind you all once again, in Aincrad, only cold weapons and similar items are allowed. Firearms are strictly prohibited. After effortlessly dealing with the boar, Viko casually offered some warm tips to the audience on the other side of the screen. In fact, despite Viko's smooth and agile movements and defeating the weak boar monster effortlessly, during his first encounter with these boar monsters, he was instantly killed by their charges every time. Out of frustration, he paid tribute to the guild leader of the strongest guild, Heathcliff Kayaba Akihiko, by using his privileges as a game developer to activate a speed boost for himself. Indeed, cheating felt great at first, and it continued to feel great. From then on, Viko never bothered with boar's charges again. Now that the rough demonstration of the new product to be launched tonight has mostly been done, it's time to unveil its true appearance to everyone. But before that, has any clever audience member already figured out our spring season's new product? If you answer correctly, we will give you the deluxe package of the new product for free, along with home installation. For a moment, the atmosphere at the venue became lively. Whether or not the audience had guessed the answer, they eagerly raised their hands, hoping to get a chance to answer. It was evident how positively people viewed Viko Research Center. An unrevealed new product had already ignited a frenzy of anticipation and competition. So, let's have the black-haired beauty in the sixth seat of the third row stand up and give us the answer. Chapter 70. I think your company may have invented a new visual effects technology. The scene we just saw looked so real, but it was actually a virtual setting created using this new visual effects technology, said the woman who was called upon, sharing her speculation. Well, that's an interesting idea. Although you didn't answer correctly, your response opens up a whole new direction. Applying this new technology to the field of film and art could indeed be a lucrative path. So, even though you didn't give the correct answer, I've decided to give you the complete set of the new product we're launching tonight. Do any other audience members have any other ideas? Even if you didn't answer correctly, if I find your idea really impressive, you might still have a chance to win a prize. As he spoke, Viko scanned the audience seats below the stage. Now, let's have a gentleman answer this time. The gentleman in the black suit in the first row, fifth seat. The audience was very enthusiastic, and Viko once again selected a lucky individual. Oh, I'm so lucky tonight. I believe tonight's new product could possibly be a civilian space compression technology. When you were demonstrating earlier, you used a teleportation prop and an iron longsword to slay the wild boar. These things appeared out of thin air, and I didn't see you carrying them before. So, I speculate that the new product might be a space device similar to Doraemon's 4D pocket. Your imagination is truly beyond me. However, unfortunately, your answer is way off the Viko. Now that the suspenseful part of the press conference is over, I believe everyone is curious about what our Viko Research Center's new product is, so, I won't keep you in suspense any longer. Let's formally introduce our company's flagship product for the spring 2011, Nerve Gear, the world's first civilian fully immersive VR machine, or you could say, a virtual reality gaming console. After Viko unveiled the true appearance of the new product to the audience, the entire conference venue fell into an eerie silence, which lasted for nearly 5 seconds. Roar! Cheers and applause erupted, a deafening sound that almost seemed capable of overturning the roof of Madison Square Garden. This was a technology that had appeared multiple times in various novels, anime, and movies, but always felt unattainable. It's no wonder the audience erupted in such enthusiastic applause. In fact, not only the live audience but also the viewers watching the conference remotely joined in the frenzy, expressing their excitement. From your screams, it's evident that everyone is highly anticipating our new product, but the exciting moment has just begun. Please calm down and let me finish this damn presentation. Ha ha ha. The crowd burst into laughter at Viko's self-deprecating humor. Nerve Gear, the name of our new product for this season, is a civilian fully immersive VR machine. With it, you can log into a virtual gaming platform and choose your favorite game or simply enter scenic worlds and explore them. Through Nerve Gear, we can provide ordinary people with completely different experiences and give disabled individuals a chance to regain a fulfilling life. In the past, we referred to the widespread internet network coverage as the virtual world. But now, a true virtual world that people can enter has been born. Although Nerve Gear can be applied in various fields, tonight we are mainly focusing on the gaming industry. If other organizations in related fields are interested in collaborating, they can contact our company for further discussions. As you just saw, we showcased a portion of the Aincrad scenery. Yes, Aincrad is the virtual world created for our first remote virtual reality massive multiplayer online role-playing game called Sword Art Online. We will offer the game development related platforms to major game developers for a fee. Game companies or individuals interested in entering the field of virtual reality game development can also contact us. Additionally, through the game development platform, developers can design and build their own virtual worlds. The subsequent game development and tourism within a virtual world can be economically lucrative. Now that the product demonstration is over, I can interact with all of you in person. I'm sure many of you are looking forward to our live experience segment. As soon as Viko finished speaking, the scene transitioned once again. However, this time, there were no breathtaking and magnificent landscapes. Instead, there were 4 white walls and a small bed. A person was lying on the bed, wearing a black semi-open helmet with a network cable and a power cable connected to a panel at the head of the bed. Soon, the person slowly woke up, sat up from the bed, and when he took off the helmet from his head, the live audience immediately recognized him as Viko. Viko waved to the camera, saying, "Everyone, I'm back in the real world now, wait a moment, I'll see you on the main stage." Viko changed his clothes and arrived at the main stage. Following a similar flow to the previous press conference, he invited 4 volunteers on stage to experience the wonders of virtual reality technology. However, unlike the previous completely random selection, although Viko hadn't communicated with these individuals beforehand, they were carefully chosen by the company's publicity team. Among them were a visually impaired person, a patient with congenital heart disease, a retired soldier who lost his legs on the battlefield, and a veteran gamer. Although there were no monetary transactions, as long as these individuals sincerely and vividly expressed their user experiences on stage, the promotional effect would be achieved. As expected, when the visually impaired person regained sight in the virtual world, when the heart disease patient could engage in intense physical activities, when the retired soldier could run again with his legs, and when the gamer experienced a level of gameplay he had never had before. Seeing the beaming smiles and uncontrollable excitement on their faces, how many of the live audience could resist opening their wallets? As we reach this point in the press conference, I believe what everyone is most concerned about is the price of Nerve Gear and the game Sword Art Online. Now, I will announce to you all that the Nerve Gear Basic Edition has a retail price of $39.99, the Professional Edition is priced at $46.66, and the Custom Edition is priced at $88.88. We also offer installment payment options. As for the game Sword Art Online, it will be available for the price of only $1.99, allowing for unlimited play. Chapter 71. It seems that the low price of the Nerve Gear technology doesn't match its identity as cutting-edge black technology. However, it was actually determined after precise analysis and discussion by the top executives of the company. With the help of Stark Industries' automated production capabilities, the production cost of each Nerve Gear device can be kept below $800, even when including transportation and labor costs. The cost would not exceed $100. In other words, the price announced by Viko may seem very reasonable to consumers, but in reality, it is not. Instead, it is quite cunning. This business can make a profit 40 times over, a feat that few can achieve except through illegal means, criminal activities, or monopolized industries controlled by the government. Furthermore, the pricing of the 3 product tiers is set just at the bottom line of each corresponding consumer group. Whether you belong to the middle class or the affluent class, Viko's pricing only slightly exceeds their affordability limits. With the allure of virtual reality technology and the option of payment in installments, as long as you have the intention, it's impossible to resist sending your money to Viko. The day after the product launch, news headlines and popular searches on various major news websites were dominated by articles related to Viko's research center and virtual reality technology. On the official website, the pre-order deposit for the Nerve gear had already reached a staggering 400 billion. It can be said that people all over the world are scrambling to be among the first to buy the Nerve gear. Whether it's for the experience, to show off, or for resale. Various influential organizations and institutions, including renowned universities, medical institutions, the military, governments, and even foreign collaborations, all entered the scene one after another. They were competing to place their money in front of Viko. However, Viko delegated these matters to the employees of the business department and did not personally intervene. On the 5th day after the product launch, after working overtime to prepare and distribute the stock, the brand new Nerve gear products were already packaged and delivered to the warehouses of major stores. The official website of Viko's research center also displayed a prominent countdown timer, indicating that there was only 1 hour left until the global unified release, both online and offline. When the countdown timer started ticking down like a time bomb, the entire internet seemed to have been detonated. Billions of network traffic from all over the world surged into Viko's research center servers, pushing them to the brink of collapse, almost overwhelming the servers that had already expanded by several times compared to the time of personal health assistance sales. Fortunately, Viko took timely measures and ensured the normal operation of the website through load balancing and speed control. When the second of the countdown reached 0, all the offline stores in different regions of the world simultaneously opened their doors. A large number of customers rushed to the cash registers, trying to pay in advance even before they could get their hands on the goods, just to secure a purchase slot. The first batch of 10 million units of machines was completely sold out online and offline in less than 10 minutes. To keep up with the speed of sales, the production department manager of Viko's company urgently contacted Stark Industries to increase the production capacity by adding 5 modified production lines, allowing Nervegear's daily production capacity to reach 15 million units. However, even so, in the following days, enthusiastic customers continued to buy out the stock within minutes of the store's opening. And the online pre-order queue extended for miles. Many unscrupulous buyers and the underground black Viko drove up the price of brand new, unopened Nerve gear devices to hundreds of thousands of dollars, yet the demand remained high, surpassing the supply. In order to alleviate the current tense supply and demand situation, as well as to prevent scalpers from taking advantage, Viko quickly instructed the public relations team to implement purchase restrictions. Priority was given to minors and women for purchasing, followed by disabled individuals and military personnel. However, each person was limited to purchasing 1 unit. And their identity needed to be registered during the purchase process. After registration, the system would automatically bind the Nerve gear to the purchaser's information, making it impossible for anyone other than the registered individual to log in and use the device. After the implementation of this measure, although sales continued at a fast pace, it effectively suppressed the scalpers' behavior of buying and reselling to earn price differences. The booming business lasted for about half a month before gradually calming down. However, this was only in comparison to the initial situation. If compared to other stores, the stores under Viko's company were still crowded with people, sales continued to rise with limited supply. However, just when everything was going smoothly, there was a sudden shift in public opinion on social media and the internet. Overnight, many parents emerged on social networking sites, expressing negative views on the virtual reality technology of Nerve gear. In general, they criticized Nerve gear for causing children addicted to virtual games to have irregular eating habits, abnormal sleep patterns, and other unfavorable health issues. They also mentioned a decline in academic performance, as well as a decrease in physical activities among children who used to enjoy sports. Additionally, some so-called experts also stepped forward, claiming that Nerve gear was a new type of mental product disguised in high-tech clothing. They suggested that the government should intervene and restrict its sales and the release of related games, while also prohibiting minors from purchasing it. Upon seeing this unfavorable news and the emergence of negative sentiments, the CEO of Viko's company immediately called a meeting with all the top executives and informed Viko about the developments. Have you found out who is behind all this? Viko maintained a calm facade, but deep inside, his anger was burning. Chapter 72. I'm very sorry, boss, the incident happened too suddenly, and we haven't had time to investigate yet. However, based on my analysis, this matter must be related to those well-established game console companies. The general manager lowered his head with some shame. Alright, don't worry about it. Even if they didn't initiate it, they must have played a role behind the scenes. After all, our success this time has disrupted many people's interests, so it's normal for them to resort to tricks. But anyone who dares to reach into my pocket and take money will regret it. Baymax. Yes, Master. Collect all the names and evidence of those spreading false statements for future use. Also, trace the IP addresses of these people and find out who the mastermind is. Have these negative rumors affected our business and sales? The general manager replied, there is some impact, but not significant. Because besides our retail business, we have a substantial portion of collaborative projects with other companies or departments. These people will not be blinded by mere rumors. So our revenue remains relatively stable. Moreover, despite the online rumors, the allure of nerve gear is irresistible, and consumers still have a strong desire to purchase it. However, since minors are an important target audience for us, and their economic expenses are mainly controlled by their parents, today's sales to minors have decreased significantly, indirectly affecting our sales speed. In fact, some countries and regions didn't sell out the nerve gear units that were put on shelves today, so they need to be returned to the warehouse. After listening, Viko nodded silently. This situation wasn't far from what he had expected. He had confidence in nerve gear and Sword Art Online. It was like how many diners know that pufferfish is poisonous, but they still take the risk to taste its deliciousness. Virtual reality possessed such attraction, not to mention that under Viko's careful design, nerve gear and Sword Art Online were far from being deadly poisons. Before the product was released, Viko, with his past life experiences, had already anticipated the attitudes of parents towards virtual reality games. It was similar to when television first appeared in people's lives. It was criticized for leading to moral decay. Then, when game consoles emerged, they replaced television and were denounced as electronic products. Subsequently, with the advent of the internet, computers, mobile phones, and tablets, each new technology was accompanied by slander and doubts. But as the saying goes, technology itself is neutral, it depends on how people use it. To promote responsible and healthy gaming, Viko added real-time body monitoring devices to nerve gear. If a user's physical condition did not meet the standard, nerve gear would not be able to log in. During usage, if the body indicators dropped to a certain level or the gaming duration reached a certain limit, players in the virtual reality would receive reminders to log out and replenish energy or take proper breaks. In emergencies, nerve gear could even force the user to log out and had an emergency alarm function that could send distress signals to nearby hospitals. Although adding such a configuration increased the cost of nerve gear by several tens of dollars, Viko adhered to his principles and conscience. He ordered that every machine produced must be equipped with real-time body monitoring devices, and it must be ensured that they couldn't be removed by non-violent means. Therefore, the rumors circulating on the internet about declining grades, irregular eating habits, and mental fatigue were completely the act of competitors trying to tarnish the sales of Viko's company's new product, buying themselves more preparation time for their own business decisions. Do you have any strategies to deal with this situation? Viko asked, coming back to reality from his thoughts. I have already held an emergency meeting with the senior executives, and the most important thing now is to clarify our stance, present facts and evidence, and engage in positive publicity. Additionally, the first phase of our collaboration with the International Disability Organization has been successfully concluded. I believe it will be a good weapon to counterattack and respond. It's also a great opportunity to promote ourselves. Leveraging the positive impact of this charity event can not only reverse the current negative rumors but also further promote our virtual reality technology. Very well, follow the strategy you have discussed. However, there is one more thing. Have the game department's developers add a unified system prompt to the login scene of nerve gear, reminding players to play in moderation and not let their immersion in the virtual world affect their real-life activities. Understood, boss, we will take action immediately. After the meeting, the company's senior executives returned to their respective departments and began actively dealing with the negative rumors crisis. Inside the meeting room, as Viko was about to get up and return to the laboratory, he heard Baymax's voice in his ear. Master, I have identified the mastermind behind this attack. It's Nintendo, Microsoft, and Sony. Since the release of Nerve Gear, the sales of their game console products, Nintendo's Switch, Microsoft's Xbox One, and Sony's PlayStation 4, have all plummeted. The combined Viko share of the three companies has dropped below 30, and their revenue and stock prices have been severely impacted. Therefore, the responsible personnel from these companies secretly communicated and launched this attack targeting our new product Nerve Gear. I have already announced that we will provide a paid development platform for virtual games to all game developers. Instead of thinking about adapting to the trend and quickly transitioning to develop new virtual reality games to seize this promising blue ocean, these guys are playing dirty tricks with me. Then don't blame me for being petty, Baymax. Add the individuals involved in this incident to the blacklist. These people should never be considered for our company's talent pool. In addition, put these 3 companies on our cooperation prohibition list from today onwards. Any business dealings between the Viko Research Center and these companies are strictly forbidden. Also, secretly infiltrate their company networks and see if there's any dirt to collect, gather it for me. They want to cut off my revenue stream? I will make sure they have nowhere to go. Understood, Master. Chapter 73. The executives of Viko Research Center acted with great efficiency and speed. Within just an hour after the adjournment, they had already formulated and refined detailed response measures. They organized employees from various departments to cooperate closely and work together, launching a fierce counterattack against the sudden influx of negative rumor incidents. The employees of the game department began implementing Viko's requirements by adding login prompts for Nerve Gear and Sword Art Online, and adding notification sounds for excessive game duration. The employees of the business department started releasing debunking statements on the company's official website and major social media platforms. They showcased a series of anti-addiction features in Nerve Gear to the public. Furthermore, they made it a point to target Nintendo, Microsoft, and Sony, clearly stating that compared to game consoles that don't have any anti-addiction features at all, Nerve Gear can be regarded as a conscientious product. The Viko editing department took a more aggressive approach. They swiftly compiled and categorized the footage left behind by previous charity projects and edited it into a mini-documentary. They reached out to all television and online media outlets for negotiations. Eventually, after some beneficial exchanges and negotiations, the Viko editing department secured agreements with 3 mainstream TV stations and 5 online media outlets to broadcast the mini-documentary during prime time. The timely response and meticulous strategies of the Viko Research Center quickly turned the situation around. In particular, the mini-documentary for the charity program generated a significant impact. People not only started applauding the Viko Research Center's philanthropic actions and ethical products, but they also gained a comprehensive and clear understanding of the various features and limitations of Nerve Gear. This shattered the negative effects caused by the negative rumor incident. Following this event, the sales of Nerve Gear not only remained stable but actually increased. The incident generated so much buzz that the product sales surpassed the first-day release performance, achieving an astonishing sales miracle. Taking advantage of this momentum, the Viko Research Center also launched its second virtual reality game, Attack on Titan. Due to its outstanding world-building and thrilling gameplay design, the sales on the first day broke the record set by Sword Art Online. While other game developers were just getting familiar with the development platform, Viko Research Center had already released 2 blockbuster games in succession. This success allowed them to dominate the sales Viko had, leaving their competitors envious. On the other hand, Nintendo, Microsoft, and Sony had a tough time. Over the past few days, a mysterious figure continuously exposed incriminating evidence against the executives of these 3 companies, ranging from internal scandals to gray operations involving legal issues. These revelations were shocking, captivating the public's attention. It garnered a lot of buzz on the news and even surpassed the popularity of Viko Research Center and its charity program on the trending charts. It became a major topic for people's discussions during their leisure time. Due to the continuous release of negative news, which were all verified one by one, several executives from these 3 companies were successively invited for questioning by relevant authorities. As a result, the normal operations of the companies were significantly affected. Moreover, on Wall Street, the stock prices of these 3 companies plummeted like a cliff, hitting the daily down limit and directly causing a substantial decrease in Viko capitalization. Seeing the miserable situation of these 3 companies, Viko in the laboratory clapped his hands in approval. Dare to mess with me, your small change won't work. Just see how I crush you. Viko didn't expect that none of the business strategies he had thought of were utilized. It was enough for Baymax to continuously release the black materials about the 3 companies, leaving them half dead and completely losing their previous reputation. Master, there is a visitor. The general manager asked me to invite you to the meeting room. Just when Viko was still feeling triumphant about bringing down the 3 companies, Baymax's sudden notification interrupted his emotions. A visitor? I didn't hear about any appointments today. Do you know who it is? It's a middle-aged Chinese woman named Melinda May. According to Mr. General Manager's instructions, she was specially brought in as your assistant. Assistant? Don't I already have a secretary? Why do we need another assistant? I don't think I need any additional help in company affairs or research. Viko frowned, feeling that the general manager's move was unnecessary and didn't even have his consent. But why does the name Melinda May sound familiar? May, yes. She's the Chinese-American female agent from the TV series Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. Master, she is not applying for an administrative assistant position. She is applying to be a personal assistant for your daily life. The general manager is concerned that you might get too absorbed in your experiments and forget to eat. So he specifically hired a personal assistant to take care of your meals and daily life. Upon hearing Baymax's explanation, Viko absent-mindedly nodded. He was already contemplating the purpose behind Melinda May's approach to him. After all, the general manager couldn't arbitrarily hire a personal assistant for him. Viko's private laboratory contained many invaluable secrets. How could he let someone enter freely under the pretense of taking care of his daily life? Furthermore, although the general manager was unaware of his possession of the nutrient hibernation pod, he had Baymax's extension always monitoring his physical condition. It was far more reliable than any personal assistant. So, this inexplicable action by the general manager could only mean that he was either being coerced or brainwashed. Viko didn't believe that he betrayed him, as he had installed a hostility detection system in the office building based on the S.H.I.E.L.D. system from Psychopaths. If the general manager had really betrayed him, the alarms in the laboratory would have gone off long ago. Since you've come knocking on my door, I'll meet with you properly and see what medicine S.H.I.E.L.D. sent for you to sell here. Chapter 74. What's going on? I heard from Baymax that you were going to find a personal assistant for me. Why didn't you discuss it with me beforehand? The general manager, seemingly remembering suddenly, had an expression of realization on his face and muttered, "Yes, I should have consulted you, the boss. First, how did I forget?" How could I forget? Seeing the other party's confused appearance, Viko guessed that he was not coerced by the agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. but rather had been hypnotized with some unknown black technology. This implanted a specific idea directly into his mind, making him appear confused and not very intelligent. Understanding the truth, Viko didn't blame him. After all, who could expect to be targeted by government agents and unknowingly used? It seems that in the future, we'll have to equip the employees of these companies with some self-defense devices. Otherwise, if we continue to be manipulated by these secret agent organizations, our own company will end up like S.H.I.E.L.D. taken over by another organization. Viko thought to himself. At this moment, the general manager, who was trapped in inner turmoil, seemingly influenced by the implanted idea in his mind, suddenly regained his senses. He said to Viko, "I can't remember it anymore, let's forget about it for now, boss. The person who applied to be your personal assistant has already arrived, you can interview them first, maybe they will be suitable for you." Viko displayed a look of dilemma on the surface but had already made up his mind to use strategy against them. Since someone from S.H.I.E.L.D. was sent to monitor him, they must have had a purpose. Moreover, when selecting the candidate, they chose Melinda May, a special agent with Chinese heritage. Obviously, they had conducted a detailed investigation and analysis on Viko, knowing that his late mother was of Chinese descent. They hoped that by assigning an agent with the same Chinese heritage, they could leave a favorable impression on Viko from the beginning. "Well then, since that's the case, I'll conduct an interview. Sister, why don't you start with a self-introduction?" Viko said to Melinda. "My name is Melinda May, I was born in Macau, China, and both of my parents are Chinese." Melinda introduced herself, emphasizing her Chinese heritage in an attempt to gain Viko's favor. Unfortunately, Viko, who already knew the other party's ulterior motives, did not fall for it. He continued to play the role of a serious interviewer. Seeing that her first move didn't work, Melinda was slightly disappointed, but she didn't show it on her face. She calmly continued her self-introduction. "I have graduated from the New Oriental Culinary School, and I have passed various household skills level exams additionally. My psychological evaluation shows that I have a high level of mental health. I am an optimistic person who is good at caring for others' feelings. Therefore, I believe I am very suitable and capable of being your personal assistant." After listening to Melinda's self-introduction, Viko was somewhat impressed because, although psychological tests could be manipulated using S.H.I.E.L.D's means, culinary and household skills were professions that Melinda, as a professional agent, would genuinely master. Viko couldn't help but inwardly think. Listening to you, you seem capable, but do you have any noteworthy work experience or professional background? After all, it's a high-tech company, and even as a personal assistant, you should have some credentials. Viko pretended to be difficult for Melinda and presented his challenge. However, in reality, Viko was using this approach to gather information about her. Whether Melinda's words were true or fabricated in advance, they would provide additional evidence for Viko to understand the true intentions of S.H.I.E.L.D. While Melinda was showcasing her glorious past achievements, Baymax, following Viko's command, conducted verification and data analysis on these through the internet. And suddenly, something Viko had previously overlooked occurred to him. If S.H.I.E.L.D. sent Melinda May to him, did that mean Natasha Romanoff, the Black Widow, was also in action on Tony's side? If that was the case, the scope of Melinda's mission could be greatly narrowed. Firstly, based on his memories from his past life, Viko could determine that she was not a mole for Hydra. This was the premise for Viko's decision to use strategy against her. Secondly, if S.H.I.E.L.D. dispatched both Natasha and Melinda, two high-ranking agents, just to get close to him and the Stark family, their true purpose could either be due to their scientific research abilities or something related to the black technology they possessed. Alternatively, Nick Fury might have included them on the Avengers potential list and sent someone to observe and evaluate them. Of course, it was also possible that all three objectives were S.H.I.E.L.D's true intentions. After all, it would be a great deal to achieve threefold results with a single salary. If it were Viko, he would definitely do the same. But Nick Fury wouldn't do it that way. After all, if they truly stole Viko's technology, it would mean an antagonistic relationship with him. So, it will become a matter of abandoning Viko, a young genius with limitless potential and boundless creativity, in favor of a loss-making deal to steal his technology. Alright, your credentials are very impressive. For now, let's consider you temporarily hired. If you can pass the 15-day probation period, I will make you a regular employee. However, I need to remind you, my laboratory can only be accessed with my password authentication. So, your main tasks will be cooking and notifying Baymax to inform me when it's time for meals. You don't need to do any cleaning in the laboratory. Remember, my laboratory can only be accessed with that specific password. Understood? Understood, I will take note of that and ensure to fulfill my responsibilities within my job description. Viko deliberately repeated it in an exaggerated manner. He wanted to test Melinda. If she truly intended to steal his technical data, she would find ways to obtain the password for his laboratory. With the laboratory under Baymax's 24-hour surveillance, they would be able to catch her in the act, and Viko would finally know S.H.I.E.L.D's true target. So, what will you do, Miss Melinda, or should I say? Chapter 75. It turned out that Nick Fury was not a short-sighted person. In the past month, Melinda had never attempted to secretly infiltrate Viko's lab. She simply fulfilled her duties by providing nutritious meals for Viko and calling him out to eat on time. As if she were truly a personal assistant and not an undercover agent by Viko's side. During this period, Viko had also realized that Nick Fury had arranged for Melinda to get close to him in order to observe and assess his performance and abilities, to determine whether he was suitable to join his Avengers plan. However, even though S.H.I.E.L.D. had no ulterior motives for approaching him, Viko still felt very annoyed. Did Nick Fury ever ask me if I wanted to join his Avengers plan? He just sent someone over to assess me as if I would eagerly join his plan with a wave of his hand. On the other hand, Tony also received the same treatment as Viko, but instead of the diligent and virtuous Melinda May, Natasha Romanoff, the sexy and fiery Black Widow, was sent to Tony's side. If they were definitely being evaluated by S.H.I.E.L.D. agents, Viko would prefer Natasha to be on his side. After all, the actress who played Natasha in his previous life had such beauty that even Viko would like. However, after savoring the last bite of soup prepared by Melinda, Viko felt slightly comforted. At least his culinary desires were satisfied. Since his rebirth, he hadn't eaten authentic Chinese cuisine for a long time, so Melinda was still quite good in that regard. Wiping his mouth clean, Viko arrived at the company's ground floor and sat in a hover cannon in the form of a sports car. Today, Stark Industries will hold the Stark Expo in Queens, New York, showcasing the company's achievements and developments over the decades. Viko received an invitation from Tony, so after dinner, he would go there to show his support. Hover cannon, go to Tony's place, full speed. Tonight, Viko would accompany Tony on a transport helicopter to the destination in New York. At that time, he would use the newly prepared equipment to make a grand appearance on the main stage, creating the first climax of the Stark Expo under the watchful eyes of thousands of spectators. As night fell and the time reached 7 p.m., the transport helicopter carrying Tony and Viko had already arrived in the airspace above New York and was flying around Queens. So, are you ready? Tony, wearing the Viko IV armor, stood next to Viko and asked. In order to make a spectacular appearance at the Expo tonight, Tony had specially polished and waxed the Viko IV armor to attract the audience's attention. He had put a lot of effort into it. I've been ready for a long time. In order to make the opening ceremony of this expo a big success, I've specially modified my masterpiece. I guarantee it will be beyond your expectations. Viko patted his chest confidently. Tonight, Viko was dressed in a bright silver cycling suit, wearing a fiery red helmet and a pair of windproof goggles on his nose. He looked like a professional cyclist. Tony was very curious about Viko's outfit. Since handing the invitation to Viko, he had been saying confidently that he would create a big surprise. Unfortunately. Until now, Tony had not been able to see the invention that Viko was going to use for his grand entrance. Well, it's about time, I should get ready to make my entrance. Viko looked at the smartwatch on his wrist. It was already 7:10 p.m., and he could shine on stage now. Viko opened the suitcase that he had carried from the lab to the plane. Inside, there were several iron pipes and a large round disc, leaving Tony even more puzzled. What on earth were these things? Could Viko safely descend from this high altitude into the venue using these things? Viko took out the simplest looking components, and click. Click, click. Several iron pipes easily connected together to form a bicycle frame. Then Viko casually placed the two round discs in the position where the wheels should be, and the two discs seemed to be magically suspended on the frame as if tied by invisible threads. This was a superconducting magnetic levitation bicycle created using graphene superconducting materials and a graphene fiber frame, based on the technology seen in Big Hero 6. With full pedaling force, its speed could reach up to 300 km per hour. However, when Viko had originally shown this invention to Tony, it was met with a meaningless comment, leaving Viko feeling dissatisfied. Until today, at the Stark Expo, Viko once again revealed his long-forgotten invention, hoping to redeem himself and make a splash in front of Tony. Of course, it would be even better if he could steal all of Tony's limelight and secure a hot-selling product for his own company. If he wanted to make a big impression, maintaining the original design was not enough. After all, even a fast bicycle wouldn't give people a cool feeling. Considering the need for a dramatic entrance from above, Viko innovatively modified the two wheels, adding a simple yet transformative feature. The assembly of the superconducting magnetic levitation bicycle was complete. Without any protective gear or parachutes, Viko got on the saddle. When the aircraft door opened, with one pedal, he and the bike disappeared into the cabin. Holy shit! Tony exclaimed as he witnessed the scene. He was about to activate his suit to rescue Viko, but he saw another scene that made him exclaim again. Oh my god! Chapter 76. After Viko rode the superconducting magnetic levitation bicycle out of the cabin, he lost all assistance from flying vehicles. Using a scientific method known as free fall, he began harnessing the power of gravity, converting gravitational potential energy into kinetic energy. However, this motion process, which we learned in middle school physics, didn't last long. Viko sat steadily on the bike's saddle, released his grip on the handlebars with his right hand, and lightly tapped his intelligent wristwatch on his left wrist. Soon, the previously inconspicuous bicycle wheel discs emitted a deep blue glow, resembling that of an arc reactor, and as time passed, the glow dimmed while the wheel's rotational speed increased. As the rapidly spinning discs reached a critical threshold, a conical cloud formed around them, and a sight usually seen on supersonic aircraft. This was because when the speed of a fighter jet approached the speed of sound, it gradually caught up with the sound waves it emitted, causing the surrounding air to experience high pressure due to the overlapping of the waves. When a fighter jet breaks through the sound barrier, the immense pressure that has accumulated in front of the aircraft instantly vanishes, causing a sudden decrease in pressure and a rapid drop in the condensation temperature of water vapor in the air. As a result, water vapors immediately condense into small water droplets, appearing like a cloud of mist. Overall, it resembles a conical cloud expanding uniformly in all directions from the center axis of the aircraft. The principle behind Viko's bicycle was similar. The new technology he added to the wheel discs was heat phase transfer. By utilizing a heat phase transfer device to perform negative heat transfer on the graphene superconductor within the wheel discs, it could transform the originally unstable room temperature superconductor into a more stable low temperature superconductor. This allowed the wheel discs to exceed the speed limit of 300 km per hour and break the sound barrier. After breaking the sound barrier, the formed conical cloud was absorbed by the collection device on the bike frame. Under the positive heat transfer action of the heat phase transfer device, it was heated and transformed into high-pressure steam with a temperature exceeding 100 degrees Celsius. These high-pressure steam jets were expelled through pressure relief valves, providing the bicycle with a balancing force against gravity, allowing it to ride steadily in mid-air. As Viko descended continuously, nearing the main stage, he reversed the effect of the heat phase transfer device. This caused the low-temperature liquid sprayed out to form a runway composed entirely of ice crystals between the air and the stage. The bike smoothly glided down the runway, and finally, Viko concluded with a stylish maneuver. Braking sharply and spinning the bike's rear tire, he took off his helmet and goggles, facing the tens of thousands of audience members present, and greeted them, saying, Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the grand opening ceremony of the Stark Expo tonight. I am the opening host, Viko Stark. As Viko introduced himself, the audience below erupted in enthusiastic applause. After all, in the past 6 months, Viko had undoubtedly been one of the most prominent figures in the world, second only to Tony Stark, the Iron Man, who had revealed his identity. The various inventions and products that come from his hands have attracted a large number of loyal customers and individual fans. At the same time, these products have earned Viko a good reputation as they sell well. After all, whether it is a personal health assistant or virtual reality technology, their applications in medicine have vast prospects. Therefore, Viko's research center has also taken the lead in collaborating with several globally renowned medical institutions to launch many medical public welfare projects, achieving both fame and fortune. What's even more intriguing for the gossiping masses is that the Stark family is a trio of heroes. Both the grandfather, father and son have made significant contributions in the business and academic worlds. And Tony and Viko can be considered as surpassing their predecessors. However, tonight's main focus is not on Viko. After raising his hand to signal the audience not to get too excited, Viko began to set the stage for Tony's entrance. Although I appeared first today, I am not the one you all have been eagerly waiting for tonight. The most anticipated figure and the shining star of the evening is none other than my old man, Tony Stark. If you don't want to miss any details of his entrance, just look up because he will also descend from the sky to the stage. Upon hearing Viko's words, the audience indeed raised their heads and looked towards the night-covered sky. They saw a streak of fire with a long tail rapidly approaching them. Bang! Before the entire audience could react, the streak of fire had already landed on the stage. With his left hand supporting him and one knee on the ground, Tony slowly stood up, spread his arms, and at the same time, a burst of fireworks erupted from the entire stage, illuminating it in a magnificent golden light. The emotionally stirred audience shouted at the top of their lungs, adding the final touch to Tony's entrance. Amidst the applause from the audience, several mechanical arms rose on the stage, assisting Tony in removing the Viko IV armor he was wearing. Tony appeared in front of the audience dressed in a suit, and at that moment, Viko, who had changed his clothes on the side, made another appearance, standing beside Tony. The father and son bowed deeply at a 90-degree angle, expressing their welcome to the entire audience. Ladies and gentlemen, it's great to be back. You must be eager to see me blow something up, right? What should I blow up? I wouldn't say that the world has been able to maintain long-term peace all these years because of me. I wouldn't say that no one in the world has risen from the ashes like a phoenix reborn, and I wouldn't say that our government can remain calm because I always stay at the pinnacle and no one dares to challenge me. Tony's pretentious speech was met with continuous applause and cheers from the audience. Some spectators even shouted that Viko, who was standing next to him, kept rolling his eyes. He had seen shameless people, but he had never seen anyone as shameless as him. At least half of that military merit badge belongs to me. Well, these father and son are equally shameless. But all of that doesn't matter, what matters is inheritance. Tony finally shifted the focus of his speech. What should we leave for future generations? That's a question I have been contemplating lately. Therefore, starting next year, for the first time since 1974, the world's finest talents from different countries and companies will contribute their resources, share their common vision, and create a better future. In short, what I want to say is, welcome to the Stark Expo. Chapter 77. Next, I will invite a special guest from a faraway place to introduce the origins and details of the exposition. Please welcome my father, Howard. As Tony's voice fell, the image of Howard Stark began playing on the large screen behind the stage. He said, "Science and technology can achieve everything, a better life, a healthier body." This footage was recorded by Howard Stark during the Stark Expo in 1974. It outlined his visions for the possibilities of future cities, but was limited by the technological constraints of that time. Just like the arc reactor, a prototype was designed as early as 1967, but due to insufficient technological means and scientific support at the time, Howard Stark could only construct a massive prototype machine. In terms of size, cost, and energy efficiency, it couldn't compare to Tony's first-generation miniature version created in a cave, let alone the current arc reactors. Many of Howard's ideas, even by today's standards, seem like fantasies. That's why he expended significant manpower and resources to hold the Stark Expo at that time, gathering the world's top talents to collide ideas and generate sparks of thought to solve seemingly impossible challenges. However, limited by the era. Even with the gathering of global top intellects, there still existed ideas and creations that Howard couldn't realize in his time. The purpose of recording this video was to pass on his ideas and beliefs. He believed that there would be more prodigious talents in the future who would live in the best of times and solve the scientific challenges that the scientists of his time yearned to overcome. He hoped that this person, when the time came, would be able to share knowledge, exchange wisdom, and continue to inspire the next generation of explorers on this exciting and endless path. In today's era of information explosion, when knowledge is easily accessible, such a prodigious talent emerged, and not just one but two individuals were born at the same time. They are Howard Stark's son, Tony Stark, and his grandson, Viko Stark. Tony did fulfill his father's expectations and revived the long-discontinued Stark Expo after Howard's passing, sharing his profound insights with people around the world. While the video played on the big screen, Tony and Viko made their way to the side of the stage. Taking advantage of the audience's attention being captivated by the content on the screen, Tony discreetly took out a portable toxic detection device from his suit pocket. "How have you been lately?" Viko noticed his actions and leaned in to ask. Tony didn't say a word but placed the detection device in front of him. Seeing the displayed numbers on the screen, Viko was surprised. He didn't expect the palladium content in Tony's blood to reach a 2-digit percentage. "What's going on? Haven't you been entering the nutrient hibernation pod regularly for physical repairs?" Tony shook his head. "No, I haven't entered the nutrient hibernation pod for body repairs in a month. Because I know that as long as there's that safety net of the hibernation pod, I can never fully devote my focus to the development of the new element. In that case, when will I ever be able to break free from the reliance on the hibernation pod?" For the past few months, ever since Jarvis completed the compatibility test between all the elements and the arc reactor and regretfully informed Tony that there were no matches among the existing elements, Tony began researching the synthesis of a new element to replace palladium. Unfortunately, after over a month of attempts, Tony was still clueless and making no progress. In order to push himself to the limit, Tony cut off his retreat and stopped using the hibernation pod for physical repairs a month ago, hoping that by doing so, he could force out all his potential in a life-or-death situation. "So, any progress? At the cost of sacrificing your health, have you achieved any results?" "No," Tony answered somewhat guiltily. "At first, I tried experimenting in the virtual lab, but after a while, that feeling of emptiness and silence, as if no one was there, started to make me feel uneasy, so I went back to the lab in the garage to continue my attempts. But as you know, these things often come down to luck. Maybe I'll succeed tomorrow." As Tony spoke, his voice became increasingly guilty. "Okay, I'll start using the hibernation pod regularly, just don't tell Pepper." Seeing the threatening look in Viko's eyes, Tony admitted his defeat. Seeing that Tony was willing to change course, Viko couldn't help but sigh in resignation. He felt like the responsible adult, while Tony was the mischievous troublemaker that gave parents headaches. However, out of concern of Tony resorting to extreme measures, to prevent him from doing something foolish, Viko decided to give him some hints. "If you're at a loss, why don't you go back and take a good look at the materials and notes left by grandfather? When I was younger, I came up with many good ideas inspired by my grandfather. That arc reactor on your chest that's putting you in danger, wasn't it originally grandfather's idea? Maybe he wanted to teach you something, pass something on to you, and it's hidden within his past notes, waiting for you to discover." Tony fell into deep thought and didn't respond. It seemed like he was immersed in some memories. Chapter 78. Outside is chaotic, so be careful. Open the door, let's go. After the opening ceremony ended, Tony and Viko, under Happy's protection, struggled to leave the crowded crowd. Occasionally, Tony and Viko would accept posters and photos handed to them by the enthusiastic fans and sign them for souvenirs. "Tony, my fans are quite calm, huh?" Happy, "Not too bad." Tony, "Perfect." Happy, "Did you see my performance tonight? How did I do?" Viko also turned to Happy and asked for his opinion. "Fantastic, Viko. Honestly, if it weren't for Tony stealing the show with his appearance, you would have been the center of attention tonight. That bike was the coolest, it was killer. Can I ride it someday too?" Speaking of this, Happy waved his arms in excitement. He genuinely liked the electromagnetic levitation bike that Viko showcased tonight. "Haha, no problem. By the way, has the car I had airlifted from the lab arrived?" "Of course, take a look at that." Happy pointed forward with his hand. There, a fiery red sports car was parked, adorned with golden flame patterns. The rear of the car had a slightly raised ducktail design, giving it a visual touch of elegance and agility. This car was the transformer that Tony had previously ordered from Viko. However, unlike Viko's own hover cannon, which took references from the Transformers movies and real-world vehicle designs, the transformed appearance of this Transformer sports car was designed by Tony and had no second similar model in this world. Because when Viko was designing this transformer, he used the design of Thunderbolt from Beast Wars 2, Leo Convoy's Close Call animated series. Although it still featured a primary hovering cannon-based weapon system, in order to faithfully replicate Thunderbolt's iconic move, Thunder Half Moon Slash. Viko added a unique design, allowing it to transform and combine into a long-handled battle axe. Powered by the arc reactor, it could manifest as a visible blade. Viko also added a set of cool action designs to Thunderbolt's program. Yes, this Marvel version of Thunderbolt not only resembled the original but also possessed similar powers. Its destructive force was extraordinary. When Tony saw this car, his face lit up with excitement. Not to mention that he had been waiting for this car for months, seeing its true form for the first time today was enough to keep Tony happy for half a day. However, as his gaze shifted, he noticed a graceful blonde standing next to Thunderbolt. Leaning against the car, he asked, "Is she included as a bonus with the car?" "How is that possible?" Viko rolled his eyes in exasperation. "Be careful, or I'll tell Pepper." You're not a kid anymore, can you stop tattling all the time?" Tony had no way to counter Viko's threat. After all, he really liked Pepper. "Who are you?" Tony directly approached the blonde woman and asked. "I'm a law enforcement officer," the blonde woman replied straightforwardly. "Pleasure to meet you. I'm Tony Stark. Do you have something to discuss with me?" Tony opened the car door and got in. "I came to find you." "Then you can tell me why you came to find me because we're about to leave." The blonde woman displayed a professional smile and handed a document to Tony, saying, "I'm here to give you a court summons." "Viko," Tony called out to Viko. "Sorry, he only accepts things handed to him by acquaintances, it's quite strange, isn't it? I heard he used to accept anything from anyone, now, that's progress." "That's my quirk," Tony explained with a sigh, cutting off Viko. Apparently, he didn't want him to continue blabbering. "It's fine, Tony Stark, you are ordered to attend the Parliamentary Military Committee tomorrow morning at exactly 9 a.m. Can I see your credentials?" Tony cautiously asked to confirm. The blonde woman was straightforward and directly presented her law enforcement officer credentials to Tony for inspection. "Do you believe it now?" "Well, I'll be there tomorrow then." "Thunderbolt, how far are we from Washington?" Tony asked Thunderbolt. "We're 250 miles away from Washington, Tony," Thunderbolt's voice came through the car's speakers. Viko specially calibrated Thunderbolt's voice this time, so it didn't have the grainy metallic friction sound like Hovercannon's voice. "In that case, Thunderbolt, what are we waiting for? Show me the speed you're proud of." Vroom. Before Tony finished speaking, Thunderbolt's engine roared, leaving only a red blur in its original position, dragging its taillights as it disappeared into the night. Chapter 79. "Mr. Tony Stark, please pay attention to what I'm saying." In the courtroom of the Parliamentary Military Committee, Senator Stern loudly addressed Tony, who was exchanging glances with Pepper in the audience. "Well, Senator," Tony turned around and replied dismissively. "Do you possess a special weapon?" Stern bluntly asked. In the audience, Viko, sitting to Pepper's left, leaned closer to her and said, "See, just as I guessed, the military committee is envious or perhaps fearful of Tony's Iron Man armor. They are reluctant to leave such powerful capabilities in the hands of an individual, especially one who is a wealthy genius. But don't worry, I've reminded Tony early on, and he should be prepared for this," Viko assured. Pepper absent-mindedly nodded in agreement, but her attention was fully focused on the hearing. It was evident that she hadn't truly let her guard down. "No," Tony directly denied in response to Stern's question. "No?" Stern questioned. Tony affirmed, "That's right, it depends on how you define a weapon. What do you consider a weapon?" "Iron Man is a weapon," Stern pointed directly at the core of the issue. No, my invention is not a weapon," Tony insisted on his viewpoint. "Then what do you consider it to be?" Stern pressed Tony. "It is what it is, Senator, it's a highly advanced prosthesis. That's the best description I can think of. You know, after the collaboration between Stark Industries and the Viko Research Center, we've become the world's largest producer of medical robots. Iron Man is just a medical product. It's just that I believe its high price would affect its Vikoid performance. So I haven't put it on the Vikoid for sale. Are you satisfied with this explanation, Senator?" Tony rhetorically asked. Tony's sophistry caused a burst of laughter from the audience in the courtroom. Clearly, everyone was amused by Tony's shamelessness and wit. Seeing that Tony was uncooperative, Senator Stern decided not to beat around the bush anymore. "It is a weapon, and for the sake of the nation's well-being, you should hand it over to us." "Impossible. Forget about it. Iron Man is me, and I am Iron Man. Surrendering Iron Man would mean surrendering myself, which would be tantamount to servitude or slavery. It's illegal, so the answer is no. Listen, I'm not an expert. Of course, you're not an expert, you're a senator, Tony directly interrupted Senator Stern, making a quip. Tony's witty response once again elicited laughter from the entire audience, and this time, the laughter was even louder. Senator Stern loosened his tie and vented his frustration. He decided to reveal his trump card clearly. I'm not an expert. But we have brought in a weapons expert. I will summon Justin Hammer, the current primary arms dealer for the Department of Defense. Mr. Senator, please pardon my bluntness, but I only see Mr. Hammer walking in. I don't see any weapons expert. If we talk about knowledge and understanding of weapons, I think my soon-to-be 15-year-old son is more suitable for the title of a weapons expert than Mr. Hammer, Tony sarcastically vetoed. Faced with Tony's mockery, Hammer didn't back down. He picked up the microphone, stood up, and said, "That's right, I'm not a weapons expert, Tony, you are a genius. But Stark Industries, which made its fortune in the arms business, has now created a sharp sword in the form of Iron Man, but you insist it's merely a shield. You want us to believe in you and hide behind you. I truly wish that would make me feel safe, but unfortunately, we live in a world full of dangers, and Mr. Stark cannot predict every danger that occurs every moment and be there to protect us. That's my viewpoint. Thank you, everyone." Stern, thank you, Mr. Hammer. Next, I would like to invite Colonel James Rhodes to attend the hearing. Rhodes. Tony turned his head in surprise, not expecting Rhodes to appear at his hearing. Media journalists who were familiar with the relationship between Rhodes and Tony frantically snapped photos, hoping to capture the dramatic scene of their falling out for tomorrow's front-page headline. Stern, Colonel Rhodes, please read the fourth paragraph on page 57. Do you want me to read a specific paragraph? I thought I was here today to give a comprehensive report and not to focus on specific content that may not clearly represent my thoughts. Please read it. Stern commanded firmly. Fine, Rhodes reluctantly read. As he does not operate within any definable branch of government, Iron Man presents a potential threat to the security of both the nation and to her interests, but the benefits of Iron Man far outweigh the liabilities. That's enough. Next, I want to play the clips from your report because your words alone cannot vividly represent its content. Stern interrupted Rhodes, denying him the opportunity to continue speaking, and aimed to present a series of evidence portraying Iron Man as a threat, putting pressure on Tony. Helpless, Rhodes could only nod in agreement. In the audience section, seeing the sudden change in the situation and the development turning against Tony, Pepper anxiously clenched her hands. Don't worry, Viko, sitting beside her, reached out and placed his hand reassuringly on Pepper's shoulder. I'll help Dad, they won't succeed. Baymax, Viko quietly called out, lighting up the screen of his smartwatch. When they're ready to play the video, release what I prepared. On the watch screen, the electronic Baymax made a winking expression, indicating that it had received the command. At that moment, the prepared footage on the TV screen of the hearing suddenly changed. Instead of the military satellite footage, it displayed a large Baymax electronic expression, followed by experimental footage of a massive Iron Man-like robot Viko with the Hammer Industries logo going out of control, causing severe casualties among the on-site personnel. And similar clips followed. Turn it off, quickly. Senator Stern nervously shouted, and Justin Hammer hurriedly rushed forward, using his body to block the video footage and swiftly cutting off the TV's power supply. Now the facts speak for themselves. Only one person is needed to protect world peace. I will be the most powerful deterrent. As for other gestures, it would take them 20 years. Tony's words earned him a standing ovation from everyone in the audience section, and Pepper also smiled happily. Viko gave a thumbs up. However, what Tony didn't know was that in a desolate wasteland in Siberia, someone was watching his every move in the hearing through a live television broadcast, and their gaze was filled with icy killing intent. Chapter 80. California, Stark Mansion. Welcome back, sir. Congratulations on the success of the Expo opening ceremony and the Senate hearing, and, if I may say so, your attire on television was quite refreshing. Are you starting to use puns for humor, Jarvis? It seems Viko's emotional perception core has evolved you quite well. Yes, sir, I often communicate with Baymax to exchange experiences in artificial intelligence evolution. We have both made significant progress recently. Bang! In the kitchen, Dummy, who was preparing juice for Tony, accidentally knocked over the blender once again. Tony shook his head in resignation. Dummy remained as clumsy as ever, showing no signs of improvement. I should really dismantle you and turn you into my liquor rack. Jarvis, stop those foul things from today onwards. I will resume using the nutrient hibernation pod to repair my body. A wise decision, sir. It seems young Master Viko has convinced you. That's right, he has indeed inherited my excellent genes, and his ability to express himself is catching up to me. By the way, where are the files left by my father? If you need them, you can directly access your personal server to view them. Every time Master Viko reviews the files, he scans and uploads them to the server for future use. When he was 7 years old, he had already organized and entered all the data. This kid really loves to learn. It seems I need to make an effort as well, or I'll really be surpassed by that brat. It sounded like Tony was stubbornly unwilling to be surpassed by Viko, but even Tony himself didn't realize that his lips unconsciously curved upwards when discussing this topic. Jarvis, prepare the nutrient solution for me. I'm going to use the nutrient hibernation pod. It's been a long time, and I have no idea how long this repair will take. Based on estimation, it will take approximately an hour and a half. I have ensured an ample supply of nutrient solution, so please use it with confidence. An hour and a half later, Tony woke up from the nutrient pod and once again used a portable toxicity detector. The test results showed a blood toxicity level of 0%. Baymax. Tony called through the speakers in the villa. Squeak, squeak. Soon, Baymax emerged from Viko's room, descended the stairs, and stood in front of Tony. May I inquire, old master, if there is anything you need assistance with? Help me perform a full-body examination. Very well, the scan begins. Scan complete. The results show that your body is in excellent health, except for the chronic issue in your chest for which there is currently no better treatment solution. All other examination results are normal. As long as you continue using the nutrient pod for body repair and exercise caution when using your Iron Man suit, the spread of palladium poisoning will remain within manageable and safe limits. Alright, so I can go to the Monaco Grand Prix in a few days, is that right? That's correct, old master, your physical condition is great, and you can definitely undertake long-distance travel. Baymax nodded in response. Oh, I don't just want to take a flight and observe with my eyes. There are some things I still want to experience firsthand. By the way, Jarvis, how has Pepper been performing lately? After appointing her as the CEO of Stark Industries, has she encountered any challenging issues that require my assistance? Miss Pepper has been performing perfectly, sir, even better than when you were the CEO. I don't believe she needs your help. Alright, Tony said somewhat disappointedly. By the way, let's have Natalie join us in Monaco on the 24th. Monaco, Hotel de Paris Monte Carlo. The Hotel de Paris, opened in 1864, is the finest hotel in Monaco. Boasting stunning beauty. The hotel is adorned with meticulously carved Roman-style columns made of marble, exuding a rich royal atmosphere throughout the space, dazzling and blinding. Tony and Viko, along with their entourage, will be staying here for the racing event. Just behind the hotel lies the main venue of the Monaco Grand Prix, the Circuit de Monaco. At this moment, a social reception is taking place in the hotel's banquet hall, filled with famous socialites and wealthy businessmen. When Tony and Viko entered the hall, everyone's gaze was involuntarily drawn to them. One was the most attention-grabbing man in the world. And the other was the most successful money magnate in the world. At this moment, everyone present harbored the thought of establishing a connection with the two. However, among these people, one person took the initiative, and unfortunately, it was the one Tony and Viko disliked the most. Hey, Tony. Is that you? Well, I didn't expect to run into my least favorite person Justin Hammer as soon as I arrived. Tony made a funny face towards Viko. I agree with you, Viko also nodded, expressing his approval. Do you have something to discuss with me, Mr. Hammer? I thought you should be worried about the Defense Department canceling your orders. No, Tony, it's just a postponement, not a cancellation. I wanted to exhibit our company's products at the Stark Expo. If you invent something useful, I'll consider reserving a showcase for you. Anyway, my new secretary, Natalie, needs to speak with me. It seems I can't chat with you any longer. Tony saw Natalie waving to him and took the opportunity to free himself from Hammer's entanglement. At this moment, Justin Hammer shifted his gaze to Viko, who was left behind by Tony. Chapter 81. Under the gaze of the Justin Hammer, Viko felt a chill run up his spine, sending shivers down his whole body. It felt as if he were being stared at by a lizard. Even though you know a lizard can't harm you, it still disgusts you. Don't look at me like that, Justin. While homosexuality is not illegal, but being a pedophile is. If you dare to do anything, I will make sure you suffer before sending you to prison, Viko threatened without giving Justin Hammer any face. After all, there was no possibility of any business dealings or academic exchanges between them, so there was no need to worry about his reputation. You've misunderstood, Viko. As you just heard, Hammer Industries has temporarily suspended the defense contracts we received from the Department of Defense. I've heard that Viko Research Center's new product, the virtual reality console, is in high demand every day. Its productivity with only the Stark industry can no longer meet the Viko II's consumption capacity. And, Hammer Industries currently has ample production capacity. Can you consider transferring some of the orders to Hammer Industries? We guarantee that we can complete all the orders on time. Justin Hammer proposed in a flattering manner to Viko. TCH, hearing Hammer's idea, Viko laughed disdainfully. Mr. Hammer, I think you've misunderstood one premise. The reason our products are in short supply is not due to production capacity issues, but rather quality control. Everyone in the industry knows that Hammer Industries products are notorious for being low quality and cheap. If it weren't for Stark Industries shutting down its weapons division, I don't think even the Department of Defense would hand their orders over to you. With that, Viko turned around without caring about the expression on Justin Hammer's face, leaving the banquet hall. Today, Tony was participating in the main race of the racing event, and Viko had to go to the venue to cheer him on. However, Viko hesitated about whether he should keep Tony's secret from Pepper. When he thought about the terrifying aura Pepper would unleash if she found out he was Tony's accomplice, Viko decided to play the traitor once again. I'm sorry, Dad. Circuit de Monaco, main venue of the Monaco Racing Grand Prix. As Tony appeared on the track wearing his racing driver's suit, the media and the audience at the scene erupted in excitement. The famous genius, philanthropist, and Iron Man, Tony Stark, was actually going to compete with professional racers today, and this topic alone was enough to make tomorrow's front-page headlines. Mr. Stark, why did you decide to personally participate in this race event? A reporter asked Tony, raising the microphone. Having a race car means you have to race, and it's a healthy competition, otherwise, what's the point of having a race car? And I believe that I can drive this car to win the championship today. Meanwhile, Pepper, having received Viko's message, quickly joined Happy and Natalie in the car and headed to the starting point of the Circuit de Monaco. The car is already in autonomous driving mode, Thunderbolt is driving in the most accurate and safe manner possible, we can't go any faster, Happy said helplessly. And look, the live stream on the phone shows that the race has already started, we can't stop him now. It's all your fault, Viko. How could you keep this from us and let him do such a dangerous thing? Ouch, it hurts. Well, both of you never listen to me anyway, so it's hard for me too. But Pepper, don't worry, I made the racing suit and helmet Tony is wearing today using graphene materials, safety is guaranteed. While the other three were busy worrying about Tony, Natalie, who was also in the car, or rather, Natasha Romanoff, was equally astonished by the Thunderbolts designed by Viko. As the Thunderbolt drove in autonomous mode, every turn and brake was perfectly executed. It pushed the car's speed to the extreme on crowded city roads. Such precise control. Even for someone like her who was skilled in various driving techniques and had maxed out her driving to survive skill as a seasoned agent, was unimaginable. It wasn't until now that Natasha truly understood why their director had included this underage kid in the Avengers Initiative. Just the intelligence hidden within his young mind was comparable to a formidable army. Ah! Suddenly, Happy exclaimed as he was following the race on his phone through the live stream. Pepper looked at him and asked, "What's wrong, Happy?" Happy handed his phone to her and said, "Take a look." In the live stream, a man wearing a racetrack staff uniform suddenly rushed onto the track, with speeding cars zooming past him. This man seemed indifferent to the danger around him. He shamelessly took off his shirt, revealing two electrically charged whips. And with a swift motion, he sliced through an approaching car. Everyone realized that this man was not a trembling lamb but a menacing wolf about to reveal his fangs. "Thunderbolt, we have to break into the track, we won't make it if we try to drive there on the road." Pepper's urgency grew stronger as she saw this scene, fearing that Tony would be the next victim. She made a decisive decision to break through the blockade and rush onto the track. Chapter 82. Boom! Thunderbolt's engine roared as it broke through the unmanned barrier and entered the racetrack. With no interference or obstacles from other vehicles on the main road, the Thunderbolt could finally unleash its proudest speed. Its red body and golden patterns truly resembled a fiery lightning bolt, creating a thunderous sensation on the road. "He's right ahead, that man is right ahead." Thunderbolt, now traveling against the flow of traffic, instantly brought the group to the location where the mysterious man was causing trouble. "Isn't that Tony's car?" Natasha, with her sharp eyes, was the first to spot the blue race car that had completed a turn and entered a straight stretch. The distinct Viko inks on the car made her recognize it as the one driven by Tony. "Get out of the car quickly!" Viko shouted to everyone. "Thunderbolt, go save your master." "Please rest assured, it's my duty," Thunderbolt replied. After uttering these words, Thunderbolt began transforming in front of Pepper and the others. Watching Thunderbolt, which had already impressed them, transform into a nearly 4-meter tall combat robot, Natasha felt that today was the most thrilling day she had experienced in her many years as a spy. Beside Natasha, Happy, who was witnessing the transformation of the newly created Transformer for the first time, couldn't help but drool. He realized how fortunate he was to be driving this precious machine and serving Tony every day. No wonder Tony didn't even drive his beloved Audi R8 anymore. Thunderbolt was just too cool. Sooner said than done, Thunderbolt completed its transformation and took a giant step, swiftly arriving in front of the whip-wielding man. At this moment, the man was swinging his plasma whip, launching an attack on Tony. However, Tony, inside the speeding race car, had no time to dodge or evade. He was about to be struck. Clang! In a critical moment, an enormously large battle axe intercepted the whip's attack, allowing Tony to pass unharmed. Squeak zzz. Tony narrowly escaped the attack and abruptly skidded to a stop in the track's buffer zone. Happy, throw the box over. The moment the car came to a halt, Tony saw Pepper, Happy, and Natalie by the side of the track, as well as the Viko II portable armor held by Happy. He immediately called Happy to throw the box to him. Happy understood his intentions and tossed the box to the front of the car. Tony acted swiftly, unbuckling his seatbelt and removing his helmet. He jumped out of the race car and stomped on the box with his hand. With a quick upward pull, the Viko II portable armor was fully suited up. The Viko II armor, which contained only simple energy cannons and protective functions, eliminated the flaws of previous generations that required extensive mechanical assistance for suiting up. Although its attack power had significantly decreased, it was more than sufficient for dealing with emergency situations. Furthermore, Tony had paid a hefty price to have Viko add 2 miniature hovering cannons to the portable armor, significantly enhancing its defensive and offensive capabilities compared to the original design. However, in the brief moment after Tony suited up and turned around, to his surprise, Whiplash, who had entered the scene with a majestic and imposing presence, was already being pressed down and rubbed into the ground by Thunderbolt. Whiplash, enraged and wanting to counterattack once again, had just stood up and hadn't even had a chance to swing his dual whips when Thunderbolt's large battle axe swiftly attacked, Thunder Half Moon Slash. Clang! 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 Thunderbolt unleashed its ultimate move, Thunder Half Moon Slash. With an invisible speed. In Tony's eyes, he only saw several flashes of blades passing by. Crack! The entire set of equipment on Whiplash's body was sliced apart by the sharp energy blades and fell to the ground. Well, I know Thunderbolt, you're fast, but does everything have to be this fast? I haven't even had a chance to make my entrance. Approaching Thunderbolt's side and looking at the unconscious Whiplash on the ground, along with the scattered wreckage of his equipment, Tony curiously picked up the energy core from the debris. With the assistance of the suit's analysis system, Tony immediately recognized it as an arc reactor. Good job, Thunderbolt, return to Pepper and others to protect them. It seems I have some business to discuss with this terrorist gentleman. Inside the local detention center in Monaco, Tony used his personal connections and, accompanied by the local police, arrived at the place where Whiplash was temporarily held. Mr. Stark, we checked his fingerprints, but found nothing. We don't even have a name. We're not even sure if he speaks English. He hasn't said a word so far, the local police officer explained while leading Tony. Give me 5 minutes. Please, go ahead. Entering the holding room and looking at Whiplash, who had no equipment left and was completely defenseless, Tony spoke first. Impressive replica, but the rotation speed is a bit low. You could easily double it and allow anti-energy to pass through ionized plasma conduits. However, your counterfeit product is quite good. What I don't understand is that with this, you could make a lot of money. You could sell it to any country on Earth or even directly on the black market. No one would refuse your offer. Your family is nothing but thieves and butchers. Like every criminal, you want to rewrite your own history, erase those whose lives were taken by the Stark family, so don't think about lecturing me, because you're not worthy. Whiplash finally spoke, proving that he could not only speak English but also wasn't mute. Then I'll ask you one question, where did you get my design from? My father, Anton Vanko. I haven't heard of him. You should be grateful to him because he's the reason you're still alive. I'm not dead because you failed to kill me. What is the truth, then? You are living under the mask of hypocrisy. Do you dare to face the bloody reality beneath your bright and glamorous facade? In the end, I remind you, death by palladium poisoning is very painful. Thank you, but I will never experience that. Chapter 83. Oh, you're here. I'm glad you're here, welcome. In a spacious aircraft hangar, a dining table and 2 chairs were awkwardly placed in front of AN-1767 private jet. Justin Hammer sat in one of the chairs, having his meal. However, upon seeing the newcomer, he became extremely excited and thrilled. He quickly swallowed the food in his mouth and stood up to greet him. Hey, look at what you've done. Quickly release the handcuffs on my friend's hands. Sorry about that. I'm your super fan, and I don't want to leave a bad impression on you. Well then, let me introduce myself. I'm Justin Hammer, and I want to do some business with you. Please, have a seat. Hammer and his aforementioned friend sat down at the table. What would you like? We have everything here, you can order whatever you want. But speaking of which, you also want to kill Tony Stark, don't you? I saw you attacking him on the racetrack. You stood in front of him like a godly warrior. I was truly amazed when I saw that. If it weren't for that huge automaton, maybe you would have become the new greatest genius of this era. I decided right then and there that they couldn't take you away. I have abundant resources, and you have exceptional talent. I believe our cooperation can be a match made in heaven. Indeed, the newcomer was none other than Whiplash, who had previously been detained. Justin Hammer was captivated by his exceptional talent and intelligence. But more importantly, they shared the same dislike for Tony Stark, which became the opportunity for their collaboration. I think it's time to say, happy cooperation, two like-minded souls, united in villainy. Whiplash and Hammer reached a sinister alliance, each with their own hidden motives. Although the attack in Monaco had come to an end, its impact was far from over. Another evil individual, equipped with an arc reactor and extraordinary gear has emerged, shattering Tony's declaration that he alone could uphold world peace. To make matters worse, Thunderbolt's appearance, while alleviating public unease, also drew the attention of the Parliament Military Committee towards Viko. They were eager to force this fascinating father-son duo to hand over their powerful mechanical technology because such immense power could be used by anyone else. Where's Tony? Upon hearing that Tony had returned to the mansion, Rhodey rushed over. He could hardly believe that the Iron Man armor had already caused him enough trouble, and now. With his nephew's invention, the car robot, Rhodey felt like the few remaining visible hairs on his head would proudly retire due to this incident. Inside the villa, Pepper and undercover Natasha were dealing with the impact of this event on Stark Industries. With the influence of the Viko Research Center, the company's stock price did not fluctuate much. But the media and public attention kept them incredibly busy. Pepper was on the phone, giving instructions to the employees while pointing towards the direction of the underground garage, which served as an answer to Rhodey's question. Sir, the search is complete. Anton Vanko was a Soviet physicist who defected to the United States in 1963, but he was accused of being a spy and was expelled from the country in 1967. His son, who is Whiplash, Ivan Vanko, is also a physicist. He was sentenced to 15 years in a copious prison for selling weapons-grade plutonium materials from the Soviet era to other countries. There are no other records. After returning home, Tony immediately had Jarvis help him search for information about Anton Vanko. Amongst these records, Tony came across a photo of his father, Howard, working together with Anton Vanko. This stirred up emotions within him. Is it okay to let Pepper handle the company's affairs alone? You're being reckless this time. I'm caught in the middle between you and her. It's not easy for me, and now, those old senators have their eyes on me. Sigh. Moreover, instead of investigating Ivan Vanko, I think you should focus more on grandfather's research data and resolve the issue with your chest as soon as possible. I understand, but Tony hadn't finished speaking when he was interrupted by Rhodey entering the garage. Tony, and Viko, it's great that you're both here. You need to go upstairs and take care of this matter. You don't know how much time I spent today convincing the military not to bring tanks and crash through your front gate to take all this away. If they want to take your Iron Man suits, they will not bother playing games with you. If they really do that, I'll show them the power of the Dominator, Viko confidently declared. What Dominator? Viko, don't stir up any more trouble, otherwise, they'll just have a meeting on how to divide your piece of meat instead of being threatened by your so-called Dominator. Hey, Tony. How are you doing? Quick, Uncle Rhodey, move him to the nutrient hibernation pod. Viko also jumped up and gave instructions hastily. He hasn't undergone physical repairs for the past few days, hasn't taken chlorophyll juice to suppress the toxins in his body, and the accumulation of palladium in his system has exceeded the safe limit due to this. Toxins? Viko, you have to tell me what you've been hiding from me after this. Now it's time to tell me the truth, Viko. Alright, here's what happened. Chapter 84. So, Tony has been showing symptoms of palladium poisoning for several months, and you kept everyone in the dark during this time. You should have at least trusted me. Why did you have to fight this battle alone? Rhodey felt a pang of pity for Tony's stubbornness. He wanted to single-handedly protect the world but forgot that once he took off that Iron Man suit, he was just a slightly smarter ordinary person. But now, the suit not only protected his safety but also shielded his inner self, making him unwilling to show his vulnerability and pain to his friends. Uncle Rhodey, even though you were my dad's best friend, you are also a soldier. The more you know, the more torn you will be between friendship and loyalty. Just like during the last hearing, you wanted to help my dad, but as a soldier, you had to follow Senator Stern's orders. Dad didn't want you to be in a difficult position. I know, but I feel like I've been a lousy friend. What's the deal with that nutrient hibernation pod? Can it alleviate Tony's palladium poisoning symptoms? No problem. Viko reassured, patting his chest. The nutrient hibernation pod is an auxiliary facility I created for long-term virtual reality immersion and time acceleration in the virtual world. The nutrient solution inside is an improved version of the super soldier serum that created Captain America. It can remove toxins and waste from the body, accelerate wound healing, and repair damaged cells and genes. Dad used to use the hibernation pod regularly for physical repairs, which kept him in good shape all along. But this time, due to external psychological stress and his own lack of attention to chlorophyll supplementation, the permeation of palladium into his body accelerated, leading to this onset of symptoms. After listening to Viko's explanation, Rhodey's worries eased. But he was also secretly shocked because this invention of Viko's was incredibly important for a soldier who risked their lives on the battlefield. Having it meant that even if one was severely injured on the battlefield, as long as they could make it back to the base, they could quickly recover and return to the fight. Most importantly, the physical repairs from the nutrient hibernation pod not only had no side effects but also benefited the body greatly. Once this technology was widely implemented, it would not only provide greater protection for soldiers' lives but also prevent them from being forced to retire due to disabilities. With these thoughts in mind, Rhodey was tempted to ask Viko to grant authorization for this technology to the military committee. However, Rhodey quickly regained his clarity and realized that the military committee was currently pressuring Tony and Viko to hand over their Iron Man suits and Transformers technology. If he brought up this request now, it would backfire and jeopardize the possibility of cooperation. It's an astonishing talent, Viko. Perhaps you will become an even more revocable person than your grandfather Howard Stark and your father Tony. Since Tony will be okay now, tell me. What are your thoughts and how do you plan to deal with the relentless demands from the military committee? Sigh. Viko shook his head and let out a sigh. I can only listen to my dad on this matter. I can't make the final decision. You know him, he doesn't respond well to force. If he's unhappy, he becomes even more resistant. The military committee's actions will eventually provoke his retaliation, let alone compromise. And with the nature of those guys on the military committee, if they really get their hands on the suits and my Transformers, the Third World War won't be far behind. Upon hearing Viko's response, Rhodey remained silent, but from his helpless gaze, it was evident that he somewhat agreed with this analysis. After all, he knew both the military committee and Tony very well. But what? Rhodey quickly asked, sensing from Viko's tone that he might have a solution. Well, compromise is actually possible. We just need to find a way that takes into account both the military committee's face and Tony's feelings. So, if you, Uncle Rhodey, represent the military and have Tony authorize you to possess one suit of armor, it would make the military committee feel that Tony is giving in to them, while Tony would see it as a gift to a friend rather than bowing down to the military. Great idea. Rhodey exclaimed with a joyful smile. It's true what they say about smart people having a different kind of brain. Viko's mind was truly brilliant, as he quickly solved the problem that had been giving him a headache for so long. If the plan was feasible, Rhodey would no longer have to be caught in the middle of the military committee and Tony, torn between them. Then let's discuss it thoroughly once Tony wakes up. But this only solves Tony's problem, now those people have set their sights on you as well. Rhodey reminded Viko. In fact, he had a little plan of his own. If Viko could act as a supplier and provide nutrient hibernation pods to the military, it would be a win-win situation for everyone. As for me, Viko chuckled softly in response to Rhodey's reminder. Isn't it easy to outsmart those naive politicians? I have something up my sleeve that hasn't seen the light of day yet. Although Viko didn't mention the nutrient hibernation pods as a compromise, looking at his confident expression, Rhodey knew that it was undoubtedly an invention that could rival the Transformers. Don't underestimate me. This invention, in terms of its power, surpasses even the Transformers. And when it comes to how much money it burns, well, the Transformers can't catch up to it in this lifetime. And, why would I let the military committee have it at a cheap price? No matter who you are, in the end, you'll obediently bring your money to me. Chapter 85. Found it. Viko led Rhodey to his room and spent nearly half an hour rummaging through his collection room, finally finding a dusty metal briefcase. This is it. I was thrilled when I created it, but unfortunately, due to the technological limitations back then, even with pure silver as the material for the supercapacitor, the battery life was still unsatisfactory. So, I kept it stored here and never brought it out again. Later on, even though there were better capacitor technologies and more practical power supply solutions, compared to my new invention, this piece's practicality was somewhat limited, so I didn't upgrade it. As Viko introduced his long-forgotten invention to Rhodey, he opened the combination lock on the briefcase. Click, the lock opened. Inside the small briefcase was a cylindrical object measuring no more than 20 centimeters in length. The invention was silver gray in color, with a red circular button in the middle. At the bottom, there was a circular groove that seemed to require some additional components. On the top was a beautifully cut crystal, and other than that, Rhodey couldn't see anything particularly special about the object. How do you use this thing? Rhodey picked up the silver gray cylinder and fiddled with it, but he had no clue. It needs to be equipped with a supercapacitor to function. Let me see if I have a fully charged one. Ah, here's one. Viko found a usable supercapacitor from his cluttered toolbox and placed it into the groove at the bottom of the cylinder. With a click, the capacitor locked into place, and the unknown crystal on top emitted a faint glow. This thing can be described as a personal shielding field or a spherical shielding field model. The invention consists of a supercapacitor at the bottom for power supply, a Hohmann field effect generator in the middle, and an imaging device at the top. The electrical energy inside the supercapacitor, after passing through the Hohmann field effect generator, forms a spherical energy shield that prevents any object from entering it. The imaging device at the top indicates the range and intensity of the energy field. The higher the imaging brightness, the stronger the shielding field, and vice versa. Wait. Rhodey interrupted Viko's self-absorbed explanation and straightforwardly said. I don't understand all these principles, just tell me how to use and what it's used for. Alright, to put it simply, the amount of energy in the capacitor determines the shield's ability to withstand attacks of equivalent energy. And the larger the device and the capacitor, which means more energy. So, compared to a personal device, when applied to a larger scale, it can withstand more intense attacks. You mean, this invention can be used not only by individuals but also scaled up to a larger range if someone has the capability. Rhodey looked at Viko in disbelief, his face filled with astonishment. Although this invention didn't possess any offensive capabilities, the impact it brought surpassed even that of Transformers, leaving Rhodey wide-eyed in amazement. That's about it. But as I mentioned earlier, this invention has a major flaw: energy. To maintain its operation for a long time, it requires a supercapacitor with a large capacity while remaining lightweight and portable. The only material that meets these criteria is graphene, and currently, Viko Research Center is the only company holding the patent and capable of mass-producing graphene. In short, if you want to use it, you'll have to pay up. On the other hand, if we want to expand the defense range, besides the considerable construction and material costs, filling the huge capacitor with electricity is also a massive expense. Currently, the only source of large and inexpensive clean energy in the world is the arc reactor in my father's hands. If someone wants to use it, they have to pay. In other words, if I submit this invention to the military committee, it may seem like a compromise on my part. But in reality, they will not only have to give me and my father a large amount of money every year, but we will also control a supply chain. This transaction is a guaranteed profit for me. Rode nodded in agreement with Viko's viewpoint. It's a win-win deal. You and your father can get rid of the military committee's interference, make a big profit, and secure a protective shield for yourselves. As long as you grasp the military supply chain lifeline, they won't dare to target you easily. However, all of this relies on the reliability of your technology. Rode said. He wasn't doubting Viko's abilities, but he needed to see the protective capabilities of the shield in action before he could use it as a condition to negotiate with the military committee. Then let's give it a try. Outside the Stark mansion, Rode sat in his car with Viko, feeling a bit nervous and concerned. He asked, "Are you sure we should do this?" "Ah." Viko sighed impatiently. "Uncle Rode, this is the 12th time you've asked me this question in the past 10 minutes, I'm certain, absolutely sure and confident. Just step on the gas pedal and crash into that tree. I guarantee the shield will protect your car, it wouldn't even get a scratch. If anything happens, I'll buy you a new one." "All right. Since you say so, Uncle can rest assured." His only concern was his beloved car. After all, he wasn't as rich as the Stark family. If it got damaged, he would be heartbroken. Vroom. Rode released the brake slightly and then stepped hard on the accelerator. With the roar of the engine, the car quickly accelerated and collided head-on with the tree in front. After a while, realizing that he didn't feel any impact from the collision, Rode slowly opened his eyes. In front of him was the shield produced through the device. The image crystal's brightness had dimmed significantly compared to before the impact, indicating that it had consumed a lot of energy to withstand the collision. The unfortunate tree that was selected as the target had been reduced to debris under the effect of the shield, rather than simply breaking like a normal collision. Rode cautiously shifted into reverse and backed up the car. The car was still functioning and ran smoothly. Remembering that he didn't feel any impact during the collision, Rode looked at Viko and smiled with a meaningful expression. Chapter 86. What are you two doing here? Tony looked at Rode and Viko inside the car with a puzzled expression. You're awake, Tony. Rode turned around, saw Tony standing by the car, and immediately opened the door to hug him tightly. Tony struggled and pushed Rode away. I don't have a habit of hugging men, go away, I just had irregular eating habits that led to low blood sugar. Viko's nutrition hibernation pod works well for this minor issue. Seeing Tony still trying to conceal his condition, Rode put his hand on Tony's shoulder and looked into his eyes seriously. Don't lie to me anymore, Tony, Viko has already told me about your situation. Palladium poisoning is not a minor issue like low blood sugar that can be solved with a glucose shot. I just want you to know that if you ever need anything. This friend of yours is someone you can rely on. I knew that big mouth Viko couldn't keep a secret, he blabbed everything about me. Tony said, giving Viko a fierce look. But don't worry too much. With the nutrient hibernation pod Viko gave me, palladium poisoning doesn't threaten my life anymore. After the repairs were completed, I tested my blood toxicity, and it's completely cleared. Moreover, I've gained a lot of inspiration from my father's manuscripts these past few days. I believe I'll soon be able to create a new element to replace palladium. I'm a genius, this difficulty won't defeat me. Rhodes said, I hope so, but before that, you need to solve the immediate problem. Viko has come up with a win-win solution for both you and the military committee, I think you should listen to it. Oh. It's Viko's idea? Well, it seems those politicians in the military committee should be prepared to bleed heavily. Like father, like son. Even before hearing what Viko's plan was, Tony had already guessed that the side targeted by Viko would suffer greatly. Sure enough, after listening to Rhodes' description of Viko's plan, Tony couldn't contain his excitement. This is fantastic. Ha ha ha. Viko, you little devil, you truly deserve to be the world's #1 schemer in my opinion. Rhodes, you put on Viko II armor and take the shield generator back. I want to see if the politicians in the military committee will fall into this trap. Following Viko's plan, Tony granted Rhodes access to Viko II and sent him back to the military base with the shield generator. The plan progressed smoothly. Upon seeing Viko II and the shield generator brought back by Rhodes, the greedy politicians in the military committee seemed to envision the tremendous political achievements they could gain from them. Without much thought, they fell into the trap Viko had set. Soon, the military committee dropped the charges against Tony. And on the other hand, the reputation of the Stark Expo began to spread. The novelty of the Expo's ideas and creative inventions delighted and captivated all the visitors, resulting in a continuous rise in Stark Industries' stock price for several days. In addition to Pepper's efficient management methods, a crisis that was still brewing was quietly eliminated. Happy birthday to you, happy birthday to you. At Stark Mansion, Tony blew out the candles on the cake while Viko and Pepper sang the birthday song, making a wish for his 42nd birthday. Tony didn't throw a big birthday party this year, nor did he engage in a fierce battle wearing his Iron Man suit with War Machine. He simply celebrated this special day with the people most important to him. Although the palladium poisoning crisis didn't actually pose a life-threatening danger to him, it made him realize even more what he should cherish. In this moment of making a wish, Tony felt that this might be the most fulfilling time in his 42 years of life. Happy birthday, Tony. This is the gift I got for you. The deep blue wrapping paper was tied with a pink ribbon, and hanging from the ribbon was a small card with words written on it. Tony unwrapped the gift and found an exquisite white ceramic cup inside. I noticed that you developed a sudden liking for chlorophyll drinks, so, I personally made this ceramic cup for you. You can use it for your favorite drink from now on. Thank you, I love it. The gift may not be expensive, but it was a present carefully crafted by Pepper after observing Tony's lifestyle habits. For Tony, it was more precious than any valuable gift. My gift is relatively simple, Viko said, raising his hand to check the time. It's about time, the gift should be here, come with me outside and look up at the sky. Tick, 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 in the pitch-black night sky, the sound of rotating propellers reached Tony's ears. Soon, a helicopter descended from the sky and landed on the mansion's helipad. It was an orange and white twin-rotor helicopter, and Tony could sense its power and speed from the air currents it generated during landing. This is the birthday gift I got for you. Knowing that you like Transformers, I specially designed and created this helicopter transformer for you. Its name is Tornado, and the wings on the rotors can transform into twin swords, becoming its weapons. And, the fuselage carries a large number of floating cannon units on both sides, making it the most powerful and maneuverable transformer I have ever made. After carefully examining Tornado, Tony turned to Viko with a serious and earnest look. Actually, I feel like I've been reborn since I escaped from the 10 Rings on July 16th last year. So, I want to celebrate my birthday on that day again. What do you say? Get lost. Chapter 87. Hey, Coulson, is there something you need? Viko asked as he received a call from Coulson on the helicopter. It had been a long time since Coulson contacted him since the last time he helped S.H.I.E.L.D. solve the power issue with the helicarrier. It's been a while, Viko, I can hear it's noisy around you, can you hear me on the phone? No problem, Tony just received the helicopter I gave him as a birthday gift, so he took me and Pepper for a test flight. If you have something to say, go ahead, I can hear you clearly. Alright, our director Fury and someone wants to meet you and your father, Tony Stark, tomorrow. I'm not sure if it's convenient for you. I have no problem with that, but I need to check if Tony has time. I'll get back to you later, Coulson. Okay, I won't disturb you for now, call you later. The next day, at the donut shop. Did you call us out to discuss your superhero boy band again? Honestly, I'm not interested. Tony and Fury sat facing each other at a table in the booth by the window, with Viko sitting beside Tony. I remember you like to handle everything on your own, the difference is that you mess things up while Viko solves things perfectly, isn't that ironic? How's the research on the new element going? Any results? When Nick Fury mentioned the new element, Tony widened his eyes and looked at him with surprise. How do you know that I've been searching for a new element? After Tony finished speaking, he stared at Viko with his large, expressive eyes. You even told him? It was clear that Tony was suspicious and blamed Viko for blabbering. It wasn't me, when have I ever revealed your information to someone who's just an acquaintance? I'm selective about that, you know. Your business wasn't revealed by Viko, but by me. At this moment, a curvaceous redhead in a black tight suit approached from behind the father and son. She then said to Fury. I cleared the area, but it's better not to take too much time. Seeing the face of the person, Tony suddenly became angry and said, You've been fired, Miss Natalia. Fury made room for the newcomer to sit beside him and introduced, Tony, this is Natasha Romanoff, a level 7 agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. Hahaha, just as Tony was shocked by the truth of the situation, Viko broke the serious atmosphere. Dad, you mean you haven't even noticed that there's an agent lurking around you? That's hilarious. I'm much better than you. The S.H.I.E.L.D. agent, Melinda, who was sent to me was spotted by me on the first day. Although Viko recognized both Melinda and Natasha due to the advantage of being a prophet as a time traveler, still he wouldn't miss the chance to mock Tony. On the other hand, Fury and Natasha were genuinely shocked. They didn't expect that Melinda May, one of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s most elite and top agents, had been discovered by the surveillance target on her very first day of infiltration. If it weren't for Viko being such a law-abiding and good-hearted kid, but instead was a vicious and evil criminal, Melinda would likely be in danger. I'm very sorry, both of you. But the surveillance I sent to monitor you was not malicious. I just wanted to observe and see if you have the qualifications to join the Avengers Initiative while ensuring your safety. And if it weren't for that, I wouldn't have known that Tony is already sick, let alone that you, Viko, are hiding so many valuable things without bringing them out. It seems that the price we negotiated last time didn't satisfy you. I'm not sick, I'm just palladium poisoned, Tony stubbornly replied. Is that so? If it weren't for Viko's hibernation chamber helping you, would you still be bouncing around like this? But I've made progress. I looked through Howard's old manuscripts, and I believe I'll soon find a new element to replace palladium. Perhaps I have something that can help you. 3 minutes later. Nick, thank you both for coming today. It was a pleasant conversation. Viko, remember our deal. Bring your list of inventions when you have time, and I'll grant you access to the highest level technical data to choose from. Before you leave, I also want to ask, how did you manage to identify Agent Melinda's identity during your first meeting with her? Viko raised an eyebrow, his thoughts flashing in his mind, and he came up with a plausible explanation. Since you asked sincerely, I'll generously tell you. To maintain, wait, I misspoke. Ahem, here's the thing, I previously developed an emotion perception system for Baymax. Through the algorithm derived from this system, I created a system called S.H.I.E.L.D, which can capture facial information from surveillance cameras and determine the threat level and corresponding emotions of a person towards me. When Melinda came for an interview, the candidate not only failed to show any respectful emotions towards her future boss, but her threat level even exceeded that of adult males in our company. Women like her usually engage in extraordinary work, and I have only sensed such temperament from Coulson before, so I knew she was an agent from our first meeting. However, it was only after confirming that Agent Romanoff is indeed a S.H.I.E.L.D. agent, and considering their similar joining dates, I deduced Melinda was also sent by your agency. Applause ensued. Brilliant. Nick Fury applauded and cheered for Viko's reasoning. It seems our agents still need to continue improving, or they might be replaced by advanced technology. Chapter 88. Stark Mansion. Nice to see you again, Tony. Viko. Nick Fury visited the place once more. However, unlike the last time when he sneaked in under the cover of darkness, Fury had vowed since that day that he would only enter this place openly in broad daylight. He still vividly remembered the experience of being tied up by Viko. Director, once you're done with your conversation with Dad, do you have time to talk about our deal? I've already prepared everything. Fury, no problem, I think it's fine to postpone other matters compared to your deal. In that case, you two can talk first. I'll take the items to the laboratory in the underground garage. Viko turned around and left, while countless micromagnetic axis robots under his control began to move. Fury was highly impressed by the talent and technology Viko displayed. If Tony's inventions made him feel like a dreamer, then Viko was more like a practical doer. For agents like them, who relied heavily on their intellect, nothing was more enticing than Viko's inventions. But getting back on track, they needed to address Tony's issue first. Tony, do you know that thing on your chest was made based on unfinished technology? I already know that. I found some clues in the research manuscripts left by Howard. He must have discovered an efficient, clean, and non-toxic new element back then. However, due to technological limitations at the time, he couldn't complete the preparation of the new element, so he used palladium as a substitute. I miniaturized this unfinished technology and greatly improved its operational efficiency, then applied it to myself, but it ultimately put me in a predicament. Unfortunately, I couldn't find the molecular structure of this new element in his manuscripts. That's right. Your father mentioned that the arc reactor was just a stepping stone to greater technology. He was preparing to launch an energy competition that would leave all competitors in the dust. He had stumbled upon a clue to a superpower source, and in front of it, a nuclear reactor would be like a AA battery. I think Anton Vanko was also involved in this project, right? Yes, Anton Vanko believed it would bring him enormous wealth. When your father found out, he expelled him from the country. When the Soviets realized he was useless, they exiled him to Siberia, where he lived a life of alcoholism and bitterness for 20 years. It wasn't a conducive environment for a child to grow up in. The one you encountered in Monaco was his son. So, how can this superpower source be completed? Your father said that to accomplish this plan, he could only rely on your intelligence and resources. That's impossible, Tony firmly denied. My father never believed in me. He was cold, calculating, and never once said he loved me or liked me. It's hard for me to believe he would say I can complete his great plan. It's not like that. Fury's response was equally firm. Is that so? It seems you understand my father even more than me. In fact, it's true, he was one of the founding members of S.H.I.E.L.D. With that said, Fury stood up, and his agents brought a box in front of Tony. What? Wait, what is this? This is what your father left for you. Go unravel it. Coulson and Natasha will be here watching you until you solve the puzzle and complete the superpower source. Otherwise, don't even think about leaving the mansion. I'm busy today, so I have to go talk to Viko about our deal. As Fury left Tony and arrived at the laboratory's glass door, he was stunned by the sight before him. Countless micromagnetic axis robots neatly arranged items in the laboratory, while Viko commanded everything from a high position. This truly amazes me. Is this technology also on our trade agenda today? Fury walked in and asked Viko. If you want it, of course, but this thing is not something an ordinary person can play with. To control so many micro-robots, coordinate their cooperation, and multitask with them, you need a clever brain, Viko explained to Fury. It seems I'll need to bring in a few smart subordinates to try it out. Show me the other inventions you've prepared first. I'm very excited about your demonstration. Then let's start with the familiar nutrient hibernation pod. I already told Agent Romanoff about its general function, but there is crucial information you probably don't know yet. The nutrient hibernation pod uses high-speed electron nuclear power to decompose and recombine the injected nutrient solution, creating a special substance that can repair the human body and provide necessary nutrition and energy. And this nutrient solution is derived from the modified super soldier serum I obtained from our previous trade. What? Nick Fury widened his remaining eye in astonishment, staring directly at Viko. Are you saying you have successfully replicated Dr. Erskine's super soldier serum formula? That's right, the difficulty of reproducing this formula isn't high, considering the amount of information Dr. Erskine left behind. By reverse engineering, it took me only 2 days to figure it out. Upon hearing this, Fury was struck like lightning. This was mind-boggling. Even the Hulk could go crazy. It took our shield. And even the military decades without success, and we accidentally created a Hulk in the process. And here you are, claiming it wasn't too difficult and finishing it in just 2 days. Chapter 89. Being able to repair external injuries, even cellular and genetic damage, is indeed a godsend for the agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. It greatly reduces the chances of casualties during their missions. However, I'm more interested in the super soldier serum you've managed to restore. With Nick Fury's discerning eyes, he naturally recognized the immense value of the nutrient hibernation pod. However, compared to the super soldier serum that can push ordinary people beyond their physiological limits and create legendary figures like Captain Steve Rogers, the nutrient hibernation pod's allure paled in comparison. Since its predecessor, the Strategic Scientific Reserve of S.H.I.E.L.D. has been entangled with the super soldier serum. After Dr. Erskine's death, S.H.I.E.L.D. and even the entire United States have devoted significant effort and resources over the past few decades to restore this captivating technology. Unfortunately, despite the countless brilliant scientists who dedicated their lives to it, they could only hover near the threshold of success. Although numerous prototypes were derived, none of them achieved the same effect as the one used on Captain America without significant side effects. Due to this enduring pursuit spanning over half a century, when Fury heard that Viko had successfully restored Dr. Erskine's super soldier serum, he has to seize the opportunity before him. And this was his initial intention when he carefully designed the trade, offering the related data of the super soldier serum and PIM particles as the reward. However, Viko shook his head firmly and declined, saying, "That's not possible." Leaving aside the fact that S.H.I.E.L.D. has now become the largest base of operations for the global terrorist organization known as Hydra, the super soldier serum still has a significant flaw. It's not that I don't want to make this trade, but as the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. you should be familiar with the former leader of Hydra, Johann Schmidt. Dr. Erskine left a clear record in the files given to me by S.H.I.E.L.D. The super soldier serum not only enhances the body but also strengthens the mind. It amplifies the dominant aspect of the user's inner self. Under its effect, Johann Schmidt became the most ruthless and evil Red Skull. Due to this experience, Dr. Erskine felt guilty and fled to America. After he improved the serum, he chose Steve Rogers as the new test subject precisely because of Rogers' unwavering heroism. That's also why I haven't used the super soldier serum on myself. Until the results are revealed, you never know whether you've created a great hero or the most vicious criminal. After listening to Viko's explanation, Fury fell silent. He now understood why Dr. Erskine hesitated to hand over the formula to the government after completing the serum's improvements. He was probably afraid that his technology would be misused by politicians during times of war, leading to further chaos. Even in the current peaceful era, Fury couldn't imagine the havoc that could be unleashed if criminals like the Red Skull could be mass-produced. After careful consideration, Fury looked at Viko solemnly and asked, "Can you ensure that the formula you've restored will never be known by anyone else?" Fury's question indicated that he had given up on the trade involving the super soldier serum. At the same time, he hoped that this technology would remain Viko's secret until it was truly perfected. Viko smiled faintly and pointed to his own head, replying, "Rest assured, it's all in here, guaranteed to be absolutely safe." "Well then, I believe in your ability to keep this secret. Now, show me the next invention," said Fury. He understood that Viko had sufficient technological means to protect himself, and keeping the formula of the super soldier serum in Viko's mind was the safest choice. Are you being too careless? I thought you were going to keep me confined and never let me see the outside world again. We are a legitimate government agency, not a criminal organization. How could we do something like that?" Fury had a wry smile on his face. In his heart, he thought, "And with your and Tony's technological capabilities, I wouldn't dare either." "Alright then, I'll trust you for now. As for this second item, you should have received the information in Agent Romanoff's report. I just made a trade with the military for this spherical shield field device. I remember last time you asked me to design a propulsion system for the helicarrier. I believe this device will be very useful for you. I guess the behemoth you have up there is only equipped with the military's current missile defense and detection system. That kind of defense is quite dangerous when dealing with flying targets. Moreover, I've made an upgrade to the device these past few days. It no longer requires manual activation. The added detection radar can automatically identify threats and activate the energy shield field, enhancing both security and energy efficiency. Moreover, using the same principle, the shielding layer can not only serve as the most solid protection but also become the most reliable super prison. As long as the generator's power supply can be maintained, no one can escape its range. Hearing Viko's description of the super prison, Fury raised an eyebrow. Showing great interest, he had considered adding a shielding field defense system to the helicarrier. But the construction costs allocated by the World Security Council were already tight, and he couldn't afford the energy consumption of such a behemoth. However, the idea of a super prison intrigued Fury. The main body of the helicarrier was already completed. And a special confinement room had been designed specifically to contain enemies with superpowers. Now, using a shielding field for the super prison seemed to be the most suitable solution. Forget about the helicarrier's defense, we don't have that much money to pay for its electricity. However, the idea of a super prison is interesting. We have a special requirement for a confinement room that needs to be built, and we'll need your assistance in designing it. No problem, as long as the technical data you provide satisfies me, consider the design a bonus. Now, let's move on to the third item, which is also the last invention for today. I believe it's the most suitable one for you. For me. Fury was now full of question. Viko's. Did Viko develop an invention specifically for him? That's right, it's perfect for you, especially considering you only have one eye. Viko looked at Fury with a compassionate expression. Oh, really? I appreciate you noticing that. Well, then please demonstrate how this invention is so suitable for me. Hearing Fury's sarcastic tone, Viko seemed to realize something and quickly took out his prized possession, showcasing it to Fury. Here, this is the last item for today, I've named it. Fury saw Viko reach into his pants pocket and take out a red headband-like object made of an unknown material, presenting it to him. Fury was furious in his heart. Noticing that Fury, upon seeing his invention this time, not only didn't inquire about its purpose and usage but also fell into silence, Viko looked up and realized that he had unintentionally mocked the one-eyed bald hero Nick Fury. It was definitely not what he had in mind. Afraid of further misunderstandings, Viko quickly explained. Don't judge this thing just by its appearance as a headband, its function is far from simple. It's hard for me to explain, but it's better if you experience its features firsthand. I guarantee it will surprise you. Fury pondered for a moment. Viko had high credibility with him, so perhaps he had misunderstood after all. Adjusting his not-so-pleasant mood, Fury took the headband from Viko's hand and asked, "How do I use it?" "The metal electrodes on both sides correspond to the position of your temples. Just put it on your head, and once it's worn, the device will automatically activate through sensory induction." Following Viko's instructions, Fury quickly put on the headband-like device. But just 3 seconds later, Nick felt as if an electric current had passed through his scalp. And the world changed. No, it should be said that his perspective of the world had changed. It wasn't a psychological sensation but a literal one. As the one-eyed Fury now had a 360-degree unobstructed vision. It's truly incredible. Fury was so excited that his speech became somewhat incoherent. In his field of vision, he could see everything from the front, back, left, right, up, and down every direction. However, the visual processing area in his brain did not become confused. He could still distinguish each direction's objects clearly and accurately judge their distances from himself. To confirm the accuracy of his perception, Fury took a pen out of his coat pocket and threw it directly behind him at the pen holder on the experimental table. Clang! The pen accurately landed in the pen holder, almost exactly as Fury had predicted. However, this invention was not flawless. If one were to nitpick and find a fault, it would be that apart from the images perceived by Fury's own eyes, which had true colors, all the additional perspectives provided by the invention appeared as a series of varying shades of light blue lines, making them look monotonous. But that couldn't be helped. When Viko invented this device, it was just a spur-of-the-moment idea, and he didn't invest too much effort into it. At that time, the virtual laboratory had just been completed. And Viko used some existing technology and made small inventions to relax his mind while studying the PIM particles. This artificial eye was created by utilizing the holographic scanning equipment used on Baymax's body and combining it with the recently developed virtual reality device, which also employed the brainwave device. The unexpected surprise was achieved through this combination. The entire headband had an outer ring with a circular holographic scanning array, which could scan and record images from all directions around the wearer and transmit them to the graphene core chip. The chip would process and restore the data to prevent the brain from being overwhelmed with such information. The processed information would be fully transmitted to the user's brain's visual center through the brainwave device, constructing a 360-degree omnidirectional vision. Because its functionality and display effects were similar to a White Eye Byakugan from an anime that Viko had seen in his previous life, he named it Artificial White Eye. Chapter 90. Reluctantly, Fury took off the headband the artificial white eye. He couldn't remember how many years it had been since he last saw the world around him so clearly. Back when his left eye was injured by the flurkin, he still had thick hair on his head and could be considered quite a handsome young man. Experiencing this again today almost brought tears of nostalgia to his middle-aged eyes. Hey! Don't take it off yet, you haven't fully experienced it. Not fully experienced it. Does this artificial white eye have other functions? To be honest, even if he had only tried the features he experienced just now, even if Viko had asked for an astronomical price and demanded all of S.H.I.E.L.D's technological data, Fury would still trade for this device. With the artificial white eye, it was like having a special agent with a full field of view. He would no longer fear surprise attacks, and it would be extremely effective against overwhelming enemies. Now Viko was saying that it had even more functions. Regardless of how practical they were, Fury's shopping desire had already been completely ignited. After the demonstration was over, he was determined to complete the transaction with Viko. That's right, it has other functions. Since we're already going all out, having just a full field of view isn't enough, we need to have a bird's eye view to truly become top-notch. Try double-tapping any part of the headband. After listening to Viko's instructions, Fury quickly put the headband back on and double-tapped it on his forehead as instructed. Indeed, after completing the action, Fury's perspective changed once again. Instead of being centered around himself with no blind spots, it now spread out from above, allowing him to overlook everything within a kilometer, every blade of grass and every tree. The principle of this function was actually very similar to the 360-degree surround view system in cars. The holographic scanning array in the headband's outer ring would capture a panoramic image of the surrounding 1 kilometer area, which would then be seamlessly stitched together and displayed in real time, giving Fury the bird's eye view he was currently experiencing. Try double-tapping the headband continuously, there's another surprise. Seeing Fury stumbling around like a wave, Viko knew that he had lost his balance due to the perspective switch. He quickly urged Fury to switch to the next function. Hearing Viko's voice once again, Fury managed to regain his composure, as the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. He couldn't afford to lose face here. He raised his hand and quickly double-tapped the headband. And once again, his perspective swiftly changed. It felt as if he had rapidly descended from mid-air to the ground, causing his heart to race. However, he soon noticed something unusual about this new scene. He seemed to be observing the world with two eyes. Ha, have you discovered the surprise I prepared? This is an upgraded function specifically designed for you. As long as the visual center of your brain is intact, whether you have nearsightedness, astigmatism, or even blindness, you can use the artificial white eye to restore normal or even extraordinary visual abilities. Since the core processor no longer needs to process the full field of view image information, the remaining computational power can be used to render color and correct the transmitted images, thereby providing a sensory experience similar to normal vision. I'm planning to release this function separately as a new product in the medical field during the next press conference. It seems you were right. This is truly the most suitable invention among the three today for me. I never thought that one day I would regain my vision without my left eye. This is the power of knowledge, the power of science. By combining brainwave technology with mechanical technology, we can not only help disabled individuals regain normalcy in the virtual world but also restore their health in the real world. I look forward to the day when I can see that happen. At that time, I will show the utmost respect and gratitude to all the agents who have been disabled in the line of duty. As he spoke, Fury even saluted Viko, making Viko feel a bit embarrassed. Don't be like that, it's awkward. The artificial white eye has one final function, give it a try as well. Just triple tap the headband at any position. Triple tapping the headband at any position activates the targeting feature of the artificial white eye. Taking reference from the Dominator's auxiliary targeting function, when the user is using firearms, bows and arrows, or other throwing weapons, a targeting reticle will automatically appear in their field of view. The reticle moves based on the user's aiming position, providing feedback on where the shot is likely to land. Viko led Fury outside, and Fury couldn't wait to take out his handgun from his coat. He aimed at 3 falling leaves in the distance and fired 3 shots in succession. In the past, even if his Vikismanship was excellent, Fury wouldn't have been confident enough to hit leaves drifting in the wind, let alone achieve a 3-shot combo. But with the targeting feature of the artificial white eye, it was different. Fury only needed to adjust his aim according to the retina's position. For someone with his shooting experience, it was impossible to miss such simple shots. Sure enough, as the 3 shots rang out, the 3 leaves shattered in response. Without a doubt, all 3 bullets hit the target. After the trial, Viko had showcased all the inventions he had brought for the trade. At this moment, there was only one thought in Fury's mind. Viko's 3 inventions, whether in terms of creativity, technical difficulty, or practicality, could be described as flawless and invaluable. Quickly running through all the trade options he currently had in his mind, Fury realized that he couldn't come up with an equivalent bargaining chip. I need some time to consider this trade. I will come back to you tomorrow, and I believe that the list I provide will definitely contain the technology you desire. Chapter 91. Tony, you're still too young to understand this, so I want to capture it on film for you. This is something I built for you, and one day you'll realize that it represents everything, not just people's inventions. It represents the culmination of my life's work. It's the key to the future. I'm limited by the technological limitations of my time, but I believe that one day you'll unlock this puzzle. And when you do, you'll change the world. You are my greatest creation, now and in the future only you. How is it going? Any progress? Did the one-eyed pirate leave? Tony turned to look at Viko. He left, still figuring out what he can bring to complete our deal. What are you looking at? The footage and notes my father Howard left for me. Nick Fury said they might hold the key to unlocking Howard's envisioned powerful energy source. But whether it's the notes, the footage, or anything else he left behind, I've gone through them all, and I still haven't found any clues about that energy source. Tony rubbed his temples in frustration. He really wanted to solve this damn palladium poisoning and conquer this damn energy source, because it was his father Howard Stark's expectation of him. In Tony's memory, Howard had never expressed any of his expectations for him, nor had he ever praised him. But when he heard Howard say he was his greatest creation, Tony really wanted to prove it by working hard. But now, he was disappointed in himself. Among the things Howard left behind, he hadn't found even a trace of anything related to changing the world or energy source. Can I take a look at it? Seeing Tony's demeanor, Viko decided to give him some hints. Sure, go ahead, I've given up, I can't find any hidden meaning in the footage he left behind. Tony took the remote control and rewound the recording, playing it for Viko again. The recording wasn't long, and young Tony appeared in it, which surprised and amused Viko. Soon, the film ended, and Viko turned to Tony. What if there's simply no hidden meaning at all? What do you mean? Tony asked curiously. I mean, literally, what if, as mentioned in the film, the model of the future city is the key to the future, the key to unlocking the energy source? Hearing Viko's words, Tony suddenly felt enlightened. He became energized, realizing that maybe Howard meant it literally. He had been trapped by his fixed mindset and overthinking things. You're a genius, Viko. Tony exclaimed, excitedly hugging Viko's neck and playfully messing with his head. Viko reluctantly removed Tony's sinful hands from his neck. Of course, I know I'm a genius, no need to tell me, but the model of the future city has always been in your office. I haven't included it in the digital library. It's alright, tomorrow morning, I'll go to the office and bring it back. Don't forget to bring a gift for Pepper, show her some care. It's been a few days since you last visited her. The company just stabilized, and with the high demand for orders on my end, there are probably many things at Stark Industries that need her attention. Viko reminded him. Don't worry, I've got it under control, can't you trust me to handle things? Tony confidently replied. It's precisely because you're handling things that I'm worried. Viko shook his head helplessly. Hey, Pepper, do you have a moment? Tony pushed open the door, holding a box of strawberries in his hands. You have 30 seconds, I'm busy today, Pepper said, sounding a bit weary. Okay, so here's the thing, I don't know how to describe it, you know how life is so short. I've never had a chance to express myself, and it's only recently that I've come to realize this. I just wanted to say, what I want to say is. If Viko were here right now, he would probably give Tony a slap on the head. He couldn't even articulate his feelings properly. Let me interrupt you for a moment, if you keep beating around the bush like this, I'll throw something at your head, Pepper cut him off. Apparently, Pepper and Viko shared a similar perspective. I've been working hard these past few days, managing a company. Do you know how difficult it is? Everyone expects you to be Iron Man, and yet, you've disappeared. I'm trying to do what you should be doing. Are these strawberries for me? You know, I'm allergic to only one thing in the world, and that's strawberries. Now, if Viko were to find out, he would have yet another reason to beat Tony up. Not knowing the taboo of the person he likes, it's just pathetic. If it weren't for Tony's wealth, perhaps he would have remained a virgin for life. That's progress, Pepper. Now I know there's a connection between you and strawberries, Tony re-Viko'd. Now, please disappear from my sight. Pepper angrily uttered each word. Okay, I'll take the model of the future city with me. Pepper stared at Tony with wide eyes, furious. So you just came to see me as a side note? Taking the model is your real motive. Tony didn't dare to say anything this time. He quickly got up and rushed out the door. I'll have security help me with it. Chapter 92. Jarvis, help me scan this model and create a digital representation. I need an interactive holographic display of this. In the underground garage, Tony had assembled the model he brought back in his favorite experimental space. ZZZ. As Jarvis operated the holographic scanner, a blue halo enveloped the entire model. Jarvis, scanning of the 1974 Stark Industries Expo model complete. It does look a bit like an atom, Viko chimed in at the opportune moment. Exactly, and the atomic nucleus is right here. Tony adjusted the holographic image and pointed towards the central Earth model. Zoom in on the central globe, remove the walkways, the landscape, shrubs, trees, parking lots, exits, entrances, all of it. Jarvis, sir, what effect are you aiming to achieve? I am attempting to fulfill my father's vision of limitless energy. Within this model lies the atomic structure of a newly discovered element he found during that era. Jarvis used the pavilion as the framework, composing protons and neutrons. We did it. Seeing the completed atomic structure model through adjustments, Viko knew they had successfully found the new element required for the complete arc reactor. You've been dead for 20 years, and you're still teaching me? Tony's expression was a strange mix of a smile and non-smile. Perhaps it was the influence of the peculiar father-son relationship between Tony and Howard. But Viko could sense the joy in Tony's heart. The joy emanating from fulfilling Howard's expectations. Jarvis, congratulations, sir, based on comparison, the new element you've discovered should be able to replace palladium. Unfortunately, it cannot be synthesized at present. Viko shook his head. Jarvis, it's been so long since I equipped you with the emotion detection system, and you still haven't learned one thing: nothing is impossible for the Stark family. Well said, punk. Get ready for a major overhaul, it's time to break some stuff. Dad, did you forget what Grandpa said in the film? Science and technology are the primary productive forces. Then, Viko took out a frame resembling glasses from his pocket, but without lenses, and placed it on his head. Immediately, the entire villa began to resonate with the same sound. Squeak squeak. Under Viko's control, countless miniature magnetic axis robots swarmed around him, like worker bees surrounding their queen. Now we can get started. With Viko's assistance. The originally pristine luxury villa had now transformed into something resembling an underground sewer corridor. Ugly holes dotted the walls and floor, with metal pipes extending from them. Scattered cables on the ground twisted like grotesque snakes. The commotion also attracted Phil Coulson, who was left behind by Fury to supervise Tony in completing the new element. Hey, Tony and Viko, what are you guys up to? Oh, we've successfully found the new element and we are preparing to produce it. By the way, I didn't see you when I went out today. You went out? Never mind, you've already succeeded. Here's the thing, I had to go out for a while. I came back today to bid you farewell. I've been reassigned to a new mission in New Mexico. A secret mission? Viko asked with interest. Because he knew that Coulson going to New Mexico meant that Thor and his hammer had descended upon Earth, an actual living alien with incredible strength and long lifespan. Viko is fascinated by this and wants to research it, not to mention the fact that there was a divine hammer forged from the core of a dead star and the wood of the world tree. Close enough, but the director said that if you agree to go along, he can use it as a bargaining chip. He couldn't find anything else within S.H.I.E.L.D. that would satisfy this transaction. And the mysterious phenomena occurring in New Mexico must hold great research value for you. Deal. Fury practically yawned, offering a pillow as he was falling asleep. Viko agreed without hesitation. What could be more satisfying to his curiosity than studying Thor and his hammer, Mjolnir, the Tesseract? Plus, he was exchanging 3 proven inventions for an unknown opportunity. It may seem like a loss on the surface, but one must remember that this transaction was based on S.H.I.E.L.D. using their knowledge to acquire Viko's technological rights. Payment would still have to be made, and once the nutrient hibernation pods were purchased, Viko could make a handsome profit from the continuous sale of nutrient solution every year. Seeing Viko's quick acceptance, Coulson didn't immediately agree. Instead, he appeared concerned, worried that Viko might be at a disadvantage. He persuaded. Don't you want to reconsider? You have no idea what mysterious phenomena have occurred there, and whether they hold any value is still unclear. This business deal might result in a loss for you. Observing Coulson's behavior, Viko nodded inwardly. No wonder Coulson's death became the glue that unified the entire Avengers. This man indeed possessed such charm. Don't worry about that, I've never incurred a loss in any of my business dealings. Just wait a little longer, until I help Tony complete the new element, and then we'll depart together. Chapter 93. Viko, I'll go and place the prism, help me pay attention to the angle here. No problem. How is it? Any deviation? It's good, very perfect, now it's time to witness the miracle. Jarvis, activate the prism accelerator. Jarvis, sir, power has been activated, graphene superconductor coils activated, high-density energy lasers are activated, approaching maximum energy. Viko, control your little robots, listen to my instructions and rotate the valve to adjust the prism angle. I'm ready. With a thought, Viko's miniature robots transformed into a giant hand, holding the valve that controlled the angle. Now, turn it, aim at the core of the element. Viko controlled the giant hand to rotate the prism. The refracted laser cleaved everything in its path mercilessly. With the help of the miniature robots, Viko quickly adjusted the prism angle, and the laser directly struck the core of the element with an extremely high energy flow, forming and stabilizing the new element. We did it. Seeing the core of the element emitting a self-illuminating blue light, Viko knew that the experiment had been successfully completed. It wasn't that difficult, Tony said somewhat proudly. Don't be smug, hurry up and transfer it into the arc reactor for a test. We need to determine the energy conversion rate and loss rate, Viko reminded him. All right. Tony nodded and approached the experimental device. He carefully removed the new element with tweezers. Congratulations, sir, you have created a new element. Jarvis' voice timely rang out. Tony cautiously placed the new element core into the prepared arc reactor. As soon as it made contact, the entire reactor underwent a violent reaction. The intense light emitted from it indicated that the catalytic effect of the new element on the reactor's cold fusion process was even more efficient than palladium. Sir, the reactor has successfully accepted the updated core. I will begin the testing process. Looks like things are going smoothly. Since that's the case, I'll go with Coulson to New Mexico to witness that mysterious supernatural phenomenon. Don't forget to bring your cool car, Tony reminded Viko. Don't worry, even if I don't have the hover cannon, I still have plenty of equipment, but since you reminded me, I'll bring the hover cannon along. I want Coulson to experience what it feels like sitting inside a transformer. Coulson said with a bright smile, please take me along for the experience. Viko, this invention of yours is really convenient. Tony, the only person left in the mansion, picked up the miniature magnetic axis robot controller left by Viko and commanded them to clean up the devastated room. See, little dummy. If you keep being clumsy like this, you'll be replaced. Don't leave the pipes there, I just said it. Sir, there's an incoming call with no caller ID. Patch it through. Coulson, have you arrived in New Mexico? Tony instinctively thought it was a call from Coulson, but the voice on the other end was unexpectedly familiar. Tony, how are you doing? I've doubled the cycle. What? Ivan Vanko, you told me to double the cycle to generate more energy. It was a good suggestion. Your voice sounds like you're doing well in prison. Tony signaled Jarvis to track the call. Jarvis, understood, sir. Jarvis, accessing the Oracle Grid, Eastern Seaboard. Listen carefully, Tony. The history of the Stark family is about to be rewritten. The crimes your father committed against my family 40 years ago, I will exact revenge within 40 minutes. I hope you're ready, Ivan Vanko said and hung up the phone. Jarvis, tri-state area, Manhattan and outlying boroughs. Jarvis, call trace incomplete. Is Hammer Industries having another showcase at the Stark Expo today? Yes, sir, Miss Potts has approved their application. How is the testing of the new reactor going? It's still in progress. In that case, you'll have to test it in a different way, like an actual test. Tony interrupted Jarvis' objection and replaced the still testing new element reactor with the old model. Test it this way. But, sir, we haven't confirmed. I don't want to hear it, Tony cut off Jarvis' dissuasion. Help me switch to the latest design of the Viko II armor. Stark Expo, Main Hall. Ladies and gentlemen, good evening. I am tonight's host, Justin Hammer. For a long time, our country has sent brave soldiers into battle, risking their lives. Then Iron Man appeared, and we thought no one would die anymore. But unfortunately, he refuses to share his advanced technology publicly. It's unfair and a shame. However, that is still a great invention. But today, I will introduce to you the military's brand new Face the Hammer Iron Soldier. The show is about to begin. Are you ready, Tony? Chapter 94. This is a revolutionary technology that can greatly reduce the chances of soldiers sacrificing themselves on the battlefield. Of course, we still need soldiers who can go to the front lines. Next, I am honored to present to you the prototype of the all-purpose combat armor, along with its pilot, James Rhodes. While Justin Hammer was delivering an impassioned speech on stage, Rhodes, who was waiting backstage, seemed to be in trouble. It's your turn, Colonel, perform well, tonight is a great opportunity for you. I understand, sir. But we may have encountered a little trouble. What trouble? The officer asked, confused. I have completely lost the control. Before Rhodes finished speaking, enthusiastic applause had already resounded from the stage. The war machine armor, modified from the Viko II, was slowly stepping onto the stage with Rhodes inside. Clang! At the same time, Tony, who had hurriedly changed into the new element reactor and the Viko VI armor, finally arrived at the scene. Rhodes, listen. In the next 5 minutes, you have to trust me. I suspect that Hammer Industries and the Ivan Vanko who attacked me in Monaco are collaborating. Everyone here is in danger, and we need to rescue them. Wait, Tony, although I don't want to hear your lengthy explanations, I want to say that I trust you because I have locked onto the target. The target? What target? The target is you, Tony, Rhodes said awkwardly. I've lost control of the armor. Damn it. Jarvis, help me hack into Rhodes' armor, we need to regain control. Sir, the armor's software has been overwritten, and I'm being blocked by the enemy servers. Surely they tampered with the armor when we sent it to Hammer Industries for upgrades. Looks like you were right, Tony. Hammer and Ivan Vanko are secretly cooperating. What are you saying? You actually sent my greatest creation to be modified by a third-rate arms dealer. Well, Stark Industries closed its weapons division, and Osborne Industries was just kicked off the military supplier list. Hammer Industries was the only option we had. You leave me speechless with that statement. Sir, I don't mean to interrupt your conversation, but I must remind you that the Iron Soldiers on the stage have also had their control programs manipulated. They have now locked their weapon muzzles onto you. Tony, you have to lead them away, don't let them open fire in the crowd. Rhodes shouted anxiously. Don't worry, Rhodes, everything is under my control. Jarvis, contact Baymax for assistance, help us regain control of Rhodes' armor and lock onto all the Iron Soldiers. It's time to flex our muscles. Understood, sir. Baymax has activated hardware acceleration backstage, and we estimate we have 5 seconds to regain control of the armor. Enemy targets have all been locked. Should we initiate a destructive attack? Of course. What are we waiting for? Maximum power to the repulsors, except for leaving a necessary amount to activate the energy barrier to protect the audience area. Open fire with everything else. At Tony's command, the Viko VI armor, with its distinctive sharp edges that set it apart from previous models, released all the additional protrusions from its surface. They floated and flew around Tony in a radial pattern. Some of them separated from the main force and flew in front of the audience, combining to form a huge energy barrier that tightly protected the entire audience section. On the other side, the remaining floating cannons that had locked onto all the Iron Soldiers were also prepared, with energy converging at the muzzle, emitting a breathtaking light. Shoo shoo. Dozens of miniaturized floating cannons simultaneously fired at the targets, and the beams of energy penetrated the heads of all the targeted Iron Soldiers in an instant. Boom! All the Iron Soldiers controlled by Ivan, without having the chance to fire a single shot, turned into nothing but scrap metal, scattered and fallen to the ground. That's it, just like that. Tony said disdainfully. Although he said that, he couldn't help but feel a sense of satisfaction deep down. These floating cannons were really satisfying to use. They were much more enjoyable than the machine guns and bullets he had equipped before. It was worth spending a fortune and signing many unequal treaties to obtain the technical blueprints for the floating cannons from Viko. At the moment he signed the treaty, Tony felt that his integrity had gradually faded away, but now he could only say one thing. It's awesome. Is that it? Hammer Industries, designated supplier of our military, the robots they produce are so easily dealt with, their skills are too subpar. You're right, Tony, we shouldn't have sent the armor to Hammer Industries, such a third-rate manufacturer, for modification. Their skills and quality are too subpar. Sigh. Rhodes regretfully sighed. If Justin Hammer heard this, he would definitely cry. It's not that iron solder was too weak, it's that someone else was too strong. Then Rhodes tentatively asked, can you help me get a set of these cool weapons? Tony opened his visor and smiled slyly. Unless your military is willing to invest 1/10 of the annual military budget into modifying this armor of yours, don't even think about getting anything out of Viko's hands. Alright, you rich people, poverty really makes me lag behind, Rhodes said helplessly. Sir, there's a message from Baymax. The control of the armor has been regained, and it has also upgraded the armor's intrusion defense system and combat assistance system, while increasing the authorization level. Very well, then it's time for a counterattack, Rhodey. Tony gave Rhodes a look, and Rhodes understood what he meant. He walked to the edge of the stage and approached Justin Hammer, who was sitting on the ground in shock. Rhodes grabbed his collar and lifted him up. Tell me, is this your doing, or is it Ivan Vanko's doing? It's not me, it's that ungrateful Ivan. Where is he? He's in my company, I had people guarding him. Hammer dared not hide anything and told Rhodes everything he knew. From the current situation, it seems that your 2 guards have already returned to the embrace of God. As for you, wait here to be taken into custody by the New York police. Rhodes said, ignoring Hammer's struggles. He tied him up and handed him over to the on-site security personnel. Let's go, Rhodey, to Hammer Industries. Chapter 95. Sir, I don't think you need to go to Hammer Industries anymore. According to threat detection, there is a high-energy index micro-aircraft approaching this location at an astonishing speed. Based on the analysis, it is likely to be Ivan Vanko. I suggest intercepting him in the no-man's land before he arrives here to avoid involving innocent civilians. Why is the enemy always one step ahead of me? Tony complained helplessly. By the way, is that thing on your chest the new arc reactor? Did you and Viko succeed? Yes, don't worry, the danger is over. I'm doing great now, and the new arc reactor is fantastic. The data I just received shows a significant increase in energy output for Viko II, and vital signs are stable. I won't need to rely on Viko's nutrition hibernation pod for survival anymore. Tony raised his right thumb to Rhodes. What danger is over? And what do you mean by survival? Were you in danger before? Nothing will happen anymore, Tony turned around stiffly to explain. Why didn't you tell me? Pepper continued to ask. Don't be angry, Pepper, I was going to tell you, but I couldn't find the right moment. Now, let me deal with that old Russian first, and then I'll explain and apologize to you officially. I am very angry, the kind of anger that only you can calm down, so you must come back safely. Pepper said firmly. Don't worry, as someone who has upgraded through spending money with Viko, I'm invincible now. Rhodey, you protect Pepper here, evacuate the crowd, I'll take care of Ivan Vanko. Are you sure you can handle it? Don't you want me to help? A man can't say he can't do it, let's go, whoosh. After saying that, Tony flew out of the exhibition hall, accompanied by the valuable floating cannons. Sir, the target is 400 meters away from you, the ground population in this area has been evacuated, and you can safely engage the target. Jarvis, lock onto him and deploy all the floating cannons, I want to eliminate him before he causes any more damage. Understood, sir, the target has been locked, shall I open fire? Fire at will. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Behind Tony, the floating cannons that had been closely following him, maintaining a relative position, one after another, accelerated and surpassed him, quickly heading towards Ivan Vanko. What is that? Ivan, who was excitedly preparing for a fierce battle, looking at Tony in the distance in armor, saw the tiny dots suddenly appearing around him. Compared to his gigantic armor, they seemed insignificant. But soon he would learn the terrifying nature of these seemingly insignificant entities. Before Ivan could react, dozens of floating cannons that had surrounded him suddenly lit up with bright muzzle flashes. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Ivan Vanko didn't have time to regret his arrogance, nor did he have time to let out a scream. Accompanied by a deafening boom, only a brilliant blaze remained in the sky. Instant kill, an absolute instant kill. This outcome was within Tony's expectations. He still vividly remembered how, even after activating the Excel world, he was helpless against the relentless pursuit of the floating cannons. Now. He believed Ivan felt the same, except Tony was the victor, while Ivan, as the loser, had even lost his life. However, before Tony could catch his breath, Jarvis sounded an emergency alarm in his ear. Sir, I detected that the enemy's armor automatically emitted a radio signal before the explosion. After analysis, it was a self-destruct signal. The target could be the immobile iron soldiers in the main venue. What about Pepper? Where is Pepper? Did Rhodey evacuate her from the main venue? Sir, please rest assured. Although Mr. Rhodes is not with Miss Potts because he is assisting the authorities in evacuating the crowd, I have sent a signal to Nini, which Miss Potts carries with her. Nini has already taken Miss Potts to a safe place. Upon hearing the news of Pepper's safety, Tony finally felt relieved. Is there a way to deactivate the self-destruct program? If these iron soldiers exploded at the Stark Expo, it would surely make tomorrow's front-page headlines. Pepper, as the company's executive, would have a headache dealing with the aftermath. If it were under normal circumstances, it would be impossible to catch up in time. However, if you activate the Excel world, with your brain in an overclocked state, you should have enough time to decrypt the self-destruct program set by Ivan. Then what are we waiting for? Activate the Excel world. Link start. Jarvis, are you still there? After entering the accelerated world, Tony looked around at the frozen environment and called out. Sir, I am here. Display the enemy's program and defense nodes, I'm going to start working. Very well, sir, may I ask if there's anything else I can assist you with? Help me think about how to explain to Pepper later, I feel like I've messed up everything. Sir. What? I'm busy right now. I'm just an artificial intelligence, why do you make it so difficult for me? Jarvis expressed a hint of grievance. Why do I feel like you're more human than me? How much time has passed outside? It has been 90 milliseconds, sir. Danger is resolved, exit the Excel world. Sir, are you sure you don't want to take the time to consider how to explain to Miss Potts without being in the accelerated state? Give me a few more seconds, I think it should be enough, right? Chapter 96. Whoosh. On a straight deserted highway, a cool silver Chevrolet Corvette Stingray was speeding by at an extremely high speed, resembling a silver lightning bolt that tore through the desolate and silent land. How does it feel, Coulson? Do you want to activate the autopilot? Viko leaned back leisurely in the passenger seat, enjoying the picturesque scenery around him. As someone who had always lived in a big city, he could truly appreciate the natural beauty of this desolate and uninhabited place. No, Viko, the lateral stability and suspension are amazing. With the arc reactor as the power source paired with the 800 horsepower electric engine, the entire acceleration process is smooth and without any jolts. But the intense pushback sensation gives an adrenaline rush that's simply irresistible. Coulson, sitting in the driver's seat, resembled a boy who had just received a new toy, abandoning his usual composed and calm gentlemanly demeanor. Ha ha ha, of course. To avoid the suspension and shock absorption issues that all sports cars face, I specifically used a graphene superconductor magnetic levitation framework. It guarantees that you won't feel a single bump, even if you run up a flight of stairs. If you really like it, you can go back and suggest to your director to purchase several dozen of these as your official vehicles. Although they won't have the transformation function, the experience and performance speak for themselves. Viko, caught up in his usual habit, started thinking about stabbing the beautiful knives in the shield. Vault. Viko, you've almost depleted our budget this year, please don't bring it up again, there's a service area up ahead, let's go in, buy some water, and take care of dinner while we're at it, Coulson suggested to Viko, who was sitting next to him. That's our only option, we definitely won't reach our destination tonight. Viko wasn't particularly picky when it came to food. It was nice to have something delicious, but he could make do even if there wasn't. Welcome, they entered the convenience store in the service area, and the expressionless cashier completed the obligatory welcome phrase. Viko and Coulson didn't mind. Spending too much time in such a remote place could make anyone's character a bit peculiar. They had even learned to tolerate Tony's even more eccentric personality, so this didn't bother them at all. Viko grabbed the basket and started putting water and drinks in it, while Coulson stood in front of the food shelves. Struggling with indecision. Faced with a choice between milk-flavored and chocolate-flavored donuts, Coulson found it difficult to decide. Just as he was still pondering. Click. The familiar sound of a gun being loaded caught his attention. He looked up at the rearview mirror and saw two men dressed in black. One pointed a gun at the cashier, and the other aimed at Viko in front of the drink cooler. Is there anyone else here? Whose car is that outside? At this moment, the female cashier, being pointed at with a gun, was too terrified to speak. The car is mine. Seeing the situation, Viko spoke up directly to prevent the robbers from getting excited and hurting the cashier. Yours? You don't even look 16, how can you drive? You say that, do you know what it means to be rich and carefree? Poverty limits your imagination, the joy of the rich is something you can't even imagine. You. Faced with Viko's extremely arrogant statement, the two robbers were so enraged that they wanted to smash his face with the butt of the gun. But before they could put their thoughts into action, they were startled by a voice from behind. Don't listen to the kid's nonsense, the car is mine, or more precisely, it is his, but I drove it here. Coulson, holding two flavored donuts, emerged from behind the food shelf. The two robbers, who were caught off guard by Coulson's sudden voice, quickly turned their heads and pointed their guns at him. After all, from his voice, they could determine that Coulson was an adult male in his prime, who would be harder to deal with than women and children. If Coulson knew what they were thinking, he would definitely mock them for being too young. Don't you know that in this world, the elderly, women, and children are the most dangerous existences? Moreover, Viko was a wealthy kid equipped with high-tech protection. Listen, put your hands on your head and throw the keys over. Sigh. Upon hearing their demand, Viko couldn't help but sigh. I told you that the joy of the wealthy is something you don't understand. This luxury car doesn't have keys, it has fingerprint recognition for the doors, electronic ignition, and this one is even capable of speaking. So you're the key, huh? We'll just need to chop off each of your fingers to test it. I don't believe we can't steal this car today. And you, quickly empty the cash register. Hey, buddy. At this point, Coulson spoke up again. From the way these two were behaving, he could tell they were not skilled criminals, at most just petty thieves who got carried away with a sudden idea of robbery. I happen to have a gun here that you might need. Put it down. Quickly. Put it down. No problem, I don't want to cause any trouble, Coulson said in a humble and honest manner. Now throw the gun over. I think it's better not to do that, there is a risk of the gun accidentally firing by throwing it at you, how about I slide over to you from the floor? After thinking for a moment, one of the robbers replied, fine, slide the gun to my feet, don't do anything foolish. But at that moment, someone behind them spoke again, it was Viko, and he had the same arrogant tone. Hey, you two poor souls, take a look at my shoes. Upon hearing Viko's sarcasm, the two men instinctively turned to look at Viko's feet. He was wearing a pair of red and white sneakers with a small circular protrusion on the outer side of the shoe. Enhanced footwear, coupled with a miraculous suit that helps me maintain perfect body posture, today, I want to experience what it feels like to be Detective Conan. The two robbers were confused by Viko's inexplicable statement, but before they could make sense of it, a basket full of drinks and distilled water came flying at them with lightning speed. Bang! Bang! Sorry for making a mess here, but don't worry, I can afford the compensation, Viko apologized, then he handed the 2 donuts he had in his hands to the cashier. I still can't decide which one to choose, so let's check out together. Looking at the 2 robbers who were knocked out by the beverages and lying unconscious on the ground, the female cashier asked, how should I explain this to the police? Tell them that watching Detective Conan wasn't in vain, Viko replied. After that, Viko and Coulson turned around and left, continuing their journey towards their destination. Chapter 97. Preliminary Avengers Report. In a factory located in the outskirts, Tony sat alone in front of a desk, idling away, and picked up the report that was lying on the table. Snooping isn't a good habit, Tony, Nick Fury, who entered at some point, reached out and held Tony's restless hand. And I didn't want you to see it, I'm not sure if it's related to you, he said, picking up another report from the table. But this one is Agent Romanov's assessment of you, you should take a good look. Personality analysis, Tony skimmed through the document, reading aloud from the first page. Tony Stark is a narcissist, I agree with this point. Although his own achievements have been surpassed by his own child, but have been refusing to admit it, arrogant and can't afford to lose, hey. I'm just making full use of the resources around me, Viko's talent is inherited from me. Don't rush, keep reading, Fury raised an eyebrow, gesturing to him to continue. Comprehensive evaluation, as long as Viko Stark is on the side, you can accept Tony Stark as a member of the Avengers, there's no reason for this, how can you put Viko's position above mine? The fact is, we've already had 2 successful dealings with Viko. Although it came at a cost, it has proven to be more beneficial for S.H.I.E.L.D. Just like this wig on my head, it's a gift personally customized by Viko. Who else knows that it's actually my second pair of eyes? So, until Viko comes of age and decides to join the Avengers, you can only serve as an advisor to S.H.I.E.L.D. Tony shook his head, stood up from his chair, and said, sorry, but you can't afford me, he couldn't believe he was ranked behind Viko. Tony was about to explode with anger. However, there was someone else in his heart whom he wanted to retaliate against even more. Thinking of this person, Tony decided to make a small concession this time. But I'm willing to use my consulting fee to ask you for a favor of formal commendation for me and Rhodey's performance in this incident, we need a presenter, and I hope it can be Senator Stern. Deal. Dad became an advisor in your agency. On the highway, Viko, sitting in the sports car, was a bit surprised to hear this news. What were you thinking? Isn't it great to have a genius like me? Why did you choose an arrogant, self-absorbed, and especially foul-tempered narcissist? Are you sure it's good to say that about your father? And, Tony's father, Mr. Howard Stark, was also a founder of our S.H.I.E.L.D., it's only natural for Tony to join S.H.I.E.L.D., as an advisor, it benefits both sides. S.H.I.E.L.D. can help Tony deal with official matters, and if there are any troublemakers like Senator Stern in the future, we can help Tony deal with them. And Tony's own connections, wealth, and intelligence can also provide convenience and assistance to S.H.I.E.L.D. It's a win-win choice. After hearing you say that, it does make some sense, after all, it's good to enjoy the shade under a big tree, but if a snake's nest appears on that tree, it can be dangerous. What are you talking about? Coulson was a bit puzzled. Never mind, just consider it nonsense, it seems like our destination is just ahead. Viko saw a large crater not far away through the windshield, surrounded by many personnel and vehicles, establishing protective measures around it. Normally, it would be called a meteor crater, but if the pit contains Thor, the god of thunder's Mjolnir hammer that has fallen from Asgard, perhaps calling it a divine crater is more appropriate. That's right, our destination for this trip is just ahead, Coulson said as he removed the shield badge from his collar and began to contact the director. This badge was modeled after the badge of the detective boys from Detective Conan anime, the batch of communication badges that Viko supplied to S.H.I.E.L.D. Director, we found it. Viko, let me introduce you, this is Clint Barton, the superhuman Vicosman of S.H.I.E.L.D., a level 7 agent. He will be the overall person in charge of security here for the next few days. Viko looked at the familiar yet unfamiliar character in front of him with excitement and extended his hand. Hello, I'm Viko Stark. Barton didn't refuse and shook Viko's hand, saying, Hello, I'm Clint Barton, everyone likes to call me Hawkeye, you can call me that too. By the way, the quality of the graphene bowstring provided by your company is great, and I really like it. Thank you, can you take us to see it? I've been excited about it for a day. Of course. It was first discovered by a local pickup driver, and our military satellite captured photos of it falling from outer space. Along with it, there was another mysterious object. We found traces of it several kilometers away from here, but the tire tracks on the ground indicate that someone else has taken it away. And this thing, from the time of its discovery until now, no person or machinery has been able to lift it, so we are stuck here with it. Behold, it is. Chapter 98. If I'm not mistaken, this is a hammer. Have you tried deciphering the patterns on it? In the meteor crater, Barton, accompanied by Coulson and Viko, stood in front of the mysterious object. Viko, who knew what it was, began directing S.H.I.E.L.D's research focus. Not yet, in fact, we just arrived here a little over 10 minutes ago. This place was previously used by the locals for strongman competitions and barbecue gatherings, Coulson replied. You're not bad, at least not as humorless as you look. Magneto, suit up and join us. As Viko issued a command to his smartwatch, a computer-sized metal box suddenly opened from the rear trunk of the nearby hover cannon, and two propellers rose from the top, propelling it to fly directly in front of Viko. After the metal box landed at Viko's feet, the door automatically popped open, and the familiar modular magnetic axis robot Magneto jumped out. The magnetic axis connection of the original headpiece was disconnected, and a new attachment with a holographic scanning lens was launched from the metal box, accurately connecting to Magneto's body. With the transformation complete, Magneto began scanning the hammer in the meteor crater from all angles. After the scan, the components changed again to holographic projection accessories, projecting the scanned model in front of Viko and the others. This is why I like taking it with me, it can perfectly fulfill multiple functions. Such a clever little guy. Baymax, did you receive the data I just uploaded to the server? Viko asked, and Baymax's electronic expression appeared on Viko's smartwatch, replying to his question. Yes, I have received it, Master, Baymax replied. Connect to the search engine. I want to know the origin and meaning of the patterns on that model. Understood. Connected to the search engine. Conducting a comparison of the patterns. Here are the comparative results. According to available information, the engravings on the model are a type of ancient writing known as the runic alphabet. In Norse mythology, Odin, the father of the gods, hung himself on the world tree for 9 days and nights to seek higher wisdom and contemplate the mysteries of the universe. When he came down from the world tree, he had gained knowledge of the runes. Ancient people believed that the runic alphabet contained magical power and that unique combinations of runes could form magical symbols and be used to cast runic magic. Based on the primitive runic alphabet passed down from ancient times, the translated meaning of the pattern is Mjolnir, representing lightning. On the side of the model, there is a newly engraved runic inscription, which, when translated, means, whosoever holds this hammer, if they be worthy, shall possess the power of Thor. Odin. Thor. Are we listening to bedtime stories in broad daylight? Don't tell me this thing on the ground is the hammer of Thor. Don't rush to conclusions, Hawkeye. I don't know if you've heard that saying. If, as early as BC, extraterrestrial civilizations that had mastered interstellar travel and happened to visit Earth, then what would be the difference between them and gods in the eyes of the people of that time? Viko's words also silenced the atmosphere in the meteor crater. Not to mention thousands of years ago, even if present-day humans were to go back hundreds of years to ancient times with their current advanced technology, they could be regarded as gods by the people of that time. At this moment, Barton and Coulson, both staunch atheists and advocates of modern science, found themselves in a crisis of worldview collapse. Of course, Viko had long been accustomed to it. Not only did he know that the Marvel Universe was a miraculous world where all science was fundamentally unscientific, but the fact that he himself was an otherworld traveler was enough to cause a mental breakdown. However, just at that moment, an agent arrived to report news, pulling Barton and Coulson out of their self-doubt about the world. Reporting, Sir, we have found a clue regarding another item that was taken. The tire Vicos at the scene match those of a private astronomical observation vehicle belonging to a renowned astrophysicist, Professor Eric Selvig. Gather the team, and let's leave immediately. Coulson, as the overall person in charge at the scene, made a decisive command. Yes, sir. The agent receiving the order immediately began to gather vehicles and personnel. Take me with you, take me with you. Viko, standing nearby, also requested to go along. If they acted quickly enough, they might even get to see Thor, the god who had been banished to Earth. At that time, he could have someone hold Thor down and extract some blood samples for research. It would be quite exciting. Alright, on this mission in New Mexico, you have a high level of freedom and authority second only to mine. However, during the operation, remember to follow my command throughout. Do not act on your own, understand? Coulson reminded Viko sternly. Understood, let's hurry and depart, I can't wait any longer. Chapter 99. Sir, it's that vehicle. In a small town called Puente Antiguo in the state of New Mexico, Viko and the others saw the tracked vehicle under the guidance of an agent. Wow, look at the modifications on this car and the exquisite equipment. This person is bound to achieve great things. Coulson, should I sponsor Dr. Eric Selvig's research? Maybe when he receives the Nobel Prize, he'll come up on stage and thank me. At first glance, Viko saw the astronomical observation instruments and data collection devices installed on the roof of the car, and he could tell that the owner possessed extraordinary knowledge and practical skills. I dare not make that decision for you, but now we need to search this vehicle. If any damage or loss occurs, I think you can support us beforehand because I'll need to compensate the owner later. Agents, go ahead, but be careful with your actions. This time, Viko didn't bring his handy miniature magnetic axial robots with him. So he just stood on the side, watching as the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents unloaded the items one by one. He even made some comments on some scientific instruments, expressing his admiration and approval of the creators. Hey, stop right there. What's going on here? Coulson, who had already conducted background checks, immediately recognized the woman who spoke up to stop them. She was Jane Foster, an astronomer who worked with Dr. Eric Selvig, and beside her was her friend and assistant, Darcy Lewis. The man was none other than the owner of the car, Dr. Eric Selvig. Please step back, Miss Jane Foster. I am Agent Phil Coulson from S.H.I.E.L.D. Facing the angrily barging individuals, Coulson stepped forward to intercept them. Do any of these things you're saying mean anything to me? You can't do this, it's an illegal seizure of private property. Jane. At this point, Eric, who had more experience and wisdom, immediately stepped forward to stop Jane from continuing her outburst. The situation has already become complicated, please don't get involved anymore. Eric had already figured out that Coulson and his team were from a special government agency, and he didn't want Jane to jeopardize her promising future by angering them. Don't interfere. This is my life's work, we have put so much effort into this research. Are you asking me to stand by and watch as they take away the research data we painstakingly collected? As she thought about this, Jane's emotions grew even more agitated. One could even see the veins popping on her neck. I feel the same way, Coulson, your actions are indeed inappropriate, you don't even have a search warrant, yet you dare to do something like this in broad daylight. Is it a distortion of humanity or a loss of morals? Hearing the commotion, Viko also approached. He wanted to see if Thor, who had been stripped of his divine powers, was with Jane Foster. However, upon seeing the figures clearly, Viko knew his expectations were dashed. Oh, my goodness. Are you Viko Stark? I'm your super fan. Oh, really? Which product under my company's umbrella do you like the most? Well, I like them all, but I can't afford any of them, Daisy said somewhat embarrassed. That's okay. However, we are investigating a security threat, and these agents need to requisition the astronomical records and atmospheric data stored in your car. To apologize for taking them without asking, I can sponsor the funds you'll need for your upcoming research and also provide each of you with a full pack of Viko Research Center's products. You see, you admit it, this is taking without permission, so-called requisitioning is just. Jane didn't calm down because of Viko's promises. These things aren't something you can buy on Amazon, most of the equipment is assembled by myself. I believe you can reassemble everything again with the funds provided by Viko, Coulson interjected, trying to persuade her. And I'm sure I can sue you for violating the rights granted to me by the Constitution. Jane persisted. Sigh, calm down, beautiful lady. Don't be fooled by Coulson's seemingly easy-to-bully middle-aged balding appearance. He's a ruthless executioner who leaves no bones behind. I was forced to come here to help him and that terrifying one-eyed director under their threats. For your own safety, it's better to accept my conditions and stop bothering us. I promise you that after we've organized and copied the data we need, we will return everything intact. I swear in the name of Viko Stark. As a research fanatic, Viko could also understand Jane's current state of mind. Having one's hard-earned research achievements forcibly taken away like this would undoubtedly be infuriating. The time and effort he had invested couldn't be simply measured in terms of money. After listening to Viko's words, Jane also calmed down a bit. We are on the verge of discovering something extraordinary, and everything I know about this phenomenon is in this mobile lab and my notes. I hope you can 100% guarantee that you will fulfill your promise and my belongings will be safe. Thank you for your cooperation. Chapter 100. Coulson. What's wrong, Viko? I remember Barton mentioned that there was another peculiar place a few kilometers away from the crater. That's right, but we didn't find anything there. We suspected that Dr. Eric and his team took it with their car, but the search just now didn't reveal any traces. Take me there, I think maybe I can discover something different. In fact, since a while ago, Baymax had been continuously uploading this data to Viko's smartwatch. Based on the model data obtained from scanning Mjolnir, Baymax had been utilizing the computational power of the server cluster for deducing. The existing obtained runic symbols were indestructible. Identification and grant power. Indestructible endowing Mjolnir with indestructible power. Identification allows it to confirm that the user has sufficient qualifications, and grant power allows the user to gain the power increase stored in the core of Mjolnir. There were also more symbols, commonly used by Thor like thunder and lightning and infinite weight after recognition failed. They seemed to be engraved in the deeper layers of the hammer. But due to being enveloped by the outer layer of URU metal, information couldn't be obtained through holographic scanning. Baymax's task was to deduce whether new runic symbols could be generated and achieve other magical effects through the study of the known these three runic symbols and ancient runic inscriptions that had been handed down. In addition to this, at the same time, Baymax was also engaged in another task, which was attempting to explain the runic magic left on Mjolnir using theories of modern science. Progress in this task was going quite smoothly. If magic was considered as a form of scientific system, then within this system, magical power served as both the foundation and the core. As the energy driving all magic. The essence of magical power seemed to have no fundamental difference from the light energy and electrical energy used by humans. Thor's magic of summoning lightning could also be regarded as the conversion of magical power into electrical energy, a process that was essentially no different from a generator converting rotational work into electrical energy. And as a traveler, Viko knew that besides being made from the core of the Death Star and wood from the World Tree, Mjolnir also incorporated a special material URU metal for better fusion of the two materials. URU metal came from one of the 9 realms in the Marvel Universe. Nidavellir. This metal was extremely difficult to forge and could only be forged by the master forgers of the Dwarven Kingdom. Moreover, this metal possessed considerable energy and could be infused with magic. Weapons made from it could establish a psychic link with the user and even self-repair. If magical power was considered as the energy for the successful operation of magic, then URU metal served as the medium for transmitting this energy. As an energy that was highly potent but extremely inert, the medium capable of transmitting it is indispensable. In this way, the entire process becomes clear. The remaining runic inscriptions are equivalent to printed circuits on a circuit board, completing the predetermined functions. Magical power, which can be converted into various forms of energy, flows through the unique medium of the runes, acquiring specific properties and ultimately being released to complete the entire spellcasting process. Compared to Earth, where only a few individuals with innate talent can enter the magical sanctuary of Camartage for learning, Asgardians, due to their exceptional racial gifts, are naturally more attuned to magic and can easily wield it. Therefore, if Viko wants to replicate magic in a scientific way, he faces 3 challenges: the source of magical power, the medium for its transmission, and the runes that ultimately define its qualities. Regarding the runes, as long as Viko has sufficient samples, he is confident in analyzing runic symbols with different functionalities. Even with limited samples. With the 3 existing runes and the ability to arrange and combine them in a virtual laboratory, he can accelerate the analysis process, even if it takes some extra time. Viko is willing to invest his time and energy into this new field of research, constantly expanding his knowledge boundaries. As for the medium for magical power transmission, that is not a problem at all because Viko knows that soon there will be a man with a tragic life story within the realm of gods, who will send a massive figure entirely made of URU metal to Earth. By solving the smelting issue and conducting some trade with S.H.I.E.L.D., the material aspect will be abundantly available. As for the final issue of magical power, it becomes even simpler. As long as it is a form of energy, it can be obtained through the conversion of energy between different forms regardless of how much loss may occur in the intermediate process. Viko has the arc reactor technology developed by his father, so there is no need to worry. Throughout the journey, Viko's time passes in such contemplation and planning. When he snaps back to reality due to Coulson's call, they have already arrived at their destination. Looking at the faintly visible mysterious patterns on the ground eroded by the wind and sand, Viko immediately becomes engrossed. With his understanding of the rules of runic writing, which he has mastered in just over 10 minutes, he read the meaning behind these patterns in an instant. The path to the heavenly kingdom. Chapter 101. Bifrost, in Norse mythology, it is a massive rainbow bridge that connects Asgard and Midgard, meaning, the path to the heavenly kingdom. When Viko saw the magical symbol left behind by Thor's teleportation through this Bifrost, his first thought wasn't to decipher the magic rune. His immediate thought was that the guesswork of the great physicist Albert Einstein was correct. In his conjecture, there may exist narrow tunnels in the universe that connect two different spacetimes. These tunnels are called wormholes or Einstein-Rosen bridges. And today, his marvelous conjecture from the last century is confirmed by magic that appears completely unrelated to science. Even though it is already known in the Marvel world that whether it's using the Bifrost, the Tesseract, or the spatial magic of the Camartage, one can easily open the Einstein-Rosen bridge and connect two different spacetimes. However, it was only when Viko truly saw the runic magic on the print left by use of Bifrost that could serve as theoretical evidence that he was truly convinced that it wasn't some ineffable grand rule but an actual scientific truth. Magneto, scan it, we've made a major discovery. Coulson, it seems like I've won this deal again. Viko turned to Coulson and smirked. Your smile tells me that we better secure this place as soon as possible. You guys should definitely do that. If S.H.I.E.L.D. gains something in the end, send me a thank you letter. Viko didn't believe that the scientists of S.H.I.E.L.D. could research anything useful. As long as they didn't know the role of Ulu metal in it, any research they conducted would inevitably lead to a failed outcome due to the wrong starting point. Having obtained the desired results from this visit, Viko returned to the location where Thor's hammer had fallen, accompanied by Coulson and his pleasantly surprising findings. The agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. were truly swift in their actions. In just an hour and a half, they had already set up most of the main facilities in the vicinity. At this moment, the area around Thor's hammer was filled with various instruments and devices brought by the S.H.I.E.L.D. Scientists for research purposes, used to detect and collect various types of data. Sir, the signal from the reconnaissance satellite can barely penetrate the cloud layer. Due to the influence of this mysterious object, electronic devices are having difficulty functioning properly. Also, a commercial plane, Southwest Airlines Flight 5434, is about to fly overhead. Have the pilot changed the flight route like the other flights? Understood. As soon as Viko arrived at the crater where Thor's hammer had fallen, he couldn't help but laugh at the group of S.H.I.E.L.D. scientists. Watching them cautiously wearing protective suits and scanning it with various instruments, Viko couldn't hold back. If they hadn't even figured out the essence of an object and rashly started their so-called research, it would be like discussing cooking methods without even knowing its ingredients, only adding amusement to others. However, none of the S.H.I.E.L.D. scientists showed any resentment towards Viko's mockery. Ignoring Viko's recent public appearances and the revolutionary products he had released, just knowing about the aerospace carrier's power system that he had developed for S.H.I.E.L.D. was enough to earn their respect. Mr. Viko, I wonder if we have done something wrong to make you laugh. Please don't hesitate to enlighten us so that we can correct it. Viko was not secretive either. He knew that human progress is built upon the sharing of knowledge, so he has always been supportive of knowledge dissemination. If Viko were to refuse, it would mean that the other party's inquiry is extremely valuable and the offer is insufficient. In short, they need to add money. But for simple analysis and sharing of ideas, Viko didn't have any problem. Thus, Viko repeated the words he had spoken to Barton and Coulson in the morning to these S.H.I.E.L.D. scientists. At first, they thought Viko's conjecture was mere fantasy and nonsense. However, after hearing the final analysis, they truly started to have some agreement in their hearts, just like Barton and Coulson did. At the same time, their firmly held worldview began to waver. All right, everyone, whether you believe it or not, this is just my personal opinion, there is no evidence to support my conjecture. It's getting late now, so let's go have dinner first. Ultimately, our bodies are the foundation that supports our research. Everyone nodded, preparing to take off their protective suits and come back to work after dinner. However, at that moment, the alarm in this temporary base went off, and the agents around them hurriedly rushed outside, indicating that there was some action about to take place. It seems like it's my chance. Viko raised an eyebrow, curled his lips, and at the same time, took out a syringe from his pocket, appearing quite confident. Chapter 102. A field agent in front of the surveillance station pointed at the monitor screen and said, "Commander, it seems like something is approaching the west side fence." In a situation where satellite signals were blocked, the person addressed as Commander picked up the S.H.I.E.L.D. badge on his suit collar and called out, "Dell, this is Jackson, go check the west side fence." This badge is not only connected to S.H.I.E.L.D.'s communication satellites for use as a phone but also had a built-in radio communication module that could be used for intercom at close range. I'm already there, bang. Dell, who was about to make a report, only saw a huge hole being torn open in the fence. Before he could react, he was punched and knocked down. The other agent accompanying him met the same fate, losing consciousness upon seeing a blur of fists. Dell, this is Jackson, respond. Jackson furrowed his brow. This now confirms that Dell was in trouble, and the temporary base was facing a threat. Soon, a patrol agent near the fence sent back a report, Commander, personnel injured, fence breached. Sound the alarm, gather all agents and take action, pay attention to any suspicious individuals in the vicinity, we have been invaded by unknown assailants. Jackson responded quickly, immediately giving orders to his subordinates. Understood, Commander. At the same time, Viko and the scientists who were preparing to enjoy their dinner were startled by this command, halting their original movements. Boom! The thunder and lightning were perfectly timed as if on cue, accompanied by a torrential downpour that heightened the tense atmosphere to its peak. Amidst the rumbling thunder and the sound of heavy rain pouring down, the people near the meteorite crater could also hear bursts of fighting and screams, along with the gradually approaching footsteps. These pieces of information indicated that the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents were unable to handle the intruder, who was steadily approaching. This made the scientists, who had never been in combat and were defenseless, start to feel panicked, fleeing the area and seeking safety. Seeing this, Coulson quickly made contact through his badge on his chest, saying, Hawkeye, grab your weapons and go to a high vantage point. Understood. Jackson, how's the situation on your end? Coulson then asked about the situation in the monitoring center. That mysterious object suddenly emitted a strong electromagnetic surge, and our electronic systems almost completely malfunctioned. Receiving Jackson's report, the situation didn't seem optimistic at the moment. Coulson called out, Barton, respond. Do you want me to take him down, Commander? Or should we send more people to get knocked down by him? Coulson replied, I'll give you instructions later, but I'm starting to agree with Viko's idea, you do have a sense of humor. However, as Coulson finished speaking, he and Viko already saw the intruder approaching the meteorite crater. The intruder was tall and muscular, with a tight-fitting outfit that showcased his streamlined muscles. At this moment, his body was covered in mud from the fight, and his long golden hairs were wet from the rain, tangled together. But even so, it couldn't conceal his unique temperament and the exquisite yet commanding features on his face. Commander, this is the last chance, should I take the shot? Barton, from his elevated position, had already drawn his bowstring, waiting for Coulson's command to release a deadly arrow. Hold on, Coulson interrupted. I want to see what he's going to do. They saw the intruder, after foolishly staring at the hammer in the meteorite crater for a while, gripping the handle with one hand, attempting to lift it. But soon, an expression of astonishment appeared on his face. He remained motionless. The hammer showed no sign of being moved despite his efforts. He immediately used both hands and adjusted his balance, trying to leverage his entire body weight to help, but still. Nothing changed. No matter how ferocious and roaring he was, desperately trying to lift the hammer, it remained in its previous state, unmoved. Ah! In the end, he let out a despairing long howl towards the sky and knelt in the meteorite crater. Watching Thor, who had ceased his actions, Viko, who had been secretly approaching him, activated a spring-loaded mechanism on his wristwatch, injecting a tranquilizer dart into Thor. Then, he quickly took out a specially customized syringe to extract his blood and plucked a few strands of his hair. Got Thor's genetic sample. Viko performed all these actions discreetly, purposely using his body as a shield, and even activated a telepathic interference device in the surrounding area. He knew very well that above his head, Heimdall, who could observe everything through time and space, was watching Thor, the Prince of Asgard, and he didn't want to be crushed by the Bifrost by him. Moreover, Viko felt the vague sense of being watched from the surroundings, as if Loki had already cast an illusion and hidden nearby. After completing everything, Viko stepped aside, handing Thor over to the ground forces that had arrived. The genetic sample of Thor had already been secretly hidden in the dormant box of Magneto, carried by Viko in person. Chapter 103. You've reduced my people, some of the world's most highly trained professionals, to the level of minimum-wage supervicoate security guards. It's incredibly frustrating for us. Based on my experience, it takes someone with similar professional training to take them down, or perhaps someone wealthy and talented like Viko. Is that suit you're wearing actually some kind of advanced technology? Tell me, where did you receive your training? Pakistan? Chechnya? Or Afghanistan? You look more like a mercenary. Are you from Africa? There are organizations there that would hire such a skilled mercenary like you. Who exactly are you? In the interrogation room, Thor, who had awakened from unconsciousness, sat in a chair, being questioned by Coulson. Facing Coulson's continuous questioning, he didn't provide any answers. He just lowered his head in frustration and glanced at Coulson a couple of times. In the face of this uncooperative situation, Coulson kept trying to probe, hoping to read some micro-expressions from his face and gather some information. However, this attempt ended in failure. Well, it seems like you're not willing to talk. Nevertheless, we will obtain the information we want one way or another, it's what we're best at. After saying that, Coulson's communication badge suddenly beeped. Don't wander around. Coulson glanced at Thor, leaving a warning before exiting the interrogation room. Loki. How did you appear in Midgard? In the interrogation room, where there should have been only Thor, Loki suddenly appeared in front of him, much to his surprise. I had to come see you, Loki spoke with a heavy voice. What happened? Tell me, is it about Jotunheim? Let me explain it to Father, I believe. Father is already dead, Loki interrupted directly. What? Tears welled up in Thor's eyes as he looked at Loki in disbelief. Your banishment and the threat of war becoming imminent, all of this was too much for him in his old age. But don't blame yourself. I know you loved him, and I tried to persuade him as well, but he wouldn't listen. Knowing that you can no longer wield the hammer of Thor, yet it remains in front of you, it's truly cruel. Now the burden of the throne has fallen upon me. So, can I go home? Thor raised his head and asked with a pleading tone. The condition for a ceasefire with Jotunheim is that you will be permanently banished. Alright, but isn't there any other way? Even the Queen doesn't allow you to return home. I've come to bid farewell, brother, I'm sorry. Loki's words filled Thor's heart with utter despair. He began to reflect and regret his past impulsiveness and recklessness. No, the one who should apologize is me. It was my actions that put Asgard in danger. Thank you for coming to see me, brother. Farewell. Loki completed his farewell and turned, disappearing from the interrogation room, revealing a triumphant smile that no one saw after his departure. Except for one person, Viko. After Magneto returned from his mission, Viko had replaced its reality-enhancing components and energy wave detection parts. The reality-enhancing components provided Magneto with perfect visual camouflage, helping it hide undetected in the interrogation room. The energy wave detection parts accurately detected whether Loki had appeared in the room. Being familiar with Loki's abilities, Viko knew that his illusions were mesmerizing. It was impossible to detect him with the naked eye alone. However, casting magic required the use of magical energy, which was a special form of energy that could be detected by the energy wave detector. Since Thor woke up, Viko had been hiding in his car, receiving audio and video signals transmitted by Magneto. Sitting in the car, Viko played the role of an observer. Watching the drama of the two brothers parting, constantly analyzing and recording the information and data inadvertently revealed during the process. The entire notebook was filled to the brim with notes. Agent, someone has come to meet the intruder. Coulson, who had received the message and left the interrogation room, arrived at the entrance of the temporary base upon receiving the report from his subordinate. There, he saw a familiar face. Nice to see you again, Dr. Erik Selvig. It seems you truly have a wide range of connections and abilities, so, you've come this time to inform me that the intruder inside is called Donald Blake. Let me correct you, it's Dr. Donald Blake. Chapter 104. Eric, he became extremely anxious when he found out that you took away all of our research data. That was his life's work, you know. When people face such a situation, they naturally explode, especially organizations like your S.H.I.E.L.D. Barging in so rudely. Coulson, but that doesn't explain how he managed to bypass our security system. Eric, he used enhancers and is particularly fond of working out. At Jane Foster's pleading, Dr. Erik Selvig agreed to help her rescue Thor. He mobilized his extensive network and forged a nearly authentic identity for Thor. With a fake ID showing Thor's photo and the name Donald Blake. It stated that he was born on November 21, 1984, and is a citizen of New York. However, upon verification by S.H.I.E.L.D., the system directly indicated that it was falsified information and that such a person did not exist. Nevertheless, despite the flaws in Eric's lie, Agent Coulson accepted it and allowed him to take Thor from the interrogation room. Follow them, he ordered a nearby agent. Since extracting useful information from Thor's mouth directly was not feasible, they had to come up with other ways. Viko paid no attention to the intellectual battle between S.H.I.E.L.D. and Thor, as in just a short day, he had already collected invaluable data. Upon careful consideration, an advanced civilization capable of creating artificial wormholes thousands or even tens of thousands of years before the establishment of modern human civilization. And traveling through the entire universe using this technology would be enough to provide clever individuals like Viko with what they desired, even if they just happened to visit Earth for amusement. And these things were enough to cause a qualitative change in the existing human civilization. Although Viko's exposure to magic and sorcery was only superficial, he was already addicted. Even though magic was difficult to perceive and invoke, this high-level energy could almost be transformed into anything imaginable in Viko's mind. What was even more interesting was the manner in which magic was used. The so-called magic resembled a formula. This formula naturally existed within the universe but required explorers to utilize sufficient wisdom to discover and summarize it. Once one grasped this formula, magic was like addition. One could directly obtain results through the medium. This completely mathematized application could greatly simplify the production process and avoid energy loss and waste. Once successfully mastered, it might truly allow Earth to enter the highest level of communist social form. Which made Viko prefer to refer to this form of magic as rune science, according to his own habits. Furthermore, mastering the use of rune symbols could help Viko break through the current research bottlenecks he encountered, such as the preparation of PIM particles. If he used a magical formula, it would probably be something like Identification Collection Storage Product PIM Particles. After obtaining the identification rune harvested from Mjolnir, Viko could say that he was one step closer to success. Additionally, it would take a considerable amount of time for Viko to research the genes obtained from Thor. Although Viko had some knowledge of biology, compared to his expertise in mechanics, he clearly needed to catch up in order to thoroughly study the secrets of Asgardian's longevity and power. Master, the energy waveform you asked me to monitor has just been detected. Oh, really? Send it to my main screen. However, early in the morning, Viko received good news from Baymax. Just now. In the detection device Viko had set up, an exact Einstein-Rosen bridge fluctuation data was detected in the northwest direction, 15 miles away from their location. This also meant that Lady Sif and the Warriors 3 had arrived on Earth for Thor. For new Asgardians, representing 4 new sets of research data. It also means that the long-awaited magical metal gift package will soon descend from the heavens. Baymax, construct a model based on the fluctuation data and calculate how much energy would be needed to create the same spatial disturbance with the current level of human technology. Understood, Master. Hover cannon. I'm here, Master. Transform into battle mode and prepare for combat. A big guy will be descending from the sky shortly, and what I need you to do is to dismantle the opponent into pieces, pack them up, and understand. Understood, Master. Hover cannon will complete the mission and bring back the items properly packaged. Very well. Also, if you encounter any resistance during the operation, or if you can't handle it, I authorize you to use that thing without consulting me. Got it? Master, are you sure we can use that on Earth? Hover cannon asked with some doubt. If it's absolutely necessary, then go ahead. I've already calculated, and nothing will go wrong, trust me. Yes. Chapter 105. Commander, this is the location where the energy disturbance occurred. The coordinates match exactly as before, and we have also discovered the same pattern as before. According to Mr. Viko's Revikos, this should represent the rune script. If his speculation is correct, it means that new outsiders have arrived again, reported an agent who arrived first to Coulson. Commander, the agent responsible for surveillance in the town reported that they have spotted 4 strangers dressed in extremely retro attire. They just had a meeting with Donald Blake, who was taken away by Dr. Eric, another agent reported to Coulson. Monitor them closely. Once we handle the situation here, we'll. Before Coulson could finish his instructions, a sudden gust of wind interrupted his command. Boom! With a loud noise, the storm abruptly ceased, and the swirling dust settled. In the spot they had just investigated, a steel giant over 4 meters tall appeared. Commander, is that the Stark's invention? Asked one of the agents. I don't know, he hasn't told me anything, Coulson replied uncertainty. Hello. You are using unauthorized weapon technology, please identify yourself. However, the steel giant did not respond to Coulson at all. Its response was a beam of high-temperature light capable of destroying everything. Run! Coulson, realizing the danger, immediately shouted, and the well-trained agents scattered without waiting for further orders. But the destructive power of the steel giant's high-temperature beam was terrifying. The immense energy allowed it to even penetrate through cars, causing casualties. Several agents who couldn't escape in time sacrificed their lives. Master, I have captured the same spatial fluctuation data again. On the other side, Viko, who hadn't arrived yet, received a notification from Baymax. Hover cannon, go faster. The destroyer has arrived. No problem, Master. Upon receiving the command, Hover cannon became even more excited. His pair of wheels under his feet continued to accelerate, and he shot out with a swoosh. For Asgard. Bang! When Viko arrived at the scene, the three warriors and Lady Sif, who had arrived on Earth earlier, were already engaged in battle with the destroyer. And the one who had just bravely charged forward but was punched away by the destroyer in front of Viko was Volstagg, one of the three warriors who used an axe. Although the three warriors and the Lady Sif had excellent coordination, they were powerless against the ultimate weapon of the King of Gods, Odin. Hover cannon, it's your turn. If you don't show up soon, these alien visitors will turn into charcoal, and the research value will be greatly diminished. Seeing the unfavorable situation with the visitors from Asgard, Viko no longer stood by and urged Hover Cannon to take action. Don't worry, Master, all of them are in for a colorful surprise. After speaking, all the floating cannons behind Hover Cannon merged together, forming a much larger floating cannon body. Fire all weapons. The energy beams from dozens of floating cannons overlapped and interfered with each other according to the preset configuration by Viko, unleashing an unimaginable devastating blast. Z. The high-frequency energy beam with a diameter of over half a meter surged towards the destroyer's face, just as it was about to unleash a high-temperature beam. The collision of the two intense energies triggered an energy explosion, causing the destroyer, who had intended to continue pursuing the three brave warriors from Asgard, to stumble backward and fall to the ground in a sorry state. Well done, Viko. Seeing this scene, Coulson, who had already retreated to a safe area, waved his fist in excitement, thrilled like a child receiving a surprise gift. Don't think that we Earthlings are easy to bully. In the face of our unpredictable intelligence, even you lofty deities won't fare well. Coulson was very happy, but Thor and a few Asgardians were shocked. They stared in astonishment at Hover Cannon, who had sent the destroyer flying, unable to utter a word. Jane, has the technology on Earth advanced to this level? Thor turned to Jane, who was beside him, and asked. Jane shook her head and replied, this kind of thing, perhaps only the Stark father and son duo on the whole Earth can do. However, everyone was rejoicing too soon. The explosion seemed powerful, but in reality, the destroyer's high-temperature beam had already depleted a portion of the energy beam's power, and the remaining attack turned into an explosion shockwave that dispersed. For the destroyer, who was made entirely of URU metal, the damage was negligible. The fallen destroyer didn't remain still for long. His entire body radiated light again, and he twisted his body as he stood up from the ground. Boom! Without hesitation, the revived destroyer unleashed a high-temperature beam at the enemies who dared to provoke him. Dong! The destroyer's attack was swift, but Hover Cannon's automatic defense system reacted just as quickly. The floating cannons swiftly changed formation, dispersing and forming an energy barrier, blocking the attack. However, after the destroyer's attack was thwarted, he didn't stop and waited for an opportunity. Instead, relying on his energy advantage, he continued to output the high-temperature beam relentlessly, constantly bombarding the energy barrier. In just a few seconds, numerous visible cracks appeared on Hover Cannon's energy barrier, clearly indicating that it wouldn't hold for much longer. Hover Cannon, don't wait any longer, the opponent's strength exceeds expectations. Before the energy barrier shatters, use that thing directly. Understood. Chapter 106. Hover Cannon received the command from Viko, and without any delay, a mechanism opened on his chest, revealing tightly wound metal coils inside. Within them was a black metallic object roughly the size and shape of an olive. Master, I am about to deactivate the isolation measures of the magnetic device and launch the antimatter annihilation bomb. Please step back to a safe distance, Hover Cannon said. Indeed, it was an antimatter annihilation bomb. However, the unique feature of the annihilation bomb Viko developed was that it didn't utilize antimatter annihilation energy as a propellant or explosive. Instead, it allowed the antimatter to come into direct contact with the target, resulting in the annihilation of matter and antimatter, unleashing tremendous energy to destroy the target. According to Einstein's mass-energy equation, 1 gram of antimatter annihilating with 1 gram of matter could produce 180 trillion joules of energy, equivalent to 43,000 tons of TNT explosive power. Although the amount of antimatter contained in the antimatter annihilation bomb in front of Hover Cannon was much less than that of a gram, its explosive power should not be underestimated. However, in order to safely store this antimatter annihilation bomb, Viko spent 3 months designing the device in a virtual laboratory. Therefore, upon hearing Hover Cannon's warning, Viko didn't dare to linger for a moment. He immediately turned and ran, shouting at the 4 Asgardians and Jane's group, "Run quickly, this will be a big fireworks show." The onlookers who originally planned to stay and watch were alarmed by Viko's reaction. If even the inventor of the device was running away for safety, they certainly didn't want to risk their lives to witness the fireworks Viko mentioned. Crack! The cracks on the energy barrier became increasingly visible, spreading throughout the entire barrier. The final moment was imminent. Hover Cannon decisively released the electromagnetic force field restraining the antimatter, and then the magnetic field reversed, generating electromagnetic thrust on the core of the projectile. In an instant, the Annihilation Bomb's projectile gained immense acceleration, reaching speeds exceeding the speed of sound at the moment of launch and shooting out. At the same time, Hover Cannon deactivated the energy barrier in front of him and rolled aside, evading the destroyer's high-temperature beam. After the energy barrier was deactivated, the floating cannons quickly converged towards Hover Cannon's position. Layers upon layers formed multiple barriers that perfectly covered his body, preparing to withstand the impending explosion impact. Boom! A deafening roar shook the entire town, obliterating it completely with its immense power. At this moment, the town has been wiped off the map. The scorched ground was covered in molten magma from the high temperatures, and looking up at the sky, one could clearly see a massive hole torn through the previously uniform clouds. However, Hover Cannon had no time to be astonished by such a scene. In the instant the explosion ended, he immediately accelerated and ran away from the epicenter. In his holographic scanning system, he was surprised to detect the destroyer still showing energy reactions. This meant that his trump card had failed. When he notified Viko, who had taken refuge in a safe zone, Viko also had an incredulous expression. He thought that even Deadpool and Wolverine would have a hard time surviving the attack of the antimatter annihilation bomb. He never expected that the destroyer wouldn't be destroyed. Where did it go wrong? Viko exclaimed in frustration. He couldn't understand it. The power of this annihilation bomb should have been no weaker than Thor's strongest strike after reclaiming the power of the Thunder God, and it could even surpass it. According to the original plot, he knew, Thor easily defeated the destroyer after regaining his strength. But his own trump card had failed, leaving Viko extremely annoyed. In fact, it wasn't that Viko's antimatter annihilation bomb wasn't powerful enough. It was because URU metal was not only a perfect medium for magic but also possessed strong inertness and resistance to forces other than magic. Furthermore, URU metal had a certain degree of self-repair capability. So, under the same conditions, Thor's physically empowered attacks with magic easily overwhelmed the destroyer, while Viko, despite having a higher energy level, couldn't deliver a lethal blow without magical augmentation. On the other side, seeing this horrifying hellish scene before his eyes, Thor finally understood why his father, Odin, had always been dedicated to maintaining peace in Asgard and Jotunheim. The cruelty and terror brought by war were now fully displayed in front of Thor. Once a war broke out, there were no winners, only sacrifices for both sides. At this moment, understanding his past recklessness and impulsiveness, comprehending his father's deep care for him, Thor knew he couldn't continue to hide on the sidelines. He had to step forward and end this battle, even if it meant sacrificing his own life. He took slow steps and walked towards the destroyer, which had reached the edge of the explosion. "What are you doing, Thor?" Jane exclaimed in worry and shock behind him. Thor didn't answer. He just turned around and gave her a radiant smile, then continued walking forward. "Loki, I don't know how I have wronged you, and what I have done to make you like this, but I'm truly sorry. These people are innocent. Killing them won't benefit you in any way. So, kill me instead and let it end here." To this, the destroyer in front of Thor accepted, or rather, Loki behind the destroyer accepted. It swung its fierce fist toward Thor, about to strike him. Suddenly, dark clouds filled the sky, and a strong wind blew. Clang! Before the destroyer's fist could land on Thor's face, it was blocked by a high-speed unknown object. Witnessing this scene, a smile of excitement appeared on Thor's face. He reached out his right hand and gripped the object that had just saved him. Thunder rumbled in the sky as lightning struck down towards Thor, and what he held high in his hand was his reclaimed hammer Mjolnir. Chapter 107. Rumble. In the midst of intense electrical flashes, Thor completed his magnificent transformation, once again donning his armor and cape, appearing before everyone's eyes. Facing Thor, who had reclaimed the power of Thor once more, and with the destroyer not under the control of Odin, Thor swiftly hammered the destroyer, turning it into a pile of scrap metal. "Is this how you usually look?" Jane, looking at the Thor, asked with affection and admiration in her eyes. "Thor, more or less. You look really handsome." Jane nodded repeatedly, expressing her admiration. "We need to return to the landing point of the Bifrost. There are still matters to resolve between me and my brother," Thor spoke to the Warriors 3 and Lady Sif. "Excuse me." At this moment, Coulson and his agents arrived as well. "Donald, I don't think you've been completely honest with me. Listen, son of Cowl, both you and I are fighting to protect this world. From today on, I am allying with you. But you have to return what you took from Jane." "No problem, we will return her equipment so she can continue her research." Ignoring Coulson, who was engaged in a pleasant conversation with Thor. Viko took advantage of the distraction and instructed Hover Cannon to collect as much URU metal debris as possible from the destroyer. This was crucial for his future research at magic rune technology and could not be taken lightly. By the time Viko had collected as much material as possible, Thor had already returned to his realm via the Bifrost. The two had not had any communication during this crisis, but Viko, who knew he would eventually meet Thor again, had no regrets. Coupled with the many gains he had obtained from this journey, Viko was more than satisfied. As Thor left Earth with his hammer, Viko's journey came to an end. Following Coulson and the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents, Viko did not return to Stark Mansion or his own company. Instead, they immediately went to S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters and entered Nick Fury's office. "How do you feel? Was this trade worth it, or did you get more than you bargained for?" "Sorry, but I've never been at a loss in my business dealings. If I don't double my profits by 200%, I consider it a loss-making deal," Viko shrugged, showing a rather cheeky expression. "Alright then, since that's the case, this transaction can be considered a win-win, and we can bring it to a satisfactory conclusion. The main reason Coulson invited you here this time was to ask you about this incident. I hope you can tell me everything you know and your true thoughts." "So this is another deal, because the information I have is quite valuable," Viko said with a greedy smile, but quickly turned serious. "No problem, I will offer an equivalent trade based on your answers. The first question, do you believe that the gods of Norse mythology really exist?" Fury asked, his voice clear and slow, his expression showing a hint of gravity. "Perhaps they once could have displayed their power before humans, claiming to be divine and supreme. But in my opinion, they are nothing more than an advanced extraterrestrial civilization. If they still want to play God and deceive us modern humans, then our thousands of years of development would have been in vain," Viko replied. After hearing Viko's words, Fury nodded in agreement. He had already dealt with extraterrestrial lifeforms before. And in his younger days, he was shocked by these more advanced civilizations and worried about the future of humanity. It was under such concerns that he secretly prepared the Avengers Initiative. But watching the rapid progress of human civilization, with scientific and technological advancements supported by powerful new weapons, Fury became increasingly confident in defending the safety of Earth. Viko's words struck a chord within him. "The second question, what do you think about the alliance that Thor mentioned before leaving?" Fury asked, feeling somewhat nervous after posing this question. It wasn't appropriate to ask a minor like Viko about such matters, but for Fury, he had no other choice. Viko had been involved throughout the entire incident, and not only was he exceptionally intelligent, but he also had the deepest understanding of Asgard, the alien civilization. If anyone could answer this question, it would be Viko. The universe is a dark forest, and every civilization is a hunter with a gun. Stealthily moving through the forest, carefully pushing aside branches, trying not to make a sound with each step, even their breath must be cautious. He must be careful because there are hunters lurking in the forest just like him. If he discovers another life, there is only one thing he can do: eliminate it with a gunshot. In this forest, others are hell, an eternal threat. Any life that exposes its existence will quickly be annihilated. That's the panorama of the cosmic civilization. This is a viewpoint I really like from a Chinese science fiction writer, Lu Cixin, in his novel, The Dark Forest, which provides an explanation for the Fermi paradox. I think the perspective presented in the book is excellent, and I strongly agree. Survival is the primary goal of a civilization, and contrary to the continuous expansion and development of civilizations, there is a decrease in cosmic resources. If we view the attitude of extraterrestrial civilizations towards us with the highest goodwill, such naivety would not only lead to our demise in the vast universe but even on our own Earth. Facing a superior civilization like Asgard, which is countless times more powerful than us, I think there is a line from the book that is very relevant. "I will annihilate you, and you can do nothing to me," Fury repeated Viko's last words, stunned and murmuring in disbelief. If one recognizes themselves as the weaker party, they must do everything they can to hide. Faced with Thor's proposal of an alliance, does the feeble Earth have any choice other than compliance? Viko mercilessly replied with a rhetorical question, answering Fury's inquiry. "I will prepare your reward properly, you can leave now." Since becoming the director, Fury hadn't experienced such a cluttered state of mind like today. He needed to ponder alone. Viko didn't linger, he nodded and left the office. After Viko's departure, Fury took out a document from the desk drawer. The progress of the Avengers Initiative needs to be accelerated. Chapter 108. Welcome back, Viko. It's been a while, Jarvis. Viko changed into comfortable slippers, put down his heavy luggage, and returned to his room, lying on the bed. The URU metal and Thor's genetic samples brought back from New Mexico had already been sent to his laboratory at the company. What bothered him was that he had been so focused on collecting URU metal that he forgot to collect more genetic samples from the other Asgardians. It was a missed opportunity. And unless Viko himself could go to Asgard, the only chance would be to wait for Ragnarok and the migration of the Asgardian population to Earth. That would be a long wait. But for now, Viko didn't have the mindset to continue researching the secrets of URU metal and Asgardian genetics. The battle between Hover Cannon and the Destroyer had a significant impact on him. Viko didn't expect that his confident antimatter annihilation bomb couldn't defeat the Destroyer. Although he believed that by increasing the amount of antimatter, he could change the outcome, the consequences of such a change would be more than he could bear. Therefore, learning from this defeat, Viko believed that his top priority was to create his own trump card, something that could limit the destruction to a certain range while accurately targeting and eliminating the enemy. And the weapon concept that could fulfill these two requirements that came to Viko's mind was a space-based weapon. A space-based weapon, as the name suggests, is a weapon that launches attacks from the sky. Specifically, it is a weapons system launched from a platform such as satellites or space stations deployed in Earth's orbit or the orbit of other celestial bodies. Used to strike enemies on ground, underground, sea surface, orbital strategic targets, and extraterrestrial threats. Due to its deployment in space, it can achieve all-weather, omnidirectional strikes without any blind spots, without worrying about forgetting to bring equipment. Moreover, its deployment method ensures that it has an absolute advantage on the battlefield and is difficult to destroy. It can be said to be a perfect weapon concept, disregarding its high cost and the technological bottleneck of precise targeting. However, whether it's money or technology, these two aspects are not problems in Viko's eyes because he has the wealth and the ability, possessing all the necessary conditions to realize this concept. Currently, there are two main ideas for the space-based weapon concept. The first idea is a simplified version that converts gravitational potential energy into kinetic energy. The principle involves sending a 50-ton tungsten rod into space. One weapon platform can accommodate 10 tungsten rods, each with a length of about 5 meters and a diameter of about 0.8 meters. Tungsten rods have high density and weigh around 50 tons. They are launched towards Earth using the acceleration of gravity, targeting the desired objectives. The power is comparable to a nuclear bomb but without nuclear radiation or contamination, making it highly efficient and environmentally friendly. For Viko, this idea has two difficulties. The first is how to achieve precise targeting. During the descent from space, the tungsten rods are influenced by Earth's atmosphere. Solving this problem requires accurately considering their aerodynamic characteristics and the environmental conditions at the time of impact, which is a challenge. Another issue is that although the tungsten rods can withstand temperatures above 3,422 degrees Celsius, they experience severe friction during the descent in the atmosphere, resulting in significant mass loss and ultimately affecting the effectiveness of the attack. For the first challenge, as long as a suitable landing algorithm model is adapted and a posture adjustment system is installed on the tungsten rods, the problem can be solved. As for the second point, it's even simpler. Just spend a little more money to coat the surface with a layer of tantalum hafnium carbide. Everything is not a problem. However, Viko doesn't plan to use the first proposal for the space-based weapon. The reason is that its striking speed is too slow. If it's about destroying a specific location, its capability is unquestionable. But if it's about targeting an enemy who can move and escape, by the time the tungsten rod falls to the designated point due to the acceleration of gravity, the enemy would have already detected it and evaded. Therefore, Viko's research and development direction will be the second form of the space-based weapon, launching high-energy particle beams to deliver energy attacks to the target. The principle of high-energy particle beams is to accelerate particles like protons and neutrons to extremely high values using accelerators and then emit a very fine particle beam flow through electrodes or magnetic focusing to strike the target. The projectile speed of particle beam weapons is close to the speed of light, and the energy transfer to the target within a unit solid angle is greater than that of lasers, allowing penetration into the target's depths. However, during transmission through the atmosphere, the power rapidly decays due to continuous collisions with air molecules. To turn this concept into reality, and make it his trump card, solving the problem of energy decay is the challenge that Viko needs to overcome now. As for the issues of launching from other weapon platforms and ensuring continuous energy supply, Viko only wants to say one thing: sorry, but with money, you can really do anything. With the Type 1 arc reactor technology, Viko believes he can already ensure long-lasting power supply for the space-based platform. If needed, Viko can design an antimatter energy reactor for it. No matter how wasteful it may seem, it will be sufficient. You see, ever since Viko succeeded in producing and storing antimatter, he hasn't developed any other applications for antimatter besides the annihilation bomb. This might be a good opportunity. I have the idea now, it's time to enter the virtual laboratory and get to work. Let's do this.